Chapter 1. In the eastern part of the primordial world, within the immortal volcano, in the celestial palace of the Phoenix, a colossal phoenix, transcending time and space, slowly opened its eyes. I have traversed realms and received the spiritual legacy of the primordial phoenix ancestor, becoming the progenitor of the male phoenixes of the phoenix clan Huang Tian. Huang Tian was overwhelmed with astonishment, conversing with himself internally as he absorbed the vast memories flooding his mind. He scarcely had time to ponder why, in this primordial world, the males were referred to as Huang and the females as Feng. Perhaps the myths were mistaken, or perhaps some supreme beings had manipulated the fabric of time itself. Yet at this moment, such contemplations were not his primary focus. He was once an ordinary individual of the later generations, Yi Huang. His family was relatively affluent, but his parents had passed away when he was very young, leaving him a substantial fortune that ensured his comfort for the rest of his life. In his leisure, Yi Huang's greatest delight was to explore the renowned mountains and rivers. During a visit to a scientifically validated volcanic crater in eastern China, long extinguished for eons, he accidentally fell into the volcano. After the chaos of primordial existence, the remnants of the primordial phoenix ancestor's spirit wandered within the immortal volcano, bringing his deceased soul into the primordial world, merging it with the body of Huang ancestor Huang Tian. In the primordial era, the Phoenix clan was one of the three dominant powers, with males as Huang and females as Feng, the Huang ancestor and Feng ancestor reigning supreme. Huang Tian murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with disbelief. According to the memories in his mind, the three great clans, the Phoenix, Dragon, and Killen, had forged a profound enmity over billions of years, embroiled in relentless conflicts. The tensions between them were akin to the dormant volcano beneath him, waiting merely for an opportunity to erupt, unleashing hatred like molten lava and igniting a frenzied war among the three clans. Countless powerful beings had perished in these battles. The dragon ancestor, the candle dragon, the celestial Yang Qilan ancestor, the celestial Yin Qilan ancestor, the Feng ancestor, and he, Huang Tian, all met their demise in this cataclysmic conflict. The three primordial overlords fell into a state of decline. The dragon clan retreated to the four seas, while the Qilan clan migrated to the frigid northern extremities of the primordial realm, struggling to survive. At the moment of her death, the first Feng saw through the heavenly laws and made a solemn vow that the Phoenix clan would forever remain within the immortal volcano, never to emerge into the world. This vow ultimately allowed the Phoenix clan to evade further machinations from the primordial powers, ensuring their survival. Damn it all, Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, you wretches, Huang Tian muttered, his eyes igniting with the terrifying flames of the divine Phoenix's rebirth, his fury manifesting as he absorbed the memories, fully embracing his current identity. He was Huang Tian, and Huang Tian was he. Upon learning of the outcome of the great conflict among the three clans, he meticulously examined the memories stored within his mind. Initially, Huang Tian found no flaws, but he eventually uncovered countless clues. Every great battle over these billions of years appeared to have reasons and consequences, with a seemingly coherent logic. Yet, it appeared as though an unseen hand had been tirelessly orchestrating these events, inflating the scale of their conflicts and deepening the blood feud until it reached a point of no return, where only a battle to the death remained. Within his memories, he discovered that the dragon ancestor, the Qilan ancestor, and even his former self were once supreme overlords. Since the time of Pangu, who established the heavens and the earth, the primordial realm was born. The essence of the 3,000 chaos gods and demons melded into the primordial world. Not only did Pangu's primordial essence give rise to countless powerful beings, but the other 3,000 chaos gods and demons also birthed their own innate divine beings. The ancestors of the three clans existed in obscurity during the era when these innate beings roamed freely, leading their respective clans through countless epochs, enduring the age of gods and demons, as well as the era of ferocious beasts. As the innate beings declined and the ferocious beasts were sealed away in the endless chaotic void due to their overwhelming strength and brutality, the three clans, having silently endured for billions of years, finally seized the opportunity to rise as the three dominant races, basking in boundless fortune. Great powers, such as the great Luo Golden Immortals and Quasi-Saint-level beings, emerged in abundance. The ancestors of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin guided their clans step by step toward the pinnacle of the primordial realm, becoming unparalleled prodigies of their time. It was inconceivable that they could be as mindless and inept as the legends of later generations portrayed, leading the three dominant races toward oblivion. In his memories, Huang Tian had not once refrained from discussing with Feng ancestor Huang Tian how to alleviate the animosity among the three clans. The original Huang Tian understood deeply that among the three clans, the Dragon clan was the strongest, followed by the Qilin clan, and the Phoenix clan was somewhat weaker. However, this disparity stemmed merely from their inherent natures. The Phoenix clan was not inclined toward conflict and thus lacked the renown of the Dragon clan. The differences in strength among the three clans were not as vast as the primordial legend suggested. There was no scenario in which one clan could effortlessly annihilate the others and dominate the primordial realm. The true catalyst for the life and death battles would only lead to mutual destruction. For the sake of this matter, he and Huang Tian had sought out the Dragon ancestor and the Qilin ancestor on multiple occasions to deliberate. Their perspectives aligned with his. Although they harbored ambitions of supremacy over the primordial realm, they did not believe it was feasible to eliminate one another at this time. Thus, they had repeatedly issued commands to their clans to cease hostilities. Yet, each time, a series of misunderstandings and friction would arise, seemingly perfect and seamless in their origins, igniting further battles. Even with the orders from the three clan ancestors to suppress these conflicts, the course of events did not bend to their will. With millions of clans numbering in the tens of millions, they could not oversee every detail. Each minor skirmish gradually escalated into a grand conflict. The thoughts of animosity and annihilation spread like wildfire among the three clans. What began as a mere spark of resentment gradually ignited into a fierce blaze, consuming all in its path. At this juncture, any trivial incident could easily trigger the cataclysmic explosion lurking beneath the Phoenix clan. The escalation to this point was the result of the covert machinations of Hong Jun and a host of other relentless schemers. Reflecting on this, Huang Tian was engulfed in righteous fury, the divine phoenix flames roaring within his gaze as he unleashed a terrifying cry that echoed throughout the cosmos. The piercing sound of the phoenix's cry reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and an overwhelming force swept across the primordial landscape. The terrifying might of a peak Quasi-Saint shook the primordial realm. Should the three clans indeed plunge into a catastrophic life and death conflict, he, as the Huang ancestor, could not idly stand by and witness the slaughter of the Phoenix clan. He would undoubtedly intervene. What followed would be a frenzied battle among the high-ranking members of the three clans, a struggle to the death. The outcome, however, was already predetermined. They would inevitably fall into the machinations of Hong Jun and other formidable beings. Even if events did not unfold as they wished, they would find ways to steer the three clans onto their preordained path. By that time, retreat and decline would be the most favorable outcome. One misstep could lead to utter annihilation. After all, the fate of the three clans exiting the primordial realm was dictated by the heavenly laws. The heavenly laws are immutable, while minor forces may be altered. The fate of the three clans, whether to retreat or face extinction, was merely a matter of minor forces. The question of extermination rested solely in the thoughts of those mighty beings and divine demons. Upon contemplating this, Huang Tian could not contain his wrath. He had no intention of vying for supremacy in the primordial realm. Yet after inheriting Huang Tian's memories, he had developed a profound affection for the billions of descendants of the Phoenix clan. I shall not allow the Phoenix clan to follow the original trajectory of the primordial realm into decline. The heavenly path is before me from this day forth. There is no longer Yi Huang, only the Huang ancestor Huang Tian. Huang Tian silently proclaimed within his heart, "Rest assured, I will never let the Phoenix clan tread the path toward oblivion." With these words, the original Huang Tian's obsessions dissipated entirely. The Phoenix clan, one of the three dominant powers of the primordial realm, would always attract the attention and concern of formidable beings throughout the primordial world. Typically low-key and disinterested in conflict, Huang Tian now erupted with an overwhelming presence that reverberated across the primordial realm. On the summit of Jade Capital Mountain, an elderly man clad in plain robes slowly opened his eyes, his gaze alight with the glimmer of endless schemes. It was as if the entire momentum of the primordial realm shifted at his thought. "Yang Mei, my friend, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourself for a meeting?" The old man's voice was cold and devoid of emotion, yet his words sent violent tremors through the heavens and earth. Surrounding Jade Capital Mountain, countless spatial rifts shattered, swallowing an untold number of living beings within their broken confines. Haha, Hong Jun, you remain as cold and unfeeling as ever, with millions of lives extinguished at your command. An elderly figure resembling a gnarled tree, hunchbacked and wielding a dragon-head staff, emerged from the fractured space, as if he had been lurking there all along. "If you wish to force me out and test my path, you need only speak the word." The elder Yang Mei's long eyebrows quivered slightly as the ripples of spatial laws emanated forth, restoring the shattered expanse in an instant. At this juncture, countless beings had already perished in the clandestine clash between the two. In the primordial universe, where the cycle of reincarnation had yet to be established, they were bereft of any chance for rebirth. Life, aging, illness, and death are but the natural progression of the heavenly cycle. It is their fate to endure this tribulation. Hong Jun's voice remained as tranquil as a still pond as he gestured with his hand, conjuring a meditation cushion before him. The ancestor of Yang Mei took the opportunity to sit down. The Phoenix ancestor, Huang Tian, has always been low-key, dwelling in the immortal volcano. What do you make of this sudden eruption of terrifying momentum at the pinnacle of the Quasis Saint level? Yang Mei's brow arched as he cast his gaze towards the terrifying divine phoenix flames that erupted from billions of miles away, a flicker of trepidation glimmering in his eyes. The three great clans dominate the primordial realm, amassing boundless fortune. Despite our clandestine maneuvers alongside Yin Yang, Qian Kun, and other old fellows, they continue to flourish at an astonishing pace. After the demise of the likes of Shilong and Huang, the younger generations that have emerged have grown even more rapidly. Within mere billions of years, they have ascended to the pinnacle of the Quasis Saint level. If we allow them to develop unchecked, it may soon become beyond our capacity to restrain them. Yang Mei's eyes were filled with boundless apprehension. He had never anticipated that this little phoenix, Huang Tian, could grow at such an alarming rate. As a divine being who had survived the chaos, he naturally did not regard the current Quasis Saint level Huang Tian with disdain. Yet, the terrifying fortune possessed by the three great clans and their rapid growth filled him with unease. The three clans, with their immense scale and profound fortune, posed a significant threat. Should he recklessly slay Huang Tian, the backlash from the formidable fortune unleashed would be unbearable even for him. Thus, upon sensing this momentum, he hastily sought counsel with Hong Jun to devise a strategy. Under our schemes, an immense enmity has accumulated among the three clans. In their relentless bloodshed, the aura of murderous intent has permeated the primordial realm, awakening the heavenly calamity, heralding the Dragon-Han Great Tribulation. Yet, Hong Jun's gaze remained unfazed, as he coldly remarked, "The Dragon-Han Great Tribulation is imminent. The three clans will retreat from the primordial realm, an inevitable trend. A mere Quasis Saint level little phoenix is insignificant regardless of whether it achieves mastery of the laws and attains the status of a sub-saint. Under the grand design of the heavenly order, all beings are but ants. Possessing the heavenly treasure, the creation jade butterfly, Hong Jun wielded terrifying power in the realm of celestial calculations. Over the years, the three clans had unwittingly walked into a dead end under his machinations. In Hong Jun's perspective, the three clans had no path left except for annihilation, with not even a glimmer of survival. The Dragon-Han Great Tribulation approaches. and a great war among the three clans is about to unfold. You must inform Luo Ho, Yin Yang, and Qian Kun to strike together in secrecy at the final moment of the clan war, ensuring the absolute demise of the three clan ancestors. Particularly, Shilong, Tianyang Qilin, and the Phoenix ancestor must not survive. Under no circumstances should we allow these three great races a single opportunity to rise again. After speaking, Hong Jun slowly closed his eyes. Yang Mei stared blankly at the closed eyes of Hong Jun, a strange sense of fear inexplicably rising within him. In that moment, Hong Jun exuded an aura of having pierced through the heavenly order, orchestrating plans with utmost confidence, as if grasping the very essence of fate. To him, even the gravest matters appeared as simple as plucking a flower from a bush. The formidable three dominant races, if confronted directly, would be a source of immense trepidation for him. Yet, they had been deftly maneuvered by Hong Jun into the current deadent. He and Hong Jun were both deities of chaos, having survived the great calamity of the primordial chaos together. Yet now, he found himself unable to fathom Hong Jun's depths. Currently, he was contending with the three clans. And should a day arise when they plotted against him, Yang Mei could not help but shiver inexplicably. Confronted with the formidable scheming of Hong Jun, he feared he might perish without even comprehending the manner of his demise. The three clans had been ensnared in a web of calculations for countless years, cultivating a terrifying enmity and perceiving each other as mortal foes. Yet, even to this day, they likely remained unaware that their greatest nemesis was indeed Hong Jun. Astonishingly, the two progenitors of the Qilin clan regarded Hong Jun as a friend. However, with the imminent war among the three clans, subduing them was of utmost priority. Otherwise, the painstaking plots of eons would be rendered futile. Without the luxury of further contemplation, Yang Mei cast aside the thoughts that surfaced in his mind, and with a ripple in the fabric of space, he vanished from his location, hastening to meet the demon Lord Yin Yang and the ancestor of Qian Kun. Unbeknownst to Yang Mei, after his departure, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes, gazing in the direction he had left, a cold glimmer flashing within them. After vanquishing the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, the next to face his machinations would be these old geezers. You, who dwell in the realm of quasi-saints, possess far too much power for existence in the primordial world. The universe created by Pangu rightfully belongs to me. Hong Jun. Following the creation of the heavens and the earth, he acquired the supreme treasure of the heavenly Tao, the creation jade plate, endowing him with formidable powers of divination, and thus began his meticulous scheming. The calamity of the innate deities, the fierce beasts of the world, had their internal strife sealed, all orchestrated behind the scenes by him. Demon Lord Liu, Hong Jun smirked, a cold smile gracing his lips. No matter how formidable your strength, you shall obediently succumb to my calculations and meet your demise. After countless epochs of plotting, he finally glimpsed the dawn of success, with the decline of the three clans and Luohu's death. The primordial world would descend into desolation, allowing me, Hong Jun, to preach the Tao, enlighten the beings, and consolidate the fortunes of the primordial realm to attain sanctity, merging with the Tao to govern the primordial expanse. Hong Jun laughed heartily, gradually closing his eyes. Yang Mei raced through the terrifying forbidden zones of the primordial realm, alerting them to Hong Jun's schemes. Countless powerful beings turned their gazes towards the Phoenix clan in the depths of the Dragon clan's ancestral palace. A colossal, boundless black dragon slowly opened its eyes. Its gaze, like that of a serpent, was shrouded in chaotic mist, dwarfing even the ancient stars. Its terrifying eyes pierced through the heavens and the earth. Catching sight of the distant immortal volcano, booming with a voice, Huang Tian, have you finally lost your patience and wish to engage in a battle to the death? Brother, it is merely a battle. Among the three clans, my Dragon clan is the strongest, with the largest population. Next to it glided a fearsome nine-clawed golden dragon, its eyes shining with blinding golden light, illuminating the dawn when open and shrouding in darkness when closed. This was none other than the legendary Zhu Long. For countless eons, an immeasurable blood feud has accumulated between our three clans. Over the years, countless skirmishes have ensued, the Phoenix and Qilin clans, oblivious to their mortality, have incessantly provoked all factions of my dragon clan, resulting in our losses numbering in the millions. In recent millennia, numerous powerful members of my dragon clan have sought to eradicate the Qilin and Phoenix clans. Were it not for your command, brother, I would have long since annihilated the Phoenix clan. Now, Huang Tian, the young whelp, dares to openly display murderous intent. He truly underestimates my dragon clan. Our boundless legions are filled with battle fervor. In this conflict, my dragon clan shall surely prevail. The voice of Zhu Long roared, shaking the vast void, overflowing with unending battle intent. Among the three clans, the dragon clan was the most warlike and powerful. Listening to Zhu Long, the beginning dragon gradually became enveloped in a murderous aura. As the proud leader of the dragon clan, he had long endured to his limit. Were it not for the uncertainty of victory, he would have obliterated the Qilin and Phoenix clans long ago. How could he tolerate their existence? Now, Huang Tian audaciously dared to provoke him with murderous intent, compounded by the overwhelming karmic pressures in the world. The beginning dragon could no longer contain his rage. Huang Tian, since you are so ungrateful, let us battle. I end this war. My dragon clan shall surely triumph. Fight! Upon hearing the beginning dragon finally relent, Zhu Long, who had endured for countless years, unleashed a thunderous dragon roar. With the command of the beginning dragon, the dragon clan shall rise from the four seas to annihilate the Phoenix and Qilin clans. The sound of the dragon's roar echoed throughout the four seas. The atmosphere was charged with battle intent and murderous rage, ravaging the primordial realm in an instant. The heavens and the earth were engulfed in a wave of karmic slaughter. Countless beings were affected by this overwhelming aura, leading to widespread carnage. The primordial realm appeared to be stained crimson with blood, under the influence of the will of the primordial realm and the push from his subordinates. The proud beginning dragon ultimately could no longer withstand the pressure and initiated a life-and-death battle among the three clans. Millions of dragons soared from the four seas, casting massive shadows that roamed the skies of the primordial realm. An endless tide of murderous intent surged forth. The once rare nine-clawed golden dragons and law dragons were now ubiquitous. Colossal dragons, measuring tens of thousands of miles in length, larger than mountains, drifted through the ancient starry skies. Their eyes glimmering like stars, veined with blood. Our dragon clan shall unify the primordial realm. Zhu Long emerged from the beginning dragon palace, his form stretching beyond the horizon. With a glance, one could only behold a pair of immense, piercing dragon eyes that instilled terror in the hearts of all. Leading countless dragons, Zhu Long surged towards the primordial realm, an ocean of murderous intent in tow. Countless primordial beings were slaughtered, and the aura of karma deepened ominously. The corners of the world seemed to be tinged with a faint red hue of blood. In the Qilin clan. A soft sigh escaped the lips of a middle-aged man clad in Qilin robes as he murmured, "The beginning dragon has ultimately reached his limit." In his eyes shone authority and a profound regal presence, as if the very heavens and earth must bow before him. He was none other than the Qilin clan's progenitor, Tianyang Qilin. Beside him stood a stunningly beautiful middle-aged woman, her gaze sharp as she regarded him, her tone icy. "Tianyang, I understand your concerns, but this battle is now unavoidable. Let us fight. Our Qilin clan shall never be weaker than the Dragon clan." The outcome of this clash remains uncertain. Among the Qilin clan, the only one who could address the progenitor Tianyang Qilin, thus, was Tianyin Qilin. In the boundless mountains surrounding them stood countless colossal Qilin, including the Purple Thunder Qilin, Yin-Yang Qilin, Water Soul Qilin, and many others. "Progenitor, let us battle." An unending roar erupted from the Qilin clan, their murderous intent surging. Under the influence of the karmic forces, their eyes turned blood red, and the resonating cries of "kill" echoed in their minds, piercing their very souls. "Kill! Fight!" Under the influence of the great calamity, the eyes of Tianyang Qilin also gradually turned crimson, even though he understood that the Qilin clan's chances of victory were slim in this battle. With countless powerful beings from the three clans present, the pressure from his subordinates, the encouragement of Tianyin Qilin, and the deep-seated desire to unify the primordial realm and become a sovereign, he finally let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and the earth. Kill. A dark red Qilin, towering 1 billion fathoms high and piercing the ancient starry skies, emerged into the world. Its eyes blazed like 2 dark red suns, ablaze with fury, leading the countless Qilin as they charged out from Qilin Mountain to confront the Dragon Clan. An unending bloodbath ensued between the dragons and the Qilin. Every moment, hundreds and thousands of dragons and Qilin fell. The blood of the Qilin mingled with that of the dragons, staining the primordial ground crimson. The heavens began to rain blood, and a foul wind howled through the air. The Dragon-Han calamity had descended in the heart of Yujing Mountain. Hong Jun opened his merciless eyes, casting a cold and indifferent gaze upon the countless beings perishing in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. The formidable deities and primordial beings began to awaken, observing the most grandiose battle since the dawn of creation. Yet they understood deeply that this conflict had not yet reached its zenith. The Phoenix clan, the dominant race among the 3 tribes, had yet to make its move. This terrifying battle swept across the entirety of Hongwang, and the Phoenix tribe, situated in the eastern part of this realm, could not escape its ramifications. However, without the command of their ancestral figure, the Phoenix clan dared not engage in the fray, only able to retreat under the relentless onslaught of the bloodthirsty dragon and Qilin tribes. Over countless epochs, they lost inch by inch of the land they once occupied. This moment, a multitude of quasi-saint deities from the Phoenix tribe soared above the immortal volcano, emitting sharp cries that reverberated through the heavens, as the very earth trembled with their relentless killing intent. Ancestral figure, let us engage in battle to end this conflict. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours. The Phoenix clan is inherently noble. Why should we share the resources of Hongwang with the Qilin and Dragon tribes? We, the Phoenix clan, are destined to be the sovereigns of this realm. Various branches of the Phoenix tribe, including the Ice Phoenix, Nirvana Phoenix, and Fire Phoenix, gathered at the immortal volcano, eager to fight, under the influence of celestial calamities and the weight of karmic retribution. Compounded by the deep-seated enmity among the 3 tribes, the Phoenix clan, traditionally averse to slaughter and self-proclaimed as noble, found their eyes aflame with rage. With piercing cries of battle, the echoes of their fierce resolve shattered the sky. Placing immense pressure upon Huang Tian in the Phoenix heavenly palace, Huang Tian transformed into a young man adorned in a resplendent robe of fiery phoenix feathers, his eyes darkened with an ominous glimmer of bloodshot intensity. In this moment, he truly felt the weight of insurmountable pressure. Despite having mentally prepared for this scenario, the reality of the situation revealed the sheer magnitude of the burden he bore. It was not merely the pressure from within his tribe. The Dragon-Han Catastrophe was a calamity of cosmic proportions, and when it descended, it unleashed boundless karmic forces upon the world. The ancestral figures of the 3 tribes were the first to bear the brunt. Endless karmic energy surged towards their ancestral figures like a raging torrent, clouding their minds and hearts, giving rise to an unquenchable thirst for bloodshed within their very souls. A mysterious voice incessantly whispered in their ears, "Fight. Annihilate the Qilin and Dragon tribes, and you shall be the sole sovereign of Hongwang. Unite the realm, and when the time comes, even Hong Jun and Yangmei shall bow at your feet, subject to your will." Visions of grandeur filled his mind, depicting him ascending to the throne of dominion over Hongwang, greeted by myriad races and adorned with myriad paths of power. It was as if he were living within this magnificent tableau, blurring the line between reality and illusion, a mere glimpse of a future that seemed within his grasp. "Huang Tian, I understand your concerns, but at this juncture, we can no longer afford to retreat." A breathtaking maiden approached, her voice as melodious as the song of a phoenix, yet tinged with an unmistakable coldness and murderous intent. Her phoenix-like eyes radiated a terrifying aura, a blood-red haze flickering within their depths. She was none other than the ancestral figure of the phoenix, Huang Tian. Clad in a robe of fiery phoenix feathers, her features were exquisitely crafted, flawless in every regard, with not a single imperfection to be found. Beneath her fair skin, a rosy glow emanated, and her swan-like neck, pristine and snow-white, exuded an aura of unparalleled nobility that compelled one to bow in reverence. as Huang Tian and Huang Tian stood side by side. One embodying yin and the other yang, one female and the other male, they represented the pinnacle of supremacy and nobility, as if they were a pair destined by the heavens. Huang Tian, we have done all that we can. We have sought counsel with Tian Yang and Shi Long on numerous occasions, yet they have repeatedly violated our Phoenix clan, disregarding our negotiations as inconsequential. Millions of phoenixes have perished at their hands, and countless female phoenixes have been subjected to the indignities wrought by those lascivious dragons. I can no longer endure this. Recently, the princess of the Ice Phoenix clan vanished without a trace. Just yesterday, I discovered her lifeless body in the Dragon tribe's territory, unmistakably a victim of their vile assault. Our Phoenix clan, so noble and exalted, should not be subjected to such humiliation by the Qilin and those lustful dragons. This is a deep-seated enmity steeped in blood. Every ounce of our dignity and every inch of our land has been reclaimed through the sacrifices of countless phoenixes under your leadership. Huang Tian. Yet now, we are continuously plundered by the Dragon and Qilin tribes, as the ancestral figures of the Phoenix clan. Our endless progeny watches us. How can we allow this? How can we let our people down? Huang Tian suddenly issued a fierce command, her eyes ablaze with wrath, crimson with fury. Huang Tian, command us to battle. Outside the Phoenix skies, the mighty deities of the Phoenix clan echoed her cries of anger. Ancestral figure. Let us engage in battle. Let us fight. Battle. The entire territory of the Phoenix clan resounded with the echoes of their fervent declarations, a tidal wave of martial spirit. This moment, it seemed as if an illusion had been cast. The Phoenix clan, united in purpose and brimming with martial fervor, was destined for victory. This scene, this chorus of battle cries, placed an overwhelming weight upon Huang Tian. Huang Tian's eyes were filled with bloodshot intensity as he gazed at the stunningly beautiful woman before him. Her visage radiating lethal elegance, he was on the verge of nodding in agreement, ready to utter the word battle. Yet the final moment, a flicker of primordial light from the Hongming, Shi Huang within his soul stirred, dispelling the karmic energy that sought to invade his essence. Silence. All of you, be silent. We must not engage in battle. In the final moments, Huang Tian emitted a fierce roar, suppressing the cacophony of phoenix cries that filled the sky. Huang Tian was momentarily stunned by the sudden outburst from Huang Tian. Huang Tian had always been the image of an elder brother, who had cared for her tenderly since the dawn of creation, providing her with boundless warmth. This was the first time she had ever witnessed Huang Tian's anger directed towards her. Under the weight of that roar, Huang Tian regained a flicker of consciousness, the blood-red hue in her eyes receding slightly, and she ceased to exert pressure on Huang Tian. She understood that throughout the endless years, Huang Tian was the very backbone of the Phoenix clan. He was the true sovereign of their lineage. Without the support of the Fengzhu, the formidable celestial beings beyond the Phoenix realm also halted their furious roars. However, their strength paled in comparison to that of Fengzhu, deeply tainted by the malevolent energies unleashed during the Longhorn calamity. Even Huang Tian's roar could not awaken them from their stupor. Yet, in the face of Fengzhu's authority, they dared not press further or impose any more pressure. Observing Huang Tian, who had been cowed by his fierce admonition, Huang Tian furrowed his brow, his heart softening. Huang Tian had been born alongside him, and they had relied on each other through the long passage of time. Huang Tian had always regarded Huang Tian as a beloved younger sister, showering her with affection and bestowing upon her the status of Fengzhu. Treating her as his equal, it was evident how deeply Huang Tian cherished Huang Tian. Their souls intertwined. He naturally inherited this sentiment. Yet, Huang Tian knew he could not afford to be soft-hearted at this moment. Even he had nearly succumbed to the overwhelming forces of karma during this grand calamity. Let alone Huang Tian and the rest of the Phoenix clan, he must take the most resolute and unyielding measures to turn the tide, ensuring that the Phoenix clan would not suffer devastating losses or even annihilation during this calamity. Fully aware of the dire consequences of the Longhorn disaster, he would not allow such a tragic scene to unfold. When visions of countless loyal subordinates falling from the skies, emitting mournful cries of death, and the land stained with Phoenix blood flashed in his mind, Huang Tian felt an unbearable pang of anguish and a surging tide of hatred. It was due to the selfishness of Hong Jun and those celestial beings that countless lives were lost. What profound selfishness and disregard for life. He could hardly bear to imagine Huang Tian perishing in this cataclysm. Her last anguished cries echoing as she vowed to seal the Phoenix clan within the eternal volcanic fires, never to emerge again. Huang Tian could scarcely fathom that the ever-kind and indulgent Huang Tian would watch her kin perish. Succumbing to despair and helplessness as the Phoenix clan faced extinction, ultimately leading her to utter such a vow. Perhaps at that moment, she felt hopeless, her heart extinguished, utterly disillusioned by the endless conflicts of the primordial world, leading her to seal the Phoenix clan away forever. That in this life, I shall not allow such a fate to befall us. Huang Tian roared within, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Tian's exquisite phoenix eyes. At that moment, her gaze still bore an inextinguishable crimson malevolence as she spoke solemnly. Huang Tian, with countless phoenixes lost, do I not harbor hatred as well? If I had the power, I would strike now, annihilating the Dragon and Qilin clans, and flaying those hidden puppeteers, ensuring they never reincarnate. Huang Tian clenched his teeth, his eyes ablaze with unquenchable fury and boundless resentment, roaring forth. Did he not share her hatred? Did he not yearn to lead the Phoenix clan into battle? Yet he could not. He understood that a single rash decision could cost innumerable Phoenix lives and lead to the eternal downfall of their clan. As the sovereign of the Phoenix lineage, he bore the responsibility for every Phoenix within it. Words must not be spoken lightly, and actions must not be taken recklessly. Every minor gesture required deep contemplation. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. That Huang Tian's roar was the first articulation of his inner thoughts. Huang Tian and the other phoenixes present were taken aback. From Huang Tian's words, they discerned the depth of the Fengzu's hatred and murderous intent, which far surpassed their own. Yet at this moment, the Phoenix clan lacked the strength to confront their adversaries. Huang Tian's voice grew cold. On the surface, the Dragon and Qilin clans possess greater strength than our Phoenix clan. In the shadows, countless powerful beings are watching us, ready to pounce and devour us. We find ourselves beset on all sides, that a battle for survival would exact a toll beyond our capacity to bear. It would squander the hard-earned legacy of our clan, built over countless years and sacrifices. Moreover, Huang Tian's gaze narrowed, fiery iridescence igniting within his eyes as he surveyed the vast primordial realm. There was another truth he had yet to utter. Following this battle, the Phoenix clan would lose all leverage to contend against those adversaries, left at their mercy, with annihilation merely a thought away. But he could not speak this truth, for he was uncertain whether Hong Jun and those unfathomable beings would sense his realization. At this moment, the Phoenix clan was far from possessing the means to confront them directly. They could not reveal that they had uncovered the identity of the true puppeteers. What the Phoenix clan needed most was to conceal their strength and bide their time. Huang Tian's words were sharp and decisive. That in his eyes burned a terrifying flame, exuding boundless authority. I could see that instant. He embodied the true sovereign of the Phoenix clan, radiating immense majesty. Huang Tian and the many powerful beings of the Phoenix clan fell into a contemplative silence. Under Huang Tian's analysis, they gradually regained their clarity. Every word he spoke rang true. However, the Dragon and Qilin clans were continuously encroaching upon their territory. Huang Tian lamented, her phoenix eyes scanning the heavens, tears welling up as she spoke. Without your command, each branch dares not resist, steadily retreating. The eastern lands of the primordial realm are what our Phoenix clan has tirelessly cultivated over countless millennia. Huang Tian, what shall we do? Huang Tian's heart ached, nearly suffocating her. If this continued, the Phoenix clan would lose endless territory and resources. This sentiment echoed the hearts of all powerful beings within the Phoenix clan. The eastern lands of the primordial realm were hard-won through the efforts of the Phoenix clan under Fengzu's leadership over billions of years. From the dawn of creation, they had survived countless trials, great calamities of gods and demons, ferocious beasts, only to finally claim their rightful place. Could they truly relinquish it so easily? Huang Tian, loss is but a pathway to gain. Our strength as the Phoenix clan remains, and the resources of land will eventually return to you. Protect these territories. Countless phoenixes have perished in defense, yet that would all be in vain. Huang Tian's gaze turned icy. Losing the lands fought for through innumerable trials was a pain he too felt. Yet in this moment he recalled a profound saying from a great figure of the future: to retain the people, but lose the land. Both people and land endure. To retain the land, but lose the people, both people and land are lost at 8T this moment. The situation faced by the Phoenix clan bears an uncanny resemblance to that of your. The Dragon and Shilin clans both possess a strength that eclipses that of the Phoenix clan. Surrounding them are the likes of Hong Jun, Luhu, and Yang Mei, ancient chaotic deities who lurk in the shadows. Observing intently in the western realms, the demonic sect has amassed an unfathomable depth of power, watching with keen interest. Meanwhile, the demon and shaman clans have been quietly gathering strength, plotting their ascent. Additionally, there are numerous other tribes of the primordial wilderness, both great and small. Even if the best outcome were to occur, with the Phoenix clan triumphing and driving the Dragon and Shilin clans from the heart of the primordial world, the severely weakened Phoenix clan would inevitably be beset upon by these rapacious and formidable beings, eager to divide the spoils. Their virtue does not match their position. The current might of the Phoenix clan renders the unification of the primordial world an utter impossibility. Furthermore, the heavenly calamity has descended upon them. The retreat of the three clans from the primordial realm is an unstoppable tide. Unless the Phoenix clan can muster the strength and resources to confront the entirety of the primordial chaos and the heavenly mandate, they will have no choice but to withdraw, biding their time until after the great calamity of Long Han to strategize anew. Huang Tian clenches fists, his gaze sweeping over the breathtaking Feng Tian and the Phoenix heavenly palace. Where his long-time familiar subordinates stood, flames ignited in his eyes, his resolve gradually solidifying. As long as they remained, there was still hope. Moreover, beyond the immortal Fire Mountain range lay vast expanses, occupying a significant portion of the eastern primordial territories. Rich in inexhaustible resources, since the dawn of creation, the Phoenix clan had claimed this land, exploring it for countless ages, and still had not reached the limits of its depths that it was upon this most suitable terrain. The immortal Fire Mountain, that the Phoenix clan had amassed the foundation of their power, emerging as the dominant force in the eastern primordial realm after the extinction of the Fierce Beast clan. Contending with the Dragon and Shilin clans, with a resounding Phoenix cry, the boundless true fire of rebirth surged through the heavens. Huang Tian transformed into his true form, unfurling his immense crimson wings. As if to eclipse the entirety of the eastern primordial territories, the Phoenix clan, the true sovereigns, spread their wings and shook the 9 heavens. An overwhelming aura swept across the primordial wilderness, all the great beings of the primordial realm. Watching the tumultuous clash between the Dragon and Shilin clans, felt a tremor in their hearts, turning their gaze toward the eastern expanse. Had Shi Huang finally reached the point of no return, prepared to engage in battle with the Dragon and Shilin clans? The chaotic clash among the three dominant forces would indeed mark the pinnacle of this conflict. Shi Long and Tianyang Shilin both felt a jolt of their spirits, their eyes igniting with terrifying malice. Although the war among the races had commenced, neither had yet made a move to their level of power. Any hint of weakness could be exploited by adversaries. Thus, they feared that engaging with Huang Tian would leave them vulnerable to his advantage. They awaited Huang Tian's next move. Upon witnessing Huang Tian's inability to restrain himself, the flames of life and death spread into the territories of the Phoenix clan, marking the first true emergence of their forms within the primordial realm. Their spirits surged, and their battle intentions ignited with fervor. For countless years, despite the ongoing disputes among the lower ranks of the three clans, the sovereigns of the three dominant races had never fought. This time, they aimed to make the primordial realm aware of who truly held the title of its strongest sovereign. Roar, roar, a mighty dragon's roar. A resounding cry of the Qilin. Shi Long and Tianyang Qilin both manifested in the world, colossal beings that towered above, their grandeur overwhelming, standing in a triangular formation. Huang Tian, let's fight, Shi Long bellowed, his sinuous black form crashing through the vast skies, shattering endless space. Each scale of his dragon form was larger than a mountain, infused with a shocking energy. Fight! In the Qilin mountain range, Tian Yang Qilin let out an enraged roar. Shaking the heavens and the earth, 4 of his hooves stood like celestial pillars, and a pair of Qilin horns pierced the ancient starry sky. His eyes burned like twin blazing suns, radiating an overwhelming intent to kill. Every inch of his scales possessed an astonishing power. Indeed, Huang Tian could not escape the terrifying schemes devised by Hong Jun. Concealed in the shadows, Yang Mei felt a shock within, observing the immense eyes of Huang Tian, which, despite being ablaze with terrifying crimson flames, revealed an underlying fury lurking deep within, as if he longed to slaughter all living beings. Yang Mei sighed inwardly, recognizing that this was undoubtedly anger directed toward the Dragon and Qilin clans. Yet, little did Yang Mei know that this was merely part of Hong Jun's intricate plotting, with the other clans serving as pawns in the grand scheme. It was likely that even after the demise of these 3 formidable figures, they would remain oblivious to the truth that Yang Mei's silent lament was not one of sympathy for the Phoenix clan, but rather a manifestation of his apprehension toward Hong Jun. He was uncertain whether they, as great beings, were also entangled within Hong Jun's machinations. All their reactions fell within his predictions, rendering them mere pieces in his game. If that were indeed the case, then Hong Jun's ability to scheme was utterly chilling, akin to an unfathomable abyss. The death of the 3 dominant races would undoubtedly generate enough malevolent energy for me to forge the 4 swords of extermination. The emergence of the 4 swords of extermination would mark the time when my demonic sect unifies the primordial realm. In the depths of the void, not far from Yang Mei, stood a being shrouded in dark mist, where countless shadowy apparitions seemed to scream in agony. This figure was tall, obscured in gender, yet exuded a formidable presence that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. It was none other than the infamous demon Lord Lu, whose name would eclipse even that of Hong Jun in the ages to come. With singular power, he battled against the myriad great beings of the primordial realm, draining the essence of the world and nearly slaying Hong Jun beneath his blade. In the annals of primordial mythology, only he could stand against Hong Jun. Hong Jun, you old immortal, you consider me, Yang Mei, and others as mere pawns. Yet you remain unaware that I am also leveraging your capabilities to orchestrate the downfall of the 3 clans, that I have long commanded the 4 guardians of my demonic sect to secretly gather the boundless malevolence, resentment, and killing intent generated from the battles and deaths of the 3 clans. Once I forge the ultimate weapon of slaughter within this world, who among you can stand against me? Not even you. Hong Jun, from within the demonic mist, Lu emitted a chilling, genderless laugh that reverberated through the heavens. In Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes, revealing boundless indifference. His spirit remained untouched by the blood-soaked primordial realm, as if the unfolding scene bore no relevance to him. With a cold gaze, Hong Jun glanced at the soaring phoenix, enveloped in endless rebirth flames, a smirk gracing his lips. Events were indeed unfolding as he had anticipated. Through his careful machinations, an ocean of blood feud had amassed among the 3 clans, an enmity so deep that even the waters of the primordial seas could not cleanse it. Furthermore, they would not allow the territories they had painstakingly cultivated to be engulfed by the flames of war from the other clans. Once the conflict between the Dragon and Qilin clans spilled into the Phoenix clan's domain, even the noble and wise Huang Tian would be compelled to raise the banner of war, driven by the pressures and hatreds of his kin. Ultimately, they were but a swarm of ants. Hong Jun murmured to himself, slowly closing his indifferent eyes. The course of the Long-Han calamity had long been predetermined by his subtle calculations, unworthy of his time and attention. The best outcome for the 3 clans would be the demise of their pinnacle powers, leading to their retreat from the primordial realm. From there, his sights would turn toward Yang Mei and the other chaotic deities. Such formidable beings were truly worthy of his full attention. Although Huang Tian, Shilong, and Tian Yang Qilin were exceptionally gifted in the eyes of this chaotic demon god, they remained mere insects, and no matter how they struggled, they could not escape his grasp. The Tao serves as my mirror. I am the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, Huang Tian. The voice of Huang Tian reverberated through the heavens, echoing across the vast expanse of the primordial world. In his eyes, divine flames blazed fiercely, piercing the sky as he surveyed the relentless slaughter and the countless fallen from the Dragon and Qilin clans. Billions of miles away, the primordial dragon and the celestial sun Qilin gazed upon him, awaiting the fateful battle that would determine their lives or deaths. In the shadows, an unknown number of powerful beings watched closely, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. Huang Tian sneered inwardly. Had he been the original Huang Tian, he might have succumbed to their desires. But this Huang Tian was not the same as before. He would not act according to their schemes. What did Huang Tian intend to do? Suddenly, he swore an oath to the great Tao, leaving the primordial dragon and the celestial sun Qilin utterly bewildered. Luo Hu, Yang Mei, and other mighty beings were equally shaken, unable to comprehend Huang Tian's intentions that on the eve of a life-and-death battle, to swear an oath to the great Tao. Was he driven mad by the overwhelming pressure? Upon hearing Huang Tian's declaration, Hong Jun furrowed his brow and opened his eyes. Even he could not fathom why Huang Tian would make such a vow at this moment. Nonetheless, he dismissed it as the actions of an insignificant insect. No matter how it floundered, it could not escape his grand design. Hong Jun murmured to himself, then turned his gaze back to Huang Tian, his eyes cold and indifferent. He was curious to see what this little phoenix intended to do at such a critical juncture in battle. In his view, under the weight of his countless years of plotting, Huang Tian had no path of retreat left. Today, perceiving the incompleteness of the primordial world, he vowed to lead the Phoenix clan away, to suppress the immortal volcano, and to complete the cosmic balance of the universe, a testament to the great Tao. Huang Tian's voice boomed like divine thunder, shaking the very foundations of the primordial realm. Hong Jun, Yang Mei, Luo Hu, and other formidable beings were left speechless. How could Huang Tian dare to abandon the vast lands he had painstakingly fought for over countless epochs, leading the Phoenix clan? Such a decision required unwavering resolve, akin to carving flesh from one's own body. Moreover, the three clans were only just beginning their chaotic battle, with victory still undecided, compounded by the deep-seated enmity between them. Surely, Huang Tian should gamble everything. If he won, he would become the sole overlord of the primordial world. How could he resist such temptation? Furthermore, even if he agreed, would his equal, the Phoenix ancestor Huang Tian, consent? Would the powerful beings of the entire Phoenix clan acquiesce? The words of Huang Tian echoed like a divine thunderclap in Hong Jun's mind, completely surpassing his expectations, calculations, and deductions. He was left utterly dumbfounded. Hong Jun, in shock, rose to his feet, his eyes flickering with myriad profound symbols as he attempted to deduce the situation. Yet, no matter how he calculated, even employing the heavenly treasure known as the creation jade plate, he could not fathom why Huang Tian would display such a drastically different demeanor. For billions of years, Hong Jun had been plotting since the dawn of creation, through the age of gods and demons. The era of ferocious beasts, when powers walked the earth, plucking stars and seizing moons, moving mountains and parting seas, annihilating heaven and earth. Despite their vast abilities, they could not escape his grasp. Under his machinations, they gradually diminished, fading into obscurity. Hong Jun had never anticipated that even the primordial dragon and the celestial sun Qilin would fall into his calculations, their fates entwined with the karmic retribution of the Dragon-Han calamity, leading them into a deadly conflict. Yet this little phoenix, whom he had never regarded with much seriousness, had taken actions that completely exceeded his expectations, behaving as if transformed. This was abnormal, indeed. Hong Jun, dumbfounded, focused intently on the divine phoenix engulfed in divine flames, realizing for the first time that he could not see through this little bird. The Dragon and Qilin clans were currently invading the territory of the Phoenix clan, lands painstakingly acquired over countless epochs. Moreover, under his design, there existed an unquantifiable enmity between the three clans, a blood feud that could not be washed away even with the waters of the primordial seas. The internal pressures on the Phoenix clan must have been immense. Coupled with the endless karmic retribution and malevolent energy from the Dragon-Han calamity, How could Huang Tian possibly extricate himself and make such a grand vow to the great Tao? This was abnormal. Did Huang Tian discover that he was the one behind the schemes? As this thought crossed his mind, Hong Jun furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Yet, despite racking his brain, he could not discern when he had revealed any flaw in a sense. He had guided Huang Tian and Feng Tian billions of years ago. Both had shown him great respect and admiration for his cultivation, often visiting to seek his guidance. Each time, he had generously shared insights with the siblings, allowing them to return laden with knowledge. In his eyes, these two were already as good as doomed. Bestowing them a small favor would not affect the grand scheme. Furthermore, it would help him establish an image of a hidden sage among the myriad beings of the primordial realm, for foolish beings often place their faith in the mysterious and the widely spoken. This would solidify a foundation for his future teachings and doctrines, a double benefit. And why not? After a moment, Hong Jun shook his head. After countless iterations of deduction and recollection, he was certain he had not revealed a hint of weakness. Otherwise, with the accumulated wisdom of the primordial dragon and the celestial sun Qilin over countless years, they would have surely perceived the subtle signs, and the situation would not have escalated to this point. After all, even a pig could attain intelligence after eons of existence. How much more so for the primordial dragon and the celestial sun Qilin, such formidable figures who led the three clans from obscurity to prominence, stepping over the bones of countless races to claim the title of overlord of the primordial world. Their accumulated wisdom was vast as the ocean, though he did not know how Huang Tian arrived at such a decision. It could not possibly be due to seeing through him. Thus, there was only one explanation. Huang Tian was afraid of death and dared not confront the Dragon and Qilin clans, the esteemed ruler of the Phoenix clan. The sovereign Huang was indeed terrified of death, inadvertently shattering his grand design, but a smirk crept on Hong Jun's lips as he regarded the soaring phoenix, murmuring, "But your vow to the great Tao is nothing short of a path to self-destruction." The countless branches of the Phoenix clan, the myriad phoenixes, and the 100 powerful beings, along with the equal Feng Tian, will they heed your words, O sovereign, to swear an oath to the great Tao, while failing to fulfill, it will only result in divine retribution. Truly, you seek your own demise, Huang Tian. With this thought, Hong Jun let out a cold laugh, resuming his seat on the meditation mat. Even if his plots had been inadvertently disrupted, so what? Ultimately, he was but an insect, unable to defy the heavens that a race is composed of countless independent wills. When the will of a sovereign contradicts the collective will of the entire clan, the only outcome is abandonment and overthrow. Huang Tian's fearful actions, in his view, were akin to willingly walking into a dead end, and kneeling in fear would only ensure he was remembered with disdain for eternity. This moment, a phoenix soared through the heavens, its cry resonating through the skies, accompanied by an infinite array of colors. It flew alongside Huang Tian, the two phoenixes harmonizing in their flight. One was the sovereign Huang, and the other, Feng Tian, soaring together in the vast expanse. The two magnificent phoenixes, exuding unparalleled nobility and boundless might, radiated a 9-colored divine light. Their feathers, harder than divine gold, shattered the endless space. Sovereign Feng, heeding the command of sovereign Huang, shall withdraw from the primordial realm, guarding the immortal volcano and completing the primordial world, a testament to the great Tao. Feng Tian's melodious yet cold voice reverberated through the heavens, shaking the entire primordial realm. The two supreme rulers of the Phoenix clan spoke in unison, willing to relinquish the vast eastern lands they had acquired over countless epochs, retreating to the immortal volcano. The entirety of the primordial beings, the infinite dragons, the Qilins, and various hidden races and powerful beings were left in utter astonishment. Had the sovereign Huang and sovereign Feng gone mad? To make such a reckless decision simultaneously is truly astounding. Are they aware of what they are relinquishing? It is the boundless primordial land, rich with infinite opportunities, celestial treasures, and countless spiritual and ultimate artifacts. One must understand that, at this moment, the primordial expanse continues to foster an unending supply of these treasures. This is the position of supremacy that countless primordial races aspire to and yearn for. Huang Tian has lost his mind, and Feng Tian has tooed. in the blood-red eyes of Shi Long and Tian Yang Qilin. A hint of crimson has faded, and their murderous aura has slightly diminished. They stand dumbfounded by the actions of Huang Tian and Feng Tian, utterly perplexed as to how they could make such a seemingly insane decision. Concealed in the shadows, the formidable beings of the primordial realm, Luo Ho, Yang Mei Lao Zhu, Yin Yang Lao Zhu, and Xian Kun Lao Zhu, are all taken aback. No matter how hard they ponder, they cannot comprehend why Huang Tian would make such a choice at this juncture. The great war among the three races has only just commenced. Any rational being, faced with the singular, supreme position of dominance in the primordial realm, would surely contemplate seizing the opportunity. Yet, Huang Tian, in his cowardice, dares not even make that attempt, opting instead to withdraw from the competition for supremacy. If that were not enough, another equal of his, Shi Feng of the Phoenix clan, has audaciously voiced agreement with his sentiment. How could this be possible? Hong Jun roars in fury, his eyes widening as he rises abruptly from his cushion. His roar resonates across the heavens, shaking the towering Yujing Mountain, where countless beings perish from shock. The firmament trembles, and countless stars fall from the sky. One can only imagine the turmoil within Hong Jun's heart at this moment, leading one who typically regards himself as above all else, viewing life as mere pawns, to act in such a manner. Hong Jun cannot fathom why Feng Tian, affected by the great calamity, would also consent to Huang Tian's cowardly approach. An ominous feeling begins to stir within him. However, there is no time for further contemplation. The ramifications of a single sovereign's retreat would be significant, but now, with two sovereigns of the Phoenix clan voicing their agreement, the consequences could be dire. Hong Jun's gaze deepens into shadow, penetrating the space toward the depths of the immortal fire mountain. Feng Tian, thank you. After a prolonged silence, Huang Tian gazes at the noble phoenixes swirling around him and speaks slowly. He is acutely aware of the perilous nature of his previous actions. Even as a sovereign of the Phoenix clan, and after extensive discussions with many great powers of his lineage, he knows that every being possesses a propensity for risk, especially when faced with the sole position of supremacy in the primordial realm, compounded by the infinite blood feuds against the Dragon and Qilin clans and the external pressures of the impending calamity. Yet he holds only a 20% chance of leading the Phoenix clan to retreat to the immortal Fire Mountain. Having foreseen the outcome of the calamity, he, inheriting all of Huang Tian's emotions, cannot bear to watch the Phoenix clan edge closer to desperation. Thus, he must take the gamble. Feng Tian cannot read his mind as if she were a parasite within him, and he cannot elaborate further at this moment. Nevertheless, despite the immense pressure from within the Phoenix clan and the influence of the calamity, Feng Tian resolutely chooses to trust and support him. How could he not be moved? No matter what decision you make, I stand by you. The voice of the Phoenix is crisp and proud. Moreover, after all these years of being the primordial sovereign, I have grown weary of the endless disputes that in contrast, I cherish the time we spent in the immortal Fire Mountain. Huang Tian falls silent. He understands completely that Feng Tian is trying to comfort him, fearing he might feel guilt. Which sovereign would wish to lead their race into retreat? Feng Tian is no exception. To watch as she relinquishes the land she has fought for over countless years, only to be occupied by their enemies, the Qilin and Dragon clans, is a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, it is this unconditional trust and deep-rooted acceptance that truly moves him. Feng Tian, you believe in me. After a lengthy silence, Huang Tian gazes intently into Feng Tian's exquisite, noble eyes and solemnly vows, the loss we endure now is to secure greater gains in the future. One day, I shall lead you and the entire Phoenix clan to ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm, freeing you from worries, strife, and endless slaughter. Though Huang Tian's words are not grand, they resonate with a weight that shakes the very heavens. What he requires is time. He possesses the vast knowledge and memories of the future concerning the primordial realm at his disposal. Moreover, he has a glimmer of insight from the primordial level of Shi Huang, containing boundless mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Given time, he can leverage these assets to gradually reverse the dire situation of the Phoenix clan and restore their former glory. Even though he is fully aware of the arduous path ahead, His enemies will be formidable: Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, Yinyang Lao Zhu, and others, including terrifying figures he has yet to hear of. The Dragon Clan, the Qilin Clan, the Wu and Yao clans, and even the human race, which, despite being destined to be the protagonists of the primordial realm, have become mere puppets in the hands of Hong Jun and the future Six Saints. All these are the dreadful adversaries he must face to elevate the Phoenix clan to the highest peak of existence. However, he solemnly utters this vow. Huang Tian, your expression seems burdened. Huang Tian's melodious laughter echoes across the sky. Not directly responding to Huang Tian's promise, she understands the weight of his commitment and does not wish to place undue pressure on him, for she knows all too well the sacrifices Huang Tian has made over countless years to protect the Phoenix clan since the dawn of creation. One Phoenix, one Phone, spiraling together in the cosmos, spreading infinite hues of the nine-colored divine light, as if in response to the great Tao. The promise of the Phoenix clan's imminent withdrawal from the primordial realm to retreat to the immortal Fire Mountain fills the air with noble nine-colored brilliance, creating a unique landscape amidst the darkened, blood-soaked primordial world that it seems to bring a glimmer of hope to this realm steeped in slaughter and carnage. They have lost their minds, utterly mad. Shi Long and Tianyang Qilin instantly shift their gaze toward the immortal mountain range. Hong Jun, Luo Ho, and all the great powers fix their eyes on the eastern part of the primordial realm, the immortal Fire Mountain range. The great powers of the Phoenix clan, millions of phoenixes, will follow the decisions made by their two sovereigns. Can this truly be perceived as a cowardly decision? The Phoenix clan, the Ice Phoenix branch, obeys the decree of Shi Huang, withdrawing from the primordial realm to guard the immortal Fire Mountain, thus completing the primordial domain. After a moment of silence, in response to the harmonious call of the two sovereigns above, the long-silent great powers of the Phoenix clan, led by the Ice Phoenix branch, take flight. He, the king of the Ice Phoenix branch, has followed Huang Tian for countless years that I, the Ice Phoenix, will forever believe in the decision of Shi Huang. As these words leave his lips, the blood-red malevolence gathered in the icy eyes of the Ice Phoenix gradually dissipates, and countless icy feathers fall like a torrential rain. The Ice Phoenix branch heeds the command, retreating from the primordial realm. As the voice of the Ice Phoenix echoes, over 1 million Ice Phoenixes take to the skies in the eastern part of the primordial realm. An endless cascade of exquisite, noble ice rain descends upon the primordial world, following the king of the Ice Phoenixes. The Phoenix clan, the Nirvana Phoenix branch, respects the decree of Shi Huang, withdrawing from the primordial realm to safeguard the immortal Fire Mountain, thus completing the primordial domain. Following the Ice Phoenix, another significant branch responds. The king of the Nirvana Phoenix branch, the Nirvana Foam Bird. The Nirvana Foam Bird, bearing boundless nirvana, sacred fire, and possessing ultimate vitality, spirals beneath Shi Huang and Shi Foam. The Nirvana Phoenix branch obeys the command, withdrawing from the primordial realm. In the next moment, millions of reborn phoenixes soared from the primordial earth, forsaking the lands they had guarded for countless years. They followed the two great ancestors gliding through the heavens, emitting melodious and noble cries of the Phoenix. With the guidance of these two divine beings, hundreds of Phoenix clan practitioners led their respective branches, all responding in unison. In an instant, the eastern expanse of the primordial land was filled with a myriad of colorful phoenixes, all taking flight from the ancient earth. Thank you for your trust, thought Huang Tian, his eyes tinged with bloodshot as he beheld the endless phoenixes trailing behind him. Under his and Huang Tian's leadership, the Phoenix clan resolutely abandoned the eastern realms they had occupied for eons. A magnificent scene unfolded across the primordial cosmos as billions of phoenixes, guided by the two sovereigns, forged a vibrant torrent, heading towards the easternmost edges of the primordial realm, the immortal volcano, gradually one of the dominant powers that had shaken the primordial world. The Phoenix clan vanished from the epicenter of the great struggle. They temporarily departed from the ceaseless turmoil of the primordial realm. With a resounding boom, as the last phoenix disappeared from the heavens, the great Tao resonated, showering the land with myriad strands of purple energy, heralding a celestial blessing. This was a testament to the grand deeds of the primordial sovereigns, which spared countless beings from death and garnered recognition. Endless streams of profound merit descended from the heavens, cascading upon the easternmost immortal volcano, the height of its power. The Phoenix clan boldly committed themselves to perfecting the primordial realm, safeguarding its borders and stabilizing the cosmic order. In that moment, the primordial universe seemed to attain a newfound solidity. Unlike the Phoenix clan, which nearly faced extinction in the later ages, with scarcely a few quasi-saints remaining, their impact on the perfection of the primordial realm was minimal. Now, however, two peak ancestors stood alongside hundreds of mighty practitioners and an infinite host of phoenixes, a far cry from the past. Their contribution to the primordial realm was monumental. The heavenly Tao unleashed a terrifying aura of profound merit, nearly shrouding the entire eastern sky of the primordial land in shadow. To be so cowardly and still receive the acknowledgement of the primordial realm, resulting in such a grand manifestation of merit. How laughable, remarked the indifferent demon ancestor, his voice brimming with uncontainable fury, wishing he could strike down the sovereign phoenix with a single blow. Sovereign Phoenix's maneuver not only disrupted Hong Jun's scheming, but also unraveled his plans. The absence of the Phoenix clan's malevolence and bloodlust significantly delayed the crafting of the four swords to exterminate immortals. It could be said that the trajectory of the primordial realm's development was irrevocably altered the moment Huang Tian vowed to lead the Phoenix clan into seclusion. Like a butterfly flapping its wings at the southern edge of the primordial realm, a gentle motion could incite a catastrophic storm in the north. No one could foresee how the primordial realm would evolve from that point onward. Yet, at this moment, Sovereign Phoenix led the Phoenix clan towards the perfection of the primordial realm, accumulating boundless merit that he understood that any action taken against the Phoenix clan could entangle him in endless karmic repercussions, potentially invoking divine retribution. Though the arrogant Hu felt no fear, the watchful eyes of Hong Jun and several other mighty beings made him cautious in his approach. The three dominant races had occupied the primordial realm for countless eons, amassing immense fortunes that if they could extinguish life at will, the primordial beings would have long been annihilated by these powerful entities. If I had the four swords to exterminate immortals in hand right now, why would I be so restrained? Luahu roared, shattering the void with his voice, causing the heavens to tremble. Sovereign Phoenix, you have thwarted my grand ambitions. You deserve 1,000 deaths for your treachery, such magnificent merit. If only it were mine, he mused. This immense merit was unprecedented since the dawn of creation, second only to the merit bestowed upon Pangu when he separated heaven and earth. If granted to him, his strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights, freeing him from the constraints of Hong Jun's schemes. Yet, it was given to a mere Phoenix clan, dividing the vast merit into 5 portions. Sovereign Phoenix took the lead, claiming 4/5 of the profound merit, while Sovereign Feng received 1/5. Hundreds of mighty practitioners and rulers from the Phoenix clan's branches collectively shared the remaining fraction, with a portion merging into the bodies of billions of phoenixes. The last fraction infused the immortal volcano's mountain range, transforming the once desolate and charred landscape into a vibrant realm teeming with life. Endless spiritual veins emerged from beneath the earth, and the innate spiritual energy flowed like liquid, cascading into waterfalls and rivers throughout the immortal volcano's range. Countless spiritual trees, herbs, and resources flourished, enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy. At this moment, the immortal volcano's mountain range resembled a celestial paradise, its spiritual essence surpassing that of the central primordial realm. Under the influence of such vast merit, the Phoenix clan's strength began to surge dramatically. Hundreds of mighty practitioners, at varying stages of quasi-sainthood, experienced a significant boost in their power. The 6 rulers of the 3 strongest branches, the Ice Phoenix, the Fire Phoenix, and the Rebirth Phoenix, who were already at the pinnacle of the mid-stage quasi-saint realm, ascended together to the late-stage quasi-saint realm, their power exponentially enhanced. Sovereign Phoenix possesses great vision. The Rebirth Phoenix, am far inferior. The Rebirth Phoenix, transformed into a man, sighed, his gaze ablaze with fervor as he fixated on the majestic Phoenix Palace hovering above the immortal volcano. Upon the return of the entire Phoenix clan to the immortal volcano, The two sovereigns entered the Phoenix Palace. On the surface, they heeded Sovereign Phoenix's command, but it was more a submission to his authority and the trust accumulated over countless years. Deep down, however, there remained a sense of resistance. After all, the eastern expanse of the primordial realm was vast, rich in spiritual energy, and abundant in treasures. To abandon it so suddenly was a tremendous loss. Yet now, the rebirth Phoenix couldn't help but marvel at Sovereign Phoenix's foresight. His actions not only spared the Phoenix clan from immeasurable losses, but also significantly advanced their power with the Immortal Volcano. Their ancestral land, giving rise to endless resources. The Fire Phoenix transformed into a tall figure, his long crimson hair flowing like flames, murmuring to himself. The quasi-saint realm is divided into stages: early, mid, late, and peak, with power levels differing immensely, making it difficult to quantify. The Phoenix clan suddenly boasted 6 late-stage quasi-saints, while the remaining mighty practitioners all advanced a step forward. The enhancement in strength was simply incalculable. It is worth noting that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are renowned as the 3 dominant races of the primordial realm. Yet among the late-stage quasi-saints, there were only 6: Sovereign Dragon, Candle Dragon, Tianyang Qilin, Tianyin Qilin, Sovereign Phoenix, and Sovereign Foam. Sovereign Dragon, Tianyang Qilin, and Sovereign Phoenix were at the peak of the late-stage quasi-saint realm. However, with only 2 late-stage quasi-saint from each clan, they had established their positions as the dominant races of the primordial realm over millions of years. Occupying a significant portion of its resources, the 6 rulers of the Phoenix clan, previously stuck at the peak of the mid-stage quasi-saint realm, had been unable to break through to the late stage for countless epochs. It is easy to imagine how terrifying it would be for the Phoenix clan to suddenly have 6 late-stage quasi-saints, without considering the 4 rulers of the Dragon and Qilin clans. The Phoenix clan alone could challenge both the Dragon and Qilin races. The Ice Phoenix, will forever trust Sovereign Phoenix. The Ice Phoenix transformed into a strikingly handsome man with flowing blue ice strands cascading from his head. Wore an expression of utter indifference. He dismissed the words of nirvana and heavenly fire with disdain. Just moments ago, he had taken the lead, obeying the commands of Huang Tian. Upon his utterance, nirvana and heavenly fire were left visibly embarrassed, their faces contorting into awkward smiles. In that fleeting moment, influenced by hatred and the heavy burden of karmic retribution, they had indeed harbored a fleeting doubt regarding Shi Huang. Thus, even though the Ice Phoenix's words carried a hint of sarcasm, they dared not retort, instead engulfed by a profound sense of shame. They cursed themselves internally for having doubted Shi Huang, deeming it utterly disgraceful. Nearby, a group of immensely powerful beings who had reaped great benefits also felt an overwhelming sense of shame. "You 3 rascals, why do you attribute all the credit to Lord Shi Huang?" At that moment, overhearing the conversation among the 3 male phoenixes, 3 female phoenixes, who had also ascended to the late stage of quasi-saint, expressed their dissatisfaction. The Heavenly Fire Phoenix and Nirvana Phoenix glared at them, while the Ice Phoenix, resembling a solitary snow plum blooming amidst the cold, transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful yet frigid woman, furrowed her brow and cast a disapproving glance. Lord Shi Huang's contributions were unparalleled, yet Princess Shi Feng had, at a critical juncture, unconditionally chosen to trust Lord Shi Huang without hesitation. The Heavenly Fire Phoenix, taking the form of a stunningly beautiful woman with an alluring figure, glared at the phoenixes with wide eyes and a defiant stance, exclaiming, "You have gone too far. I must inform Sister Shi Feng, so she can teach you a lesson." Nirvana Phoenix, embodying her namesake, resembled a girl reborn from the ashes, puffing her cheeks in indignation. However, beneath her youthful and adorable exterior, she wielded the terrifying power to obliterate landscapes with a mere wave of her hand, having attained considerable might at the late stage of quasi-saint. Excluding the hidden capabilities of other formidable beings, she was among the most powerful in the vast wilderness. Their words were but expressions of discontent regarding the phoenixes, attributing all accolades to Shi Huang. Nevertheless, their exquisite phoenix eyes brimmed with boundless admiration for him. Even in their restored state of clarity, they could scarcely fathom the immense pressure Lord Shi Huang faced amidst the overwhelming waves of terror from within the Phoenix clan. It was with immense fortitude and wisdom that he vowed upon the grand path, leading the Phoenixes to retreat from the vortex of life and death, ultimately garnering tremendous advantages to this moment. Shi Huang's reputation within the Phoenix clan soared to unprecedented heights. Over the past eons, as the Phoenixes grew increasingly proud and dismissive due to their rapid ascendance in power after seizing the eastern regions of the wilderness, they had begun to temper their arrogance. How mistaken you are! Did we say anything? Upon hearing Nirvana Phoenix as threat, the quasi-saint late-stage Phoenixes recoiled, chuckling nervously while gazing skyward, feigning ignorance. Lord Shi Huang had always maintained a low profile, with the affairs of the clan managed primarily by Princess Shi Feng. When he appeared among the Phoenixes, it was a rare occurrence. If Nirvana Phoenix truly reported to Princess Shi Feng, the formidable beings would undoubtedly feel a chill, their minds flashing back to past horrors. How terrifying! Lord Shi Huang, your prestige has once again soared to great heights, while these fellows are quietly gossiping about you. In the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, Huang Tian chuckled behind her hand as she observed the scene outside, her beautiful and regal phoenix eyes sparkling with mirth. Yet, amid her amusement, a sense of trepidation lingered within her heart. She felt a pang of fear for her previous inexplicable impulse. That moment. It was as if a voice had been urging her to lead the Phoenix clan and challenge the supremacy of the wilderness. Ultimately, this culminated in her rallying numerous Phoenix clan rulers to confront Huang Tian. Had a great battle truly erupted, given the strength of the Phoenix clan at that time, they would likely have been among the first to face annihilation. Reflecting on this now sent shivers down her spine. In her awakened state, as a fellow ruler of the Phoenix clan, she deeply understood the immense pressure Huang Tian faced when confronted with her and the many rulers at her side. Were she in his position, she would likely have been crushed beneath the overwhelming unity and force of will. Huang Tian hesitated, unable to meet his calm gaze. You were merely influenced by the karmic effects of the great calamity. Huang Tian regarded her with a gentle smile, subtly shaking his head, interrupting her words of apology. Having gained 2 layers of immense merit, why not focus on seclusion and strive for a breakthrough to the pinnacle of quasi-saint? With your current pace of cultivation, not even the immeasurable calamities could suppress me. Huang Tian, just you wait. Once I achieve the pinnacle of quasi-saint, I will suppress you and make you call me sister. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian shot Huang Tian a furious glare, her anger boiling over as she transformed into her phoenix form and soared into the mouth of the undying volcano. She was already at the 8th level of the late stage of quasi-saint, just a step away from the 9th level's pinnacle. With the acquisition of such a substantial merit boost, breaking through to the 10th level of quasi-saint and achieving the peak of divine power was highly probable. At that moment, no one in the wilderness openly possessed such peak divine power. The strongest were Lord Shi Huang, Shi Long, and the Tianyang Qilin, all at the late stage of quasi-saint, pinnacle of the 9th level. The thought of potentially surpassing Huang Tian and Shi Long to achieve the 10th level of quasi-saint before them filled Huang Tian with immense excitement. She could hardly contain the image of herself triumphantly besting Huang Tian in her mind. For countless ages, Huang Tian had cared for her, sheltering her under his wings. Huang Tian's greatest dream throughout these eons had been to rise up as the elder sister and give Huang Tian a good thrashing. After all, she was now a dignified Phoenix ancestor, yet he still treated her like a child. Witnessing Huang Tian storming into the undying volcano in a fit of rage, Huang Tian could only shake his head in resignation. Having lived together for countless years, he was intimately aware of Huang Tian's thoughts from the era of the primordial gods and demons, when they were newly born and their powers feeble, merely at the level of tiny golden immortals. They were no different from 2 ordinary birds in a time when the great Tao was as inconsequential as a dog. In those chaotic days, with no dominator over the realms, gods and demons roamed unchecked, and slaughter was a constant occurrence. Huang Tian, fearing for his only sister's safety, forcibly restricted Huang Tian's movements to a small area surrounding the undying volcano. Within reach of his protective grasp, back then, Huang Tian was still imbued with the temperament of a young girl from later generations, rife with rebelliousness, unwilling to remain under Huang Tian's watchful eye throughout the day. To this, Huang Tian simply remarked, "When you can defeat me, I shall grant you the freedom to roam. Until then, remain obedient within the confines of the undying volcano." Thus, in pursuit of freedom, Huang Tian declared her intent to thrash Huang Tian and to assume the mantle of the elder sister, embarking on a rigorous training regime. This ultimately led to the emergence of Huang Tian, the first phoenix of the Phoenix clan, one of the 6 esteemed figures at the peak of quasi-saint powers in the vast wilderness. Noble, exalted, divine, supreme, and sanctified. These became synonymous with Huang Tian in the primordial world, commanding respect and reverence throughout an entire era in later generations. The illustrious name of the Phoenix ancestor garnered admiration from countless descendants of Yan and Huang, who yearned for the glories of that age. Yet, unbeknownst to the myriad beings of the primordial realm, the rise of the Phoenix ancestor stemmed from a mere fleeting obsession, the desire to thrash her brother, Huang Tian. According to the original trajectory of the primordial world, this would have become her lifelong fixation. Had it not been for Huang Tian's rebirth, he would have perished during the cataclysmic battle of the 3 clans amidst the Dragon-Han calamity. In the final moments, the esteemed Phoenix ancestor, enveloped in despair, saw through the heavenly laws and made a solemn vow. The Phoenix clan shall never emerge from the primordial realm until that moment. The near-death Phoenix ancestor's emotions and thoughts remain a mystery to all. For, while the other 2 clans, the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, also made grand oaths to protect the 4 seas and the far north of the primordial realm, fulfilling the heavenly laws and securing a sliver of survival, their vows did not echo the phrase "never to emerge." Though, after achieving completeness in the heavens, the Phoenix clan could not easily traverse beyond the undying volcano range to vie for supremacy in the primordial world. A glimmer of ambition to revive could still be discerned in their words that it was evident that the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan were unwilling to accept defeat. Only the Phoenix clan, since that pivotal moment, remained forever bound to the undying volcano, never defying the vow of the Phoenix ancestor, in this lifetime, I shall not permit such a tragic fate to befall Huang Tian once more. Contemplating Huang Tian's original fate in the primordial realm, Huang Tian felt as if his heart were gripped tightly by an enormous hand, its fingers constricting painfully, nearly suffocating him. The visage and essence of Huang Tian flickered through his mind. Alongside countless other phoenixes of the clan, he could scarcely bear to imagine a day when the Phoenix clan might meet a similar fate. Countless phoenixes falling amidst the chaos of the heavens. If it were possible, Huang Tian would prefer that the Phoenix clan never set foot in the primordial realm, that if need be, for the sake of the Phoenix clan, he would willingly bow his head and pledge to Hong Jun, Luo Ho, and all other formidable beings that the Phoenix clan would never emerge. Yet, as the supreme master of the primordial realm, Huang Tian deeply understood that no one could slumber peacefully beside the bed of the Tao. Should he truly vow to the great Tao that the Phoenix clan would never emerge, it would amount to enclosing them in a vast prison, with their limbs shackled, passively enduring assaults, as long as the Phoenix clan possessed power. Those great races and powerful entities, Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and others, would never feel at ease that in times of opportunity or weakness, they might feign agreement, but once the moment arrived, they would strike without hesitation, delivering devastating blows to the Phoenix clan. Unless the Phoenix clan were to suffer the same fate as in their previous lives, they could never pose a threat to them. This was also why Huang Tian did not invoke the phrase "never to emerge" when he made his solemn vow to the heavenly laws. For if the situation escalated to such a degree, the Phoenix clan would be left defenseless, unable to retaliate even slightly. Huang Tian was convinced that his current thoughts mirrored those of Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Shilong, Tianyang Qilin, and many other formidable beings, as well as the still ascending Wu and Yao clans that, in the face of threats, no high-ranking individual would tolerate the slightest mercy. Those who were soft-hearted could never reach such heights. Countless epochs ago, even if the Phoenix clan abhorred conflict, it was he who led them, treading upon the corpses of countless races, their feet soaked in the blood of myriad beings to this juncture. In the primordial realm, only those with power could secure a stable existence. Without sufficient strength to stand atop the pinnacle, one could never attain true safety. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, epitomizes the harsh reality of the primordial era. One could not predict when, perhaps merely from the collision of two mighty consciousnesses, billions of lives could be extinguished in an instant. For Huang Tian. For those phoenixes who follow me, for the entirety of the Phoenix clan, to avoid calamity, I would not hesitate to confront the entire primordial realm. Huang Tian muttered to himself, halting his train of thought. The Dragon-Han calamity was upon them, with the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan engaged in fierce battles. The demon cult was amassing strength in the west, biding its time. The Phoenix clan had forsaken the eastern part of the primordial realm, retreating to the undying volcano range, where Luo Ho and his demon cult resided, and for the time being, Hong Jun's gaze would not yet turn towards the Phoenix clan. He must seize the fleeting period ahead to develop himself and the Phoenix clan's current strength and foundation to their utmost limits, preparing for the impending chaotic era and the potential upheaval his actions could incite. Huang Tian could not presently foresee whether leading the Phoenix clan at its zenith out of the primordial realm would trigger a chain reaction. While observing the unfolding events, he devoted himself entirely to enhancing his own strength. Primordial beginnings, the spirit light of the Phoenix. Huang Tian turned his attention inward, his eyes brimming with boundless anticipation. This moment. A tiny, deep purple star floated within his mind. Like a purple celestial body, its brilliance was entirely contained, profound and enigmatic. Though minuscule, it seemed to harbor a world within that rivaled the primordial realm, filled with infinite mysteries awaiting his exploration and discovery. In the countless myths and legends of later generations, there was no trace of information from the primordial era, yet all the essence coalesced into this single point of spirit light before the demise of the initial Phoenix. It carried with it my soul, traversing the legendary river of time, reborn as Huang Tian. Please do not let me down. Huang Tian murmured to himself, unable to resist probing into the depths of the mysteries that lay within. The immense merit of 50% bestowed by the heavenly Tao was completely absorbed by the primordial Phoenix spirit light the moment it entered his body, leaving him with not even a trace. This formidable merit, second only to the cosmic merit of Panga's creation of the world, astonished even the most powerful beings like Ancestor Yang. May.1 can only imagine its vastness if all of this profound merit were to be utilized for his cultivation. Huang Tian was confident that he could at least break through to the pinnacle of the ninth heaven in the late stages of quasi-saint, and perhaps even attain the legendary perfection of the 12th heaven. Yet this overwhelming merit was entirely consumed by that tiny glimmer of light. Without a significant reward, he would likely be driven to madness. The age of primordial chaos, a time before chaos manifested, was filled with endless mysteries. In that chaotic era, the 3,000 demons and divine beasts, as well as the great Tao and heavenly Tao, were birthed in the age of the wilderness. Even the most enigmatic era of gods and demons has left but whispers in later generations. However, there is not a single shred of information about the age of primordial chaos. A prophet of the wilderness, Huang Tian, with a heart full of trepidation, slowly immersed his consciousness into the primordial Phoenix spirit light. At this moment, on the other side, the formidable beings of the wilderness, Shilong and Tianyang Qilin, witnessed the complete withdrawal of the Phoenix clan from the struggle at the center of the wilderness. Especially for Shilong and Tianyang Qilin, who stood on equal footing with Huang Tian, leading their respective clans to rise in the wilderness. Their hearts were like surging tsunamis, shaking the heavens and the earth. After enduring countless epics and trials, their minds were now unable to regain tranquility. Huang Tian had truly made the resolute decision to lead the Phoenix clan away from the wilderness, voluntarily relinquishing their pursuit of dominion over the land. Shilong's eyes were filled with astonishment. The impact of this decision was nothing short of earth-shattering. Faced with immense internal pressures from his clan and the impending calamity of the heavens, he momentarily regained clarity amidst this overwhelming shock and began to think rationally. As a fellow sovereign of the clan, he understood deeply what this decision entailed and the immense resolve and willpower required. The position of dominion over the wilderness promised boundless resources, with the entirety of heaven and earth bowing beneath one's feet. What a terrifying allure held! Was Huang Tian truly fearful of death, or did he harbor other intentions? A profound meaning flickered in Shilong's colossal eyes that he, along with Huang Tian and Tian Yangqilan, had engaged in countless years of open and covert struggles over the position of dominion in the wilderness. The ones who know you best are often your enemies. Ancestor Long understood Huang Tian well. He was undoubtedly a figure brimming with wisdom and ambition. Leading the Phoenix clan to annihilate the Qilin and Dragon clans had always been his grandest aspiration. The reason he frequently sought discussions with Shilong and Tianyang Qilin was simply due to his lack of confidence in eliminating the two clans. Had he possessed sufficient strength, he would have undoubtedly wiped them out without hesitation. Now, at this critical juncture of the three clans' decisive battle, faced with the blood feud against the Dragon and Qilin clans and the immense pressure from countless phoenixes, coupled with the temptation of dominion over the heavens, Huang Tian seemed to have suddenly found clarity, pledging a grand vow to relinquish everything for the sake of perfecting the wilderness and suppressing the indestructible volcanic mountains. Everything about this felt amiss. This overlord, who had ascended through countless rivers of blood, could not possibly be so benevolent. If he were, he would have perished numerous times already to Tio ancestor long. Such grandiloquent oaths appeared utterly ludicrous. Yet regardless of Huang Tian's intentions, the position of dominion over the heavens was his to seize. Shilong roared with fury, his dragon's roar resonating through the skies as he flicked his colossal tail, shattering a massive star into dust. Tianyang, let us battle. At this moment, he found himself with no path of retreat. The Dragon and Qilin clans had already descended into chaos. Across the wilderness, battlefields erupted between the two clans, filled with cries of slaughter and the stench of blood permeating the entire realm. Every moment saw countless members from both clans falling amidst the tumultuous mountains and rivers. The blood feud had become an indelible stain. Even if he wished to emulate Huang Tian's approach and vow to the heavenly Tao to withdraw, it was impossible. The bloodthirsty members of the Dragon clan would never allow him to escape. Moreover, even as Shilong regained his composure, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. The Phoenix clan had exited the contest for dominion. The Dragon clan was slightly stronger than the Qilin clan, and if this battle could utterly resolve the Qilin clan, the Dragon clan would become the sole sovereign race in the heart of the wilderness, gathering boundless fortune and resources at that time. Who could stand against him? Shilong's massive form stirred the heavens, shattering the endless skies as chaotic mist enveloped him. The legendary overlord of the heavens, a myth of the wilderness, now unleashed his full might. Shaking the very firmament, Shilong, let us fight, he bellowed, laughter echoing with bravado as Tianyang Qilin ignited with fierce flames of the sun, stepping forth and causing the land of the wilderness to tremble. He too had regained clarity, viewing Huang Tian's grandiose vows with disdain. Yet, he and Shilong shared the same sentiment, a glimmer of hope, although the Qilin clan was slightly weaker than the Dragon clan. The vast battlefield was not merely a contest of strength, but also of willpower. Furthermore, if he could slay Shilong in this battle, his own prowess at the pinnacle of quasi-saint would surely tilt the scales of power. After Huang Tian led the Phoenix clan away, while the two overlords sensed something amiss, their desire for dominion over the heavens blinded them. These two beings, who had not fought for countless eons, clashed in an instant, from the land to the seas, from the seas to the ancient starry skies. They battled like two terrifying suns, their malevolence suffusing the heavens and earth, shaking the wilderness. The terrifying aftermath obliterated countless mountains, generating tsunamis of colossal proportions as massive stars were shattered with a mere gesture. The clash of these two overlords signified that the great calamity of Long Han was approaching its final stages. The air thickened with malevolence, and the weight of karmic retribution surged like a tide. The entire sky and endless rivers were shrouded in crimson. In the wilderness, the smaller clans outside the two battling factions were also clouded by karmic retribution. Consumed by endless bloodlust, igniting a frenzy of slaughter. The wilderness was engulfed in carnage, resembling a hellish abyss. Every moment, the fallen souls numbered in the thousands, millions. The stench of blood thickened into a fog. Drifting through the heavens and earth, in the shadows, the unseen puppet masters behind this great calamity. The powerful beings stood unmoved in the boundless void, their expressions cold and indifferent. They paid no heed to the battles raging below. Throughout the long river of time in the wilderness, the illustrious ancestor Yang Mei, ancestor Qian Kun, and ancestor Yin Yang stood together, their eyes coldly observing the clash between Shilong and Tianyang Qilin. The full might of these two overlords unleashed waves of energy that directly precipitated the Long-Han calamity. Boundless karmic retribution surged towards them, eroding the accumulated fortune of their races. Taoist Hong Jun has decreed that Shilong and Tianyang Qilin must perish. Ancestor Yang Mei's voice was merciless and devoid of warmth. Their racial fortunes dissipated and karmic retribution ensnared them. The moment they were gravely wounded would mark the time for us to strike. I will claim the corpse of Shilong. The venerable Qian Kun Lao Zu is a middle-aged man, clad in a robe of the Qian Kun Dao, with a towering physique and a voice that resonates throughout the cosmos. Suffused with profound mysteries in his gaze, he gazes upon the colossal primordial dragon that stirs the starry river, his eyes filled with yearning. The remains of a peak post-Saint Sovereign, a veritable embodiment of the essence of the chaotic primordial dragon, may offer him insights leading to a breakthrough in his current realm. Even if that proves unattainable, the corpse of such a terrestrial overlord is an immensely valuable resource, sufficient to forge an extraordinary treasure. I shall claim the body of the Tianyang Qilin, he states coldly, waving the yin-yang whisk in his hand. The elder Yang Mei nods in agreement, resuming his focus on the clash of the two sovereigns. Utterly astonished by their confrontation, these two overlords can be considered the progeny of the chaotic demon gods. Should they perish, the essence of their remains would, upon merging with the primordial world, give rise to similar offspring. Yet, the combat prowess and comprehension of the laws exhibited by the primordial dragon and the Tianyang Qilin far exceed their expectations. Their innate talents are truly remarkable. Given more time, it is conceivable that they could fully comprehend the laws and reach their current heights. Alas, the young Phoenix Tian, consumed by fear of death, has made a solemn vow to lead the Phoenix clan away from the heart of the primordial realm. Yang Mei lets out a soft sigh, lamenting the missed opportunity to eradicate the three dominant clans in one fell swoop. Had Huang Tian participated, he could have acquired a sovereign's remains for further study. Nevertheless, after countless years of scheming, they have finally managed to drive the three dominant clans from the heart of the primordial realm, which is a significant achievement in itself. Deprived of endless resources and relegated to the desolate regions on the fringes of the primordial world, the Phoenix clan's growth will no longer be as rapid as it once was, posing little threat to others. Across the vast expanse of the void, numerous formidable beings stand vigil, eagerly awaiting the culmination of the battle between the Dragon and Qilin clans, ready to seize the most advantageous spoils once the two sides have exhausted themselves. The ultimate prize, the corpses of the two sovereigns, has already been claimed by Yin Yang and Qian Kun, who, as the major instigators behind the scenes, are beyond contention. However, the Dragon and Qilin clans, having resided in the heart of the primordial realm for countless ages, possess an abundance of resources, heavenly materials, and innate spiritual treasures, eliciting envy from these mighty beings. This moment, the Dragon and Qilin clans resemble two juicy morsels, surrounded by a host of ravenous wolves and tigers, waiting for the moment one of them falls, ready to feast upon the remains. Standing in another dimension, Luoho observes the reactions of these ancient beings with a cold smile, expressing his disdain. What are sovereign corpses worth? What significance do innate spiritual treasures hold? The malevolent aura, the killing intent, the grievances, and the scent of blood generated by their battle are what he covets most. Let the battle commence. You shall transform into an unprecedented instrument of slaughter in my hands. Luo Ho murmurs, his deep crimson eyes glinting with anticipation as he watches the carnage on the battlefield. Allow me to guide you to the pinnacle of the primordial realm to attain the Tao. Blood flows and converges throughout the primordial world, forming a vast ocean of violence. Yet in the shadows, countless figures stealthily gather the inexhaustible malevolent energy and bloodlust within the confines of Yujing Mountain. Hong Jun's expression darkens to an extreme. Although the primordial dragon and Tianyang Qilin continue to follow his grand design, he feels no joy, unlike the other formidable beings such as Yang Mei and Luo Ho. With his mastery of deduction and strategy, he perceives boundless uncertainties. Despite the ongoing battle between the primordial dragon and Tianyang Qilin, the retreat of Huang Tian leading the Phoenix clan has profoundly shaken them, restoring their clarity. How could he not see that two awakened peak post-Saint sovereigns, no longer shrouded by the karmic entanglements of the world, would continue to lead their clans in a desperate fight? With their vast fortunes, where would they turn? The overarching trend remains within Hong Jun's grasp. The three clans must inevitably withdraw from the primordial realm. However, the minute details are now entirely beyond his control. Huang Tian, you cowardly wretch, unworthy to be the offspring of the chaotic primordial phoenix, the innate divine demon, you shall meet your demise. Hong Jun's eyes darken, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberates like a tidal wave, causing the surrounding landscape to tremble and shatter for 100,000 miles. Countless beings, influenced by the karmic forces of the world and engaged in battle, are instantly reduced to ashes in the presence of such formidable beings. The denizens of the primordial world are but mere ants. Since acquiring the Tao's supreme treasure, the creation jade plate, he has never suffered such a colossal setback. Huang Tian's decisive choice to withdraw the Phoenix clan from the primordial realm feels akin to a resounding slap across Hong Jun's face. Having never tasted defeat, he is now consumed by rage. Moreover, the events unfolding in the Undying Mountain cannot escape his watchful gaze. The Phoenix clan, having made tremendous strides, now boasts 6 peak post-Saint sovereigns. Possessing the creation jade plate, Hong Jun has an unparalleled understanding of the workings of the Tao. He recognizes that the reason the Tao has bestowed such immense and unprecedented merit upon the primordial realm is due to the Phoenix clan's voluntary withdrawal. With the Phoenix clan's absence, the calamity of the Dragon and Han era will yield far fewer karmic repercussions, sparing countless lives and significantly mitigating damage to the primordial world. It can be said that Huang Tian's actions not only solidify the primordial realm, but also indirectly save innumerable beings, accruing immense merit. The entire primordial realm now owes him a debt of karmic consequence. This is also why he has received an unprecedented 50% of the vast merit of the Tao. What infuriates Hong Jun even further is that had he not secretly instigated the calamity of the Dragon and Han era, Huang Tian would never have had the opportunity to gain such vast merit. Huang Tian's actions appear as though he is climbing to greatness while trampling on Hong Jun's face, reaping tremendous benefits. Not only does he now face the imminent threat of the Phoenix clan's full withdrawal and their newfound strength, but the Phoenix clan, far exceeding their former peak, will further stabilize the primordial realm. Huang Tian and the Phoenix clan, how can I allow your existence to persist? After venting his fury, Hong Jun regains his composure. Seated on his mat, murmuring to himself, his eyes glinting with an unprecedented cold light. For the first time in countless eons, a being has shattered his grand design and altered the course of the primordial realm's development. Moreover, as long as the primordial world endures, an unceasing stream of formidable beings will emerge. This is something Hong Jun, who aspires to unify with the Tao and govern the primordial realm, cannot tolerate. For billions of years, he has subtly instigated calamities to continuously weaken the primordial realm's essence, all to ultimately shatter it completely and reconstruct the Tao's primordial equilibrium. The existence of such a powerful Phoenix clan is something he cannot abide. It seems that after the calamity of the Dragon and Han era, the Wu and Yao clans must make their appearance ahead of schedule. In Hong Jun's eyes, countless schemes flicker as he continuously deduces the shifts in the primordial world's trajectory. To avoid entanglements of karmic retribution and the backlash of fate, he will naturally refrain from taking direct action against the Phoenix clan. However, should the Wu and Yao clans take action, it would no longer concern him. He must ensure that the Wu and Yao clans stand opposed to the Phoenix clan As the calamity of the Dragon and Han era unfolds, it escalates to new heights within the Undying Mountain. The many formidable beings of the Phoenix clan watch in trepidation, their hearts racing. Fortunately, Lord Shi Huang, with profound wisdom and indomitable resolve, has led our Phoenix clan to withdraw from the primordial realm, reaping tremendous benefits in the process. The celestial fire Phoenix murmured softly, her large eyes filled with horror and profound admiration for the primordial Phoenix. The other Phoenix deities standing beside her nodded in dazed agreement, acknowledging her sentiments. Even the cold, handsome figure of the Ice Phoenix could no longer maintain his indifference. Terror flooded his gaze, in that moment. As outsiders, they comprehended the righteousness of the primordial Phoenix's decision. The Dragon and Shilin clans were now consumed by a frenzy of bloodlust, with countless dragons and Shilins falling every moment. Ultimately, even mighty figures of the Deluo Jin Xian level embraced their adversaries, roaring for the sake of our race, and perished in self-detonation. Waves of terrifying, explosive energy spiraled forth like fireworks across the vast wilderness. Not only the dragons and Shilins, but myriad beings of the primordial world were engulfed and obliterated by these explosive whirlpools, amid the cataclysm and the relentless slaughter of the battlefield. Under the permeation of karma, these once lofty Deluo Jin Xian had lost their capacity for rational thought, descending into madness. Their minds were consumed by a singular notion. This battle was for their race. They were utterly oblivious to the reality that the strategies employed by the Qilin and Dragon clans were ultimately self-destructive, inflicting 1,000 wounds upon themselves while harming their foes by merely 800. If this continued, the fate of both clans could only end in mutual destruction. The reborn Phoenix whispered softly, her gaze vacant. Her Phoenix eyes pierced through endless realms, witnessing a familiar quasi-saint dragon deity clasping a Qilin quasi-saint. Their eyes ablaze with crimson fury, choosing to self-destruct. Just before the explosion, he bellowed, "Our Dragon clan shall be the supreme rulers of the universe." The ensuing detonation shattered heaven and earth, obliterating vast expanses of land, leaving behind desolate regions filled with chaotic turbulence. Even the laws of space could not instantaneously mend the devastation. This dragon deity was one she knew well, having encountered him in battle more than once, a wise and battle-hardened dragon. Yet now, he seemed utterly mad, completely unable to restrain himself. Under the gaze of the reborn Phoenix, the area surrounding this dragon deity was predominantly populated by dragons, including dozens of Deluo Jin Xian. In an instant, they all perished beneath his self-detonation. The losses for the Dragon clan far exceeded those of the Qilin clan. However, in the moments before his demise, this dragon's conviction was that he would die for the unification of the Dragon clan in the primordial realm. It was a tragic irony. Yet, the reborn Phoenix and all the other Phoenix deities present were filled with dread. Had they found themselves at the heart of this battlefield, they would have been no different. These were foes they had once battled and schemed against. Now, they had fallen into such a dire predicament, igniting a sense of sorrowful empathy within them. Given the current circumstances, even if the Dragon and Qilin clans ceased fighting, their strength would be severely diminished. Moreover, having reached such a catastrophic level, was there even a possibility of halting the conflict? What path lay ahead for these two dominant ancient races, the Dragons and Qilins? Fortunately, they had the Primordial Phoenix to guide them at this moment. Among the Phoenix clan, the powerful beings who could perceive this scene from millions of miles away shared a singular thought. They had initially believed that the Primordial Phoenix leading their retreat to the dormant volcanic mountains was merely to fulfill the heavenly way of the primordial realm, garnering immense merit and significantly enhancing the Phoenix clan's power. Yet now, it was evident that the Primordial Phoenix's decision had accomplished far more than that. It had truly shielded the Phoenix clan from the brink of annihilation. In that instant, the prestige of the Phoenix soared to its zenith, and countless Phoenixes rallied in loyalty. After this experience, henceforth, no matter what decisions the Primordial Phoenix made, they would comply unconditionally, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. Witnessing the self-detonation of a fellow quasi-saint with whom they had interacted multiple times, annihilating countless kin, they felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow and boundless fear. Death itself was not terrifying. What truly horrified them was the thought of unwittingly causing the demise of countless kin. What manner of calamity was this? Thankfully, the Primordial Phoenix was present. Within the endless magma of the dormant volcano, the Phoenix deity, embodying the essence of the Primordial Phoenix, silently murmured to herself, closing her eyes to enter a state of meditation. Channeling her energy to enhance her cultivation, time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, a century had passed. Once vibrant and teeming with life, the primordial realm now lay barren, with rivers of coagulated blood coursing through the desolate land. Countless beings had perished, and the stench of blood permeated the atmosphere. The earth resembled a wasteland that a century later, the Dragon and Qilin clans continued their fierce conflict. The dragons and Qilins were now scattered across the entirety of the primordial realm. The lands once belonging to the Phoenix clan had been entirely usurped. However, their numbers had diminished by 50% over the century, amounting to hundreds of millions lost. Yet they remained locked in a blood-soaked frenzy. Every moment, countless dragons and Qilins fell in the ancient starry sky. A dragon and a Qilin were still engaged in battle, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. The primordial dragon and the heavenly sun Qilin had fought fiercely for 100 years, unleashing all their divine abilities. Each strike aimed to bring about the other's demise, their eyes clouded with fury. After a century of reckless confrontation, these former sovereigns were nearing exhaustion. Their gazes were solely fixed upon one another, their eyes bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent. The time had come. They were prepared to strike. Just then, the ancient ancestor of the Yangmei spoke softly from the depths of the endless void that in his eyes. The once grand fortunes of these two sovereign races had been eroded by the countless deaths of sentient beings. They were now ensnared in the web of karma. Moreover, at this moment, the primordial dragon and heavenly sun Qilin, locked in their life and death struggle, were oblivious to the changes occurring around them that a slight intervention from him would lead them both to destruction. Furthermore, he would remain untouched by the repercussions of fate. Make your move, not obliterate their physical forms. The ancient ancestors of Qian Kun and Yin Yang nodded in unison, their eyes filled with longing as they beheld the magnificent forms of the two sovereigns. After years of scheming, the moment of reaping the fruits of their labor had finally arrived. Law of space. The ancient ancestor of Yangmei's voice was cold, emanating an enigmatic resonance from his frail body. In the next moment, the entire ancient starry sky trembled invisibly, as if it had been entirely severed to become another realm. Within the starry expanse, the power of countless stars surged, and the chaotic void became a maelstrom of turbulence. The primordial dragon and heavenly sun Qilin found themselves ensnared within it. Law of Yin and Yang. Law of Qian Kun. The ancient ancestors of Yin Yang and Qian Kun, their expressions impassive, struck simultaneously. In an instant, the starry sky was thrown into disarray as Yin and Yang reversed, and the balance of Qian and Kun was upended, resulting in utter chaos under the influence of the three great laws. The three chaotic demon gods, possessing the power of quasi-saints, unleashed their might, and even in the shadows, their presence was terrifying that it was as if the vast ancient starry sky was entirely at the mercy of their laws. Their intent was to obliterate the souls of the injured sovereigns within the ancient starry sky, rendering them utterly extinguished. Yet the primordial dragon and heavenly sun Qilin remained oblivious to the shifting dynamics around them. Almost simultaneously, they unleashed a furious roar that resonated through heaven and earth. The Qilin's divine ability, the heavenly sun's annihilating fire, the divine power capable of devouring all. Shilong and Tianyang Qilin once again unleashed their lethal strikes, aiming directly at one another. The three great laws, along with the chaotic space surrounding them, and the tumultuous principles, silently infiltrated their very souls. It was but a moment's time before they unleashed their divine powers, erasing their consciousness entirely. Furthermore, it could create an illusion for the Dragon and Qilin clans below, suggesting that their ancestors had perished at the hands of the other's progenitor. Thus, they would continue their bloodshed until their annihilation. Meanwhile, in the ancient starry expanse, billions of miles away at the edge of the primordial land, a resounding cry of the phoenix echoed from the Phoenix celestial palace. Suspended in the heavens, an infinite purple aura instantaneously spread across the entire realm. A colossal, closed-eyed purple phoenix shadow loomed, its vast form reaching immeasurable heights. Each purple feather was larger than the stars themselves, adorned with endless patterns, as though containing boundless resonances of the Tao. The great head of the purple phoenix was held aloft. Towering into the starry sky, in an instant, the chaotic space laid by the three divine beings, Huang, Tian, and Yin, was shattered, reduced to mere parchment before the presence of the purple phoenix. The primordial world was suffused with a chilling atmosphere due to the clash of the two dominant clans. Yet suddenly, a terrifying purple light enveloped the realm, and overwhelming pressure surged like a tide throughout the entire primordial expanse. All beings within, be they dragons, Cheelants, or other races, felt it, across the four seas of the primordial realm. Whether in the west or at the periphery, wherever one looked up, even separated by countless miles, that magnificent purple phoenix, as if transcending time and space from eons past, could be distinctly seen. The primordial land was vast and boundless. Yet, even at a distance of billions of miles, the sight of the purple phoenix was clear and vivid, its enormity beyond imagination. For context, even the sun, which illuminates the entire primordial world, appeared no larger than a fingernail when viewed from within. According to descriptions from certain divine beings who ventured into the ancient starry skies, the sun was vast and limitless, comparable to a great thousand realms, existing eons away from the primordial realm. A deluo, golden immortal, soaring from the primordial earth, would take billions of years to reach the locations of the sun and moon. Yet this purple phoenix resided at the southern edge of the primordial expanse. At the furthest eastern edge of the four seas, one could still clearly see every feather of the purple phoenix. It was indescribably immense. The body of the purple phoenix spanned the primordial realm, its head connecting the heavens and the earth. An ancient, profound, noble, and supreme aura permeated the entirety of the primordial expanse. The purple phoenix seemed to exist above all creation. The moment it appeared, the entire primordial realm felt as though it had halted, shattering all rules. There was no law, no heaven. Even the great calamity of Dragon-Han was momentarily suspended. This moment, within the Phoenix clan, a wave of purple energy spread forth, suffusing the air with boundless resonances of the Tao. Among the immortal Fire Mountain range, all phoenixes that had retreated here felt an unprecedented warmth wash over them. Unconsciously, they closed their eyes. Endless insights flooded their minds. Under this purple light, the entire realm of the Phoenix clan began to surge to new heights once more. In the depths of the immortal Fire Mountain, the primordial phoenix in seclusion felt a torrent of purple light akin to an ocean surge in her brow. But a fleeting moment. She refined a portion of the mysterious and virtuous energy, ascending to the peak of the quasi-saint 9th level, merely a step away from the quasi-saint 10th level. Moreover, a massive purple phoenix, exuding an aura indistinguishable from that of the grand purple phoenix in the heavens, released a cry that resonated within her forehead. That moment, she remained utterly unaware of the happenings outside. The instant her consciousness brushed against the purple light, a terrifying, devouring force surged forth, consuming her quasi-saint peak soul without a shred of resistance. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded before her eyes. Before her lay an ancient, purple-hued world. Everywhere she looked, it was a sea of purple. Countless colossal purple phoenixes and phoenix birds spiraled through the skies, their calls resonating with immense clarity. It was impossible to count how many phoenixes flew above, while others lay in slumber or engaged in meditation. Most astonishingly, every single phoenix, even the smallest, was comparable in size to her true form. This meant that even the weakest phoenixes were at the quasi-saint level. What a terrifying and chilling reality this was. Could this be the Phoenix clan of the primordial era? Or were they the phoenixes existing in some alternate time and space? Or perhaps these purple phoenixes truly lived within this point of primordial phoenix spiritual light, existing as tangible beings with flesh and blood. A series of shocking thoughts welled up within Huang Tian. The primordial era, after its collapse, had seen everything vanish into the annals of time, leaving not even the slightest trace, item, or legend. Even though he stood at the pinnacle of the present primordial realm, one of the three great overlords, privy to many secrets of the primordial world, his understanding of the primordial era was non-existent. Amidst his astonishment, an insatiable curiosity ignited within him. This purple space was colossal beyond measure, with countless purple phoenixes and birds inhabiting it. The weakest among them rivaled the quasi-saint level, while the mightiest were so vast that their depths were unfathomable. Their eyes were larger than mountains, moving like ancient stars. Their presence exuded a terrifying aura, as if the slightest motion could reduce him to mere dust. This was likely a purple phoenix at the quasi-saint level, or even a legendary saint-level purple phoenix. Huang Tian muttered to himself, feeling a mix of shock and uncontrollable excitement that if, indeed, these purple phoenixes were truly living within the purple spiritual light, then belonging to the same phoenix lineage. If he could bring them forth, all crises facing the Phoenix clan would be crushed under this overwhelming power. Schemes and celestial paths would be mere fleeting shadows before absolute strength, be it Hong Jun or Luo Ho. They would be trampled. Yet, all of this existed solely in his imagination. Huang Tian attempted to greet the purple phoenixes. Feeling no fear, he instinctively felt a connection to these purple beings, understanding that it stemmed from their shared origin. He experienced this same sensation when facing Huang Tian or other phoenixes of the clan. Strangely, however, these living phoenixes seemed utterly oblivious to his existence, as if they could not hear his voice. Huang Tian, unwilling to surrender, continually shifted his focus. He began with the weakest purple phoenixes and birds, greeting every one of them until he reached the grandest among them. Some were soaring, others sleeping, meditating, or playing. Yet, none could hear his voice. Frustration welled within him that if only he could bring these purple phoenixes out of this space, even a brief exchange would yield great benefits. He exhausted every method he could conceive, from greetings to flying before them, ultimately even standing atop the eye of the mightiest purple phoenix. But still, they remained unaware of his presence. In that instant, after countless failed attempts, Huang Tian's patience waned. Even with billions of years of experience and a calm disposition, he could no longer restrain his rage. What is this primordial phoenix, spiritual light, that has devoured half of my mysterious and virtuous energy and yielded no results at all? The Phoenix clan is no longer a relic of eons past. With millennia of growth, it has ascended to the very center stage of the primordial world, attracting attention from all quarters. Even in retreat to the immortal volcano, they remain the target of various schemes. What formidable upheaval awaits them next is still shrouded in uncertainty. The forthcoming period is nothing short of an unprecedented upheaval that the Phoenix clan has not faced in billions of years. Numerous hidden forces within the primordial realm are poised to make their descent upon the stage. The slumbering chaos demons, Hong Jun, Luo Hu, Yang Mei, and Qian Kuan, along with the demon cult, the witch clan, the monster clan. The three pure ones, and Yuhua, are all set to emerge at this moment. It is imperative for him to harness strength to confront the impending changes. The 50% of the Xian Huang merit aura could have propelled him to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Yet it has been forcibly seized by the Hongmeng Shi Huang's divine light. Nevertheless, he carries the advantage of having been reborn into the primordial realm. Thus, Huang Tian begrudgingly entered the divine light with hopeful anticipation. Yet, from an initial surge of excitement, he felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, leaving him utterly disheartened. The effect was negligible, to say the least, even with his commendable temperament. Huang Tian could not refrain from cursing vehemently, experiencing the jarring sensation of a rapid fall from grace. Others possess golden fingers that defy the heavens. What kind of worthless relic has he received? Not only does it lack any utility, but has also devoured the monumental Xian Huang merit aura he painstakingly acquired. What wretched Hongmeng Shi Huang's divine light is this? Come forth and return my 50% of the Xian Huang merit aura. How could you, a fellow of my lineage from the Hongmeng era, consume so much from me without offering any recompense? From boundless hope to sheer despair, Huang Tian began to curse heavenward. Furthermore, he discovered that after entering, he found himself unable to exit. Not only was he deprived of benefits, but now he was trapped, The great calamity of Long Han was unfolding outside, at a critical juncture. With his presence, he could not fathom the monumental changes that might ensue, nor the potential repercussions for the Phoenix clan nestled within the Immortal Volcano range. This Hongmeng Shihuang's divine light is truly a pitiful trap. A.S. Huang Tian raged. His furious shouts echoed throughout the entire Violet Realm. Yet, the countless Violet Phoenixes inhabiting this world remained blissfully unaware, as if they were existing in an entirely different dimension from Huang Tian. Unbeknownst to the wrathful Huang Tian, as time flowed, wisps of purple energy began to gently seep into his primordial spirit. Gradually, his primordial spirit became tinged with a faint hue of purple. Meanwhile, outside, his true form sat cross-legged within the immortal heavenly palace, exuding an increasingly terrifying aura. The very space surrounding his body shattered and reformed, akin to a profound black hole that, in the span of this brief moment, he remarkably transitioned from the peak of the quasi-saint realm to the 10th level of quasi-saint. Should he emerge to witness this scene, it would surely leave him astounded. Each level of the quasi-saint realm is a vast chasm, and the time required to break through is measured in epochs. After reaching the late quasi-saint stage, the time needed becomes even more formidable. This moment, beyond the realm of cultivation, a resplendent purple light emanated from Huang Tian's form, a royal glow that seemed to dominate the very fabric of the universe. As the purple radiance intensified, a terrifying rumble echoed forth from within him, reminiscent of the cataclysmic sound of chaos thunder. His form appeared to undergo a horrifying metamorphosis. Yet, all of this remained unbeknownst to Huang Tian, who continued to curse vehemently, his heart heavy with concern over the changes in the primordial realm, his anxiety palpable. Coupled with the loss of his Xian Huang merit aura, had it not been for the respect he held for the Hongmeng Shihuang, a forebear of the Phoenix clan, he would have unleashed a torrent of curses upon his ancestors' lineage that they're truly a progenitor so cruel to their descendants. Meanwhile, the emergence of the grand purple phoenix apparition sent tremors throughout the primordial realm. The terrifying aura lingered briefly in the skies before gradually dissipating into the firmament. Yet that overwhelming, eternal presence shook all living beings to their core. Countless beings, caught in the throes of fate's wrath, momentarily regained clarity. The Dragon and Qiling clans, scattered throughout the primordial realm, gazed around in a frenzy, their eyes ablaze with fury. The remaining great powers of the two clans surveyed their surroundings, only to discover that nearly 60% of their offspring had perished. Among their quasi-saint kin, more than half had succumbed. Both clans were gravely weakened. Furthermore, the remaining great powers discerned several shadowy figures stealthily traversing the battlefield, gathering the malice and resentment born from their kin's demise. These shadows were none other than the four demonic generals of the demon cult, peak quasi-saint beings created by Luo, who, the remaining great powers of the Dragon and Qiling clans, their eyes aflame with rage, were unaware of the identities of these shadows. Yet, their actions were an affront to the spirits of their fallen in their hearts, which were already heavy with grief. A blade of fury pierced deep. Who dares to defile the souls of my dragon clan? How audacious to tarnish the spirits of my Qiling kin! Die! The remaining great powers of both clans, their eyes ablaze with wrath, unleashed their killing intent. Launching their might against the shadows in unison, they sought to reclaim the treasures that embodied the resentment of their fallen kin. How dare mere ants strike against us? Very well, we shall personally cleave you wretches asunder. The four demonic generals were no easy adversaries, their voices cold and unyielding as they clashed with the remaining great powers of both clans. At this juncture, the combined strength of the remaining great powers barely exceeded 100. Exhausted from prolonged conflict, they were at a disadvantage against the four demonic generals, who were comparable to the progenitors of the three clans and in their prime, though they had maintained a low profile in the West and were not widely recognized. Their full power unleashed now pressed the remaining great powers of the two clans into retreat. Before long, a great power from each clan fell to the hands of the four generals. This sight ignited the fury of all the Dragon and Qiling kin. Already burdened with sorrow, their rage knew no bounds. Thus, they unleashed their wrath upon the four demonic generals throughout the primordial realm. Countless Luo golden immortals from both clans surged forth, forming a formidable array to ensnare the four generals. Despite having lost 60% of their kin, the Dragon and Qilin clans remained the sovereigns of the primordial realm. Having reigned for eons, their foundation and strength unfathomable, the array, laden with countless treasures, became the focus of their united vengeance, allowing them to match the four demonic generals blow for blow. Witnessing this turn of events, the hidden great powers and chaos demons were left dumbfounded. How had it suddenly transformed into a great battle between the two clans and the four demonic generals? Moreover, when had the four demonic generals from the west ventured into the east? Their gaze turned towards the figure of the demon Lord Luo who, shrouded in a veil of demonic mist within another realm of void, you could see that moment, an aura of destruction radiated from Luo, who's form. Huang Tian, you truly deserve to perish. Under the ominous shadows of Rahu, his eyes glowed a deeper crimson, akin to a fierce beast, brimming with murderous intent, as he observed the Dragon and Qilin clans turning their wrath upon his subordinates. An inferno of rage ignited within him. Initially, the retreat of the Phoenix clan had considerably delayed his progress in gathering malevolent energy to forge the four swords of extermination. Now, the sudden emergence of that ephemeral purple phoenix had utterly disrupted the course of the Dragon-Han Cataclysm. Given the current trajectory, the fate of the Dragon-Han Cataclysm remained shrouded in uncertainty. Furthermore, this turn of events had incited a profound animosity towards his demonic sect from the still resilient Dragon and Qilin clans. The interruption in his efforts to amass malevolent energy for the four swords of extermination was one grievance. Provoking two mighty clans unnecessarily was another. All of this turmoil stemmed from Huang Tian. How could Rahu not harbor hatred? Demonic sect. Rahu, we bear no enmity towards you. Why must you desecrate the spirits of my kin? At that moment, two thunderous roars reverberated across the ancient starry expanse. Filled with unbridled fury, the Candle Dragon and the heavenly shadow Qilin appeared in the firmament, unleashing a furious cry, upon witnessing the resentment and malevolent energy amassed by the four great demon generals from their fallen kin. Their eyes blazed with rage. The appearance of the purple phoenix had awakened their clarity. Originally engaged in a fierce battle elsewhere in the ancient cosmos, they hastily returned to the primordial realm. The demonic sect, situated in the west, wielded immense power and deep-rooted influence, with the demon Lord Rahu at the helm. As sovereigns of their clans, they were acutely aware of the demonic sect's existence. Yet for countless millennia, the demonic sect had conducted itself discreetly in the west, showing no inclination to encroach upon the east. Thus, despite being aware of its presence, the three dominant clans had no intentions of provoking the demonic sect. Die! Cursed be this fate, the Candle Dragon and the heavenly shadow Qilin bellowed in unison, unleashing their divine abilities upon the already precarious four great demon generals, after a century of countless casualties among their clans. Their strength had significantly waned. It seemed the four great demon generals had played an ignoble role in this conflict. This realization ignited the wrath of the Candle Dragon and the heavenly shadow Qilin, leaving them little inclination to deliberate further. With the arrival of two beings at the peak of quasi-saint power, the pressure on their clans diminished greatly, and the four great demon generals found themselves swiftly at a disadvantage. Moreover, from all corners of the primordial realm, numerous powerful practitioners from the two clans, great Luo golden immortals, were converging, setting up countless formidable formations, ensnaring their foes. Given the circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before the four great demon generals were overwhelmed and perished. Yang Mei, Qian Kun, and the Yin Yang ancestor, our clans have never harbored enmity towards you. Simultaneously, in another, more terrifying battlefield within the ancient cosmos, the beginning dragon and the heavenly sun Qilin regained their lucidity. The moment the three great laws were shattered by the purple phoenix, the monumental backlash jolted them into awareness as sovereigns of the primordial realm. How could they fail to recognize the laws of space? Yin Yang and Qian Kun, the ability to wield these laws with such subtlety, encircling them undetected even amidst battle, could only belong to the three primordial chaotic deities who had remained hidden for eons. With their remarkable wisdom, The beginning dragon and the heavenly sun Qilin swiftly discerned the disquieting reality. With no desire to continue the fight, they bore their battered bodies back to the primordial realm. Upon witnessing the perilous state of the four great demon generals, besieged by the two clans, the beginning dragon and the heavenly sun Qilin's gazes shifted dramatically, releasing a roar of fury. They had led their clans from weakness to the pinnacle of dominion over the heavens and the earth. Possessing an unfathomable wisdom, Rahu, Yangmei, Yin-Yang, and Qian-Kun, four figures who had concealed themselves for millions of years, had emerged and dared to strike against them. The two formidable beings exchanged a glance, their hearts trembling. With their intellect, they finally comprehended why Huang Tian had, at great personal risk, unhesitatingly pledged a grand oath and relinquished the vast lands of the Eastern primordial realm built over countless millennia. It was clear now that these terrifying entities had intervened. Suddenly, everything made sense. The frequent conflicts among the three clans over the millennia, even their direct orders failing to quell the strife. Only through the covert actions of chaotic deities like Rahu and Yangmei, beings of quasi-saint caliber, could all traces of dissent be erased, creating an illusion of natural order. They had even ridiculed Huang Tian for cowardice. The beginning dragon transformed into human form, a bitter smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with sorrow and self-mockery. It turned out that from the very beginning, they were the most foolish of all. They had presumed that their three clans, blessed with boundless fortune and countless kin, could unite and face these mighty beings without fear. They believed that the three sovereign powers could only arise among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. These ancient chaotic deities, though immensely powerful, were thought to lack the qualifications to vie for supremacy over the primordial realm. Furthermore, they had never sought to provoke them. Their secluded sanctuaries and domains were untouched by the expansions of the three clans, believing themselves to be in a state of mutual non-interference. Yet, unbeknownst to them, these ancient beings who had survived the chaotic era and endured through the divine magic and beast eras had long been scheming in the shadows, entangling the three clans in their intricate designs. Huang Tian possessed great wisdom. The heavenly sun Qilin, now in a middle-aged form, laughed heartily towards the heavens, though his laughter was laced with self-deprecation, faced with the emergence of the four great demon generals. These mythic figures had no intention of slaying them. Instead, they exchanged bittersweet glances, gazing at the firmament, and nodded in unison, as if making a weighty decision together. At this moment, numerous formidable practitioners in the boundless void observed the return of the beginning dragon and the heavenly sun Qilin to the primordial realm. Sensing their apparent reluctance to continue the conflict, their expressions shifting dramatically. This time, the Dragon and Qilin clans had undoubtedly marked them as mortal enemies. Yangmei inhaled deeply, his eyes clouded with shadows. Although not adept at schemes, having survived from the chaotic era to the present, his wisdom was beyond ordinary comprehension. He would not naively assume that their development had reached such a critical juncture without the beginning dragon and the heavenly sun Qilin noticing the underlying currents. Since this is the case, let us proceed without hesitation, remarked the yin-yang ancestor, one eye dark and the other bright, as he manipulated the fabric of existence, unleashing boundless murderous intent. The Dragon and Qilin clans had each suffered over 60% casualties. Their strength severely diminished. After a century of conflict, they were left in a state of utter weakness. Now, if we join forces to eliminate them, it will require no effort at all, declared the Qian-Kun ancestor coldly. Although this would invite boundless karmic retribution, the two clans had committed countless acts of slaughter, their fortunes nearly exhausted. The repercussions would be manageable when shared among them. Both Yangmei and the yin-yang ancestor nodded in agreement, then turned their gazes towards Rahu. Seeking his perspective, Rahu's voice was frigid, tinged with the scent of blood. He understood that Yangmei and the others were reluctant to bear the karmic burden of annihilating the two clans. Even if 60% of their kin had perished, the remaining numbers still counted in the billions. Personally extinguish such a vast number of lives was a weight of horror that even they, as chaotic deities, could scarcely bear. However, Rahu suddenly shifted his tone, turning his gaze towards the vast expanse millions of miles away, his eyes gleaming with bloodlust, piercing through the void. Hong Jun, this matter was instigated by you. Do you wish for us to shoulder this karmic weight alone, continuing to play the role of your aloof transcendence? The thunderous roar of Luo Ho reverberated, steeped in a terrifying scent of blood, exuding an overwhelming aura of death, echoing across the expanse above Yujing Mountain, millions of miles away. The colossal Yujing Mountain trembled violently, boulders cascading down its slopes, while torrents surged with ferocity. One can only fathom the sheer magnitude of the terrifying power embedded in Luo Ho's words. With a single utterance, he stirred the very heavens, his voice infused with a dreadful wrath. Hong Jun had previously assured them that everything lay within his grand design. Yet circumstances had unfolded in such a manner. The Dragon and Shilin clans not only discovered their machinations, but regarded them as mortal enemies. To be loathed by the dominion of the heavens was a harrowing consequence indeed. Yet, even now, Hong Jun remained aloof and indifferent, a fact that could hardly quell Luo Ho's fury. Witnessing Luo Ho's anger, Yang Mei, Qin Kuan, and Yin Yang ancestor fell silent, their expressions cold and remote. They shared Luo Ho's sentiments. The plan had been conceived by Hong Jun, yet as events spiraled, he remained utterly mute. It was evident that he intended for them to be scapegoats. However, Hong Jun's inscrutable nature instilled in them a sense of caution, preventing them from articulating their thoughts. But Luo Ho, in his arrogance, had no such reservations. Though he had been drawn into the fray, he aimed to exploit Hong Jun's schemes without regard for the latter's authority. Seated upon a mat, Hong Jun's visage darkened to an extreme, his once rosy complexion now a deep, ominous hue, as if it could drip with the weight of shadows. Confronted by Luo Ho's rebuke and the tremors of Yujing Mountain, he found himself ensnared in a predicament, unable to speak or remain silent. The emergence of the terrifying purple phoenix had thoroughly disrupted his plans. How could Hong Jun fail to grasp the thoughts of Luo Ho and the others at this juncture? Yet he could not step forth personally, for his ultimate ambition was to merge with the DAOTO. Achieve this, he must possess unparalleled prestige among the beings of the primordial world, wielding an authority akin to that of the heavens. Should he reveal himself now, the myriad beings of the primordial realm would ascertain that he had orchestrated the grand conflict among the three clans, thus obliterating any hope of merging with the Tao. However, in his silence, Luo Ho and the others, astute and cunning, would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to expose him as the puppet master. Furthermore, they would likely perceive his inaction as a deliberate scheme to undermine their fortunes. While he was adept in calculations and predictions, his actual combat prowess was comparable to that of Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and the other chaotic demigods. To be targeted by such formidable entities was a burden he could scarcely endure. Huang Tian, Phoenix Clan, you have driven me to the brink. Hong Jun roared, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast poised to devour its prey. Merging with the Tao was his greatest ambition since the dawn of creation, a pursuit he had tirelessly endeavored for countless ages. How could he bear to relinquish it now, at this critical juncture? Yet, being reviled and losing the trust of Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and the other supreme beings was a weight he could not shoulder. Huang Tian, if I survive this ordeal, you shall pay dearly, Hong Jun bellowed in fury. You, Hong Jun, are an old wretch, having schemed against us powerful beings. Do you now wish to feign death? Luo Ho's haughty and icy voice resounded once more over Yujing Mountain. Akin to a thunderclap, did DOU intend to withdraw and let us eradicate the two clans, bearing the brunt of endless karma and diminished strength? Are you truly attempting to eliminate us? Do you believe us to be fools? Luo Ho's voice was chilling, a massive black pot directly placed upon Hong Jun's head. Puffed. Upon hearing these words, Hong Jun coughed up blood, collapsing backward, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could he not discern the underlying intentions within the old fiend's words? Luo Ho sought to seize this moment, allying with Yang Mei, Yin Yang, Qin Kuan, and other powerful beings to eliminate him altogether. For once they annihilated the two clans, the ensuing karma would undoubtedly weaken them significantly. With Luo Ho's pronouncement, the other powerful beings would surely ponder along his lines. If he chose not to reveal himself now, after their extermination of the two clans, the ensuing karma would ensnare them. and Luo Ho's incitement could very well lead to his demise. Luo Ho, you scoundrel, do not cast such baseless accusations. With this thought, Hong Jun's eyes blazed red, and he roared in a fit of rage. His voice laced with desperation, as he could not afford to merge with the Tao, but even less could he risk his life. Surrounded by so many ancient beings, he could not withstand their assault. Deep within, he harbored an intense hatred for Huang Tian. Were it not for him, he would not have descended to such depths to ha. Upon witnessing Hong Jun finally speak, Luo Ho let out a cold laugh. Hong Jun, the great demon, your pride is immense. None of us old fellows can summon you to... In the face of Luo Ho's mocking words, Hong Jun's breathing grew heavy, and he suddenly stood upright. It was not a lack of resolve, but rather the realization that if he did not act now, he would truly be walking the path to his own demise. Should all the powerful beings bear a grudge against him, there would be no place for him to exist in the primordial realm. Luo Ho's schemes were not mere deceptions. They were starkly evident strategies. As the instigator of the Dragon-Han calamity, he had to personally partake in the annihilation of the two clans, bearing the brunt of the karma and consequences. Luo Ho's words seemed to openly warn Hong Jun. If you do not emerge, after the destruction of the Dragon and Qilin clans, you shall be next. Thoroughly cornered, he was left with no escape. The Tao bears witness. I am the sovereign of the Dragon clan, Shilong, leading my kin and instigating a great calamity. Guilty before the primordial realm. That moment, Shilong's voice, imbued with authority, yet tinged with frailty, thundered throughout the primordial expanse. Another oath to the Tao. What was Shilong intending? Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and the other powerful beings stood stupefied. That instant, Shilong transformed into his true form. His immense body towering against the heavens, radiating boundless Tao rhythms that intermingled with the cosmos. Within his mist-shrouded dragon eyes lay a resolute intent as he roared. I, Shilong, am willing to emulate the great Pangu deity, sacrificing myself to restore the heavens and the earth. The Dragon clan withdraws from the primordial realm, suppressing the eastern sea, fulfilling the cosmic balance. The Tao bears witness. Upon the conclusion of Shilong's declaration, all beings within the primordial realm stood in stunned silence. What transpired? Shilong was willing to sacrifice himself to restore the primordial world he had disrupted. When did the proud and lofty Dragon clan exhibit such profound compassion? Yet in the next moment, a towering fire Qilin rose, standing firm amidst the cosmos, its fiery gaze ablaze. The Tao bears witness. I am the sovereign of the Qilin clan, Tianyang, leading my kin and instigating a great calamity. Guilty before the primordial realm. I, Tianyang Qilin, am willing to emulate the great Pangu deity, sacrificing myself to restore the heavens and the earth. The Qilin clan withdraws from the primordial realm, suppressing the northern fringes, fulfilling the cosmic balance. The Tao bears witness. Following Huang Tian's oath to the Tao, both Shilong and Tianyang Qilin made their solemn vows, pledging to pay an even greater price, offering their very beings and souls to restore the heavens and the earth. As the oaths were made, the primordial realm erupted in a cacophony, the Tao descending in boundless purple mist, heralding auspicious omens. This was the Tao's acknowledgement of the sovereign's pledges. In the next moment, the vast forms of Shilong and Tianyang Qilin began to slowly disintegrate, transforming into boundless Tao rhythms. The immense spiritual essence accumulated over countless epochs by these sovereigns since the dawn of creation was unfathomable. Their forms melded with the cosmos, causing mountains once destroyed to rise anew. An abundance of heavenly materials and earthly treasures began to gestate within the primordial realm. Shilong's colossal, power-filled dragon form gradually faded, gazing at the Tianyang Qilin with whom he had battled for innumerable epochs, and chuckled heartily. Tianyang, we have fought for countless years, yet in our final clash, we have failed to determine a victor. Indeed, we three have contended since the great calamity of the ferocious beasts. Now only Huang Tian remains. Tianyang Qilin lowered his gaze upon the dazed Qilin clan, a smile flickering in his eyes that he and Shilong possessed profound wisdom, upon realizing that those formidable beings were, in fact, the greatest adversaries lurking behind the two clans. Everything became clear. These individuals would undoubtedly not tolerate the continued dominance of two vast clans that harbored enmity towards them. Furthermore, at this moment, due to the strife between the clans, their fortune had been utterly depleted, tainted by endless karmic retribution. The Ancient Ones, having lived for countless ages, were cold and unfeeling. With no significant reservations left, they would undoubtedly strike without hesitation to eradicate the clans and prevent future complications. The aspiration to emulate Huang Tian in leading the Phoenix clan was now rendered impossible. They could only sacrifice themselves to restore balance to the universe and allow their clan to withdraw from the chaos of the primordial world, thereby obtaining boundless merit and fortune. Only with such merit could these beings be made to hesitate, for without the Dragon and Shilin clans, they posed no substantial threat. Tianyang, no, below, Tianyin Shilin, who had been leading the Qilin clan in an assault against the four great demon generals, stood in stunned silence. Tianyin Shilin transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful middle-aged woman, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. She and Tianyang Shilin had been born together, entwined in each other's presence for countless epochs. Now, for reasons unknown, she found that he sought to complete the primordial world with his very being. With her intellect, she could not discern the hidden treachery behind this choice. Tianyang, come back. Despite the Qilin clan suffering immense losses, she believed that as long as they worked together, there would still be a day when they could lead the Qilin clan to rise again. Tianyin Qilin soared into the heavens, attempting to prevent Tianyang Qilin's body from dissolving. Yet, she soon realized that all was in vain. Tianyang Qilin had sworn an oath to the Tao. At this moment, even the emergence of a sage could not reverse the situation. Tianyin, obey. Tianyang Qilin's eyes sparkled with mirth as he issued his final command, to lead the Qilin clan away from the primordial world, towards the northern edge. After delivering this command, his colossal form vanished completely from the primordial realm, his essence and body merging with the very fabric of existence. Tianyang Qilin chose not to divulge everything to Tianyin Qilin, for without him, her clan was far too weak. Revealing the truth would only incite her recklessness. In the final moment of his disappearance, he imparted a message to Tianyin Qilin. Tianyin, if you encounter difficulties, seek out Huang Tian at the Immortal Fire Mountain. He will aid you. Watching the Tianyang Qilin, with whom she shared countless years of intimacy, disappear before her eyes, Tianyin Qilin was rendered utterly stupefied. Yet, even in her bewilderment, she comprehended that his choice was undoubtedly made for the survival of the Qilin clan. Tianyin, obey. She murmured softly, then turned her gaze towards the many formidable beings of the Qilin clan and those beneath them. Withdraw from the primordial realm. With the sovereign gone, the entire Qilin clan fell into confusion, ceasing their assault on the four great demon generals and instead following Tianyin Qilin as they migrated towards the northern edge of the primordial world. On the other side, before Shilong vanished, his last words to Zhulong were also to seek out Huang Tian if he faced difficulties. The decisions made by the two sovereigns in their final moments were strikingly similar. Zhulong began leading the Dragon clan into seclusion within the East Sea. Once both clans had retreated from the heart of the primordial realm, the Tao reverberated, descending with profound merit. However, in contrast to the merit accrued when the Phoenix clan exited, the difference was staggering. The current strength of the two clans did not even reach half of what the Phoenix clan had possessed upon their departure. Moreover, the century-long turmoil had inflicted severe damage upon the primordial realm. After exiting, the vast merit was primarily utilized to mend the karmic consequences. The two clans' withdrawal marked the conclusion of the century-long Dragon-Han catastrophe, dispelling the malevolent energy that had pervaded the realm and allowing the primordial world to begin its revival. The widespread carnage that had engulfed the primordial realm began to subside. Countless beings, caught in the throes of battle, paused, gazing at their adversaries in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how they had come to blows. Truly, they were the sovereigns who led the two clans to the pinnacle of the primordial world. One could not help but chuckle, observing the two sovereigns vanish from existence. Luo Ho laughed heartily. Disappearing from sight, his voice conveyed a profound admiration for the two formidable sovereigns who had dared to fight and sacrifice themselves for their clans in their final moments. Having lived for countless years, they naturally understood the reasons behind Shilong and Tianyang Qilin's choices. Yet, admiration aside, had Shilong and Tianyang Qilin remained, Luo Ho would have undoubtedly eradicated their entire clans without hesitation. The animosity between the two dominant clans instilled a sense of trepidation even within the ranks of the chaotic demon gods. An empty endeavor, sighed Yangmei Laozu, vanishing from sight. Yinyang Laozu and Xinquan Laozu also departed, along with the hidden formidable beings, all disappearing without a trace. Yet before their departure, they cast a cold glance at Yujing Mountain, clearly believing themselves to have been outmaneuvered by Hong Jun. Had it not been for the final moment when Shilong and Tianyang Qilin chose to merge with the universe, concealing everything, they would have been compelled to act against the two clans and become enmeshed in endless karmic retribution. Moreover, in the final moments, Hong Jun had not appeared. After countless years of toil, they had gained nothing, only to be outsmarted by Hong Jun. How could they not harbor resentment? How could they not feel rage? At Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun stood frozen in shock, his body rigid with disbelief. Shilong and Tianyang Qilin had merged with the universe, and the Qilin and Dragon clans had retreated from the primordial realm. The Dragon-Han Catastrophe had come to an end. Yet, none of this aligned with his intentions. Even though their vitality had been gravely wounded, the two clans still retained a significant portion of their power. The Phoenix clan, having undergone a transformation, had emerged significantly stronger. The outcome was entirely different from what he had envisioned from the outset. The three clans had not completely fallen into decline. The Dragon and Qilin clans still had a sovereign and numerous formidable beings. As for the Phoenix clan, their situation was even more favorable. Furthermore, due to this unexpected outcome, he had incurred the ire of Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and other formidable beings who believed he had plotted against them. Thus, it could be said that following the Dragon-Han Catastrophe, Hong Jun had become the greatest loser, while the Phoenix clan emerged as the ultimate victor. In their final moments, the entreaties of Tianyang Qilin and Shilong towards Tianyin and Zhulong did not escape the notice of these ancient beings. It was evident that even in death, Shilong and Tianyang Qilin bore deep-seated resentment towards them, entrusting the two clans to Huang Tian. Huang Tian, you shall pay dearly. Hong Jun gazed skyward and let out a furious roar, unleashing a terrifying aura that enveloped the heavens in a shroud of gloom, an overwhelming sense of failure, unprecedented in countless years, seized his mind. After toiling for eons, he had gained nothing, only to see the Phoenix clan emerge as the ultimate victors. How could he not harbor hatred? This dreadful animosity surged through his heart like a vast ocean. Yet, in his quest for unity with the Tao, he found himself unable to strike directly at the Phoenix clan. At that moment, the Phoenix clan was ensconced within the immortal volcano, having recently acquired boundless merit and fortune, an existence beyond his reach to oppress at will. Even with his formidable strength, vanquishing the Phoenix clan would be a hard-fought struggle. Their inevitable retaliation, coupled with the terrifying karmic backlash, would undoubtedly leave him gravely wounded. In that eventuality, Hong Jun had no doubt that the likes of Luo Ho and Yang Mei would eagerly expedite his demise. After a prolonged period of seething rage, Hong Jun gradually regained his composure, returning to his mat to resume his scheming. Fortunately, in the final moments, Shilong and Tianyang Qilin had merged with the Tao, sparing him from the dreadful karmic repercussions. It was merely a single defeat. The opportunity for unity with the Tao still lingered that if he could orchestrate the demise of Shilong and Tianyang Qilin, only the timid Huang would remain, a modest gain nonetheless. With a cold smirk, Hong Jun cast his gaze upon the immortal volcano and slowly closed his eyes. You who fear for your life have inadvertently stumbled upon a boon this time. Next time, fortune shall not smile upon you so readily. In Hong Jun's eyes, Huang Tian's withdrawal from the expansive wilderness at such a critical juncture, in a state of utter ignorance, was a clear manifestation of cowardice. It paled in comparison to the valiant choices made by Shilong and Tianyang Qilin in their final moments. As the great war of the three clans concluded, Huang Tian awakened the moment Shilong and Tianyang Qilin returned to the wilderness that he scarcely had time to comprehend his own transformation and bore witness to the tragic culmination of Shilong and Tianyang Qilin's final decision. Perhaps this is your best ending, Huang Tian sighed softly. Compared to what he understood of the original trajectory of the wilderness world, the fates of the Dragon and Qilin clans had improved considerably. They had managed to preserve their essence, retaining 4/10 of their strength. While it would be exceedingly challenging to reclaim dominance over the wilderness, they would certainly not suffer the same fate as in later times. When the once mighty Dragon clan, led by the Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, was humiliated by a mere monkey and judged by the Celestial Court, becoming fodder for various demon kings, the Qilin clan, too, had fallen into complete silence. This was the wilderness, a world governed by the principle of survival of the fittest, where the strong thrived on the backs of countless beings. Huang Tian's gaze grew increasingly indifferent as he murmured to himself. The calamity of the Dragon and Han era had wrought not only the demise of Shilong and Tianyang Qilin, but also the fall of countless divine dragons and Qilins. Under the influence of karmic malevolence, innumerable beings were caught in the cycle of slaughter and demise. The sheer number of lives lost was staggering, reaching into the billions, if not more, measured in trillions. Even if Shilong and Tianyang Qilin had compensated for the heavens and the earth with their own lives. A thick stench of blood still permeated the boundless wilderness, lingering for no less than 10 millennia. It was clear how monumental the loss of life had been. However, these departed souls were but pawns in the grand schemes of Hong Jun, Luo Ho, Yang Mei, and other formidable entities, mere sacrifices orchestrated by their machinations. Those who set in motion the calamity of the Dragon and Han eras cared solely for their 3 dominant clans. Through this experience, Huang Tian came to a profound realization. The wilderness bore no relation to the world in which he had once existed. In the wilderness, life was valued less than weeds. Cheaper than ants, and no matter what, I shall never allow the Phoenix clan to reach such a fate, Huang Tian silently vowed, beginning to observe his own transformation. Before his emergence, he had been vociferously cursing within the realm of Hongmeng, Shi Huang's spiritual light. Little did he know that a tremendous force would suddenly surge forth, propelling him from the violet world. Upon realizing his current strength at the level of the 11th heaven of the quasi-saint realm, Huang Tian was left utterly astounded. Within him surged a power so overwhelming it left him breathless, surpassing any prior capabilities he had known. How little time had passed? A year, or perhaps 2? Shi Feng had entered seclusion alongside him, just beginning to refine the essence of merit, striving to break through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint. Yet here he was, possessing a full 50% of the merit essence, and in such a brief span. He had not only ascended to the 10th heaven of the quasi-saint realm, but had boldly advanced further to the 11th heaven. Huang Tian gasped in disbelief. Such progress could undoubtedly terrify even the most powerful of transcendents. The path of the quasi-saint was fraught with immense difficulty, especially in the latter stages, akin to climbing to the heavens. How could one achieve such a breakthrough with 50% of the merit? By his calculations, it would typically require 1,000,000 years of seclusion to attain the 10th heaven of the quasi-saint realm. As for reaching the 11th heaven, he had only a 50% chance. The time required would likely be measured in epochs. This means that as long as I can acquire merit and transform it through Hongmeng, Shi Huang's spiritual light, I can swiftly ascend in rank. Huang Tian mused. Merit. How can I obtain merit? He pondered aloud that in the wilderness world, the greatest merit stemmed from the merit of creation, with the 3 pure ones each claiming a 10th, establishing the foundation for their ascension. However, that merit was beyond his reach, as he could never hope to attain it. After all, the 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, safeguarded by the heavens and the wilderness. To slay them would be tantamount to seeking one's own death. Next in line was the merit of Hutu's reincarnation, the merit accrued from the Tao ancestors' teachings to the heavens and the wilderness, Nuwa's creation of humanity, and the merits of the various saints establishing their teachings. He must carve out a share from the merits of reincarnation and teachings. Huang Tian's eyes deepened with contemplation, and after a moment of silent calculation, he continued to scrutinize his transformation. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. The shock he felt from his rapid ascension paled in comparison to the overwhelming revelation that struck him like a tsunami. The Phoenix bloodline within him was undergoing a metamorphosis. In the midst of the awe-inspiring grandeur, Huang Tian let out a low growl, his eyes wide with fury. His primordial phoenix form was born from the essence of the fallen, chaotic demon god. Combined with the innate spiritual energy of the primordial world, one could assert that his foundation was not inferior to that of any innate divine demon. The it was nothing short of a natural masterpiece. Flawless in every aspect, impossible to advance even by a fraction, that he was second only to the likes of Hong Jun and Lu among the chaotic demon gods. However, their chaotic bodies were birthed from the great Tao, intertwined with boundless chaotic energy, each mastering a specific law from the moment of their inception, an irreplicable phenomenon. Huang Tian had never contemplated the possibility of his body and bloodline undergoing transformation from its very source, nor dared to imagine such a thing, for it seemed utterly inconceivable. Yet at this moment he felt an exceedingly faint purple aura coursing through his bones, blood, and even his hair. More astonishingly, a delicate layer of this purple haze enveloped his soul, exuding an ancient, weighty, and noble aura, as if his essence stemmed from a time long past. Huang Tian had visited Hong Jun with Huang Tian on multiple occasions, experiencing the ancient resonance that emanated from him. He dared to claim that even the aura of Hong Jun paled in comparison to the profound, ancient sensation imparted by this faint purple energy. Moreover, with the presence of this purple aura, Huang Tian sensed his power transcending that of his peers. His physical prowess had multiplied exponentially. With a mere flick of his hand, he created a gaping void in the space before him, chaos swirling violently, yet leaving no mark upon his form. He felt not even a hint of discomfort. If his previous power at the 11th layer of quasi-saint could be quantified as 1, Huang Tian, filled with astonishment, mused, then my current strength must be 5, perhaps even 10, with this purple aura augmenting him. He felt as though he stood at the pinnacle of the 12th layer of quasi-saint, confident in his ability to contend and even triumph in battle, having spent less than a year in the purple space. The transformation of his bloodline was already monumental, that if he could remain there for a decade, a century, a millennium, or even 10,000 years, Huang Tian dared not contemplate further. He now vaguely understood the nature of the purple energy circulating within that space. It had to be the primordial purple energy. Only the legendary primordial purple energy could effect such a profound transformation in such a brief span, altering the very essence of his being and bloodline. Currently, he had merely been enveloped by a layer of this purple energy. If one day his entire being were to transition from the innate to the primordial, Huang Tian was awestruck by his own thoughts. What changes would occur then? What terrifying combat prowess and potential would he possess? It was beyond imagination. Hong Jun had bestowed 7 strands of primordial purple energy, which shaped 6 saints during the Wu and Yao era, thereby ruling over the primordial realm. Yet he had directly acquired a primordial space, capable of transforming his entire being with primordial purple energy, enhancing his foundation towards a metamorphosis in the primordial age. That I require merit, vast amounts of merit, Huang Tian murmured to himself. Only with merit could he enter the world of primordial spiritual light. With merit, he could leverage the primordial world to swiftly elevate his strength. It seems I can no longer avoid confronting Hong Jun, he whispered. Following the natural trajectory of the primordial realm, the next significant merit lay in enlightening all beings. That merit was monopolized by Hong Jun alone. He needed to devise a means to partake in that merit. Rising from his contemplations, Huang Tian strode out of the Phoenix heavenly palace, his gaze surveying the primordial expanse. At this moment, the primordial realm had just emerged from a great calamity, with the 3 clans retreating. The battles had claimed countless lives, leaving the land resembling a desolate wasteland. Furthermore, since the dawn of creation, unending conflicts had plagued the primordial realm. There existed no comprehensive cultivation methods. The beings born in the primordial realm merely inhaled and exhaled the innate spiritual energy unconsciously to enhance their own paths. Only the innate divine demons emerged with profound cultivation and complete paths. The transmission of comprehensive cultivation methods only surfaced after Hong Jun attained sainthood and established the Tao sect. Consequently, Hong Jun significantly elevated his prestige among the primordial beings, amassing boundless merit and gathering immense fortune. After attaining sainthood, Hong Jun could impart teachings and enlighten the myriad beings of the world. Could I not do the same? Reflecting on this, Huang Tian fell into deep contemplation. He practiced the methods of the Phoenix clan, which were ill-suited for the cultivation of primordial beings. Yet, although the spiritual energy of future generations became scarce, the foundational cultivation methods and realm classifications circulated widely across the internet. Techniques such as refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, merging void with the Tao, earth immortal, heaven immortal, mystical immortal, true immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, and grand luo golden immortal were meticulously detailed. With his current pinnacle quasi-saint status, although he could not derive the methods for quasi-saint realms, he could certainly derive the path from refining essence in a chi up to the grand luo golden immortal realm. This was more than sufficient. Not only could he accomplish this, but many other powerful beings in the later stages of quasi-saint could do the same. However, who would think to waste time deriving cultivation methods from mere ants? Even Hong Jun, after achieving sainthood, imparted his teachings to 3,000 dustless immortals in the Zhixiao Palace, who then disseminated this knowledge throughout the primordial realm. This action not only garnered immense merit, but also consolidated his fortune, firmly establishing Hong Jun as the Tao ancestor. The term Tao ancestor itself emerged from this very event. Prior to this, the title Tao ancestor had not yet been ascribed to Hong Jun. With this realization, Huang Tian felt a surge of excitement and promptly turned back to the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, beginning to cultivate and derive a path suitable for all beings. With such immense merit from enlightening others, surely a fraction is not too much to ask, he declared, below the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Nirvana and the celestial fire observed him with curiosity, puzzled by his mutterings, before quickly retreating back into the palace, their expressions filled with excitement. What is with Lord Huang Tian's peculiar demeanor? Celestial fire muttered. Perplexed, Huang Tian rarely ventured out of the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. It was usually Huang Tian who traversed the Phoenix clan to their surprise, after the Phoenix clan withdrew from the undying Fire Mountain range. Huang Tian had emerged in an unprecedented manner, his face radiating excitement. Lord Huang Tian possesses boundless wisdom. How could you possibly comprehend his thoughts, you mindless fool? The Ice Phoenix coldly retorted, her demeanor one of icy indifference and pride. Looking down upon the celestial fire Phoenix, who only knew how to incite chaos. The last time many leaders of the Phoenix clan had pressured the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, it was led by the celestial fire Phoenix. And thus the Ice Phoenix held immense dissatisfaction towards him, especially after witnessing the primordial dragon and the Tianyang Qilin willingly sacrifice themselves to mend the heavens for the sake of their kin. What would happen if the Phoenix clan entered the fray? Would Huang Tian also reach such a juncture? This was not merely the Ice Phoenix's musing, but a shared concern among many powerful beings of the Phoenix clan at that moment. With that, the Ice Phoenix cast a cold glance at the celestial fire Phoenix before turning away. After the appearance of the purple Phoenix, boundless Tao rhythms enveloped the entire Phoenix clan, bestowing them with tremendous benefits. At this moment, it could be said that the entire Phoenix clan was in a state of closed-door cultivation, including those of them who were powerful beings in the late quasi-saint stage. Isu, the celestial fire Phoenix, gritted its teeth, infuriated. Even Lord Huang Tian and His Highness Feng Tian had not blamed him. Why should these beings treat him in such a manner? Yet in the face of the Ice Phoenix's pointed ridicule, he found himself at a loss for words, for his previous conduct had indeed been thoughtless. When he had ventured to the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, none had raised objections. Why now did they shift all blame onto him? The celestial fire, consumed by fury, transformed into its true form, the Phoenix, and soared towards its branched that moment. The space before him suddenly distorted, leading him into an inexplicable realm. Who dares intrude? He exclaimed, sensing an anomaly within the territory of his Phoenix clan. Instantly, the celestial fire Phoenix transformed into human form. Brimming with vigilance and bellowed in anger, he prepared to unleash a devastating punch to shatter the very fabric of this space, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm. He believed this trivial space could not possibly confine him. Celestial fire Phoenix, a spectral figure of an elder manifested before him, radiating warmth and compassion. With a mere flick of his finger, boundless Tao rhythms enveloped the air, effortlessly dissolving the celestial fire phoenix's punch. "Who are you?" The celestial fire phoenix questioned warily, his eyes betraying a flicker of fear. He discerned that this figure was merely an apparition, with the true self likely leagues away. Yet, despite the vast distance, this entity had the power to nullify his quasi-saint-level attack effortlessly. Such a true self must exist in unfathomable realms. My identity is inconsequential, the elder replied, shaking his head with a gentle smile. What matters is that I am here to assist you. Assist me? The celestial fire phoenix was taken aback, then furrowed his brow, responding coldly, I am the sovereign of the Phoenix clan. Your assistance is unnecessary. Depart my territory at once. Do you truly believe that a mere apparition in a trivial space can hold me captive? Once my clan's sovereign is alerted, no matter your celestial powers, escape will be impossible. Do not be hasty. The elder chuckled lightly. I am but a mere specter within your Phoenix clan's domain. What threat could I possibly pose? Just listen to what I have to say. The celestial fire phoenix frowned. Despite the elder's profound abilities, he was still merely a phantom, posing no real danger to him. After a prolonged moment, the celestial fire phoenix nodded, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Very well. I shall see what you have to say. With that, he crossed his arms and regarded the elder with an air of arrogance. The elder, undeterred by the celestial fire phoenix's haughty demeanor, smiled enigmatically. I am a hidden master of great powers, born before the chaos, who comprehended the heavenly mysteries and has come to aid you in the primordial world. After enduring the calamity of the Dragon-Han, the source was fractured, leaving the earth desolate. At this moment, 4 divine beasts are destined to emerge to guard the 4 corners of the primordial realm, restoring order and accruing boundless merit. You, of the celestial fire phoenix lineage, are destined to become one of the 4 corners of creation. The southernly fire vermilion bird, the mention of the celestial fire phoenix lineage. The celestial fire phoenix erupted with rage. The celestial fire phoenix was merely a branch of the Phoenix clan. The elder's words were clearly aimed at sowing discord and harboring ill intentions. Who dares to attempt to fracture my clan? Such folly invites death. He roared, igniting an inferno of celestial flames, his might soaring as he struck towards the elder. Ha ha! This is the will of heaven. You are to become the sovereign of the southern vermilion bird lineage, standing equal to the primordial phoenix. The elder laughed heartily, showing no intent to engage in combat. Swiftly vanishing as the celestial fire phoenix's punch met only I in that moment. A crimson sphere floated before him, and the elder's ethereal voice echoed. This is the embodiment of the southernly fire principles. If you swear an oath to the heavens, sever ties with the Phoenix clan, and transform into the southernly fire vermilion bird lineage, you may integrate this principle into your very being. Ascending beyond the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm to become a sub-saint, rivaling your clan's sovereign, will merely be a matter of time. As the mysterious elder faded like a fleeting dream, the space conjured by his formidable powers dissipated, leaving the celestial fire phoenix in a daze, gazing at the dark red orb before him. After a lengthy pause, facing the tangible embodiment of the southernly fire principle, the celestial fire phoenix repeatedly extended his hand, only to pull it back in hesitation, continuing this back-and-forth motion countless times. Due to the Phoenix clan's immersion in seclusion, no one noticed his peculiar behavior. Time flowed slowly, and the tall figure of the celestial fire phoenix remained suspended in the air, his indecisiveness evident in the trembling of his hand. The principle had congealed into a tangible bead, a symbol of the mastery of the law. This orb contained the essence of the southernly fire principle at a level of completion. Absorbing it would grant him a status beyond the quasi-saint realm, a level that even the primordial phoenix had never attained, merely a matter of time. Yet the celestial fire phoenix was no fool. The elder's intentions were now glaringly clear, devoid of any pretense of goodwill. To absorb the southernly fire principle, he would have to lead the celestial fire phoenix branch to swear an oath to the heavens, severing ties with the Phoenix clan and establishing an independent identity as one of the 4 corners of creation. Such an act would be tantamount to treason. Nonetheless, the allure of the legendary sub-saint realm was immensely powerful. Especially the elder's final words, suggesting he would stand equal to the clan's sovereign, struck deeply at the very core of the celestial fire phoenix's being. For some time now, the Phoenix clan had placed the blame for their troubles squarely on his shoulders, causing him great inner turmoil that if he could ascend to be on par with the Primordial Phoenix, would those who had targeted him dare to do so again? The celestial fire phoenix hesitated for an extended period, his eyes now filled with bloodshot determination. Finally, his trembling hand slowly reached toward the crimson orb, moving agonizingly slow. I do not intend to betray the Phoenix clan. I merely wish to study the principles within. Much like I would any other treasure, to comprehend the ultimate truths contained within. In the end, the celestial fire phoenix's hand shot forward, grasping the dark red orb with fervor, his forehead slick with cold sweat, breath coming in rapid bursts. Though he understood that all the phoenixes were in seclusion, oblivious to his actions, he felt as though he were a thief, hastily transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the scene. At that moment, on Jade Capital Mountain, countless miles away from the undying volcano, a thunderous laughter erupted, resonating through the heavens, shaking the firmament. Seated upon a mat, Hong Jun appeared at ease, his eyes glimmering with boundless pride. Before him lay an image, one of the celestial fire phoenix clutching the orb of southernly fire, fleeing in a panic. His unparalleled power of divination, aided by the creation jade plate, had revealed the celestial fire phoenix's plight within the Phoenix clan. Thus, he acted swiftly, seizing the opportunity to entice the celestial fire phoenix sovereign into establishing an independent lineage. With the creation jade plate, containing the essence of 3,000 principles, even a fragmented version could effortlessly conjure a complete southernly fire principle. Moreover, the emergence of the four corners of creation was in accordance with a natural order. The creation jade plate, a treasure of the heavenly path, could unleash its fullest potential. As for the celestial fire phoenix's inner turmoil, Hong Jun perceived it with crystal clarity. Having lived for countless eons and mastering the art of calculation, he comprehended the psychological fluctuations of beings with unparalleled depth. Since the dawn of creation, he had only faltered once with the primordial phoenix. He was utterly confident that the moment the celestial fire phoenix grasped the dark red orb, the outcome of leading the celestial fire phoenix branch to sever ties with the clan and establish a new identity was already sealed. As time passed, the desires within him would grow increasingly potent, compelling him to seek excuses to shatter the barriers of his own heart. Such a trivial Phoenix clan, such a meager primordial phoenix, dares to disrupt my plans. Unaware of their imminent demise, Hong Jun's expression darkened, transforming into a cold demeanor. The celestial fire phoenix branch's departure from the Phoenix clan will undoubtedly bring calamity upon your lineage. A grievous depletion of your fortunes, slaying you will be but a flick of my wrist at this moment. The strength of the Phoenix clan is overwhelmingly formidable, boasting no less than 6 late-stage quasi-saints of immense power. Additionally, they are graced with the presence of the 2 primordial ancestors, Huang Tian and Feng Tian. They have also established a grand oath of the Great Tao, achieving a state of perfect harmony in the primordial realm. Their fortune flourishing to its zenith. In fact, they have far surpassed any clan that existed during the Long Han period, when they were one of the 3 dominant tribes. It is highly probable that Huang Tian, bolstered by this terrifying fortune, will swiftly ascend to the status of a sub-saint, a single sub-saint commanding the vast and profound Phoenix clan, teeming with powerful beings, would be akin to another Luo Ho. The existence of one Luo Ho has already caused great distress for Hong Jun, therefore. Hong Jun will not allow the Phoenix clan to continue its unchecked development. The departure of the Tianhua Phoenix from the Phoenix clan is bound to throw the clan into disarray. A cold smile crept across Hong Jun's lips as he contemplated the troubles awaiting Huang Tian. If the Tianhua Phoenix can sever ties with the Phoenix clan and establish its own dominion, claiming a portion of the clan as fortune, what are the other branches of the Phoenix clan? Will not their rulers ponder the implications, and will not the countless lowly phoenixes harbor their own thoughts? A psychologically tumultuous Phoenix clan would undoubtedly leave Huang Tian in a state of utter disarray. Moreover, in the face of the rebellious South Ming Vermilion Bird clan, will Huang Tian consider annihilating the Tianhua Phoenix, which has followed him for countless years? The ruthless extermination might very well chill the hearts of other powerful beings within the Phoenix clan. In due time, a multitude of challenges will present themselves to Huang Tian. Those who are consumed by fear for their own lives truly believe that they can escape the heart of the primordial realm and live in peace. Hong Jun scoffed coldly. For millions of years, this was the first time his schemes had faltered. How could he tolerate Huang Tian? Once I deal with those old fogies of Luo Ho, I shall come to extinguish you. Hong Jun's gaze turned impassive as he looked outside the thatched cottage. His expression indifferent to that moment. Three individuals stood outside, their demeanor respectful. An elderly man, a middle-aged man, and a youth. The elder exuded an air of tranquility and contentment. The middle-aged man bore a dignified expression, stern and unyielding, radiating an authoritative presence without the need for anger. The youth, with sharp brows and bright eyes, possessed a prominent nose that lent him an aura of sharpness, his gaze inherently imbued with a wild ambition. They were none other than the renowned Three Pure Ones, three of the 6 saints of later generations, among the most blessed of the innate deities born in the primordial realm, naturally endowed with an immortal attribute. They were the true embodiments of Pangu's primordial spirit, each carrying a portion of the merits from the creation of the world, further protected by the will of the primordial universe. To slay them would inevitably invite divine retribution. Emerging from the most prestigious legacy of the primordial realm, these 3 formidable beings bowed in unison before the thatched cottage, their expressions solemn and filled with reverence. Lotzi, Yuanshi, Tong Tian, pay respects to our master. In the presence of the cottage, the 3 Pure Ones maintained a respectful demeanor, speaking in unison with deep bows. That moment, they were merely 3 ordinary quasi-saints, their names not yet renowned in this era. Just after the calamity of Longhan, quasi-saints were emerging in droves, and sub-saints were no longer a rarity. Although the 3 Pure Ones had managed to survive without anyone daring to harm them, many powerful beings capable of teaching them existed. Thus, being able to call Hong Jun their master was an exhilarating prospect for the 3 Pure Ones. However, they were vexed that Hong Jun had never formally acknowledged them as disciples. Merely treating them as students in the initial stages, he even forbade them from residing in the Yujing Mountain, instead relegating them to the distant Kunlun Mountain, millions of miles away, for countless years. Their greatest aspiration had been to formally take the unfathomable Hong Jun as their master. Well then, how have you fared in the tasks I assigned you? Hong Jun's expression was cold, his voice devoid of any emotion. The thatched cottage was shrouded in profound Taoist principles, preventing the 3 Pure Ones from glimpsing his true form. The unknown and mysterious is what commands respect. Having lived for innumerable years and mastered the intricacies of schemes and the fickleness of human hearts, Hong Jun was well aware of the innate pride that resided within the 3 Pure Ones. Born of Pangu's primordial spirit, they were endowed with exceptional talents. From birth, they possessed a portion of the merits for the creation of the world. Being the true inheritors of Pangu, the time they spent developing was far less than that of other innate deities like Shi Huang and Shi Long, and they had yet to forge their own paths of cultivation. Nevertheless, they had still managed to break through to the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood. One can only imagine how extraordinary their innate abilities were. Hong Jun harbored the ambition to unify the Tao and control the primordial universe, calculating the demise of each generation of powerful beings since the dawn of creation. Yet, the 3 Pure Ones, possessing the merits of creation and protected by the will of the primordial universe, were not to be trifled with, even by him. Thus, he had only taken them as nominal disciples. The reason for not officially accepting them as his closed-door disciples was twofold. On one hand, to temper their pride, and on the other, to avoid imparting the deeper mysteries of the Tao to them, would be why making them nominal disciples, he could provide them with a glimmer of hope while preventing them from seeking other masters among the ancient ones. Otherwise, if the 3 Pure Ones were to truly grow and develop their own ambitions, he would soon find himself facing a headache before he had even unified the Tao. Reporting to Master. After receiving your instructions, we, the 3 Pure Ones, have opened the mountain gates to recruit disciples for our Tao. Lotzi spoke respectfully, a hint of regret upon his face as he added, however, despite my careful selection, I have yet to find suitable disciples. Once Lotzi finished speaking, Yuan Shi stepped forward, offering a slight smile. Reporting to Master, I have received several disciples of substantial potential. I have gathered a multitude of disciples. Far too many to count. Tong Tian's expression was one of arrogance, his brows raised and a smirk on his lips, eagerly anticipating Hong Jun's praise. For millions of years, under Hong Jun's guidance, his stature in the hearts of the three pure ones had grown immensely. Thus, the three eagerly awaited Hong Jun's commendation. However, as soon as Tong Tian finished speaking, Yuan Shi's expression darkened, his brows furrowing deeply as he rebuked, Tong Tian, you are being reckless. Your disciples are all mere fledglings. How can they possibly enter our Tao? How dare you claim them as disciples of our Tao? Hurry and apologize to Master. In Yuan Shi's heart, the Tao was a grand and lofty institution, the identity of Pangu's true inheritor held in the highest esteem. How could one casually accept disciples? This not only tarnished Hong Jun's status, but also lowered the prestige of Pangu's true lineage. Tong Tian raised an eyebrow, casting a dismissive glance at Yuan Shi, disregarding his words. Tong Tian's attitude immediately infuriated Yuan Shi, who was about to scold him loudly when Hong Jun's cold, unfeeling voice suddenly resounded, betraying no hint of emotion. I am aware of your circumstances. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were momentarily bewildered. Hong Jun had summoned them only to convey this single sentence after instructing them to recruit disciples. However, Hong Jun's voice quickly followed. I have been deducing the heavenly principles after the decline and retreat of the three clans. The power of the Eastern Primordial Realm has significantly diminished. As the Tao wanes and the demons rise, the demonic cult of the West will soon emerge. To prevent the Eastern Realm from falling prey to the cult and suffering catastrophic losses. Lotzi, you shall go to the East Sea, the retreat of the Dragon Clan, and persuade Zhu Long to lead the Dragon Clan to contribute further to our Eastern cause. Understood, Master, Lotzi replied, suddenly enlightened. This was indeed the purpose behind their summons. Yuan Shi, you shall go to the northern frontier of the Primordial Realm and persuade the Tianyin Qilin to lend their strength to the East. Yes, Master, I will do my utmost to fulfill your wishes. Yuan Shi responded, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Master was a hidden grandmaster, harboring concern for all beings in the primordial realm, deducing the heavenly principles to seek a glimmer of hope for the creatures of the primordial world. Tong Tian, you shall venture to the southern unquenchable volcano and persuade Shi Huang to lend their strength to the east to resist the demonic cult. Yes, Master, Tong Tian replied with a smirk, his face radiating arrogance, revealing no concealment of his thoughts. Master, I shall do my utmost. Shi Huang was excessively fearful of death. During the great war among the three clans, even the sovereigns of heaven and earth did not dare to contest, hastily leading the Phoenix clan to flee the primordial realm. Although Tong Tian's words were blunt, both Lotzi and Yuan Shi nodded in agreement, harboring similar concerns in their hearts. The Dragon Clan and Qilin clan had barely escaped with their lives, severely weakened. Would they truly emerge to counter the demonic cult for the greater good as espoused by Hong Jun? Having witnessed countless cycles of life and death, they had long grown accustomed to such realities. Without tangible benefits to be gained, even the three pure ones would hesitate to act. Moreover, there are the once mighty Candle Dragon and the celestial Shadow Qilin. I comprehend the apprehensions dwelling within your hearts. Hong Jun, with a tone of indifference, declared, on this journey, it is imperative that you articulate the stakes clearly, elucidate the greater purpose, for it is to contribute to the endeavors of my eastern wilderness, thus accruing immense merit in the realms of heaven and earth. Following the eradication of the demon sect, the three clans shall be entitled to one position among the celestial deities. Master, what constitutes a position among the celestial deities? Laozi respectfully inquired. The celestial deities are those under the protection of the heavenly Tao. Although not saints, they possess the boon of immortality. Immortality, the three pure ones gasped in astonishment. Immediately, their hearts were flooded with boundless envy. What do cultivators seek if not to coexist with the heavens and endure alongside the sun and moon? Despite the three pure ones possessing the merits of creating the heavens, their elimination would invoke divine retribution. Yet, this does not imply that they are beyond being vanquished at present. Should a being of immense power be willing to sacrifice their own life, they could indeed eliminate them first, only to be met with divine retribution thereafter. Hence, they acted with utmost discretion, revering Hong Jun as their master. Now, upon hearing that the three clans could attain a position among the celestial deities, immortal and indestructible, how could they not be envious? Master, we. Huang Tian's eyes gleamed with fervor. Yet before he could complete his thought, Hong Jun interrupted with his words. After the calamity of the demon sect, I shall impart the teachings. You, three pure ones, shall be my closed-door disciples that we shall obey. Master, the three pure ones, overjoyed by the tremendous boon promised by Hong Jun, swiftly turned and soared away from Yujing Mountain, each heading towards different corners of the eastern wilderness. The three pure ones, despite their merits in creating the heavens, were but pawns in the grand scheme, in a humble abode. Observing the ecstatic departure of the three pure ones, Hong Jun let out a cold chuckle, his eyes filled with inscrutable calculations. The future of the three pure ones had long been meticulously orchestrated by him. The primordial purple energy was prepared solely for them. Once Luo, Hu, and the myriad quasi-saint level beings perished, he would no longer have any reservations. Although the three clans had retreated, their remaining strength was still formidable. This presented an opportune moment to leverage the emergence of the demon sect to annihilate them completely, thus preventing future troubles. Even if the Phoenix clan could not be entirely eradicated, significant weakening was still possible. After all, during the calamity of Longhan, while the three clans discerned the presence of Luo, Hu, and other powerful beings, they had not detected him. Hong Jun was confident that in the eyes of the sovereigns of the three clans, he still held considerable prestige. Coupled with the allure of the celestial deities' positions, which promised immortality, they would undoubtedly acquiesce as thoughts of the celestial deity position danced in his mind. A smirk of derision flickered in Hong Jun's eyes as he slowly closed them. Entering a state of seclusion in the eastern wilderness, time was the least valuable commodity. Years flowed by, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, Huang Tian opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy illuminating his gaze. After 1,000 years, he had finally devised a method suitable for the cultivation of all sentient beings, though it could only elevate ordinary beings to the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal level. Huang Tian had no intention of creating techniques for those above the quasi-saint level at this moment. Hong Jun refrained from imparting teachings, fearing that should the beings of the eastern wilderness acquire such methods, a surge of formidable adversaries would arise. Huang Tian harbored a similar sentiment. Thus, while he desired the merits of educating the beings of the eastern wilderness, he was also calculating in secret. He was not a paragon of virtue. Moreover, as he was merely at the peak of the quasi-saint level, should a multitude of quasi-saints swiftly emerge in the eastern wilderness, it would not only trouble Hong Jun, but also pose a challenge for him. Furthermore, given his current level, deriving quasi-saint level techniques would require no less than 10 or 8 gatherings of Yuan. With the primordial purple phoenix spiritual light in his possession, Huang Tian could hardly contain his impatience after such a prolonged period of seclusion. It was only logical to first secure the merits of educating those below the quasi-saint realm. However, would hastily venturing out to impart teachings raise Hong Jun's suspicions? Contemplating this, his brow furrowed. Previously, in his haste to make a decision, he had not considered this aspect. After all, he was the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, having ascended upon the bones of countless races and beings, although he had led the Phoenix clan into seclusion, potentially leaving behind a reputation of cowardice in the eastern wilderness. As the ruler of the Phoenix clan, he could never be associated with altruism. Given Hong Jun's cunning, he would undoubtedly perceive the inconsistencies. Moreover, the merits of education were, in essence, a theft of Hong Jun's cake, which would certainly provoke his suspicions. This time, Hong Jun's primary focus was undoubtedly Luo Hu, and to ensure the continued survival of the Phoenix clan. He could not afford to confront him openly. It was imperative to find a plausible reason before making any moves. Huang Tian murmured to himself, deep in thought. What kind of rationale could he concoct that would allow him to divide Hong Jun's spoils without provoking his ire? It was essential that Hong Jun be left speechless, unable to voice his grievances. Lord Huang Tian, there are beings from outside the clan wishing to pay their respects to you. Just then, a stunningly beautiful and icy woman, transformed from the Ice Phoenix, entered to report. Someone wishes to pay their respects to me. Huang Tian's brow furrowed. He was not surprised by the entrance of the Ice Phoenix, for as the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, he possessed royal blood. However, to this day, no bloodline had been born. Huang Tian had been striving to find a phoenix to ensure the continuation of the royal bloodline, even arranging for a multitude of incredibly beautiful phoenix beings of transcendent power to await outside the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. The Ice Phoenix was one among them. Yet, Huang Tian was wholly focused on his cultivation and had no intention of seeking a partner, viewing it as a waste of time. Consequently, he had often teased Huang Tian, asking why she did not hurry to find a phoenix to preserve the royal bloodline, causing Huang Tian's face to flush with embarrassment as she playfully threatened to subdue him, making it clear who truly held authority. How does he appear, and what is his identity? Huang Tian pondered for a moment before responding. After a lengthy deliberation, he could not think of anyone in the eastern wilderness who would come to pay their respects to him. Only the sovereigns of the Dragon and Qilin clans possessed the qualifications to do so. However, it was evident that the remaining celestial Shadow Qilin and Candle Dragon were likely preoccupied with their clan matters and would not come. It is a young man, appearing from a distance like a towering sword, likely a quasi-saint adept in the sword arts, exuding an air of arrogance that is particularly irksome. Upon hearing Huang Tian refer to her as Bing, the Ice Phoenix's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, betraying none of her usual frigid demeanor as her mind wandered. Binger was the name bestowed upon her by the Phoenix ancestor. Yet, this was the first time Lord Huang Tian had directly addressed her by this name. He had always referred to her as the Ice Phoenix before, being often likened to an icy flower. She rarely exhibited such bashful behavior. She was acutely aware of the reason behind the Phoenix ancestors' arrangement of these various branches of Phoenix rulers to take turns guarding the area. At that time, they had all been quite eager, for it was an immense honor to preserve the royal bloodline for the Phoenix ancestor. However, due to Huang Tian's consistent indifference towards them, over the long passage of time, they had all given up hope. Lord Huang Tian has referred to me as Binger. Could it be that the Ice Phoenix began to indulge in endless fantasies, even forgetting that Huang Tian was still awaiting her response? Her reaction was not due to childishness, but rather the immense prestige of Huang Tian within the Phoenix clan, especially after the recent calamity. His prestige had risen to such heights that even the rulers of the various Phoenix branches could only look up to him from afar, feeling like mere children under his protective wings. Moreover, the subconscious influence of the Phoenix ancestors' intentions further affected her. Despite having lived for countless eons, the Ice Phoenix, known for her cold demeanor, displayed a hint of shyness. Ahem, Binger, did he not mention his origins? With a cough from Huang Tian, the thoughts of the Han Bing Feng Niao were instantly discerned. Although he had merged with Huang Tian's soul and acquired his consciousness, he still possessed an independent will. In a moment of impulsiveness, he inadvertently called out Bing Air. Huang Tian's cough pulled the Han Bing Feng Niao back to reality, prompting a flicker of disdain in her phoenix eyes as she responded. His demeanor was excessively arrogant, which Bing Air found unappealing. Thus she refrained from inquiring further and simply turned to leave. However, as she departed, she vaguely heard him introduce himself as Huang Tian. The subsequent words, perhaps mentioning Hong Jun and discipleship, were lost on her. The expression on Han Bing Feng Yao's face was one of utter distaste. The Phoenix clan, a lineage of utmost nobility, was a dominant race in the primordial world that it was the first time someone had come to visit, and he had the audacity to display such arrogance. Were it not for his purpose of paying respects to Lord Huang Tian, she would undoubtedly have taken action to teach him a lesson. Tong Tan, like a sword, was insufferably proud. Upon hearing this name, Huang Tian immediately recognized who it was, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he chuckled. Go and invite him in. But remember to be a bit more courteous. Invite him in and be courteous? The expression on Han Bing Feng Yao's face instantly soured, her reluctance evident. Yet under the orders of Shi Huang, she had no choice but to summon Tong Tian. What business does Hong Jun have sending Tong Tian to find me? Huang Tian mused, stroking his chin. Although the three pure ones, bearers of the merits of creation, were not particularly powerful at this moment. They held significant renown at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. After all, they were incarnations of Pangu's primordial spirit, and any deity of great power had to outwardly show respect to this colossal being who opened the heavens. Moreover, they were not to be harmed. However, that was of little concern now that a glimmer of amusement crossed Huang Tian's eyes. He was in need of a plausible excuse to expound upon the teachings. And now Huang Tian had conveniently presented himself. With this disciple of Hong Jun, who bore the merit of creation. Even if Hong Jun suffered losses, he would have to swallow his pride. Huang Tian had always harbored a considerable interest in this most unfortunate sage. Among the renowned 6 saints of later generations, he was the most unruly, imprisoned by Hong Jun in the Zixiao Palace after the Fengshen tribulation, not to emerge until the end of a vast calamity. Although Huang Tian felt no sympathy for Huang Tian, in the final battle of the Fengshen tribulation, due to a moment of impulsiveness, laid down the 4 swords of extermination and fought the 4 saints alone, appeared to possess an indomitable spirit worthy of admiration. The cost of that battle was the complete shattering of the primordial world and the death of countless beings, including the human race. He was merely a sage indifferent to the lives of all. Just then, an overwhelming sword intent surged from the entrance of the palace, in an intangible manner. The grand palace seemed to transform into a realm of swordsmanship. Countless swords of Huang Tian came slicing from all directions, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. The sword path of Huang Tian. Huang Tian smirked, amusement dancing in his eyes. Indeed, Huang Tian was as combative and arrogant as the legend suggested. Even before their first encounter, he had taken the initiative to test the mettle of this once dominant figure of the primordial realm, a late-stage quasi-saint. Just as Huang Tian was about to retaliate and temper Huang Tian's arrogance, a voice erupted from outside the hall, cold and restrained to the utmost, akin to a volcano about to erupt. "Bold fool, how dare you provoke our clan's sovereign?" In the next moment, an intense chill pervaded the sword realm, freezing the countless colossal swords of Huang Tian and shattering them. "Little Ice Phoenix, I am the true inheritor of Pangu. You are unworthy to battle me. Stand aside that I, Huang Tian, have come today to challenge your sovereign." Huang Tian's words dripped with arrogance, showing no regard for the Han Bing Feng Niao. Yet before he could finish, a thunderous phoenix cry, filled with boundless chill and fury, reverberated through the air. The next moment, sounds of a fierce battle erupted outside the palace. Huang Tian had already risen but slowly sat back down, a smile appearing in his eyes. Although Huang Tian was endowed with extraordinary talent, his late emergence, coupled with Hong Jun's manipulations, meant he had yet to create his own methods. It would not be difficult for Bing Er, who had already broken through to the 7th level of quasi-saintship. To easily defeat him. It was a perfect opportunity for Bing Er to suppress Huang Tian's haughty demeanor. Huang Tian made no further moves, content to observe with his divine sense as Bing Er, filled with unbridled fury, pounded the young man mercilessly. The boy had no chance to retaliate, resembling nothing more than a punching bag, tossed around by the seemingly delicate Bing Er, his face a mask of utter confusion and residual arrogance. He seemed utterly incapable of comprehending why a mere gatekeeper of the Phoenix clan could dominate him, a true inheritor of Pangu, a mid-stage quasi-saint. The chasm between the 12th level of quasi-saintship and his own was as vast as the heavens and the abyss, especially between the front, middle, back, and pinnacle stages, which were incomprehensibly distant. This moment, Huang Tian, who had yet to forge his own path, though possessing an unparalleled aura, was no match for Bing Er. He had been completely reduced to a punching bag, mercilessly battered by her. Of course, Bing Er was aware that this arrogant fellow had come to visit Huang Tian, so she naturally held back her full strength. Each punch and kick was merely a release of the pent-up anger within her. This is what you get for being arrogant, for your pride, for your disdain towards Lord Huang Tian. As Bing Er continued to use Huang Tian as a punching bag, she murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Huang Tian, on the receiving end of her relentless onslaught, was filled with confusion and despair, as if the relentless beating was shattering his very resolve. Huang Tian found himself both amused and exasperated. If only Bing Er knew that the person she was thrashing was the renowned Huang Tian sage, the leader of the Jie, one could only imagine her reaction. This incident would likely become a scar that Huang Tian would never wish to recall. Huang Tian mused to himself, his amusement growing as he observed Huang Tian's darkening expression. Finally, Huang Tian spoke, calling for an end to Bing Er's onslaught. Bing Er, has Huang Tian arrived? Quickly invite him in. You show no etiquette as a host. For this, I shall punish you to contemplate your actions in the undying volcano for 300 years. Huang Tian's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. As if he had just awakened from a long seclusion. Of course, whether Huang Tian would believe that was another matter entirely. Little one, remember to show respect to our clan's sovereign, or else. The Han Bingfeng Niao's expression grew cold, a mocking smile escaping her lips as she clenched her delicate, crystal-like fist at the sight of the despairing and tattered Huang Tian, before transforming into the Han Bingfeng Niao and soaring into the undying volcano. The undying volcano was sacred ground for the Phoenix clan, the very place where Huang Tian and Feng Tian were conceived, imbued with the Tao rhythm of the primordial chaos deity, sure Huang that it was indeed a sacred site for the Phoenix clan. Even the royal descendants of various branches were typically forbidden from entering. To be sent there for 300 years of reflection was not merely a punishment. It was a reward from Huang Tian. Before long, a youth, shrouded in despondence and despair, slowly entered the Phoenix heavenly palace. Huang Tian's expression remained indifferent, and he could faintly see Huang Tian's lips trembling slightly, still haunted by the earlier overwhelming beating. Huang Tian, are you all right? Huang Tian inquired with feigned concern, indignation creeping into his voice. Bing Er has been quite thoughtless. Rest assured, I shall impose a severe punishment upon her. Let it be known, the time for the Han Bingfeng Niao to contemplate her actions in the undying volcano shall be extended by 3,000 years. She is not to emerge until that time has elapsed. Huang Tian appeared genuinely furious. Upon hearing this, all the members of the Phoenix clan, whether they were royal descendants of various branches or those beneath them, fell silent. They too desired such a punishment, if only they could be granted a few rounds of such an experience before their own. Huang Tian, that won't be necessary. Huang Tian, utterly fatigued and despondent, waved his hand wearily and murmured, it is my inadequacy in strength. There is no need to punish her. Huang Tian, do not say such things. Huang Tian's expression hardened, resolute as iron. You are a disciple of the esteemed Hong Jun, whom I have always held in the highest regard. To bully you is to slap my own face. Convey my command. The Ice Phoenix Bird King shall endure the punishment of facing the wall within the undying volcano for the duration of a yuanhui. Upon the utterance of these words, the entire Phoenix clan was immediately engulfed in madness. Since the dawn of creation, aside from the Primordial Phoenix and the Primordial Feng, not even the rulers of the major branches had ever lingered in the undying volcano for a full yuanhui. The Ice Phoenix bird merely delivered a beating to this individual, yet was rewarded with such great favor. Subsequently, the gaze of numerous branch leaders of the Phoenix clan gradually ignited with fervor. If the Ice Phoenix bird could subdue that young man, might they not also be capable? Especially among the remaining late-stage quasi-saint powerhouses of the Phoenix clan, excitement nearly propelled them to leap from their seats. As they covertly began to rub their hands together, fixated on the gates of the Phoenix heavenly palace, awaiting the emergence of that youth, ready to strike. Fellow Taoist Huang Tian inhaled deeply, observing Huang Tian's resolute expression, and felt a slight stir of emotion within that he had not anticipated that Huang Tian would be willing to impose such a punishment on a subordinate of the late quasi-saint realm for his sake. Reflecting on how he had provoked him upon arrival, and had previously looked down upon him for his cowardice, he said, Fellow Taoist Huang Tian, I was reckless in my actions earlier, and I offer my apologies. Huang Tian took a deep breath, profoundly moved. Fellow Taoist Huang Tian, you speak in such a manner, wherefore such words? Huang Tian laughed heartily, his face adorned with a benevolent smile, as he rose and invited Huang Tian to sit beside him on the mat. Your words are too formal. Senior Hong Jun has been both a mentor and a friend to me, providing much guidance and assistance. As his disciple, you and I are akin to brothers. Consider the Phoenix clan your own family. Feel free to go wherever you wish and do as you please Without reservation, the Huang Tian smile was warm as he patted Tong Tian's shoulder, seemingly regarding Hong Jun and Tong Tian as kin. The one who had been preoccupied with schemes against Hong Jun was not he. Tong Tian felt increasingly moved, taken aback by the amiability of this legendary monarch of the Phoenix clan and one of the great sovereigns of the primordial era, who displayed no pretense whatsoever. Prior to this, he had envisioned various scenarios, even anticipating that such a cowardly individual would surely leverage the might of the Phoenix clan, wielding authority and looking down upon others. After all, although their Sanqing had the merits of creation, no one dared to slay them over the countless years. Yet, those with immense powers had never regarded them with respect. Thus, he had intended to showcase his strength upon arrival, to let Huang Tian know he was not easily trifled with. I have underestimated your character. Tong Tian felt a pang of guilt for his previous thoughts. His expression gradually turned resolute as he spoke earnestly. I could never have anticipated your profound respect for our master. Fellow Taoist Huang Tian, from this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. Huang Tian smiled and clapped Tong Tian's shoulder heartily. Then I shall shamelessly call you junior brother Tong Tian. Brother Huang Tian. Tong Tian was immensely touched, never having expected the dignified monarch of the Phoenix clan to be so approachable. He remained blissfully unaware that he was steadily aligning himself with Huang Tian's intended direction. Since we are family, junior brother Tong Tian, please speak plainly. What did Senior Hong Jun send you to discuss with me? Huang Tian's countenance was filled with warmth and approachability. Yet he could not help but reflect on the world of the primordial, a realm steeped in bloodshed and dominated by the strong. Ultimately, the flow of information was scarce. Incomparable to the explosive age of information in later generations, these formidable beings, though resolute in their minds, would often seclude themselves for eons, placing great value on face. For the sake of reputation, they would readily risk life and death encounters. However, for one who had come from a later era, how much could face truly be worth? Could it be consumed as sustenance? How naive! That being the case, Tong Tian continued, Brother Huang Tian, let us dispense with the niceties. My master has sent me to inform you that the Western demon cult is about to emerge, intending to invade our East. You are to lead the Phoenix clan to assist in defending the East, to prevent the suffering of creatures in the primordial last. It has arrived. A myriad of thoughts flickered through Huang Tian's eyes, following the great catastrophe of Longhan, with the decline of the three clans. The emergence of Demon Lord Luo Ho, and the rise of the chaotic demons vying for supremacy in the primordial. He had long anticipated this. Yet he had not expected Hong Jun to use the demon cult as a means to weaken the Phoenix clan. From Tong Tian's words, Huang Tian quickly deduced that despite the impending emergence of the demon cult, Hong Jun ultimately could not tolerate the Phoenix clan. This old fellow wishes to weaken the Phoenix clan while draping the cloak of righteousness over his intentions. To avert the suffering of beings in the primordial East, Huang Tian mused silently. Let us not forget, the calamity of the three clans was orchestrated by none other than Hong Jun himself. The countless lives lost number in the billions. He did not even bat an eye. Yet he insists on putting on a facade of compassion. Tong Tian, noticing the sudden stillness of Huang Tian's smile, quickly discerned Huang Tian's predicament and, being empathetic, hastily added, Brother Huang Tian, our master has stated that during this calamity brought by the demon cult, each of the Dragon and Phoenix clans will be granted a position as earthly deities. Moreover, after the calamity, the three clans will earn boundless merit and fortune for their contributions to the primordial world, which is immensely beneficial. The notion of earthly deities? Huang Tian was momentarily taken aback, his attention immediately drawn to this term. It sounded strikingly familiar. Junior brother Tong Tian, what precisely is this position of earthly deity? My master said that although the position of earthly deity is not equivalent to that of a saint, it is nonetheless indestructible and eternal. Tong Tian gazed at Huang Tian with envy. Indestructible and eternal. Upon hearing these words, coupled with the phrase earthly deity, Huang Tian's heart instantly soared with delight. This so-called position of earthly deity was none other than the divine beings listed on the Fengshen Bang. The investiture of the gods. The deities on the Fengshen Bang are forever barred from advancement, subject to the will of the Jade Emperor, where life and death rest solely upon the whims of the master of the Fengshen Bang. As long as the Fengshan Bang exists, those deities remain indestructible and eternal. This shameless old fellow dares to offer the position of earthly deity, akin to the Fengshan Bang, as a reward to the three clans. To become one of the listed deities is indeed to gain immortality, yet one would forever be bound by the Fengshan Bang, with no hope of progress. Even the likes of the Tai Golden Immortals and the Luo Golden Immortals from later generations would shun such a fate. Nevertheless, Huang Tian could not deny that this reward was undeniably enticing for the beings of this era. After all, the Fengshan Bang had yet to emerge and was likely still in the hands of Hong Jun. The allure of the words indestructible and eternal was an irresistible temptation for the creatures of the primordial. Had it been the original Huang Tian, he likely would have found it impossible to refuse. Alas, Hong Jun was faced with Huang Tian, who had traversed from a later ER8.I in terms of understanding the primordial. He was likely more knowledgeable than Hong Jun himself. Junior brother Huang Tian, your words are too formal. Resisting the invasion of the demon cult is my inherent duty. Huang Tian chuckled heartily, fully aware of the cunning machinations behind Hong Jun's schemes. His expression resolute, he proclaimed, "My Phoenix clan is the dominant race of the primordial East. This land has nurtured us. We shall never permit any foreign force to desecrate a single inch of our territory. Rest assured, when the demon cult invades, I will lead the Phoenix clan to stand to the forefront, fighting until the last drop of blood is shed, ensuring that the demon cult does not set foot in our primordial East." Upon hearing the impassioned address from Huang Tian, Huang Tian was left utterly astonished. Rendered speechless, he was confident that the allure of immortality, as promised by the celestial beings, was an irresistible temptation for Huang Tian. This conviction had taken root in his mind long before his arrival. Yet he also anticipated that someone of Huang Tian's royal lineage would inevitably engage in a bargaining process for the interests of the Phoenix clan. He had mentally prepared himself for a verbal sparring match, ready to concede to any reasonable terms Huang Tian might propose, intending to report back to his master afterward. However, he was utterly taken aback when Huang Tian, after merely a moment's hesitation, readily acquiesced. This reaction starkly contrasted with the earlier portrayal of Huang Tian, who had led the Phoenix clan to withdraw from the Great War of the Three Races. Unbeknownst to him, Huang Tian regretted his words almost immediately after uttering them, that he had only intended to coax Huang Tian into joining him in disseminating his teachings, but instead inadvertently recited phrases widely circulated in the future. Would this not raise Huang Tian's suspicions? Smack! Just then, Huang Tian suddenly clapped Huang Tian's shoulder vigorously, his face alight with excitement. "Brother Huang Tian, I have misjudged you. I once thought you to be a coward, fearing for your life. Now I see that you are the true embodiment of righteousness and a master of great power. Your withdrawal from the wilderness surely reflects your unwillingness to see sentient beings suffer." Huang Tian gazed at Huang Tian with profound admiration. After all, someone of Huang Tian's stature could not possibly be unaware of the formidable might of the demonic sect. Yet, without the slightest hesitation, he had agreed to the proposal, declaring that he would not allow the demonic sect to step 1 foot into the eastern wilderness, even if it meant shedding his last drop of blood. He had no doubt that Huang Tian would not dare deceive Hong Jun furthermore. Every apex master in the wilderness held their reputation in high regard. It was exceedingly rare for one to retract their promises and suffer the shame of contradiction. Coupled with the immense goodwill he harbored towards Huang Tian due to the previous affair concerning Bing Air, Huang Tian effortlessly found an excuse to reconcile the stark contrast in Huang Tian's behavior. Soon, Huang Tian chuckled, instantly discerning the underlying thoughts of Huang Tian. According to the perspectives of Huang Tian and other masters like Hong Jun, it was indeed true that most high-level practitioners placed great importance on their reputation. However, what value did reputation hold for him? And even if he agreed outright, what of it? The Phoenix clan was indeed capable of resisting the demonic sect, but the specifics of how to resist, the number of powerful individuals to deploy, and the timing of their actions were all details that could provide him with ample excuses, leaving Hong Jun unable to find a shred of anger or a pretext to create trouble. With a solemn expression, he placed a hand on Huang Tian's shoulder and spoke gravely. "Huang Tian, my junior brother, do not say anything further." Huang Tian gave Huang Tian a look of understanding. as if to convey that he comprehended everything Tong Tian wished to articulate. In that moment, the two seemed to recognize each other as kindred spirits. Tong Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Fortunately, there was no tale of the three brothers of the Peach Garden at that moment. Otherwise, he might have dragged Huang Tian into a blood oath of brotherhood, reenacting a version of the ancient tale within the wilderness. After a lengthy pause, Huang Tian suddenly sighed deeply, shaking his head as if burdened by infinite worries. "Brother Huang Tian, why do you suddenly sigh?" Tong Tian inquired with curiosity. "Junior brother Tong Tian, after the Great War of the Three Races, our Eastern forces have suffered great losses. Countless strong practitioners have perished or been wounded. Even if I possess a fervent desire to lay down my life for the East, it is unlikely we can withstand the demonic sect's onslaught." Huang Tian sighed deeply, his heart heavy, as he waved his hand, revealing the vast expanse of the wilderness before them. "Look, after the Great War of the Three Races, the sentient beings in the East are in decline. Even with the fusion of the beginning dragon and the celestial sun Qilin, we cannot produce many powerful practitioners in the short term. How then can we resist the invasion of the demonic sect? Ultimately, it may merely be a matter of time before the demonic sect unifies the wilderness." While his face displayed worry, Huang Tian secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. After engaging Tong Tian in idle chatter for so long, he had finally steered the conversation toward his desired direction. In truth, the notion of a demonic sect invasion was merely a ruse devised by Hong Jun to weaken their three clans, fabricating tales of rewards for ascending to the celestial rank. The so-called rise of the demonic sect was nothing more than a power struggle between Hong Jun and the demonic lord Luo, who amassed boundless malevolent energy, draining countless spiritual veins in the West to forge the four swords of annihilation, which momentarily placed Hong Jun at a disadvantage, allowing the demonic sect to rampage across the wilderness. Hong Jun, along with numerous powerful practitioners from the Eastern Realm and the Chaos Demon God, besieged Luo, who and the demonic sect, in the end, Luo, who was defeated, suffering heavy casualties among the high-level practitioners, while Hong Jun emerged victorious, gaining immeasurable luck from the wilderness and attaining enlightenment. The sudden emergence of the so-called demonic sect invasion in the East was solely intended to provoke a direct confrontation between their three clans and the demonic sect. Huang Tian was acutely aware of this, but in order to gain merit through teaching, he could only indulge Tong Tian in idle talk. However, Huang Tian understood that this did not necessarily mean Tong Tian was privy to the hidden truths. He was contemplating how to contribute to Hong Jun's scheme amidst the supposed invasion by the demonic sect Tong Tian, who held boundless respect for Hong Jun. The demonic sect represented a Western force driven by slaughter. The reason Hong Jun had emerged was to lead the East in opposing the demonic sect, embodying an immense sense of righteousness. Tong Tian gazed blankly at the vision conjured by Huang Tian, his expression turning troubled. That moment, the Eastern wilderness, having experienced the retreat and decline of the three clans, was indeed far weaker than the West. "Brother Huang Tian, you speak the truth. What shall we do?" Tong Tian furrowed his brows tightly. He was not concerned about the East losing to the demonic sect. Even if they did, Luo, who would not dare harm their three pure ones. However, Hong Jun had promised that after this great calamity, he would formally accept them as disciples, imparting the supreme teachings. This was a long-held aspiration for their three pure ones over countless eons. If Hong Jun were to lose, would they not forfeit this opportunity once more? Unbeknownst to him, his worries were precisely what Huang Tian desired. Truly, it was pure-heartedness on Tong Tian's part. Huang Tian silently mused to himself, although his face betrayed a troubled demeanor, appearing deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes, and he laughed heartily. "Junior brother Tong Tian, I have conceived a plan that could swiftly enhance the strength of the East and contribute to Elder Hong Jun." "What plan?" Tong Tian's eyes brightened at the words, eagerly inquiring. Since the dawn of creation, there had been no universal method suitable for all beings in the wilderness to cultivate, resulting in countless beings struggling in their progress. The Eastern wilderness was not lacking in exceptionally talented beings that, if a method could be disseminated, would it not enable a surge of powerful practitioners to arise from the East in a short span? Huang Tian spoke with palpable excitement, seemingly advocating entirely for the welfare of the East. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian's eyes gleamed, and he laughed heartily. Indeed, indeed. I shall return immediately and urge my master to create a method that can be shared across the wilderness. With my master's prowess, he will undoubtedly forge a cultivation method suitable for all beings in record time. Furthermore, when my master learns of your commitment to resist the demonic sect, he will surely be elated. With that, he hastily rose, eager to depart. In an instant, Huang Tian grew anxious. He had schemed and plotted for so long, expending considerable effort. Not merely to tailor a gift for Hong Jun, he quickly raised his hand to stop Huang Tian. "Brother, is there something else?" Huang Tian looked at Huang Tian, puzzled. After a long moment, he suddenly understood, smiling. "Brother, do not worry. My master's immense power guarantees that the promise of celestial rank will indeed be fulfilled. I stake my life on it." He assumed Huang Tian was still concerned about the celestial position, as its immortality was something even he found enviable. Junior brother Huang Tian, such trivial matters need not disturb elder Hong Jun. Huang Tian laughed heartily. Merely creating a method suitable for the cultivation of all beings in the wilderness is a task I can handle. Brother Huang Tian, the imminent invasion of the demon sect looms large. Though you speak with subtlety and grace, your gaze reveals an underlying doubt regarding Huang Tian's capabilities. After all, devising a cultivation method suitable for all beings in the primordial world is no trifling matter. Considering his current mid-stage quasi-saint realm, the inability to forge a formidable path for himself speaks volumes of the challenges he faces, though Huang Tian reflects that, with his current mastery, he could create something. It would only lead to a method allowing cultivation up to the golden immortal stage, and the time required would most likely need to be measured in eons. Huang Tian remained silent. Were it not for Hong Jun's covert influence, how could the three pure ones, with their exceptional talents, still be unable to conceive even a single method by now? Yet this arrogant individual dares to look down upon him. Without uttering a word, Huang Tian discreetly emanates a trace of his formidable aura. The terrifying pressure, characteristic of a peak quasi-saint, falls heavily upon Huang Tian. Moreover, it carries an ancient essence of the primordial purple energy. Profound and timeless that, in an instant, Huang Tian's complexion pales, fear gripping him as he stumbles back 3 steps like a T that moment. He feels as though an ancient, terrifying being is gazing upon him, capable of swallowing him whole with a mere breath. Huang Tian's subconscious warns him that this overwhelming presence unmistakably belongs to the approachable and noble ruler of the Phoenix clan before him. He is overcome with the realization that should Huang Tian choose to strike, he would be utterly defenseless. The quasi-saint realm delineates vast chasms between stages. Huang Tian, merely at the mid-stage, is 2 realms away from Huang Tian's peak prowess. Soon, beads of cold sweat Huang Tian's brow as his face turns ashen, his body trembling slightly as if on the verge of kneeling. It is only at this moment that he comprehends the vast gulf separating him from such a dominant figure of unparalleled power. Satisfied with the effect he has achieved, Huang Tian allows a faint smile to grace his lips, retracting his oppressive aura. Huang Tian, my brother, await me here for a decade. Within that time, I shall create a method suitable for the cultivation of all beings. Feel free to wander the Phoenix clan as though it were your own sanctuary. There is no need for restraint. In truth, he had already devised the method, yet to avoid arousing Hong Jun's suspicion, he decided to wait another 10 years. Huang Tian nods silently, stepping out of the Phoenix heavenly palace. Huang Tian, do not stand on ceremony. Regard the Phoenix clan as your own domain. Huang Tian's voice echoes from within the palace. Followed by the sound of the palace doors closing, Huang Tian, bewildered, stands outside the palace, having faced 2 consecutive humiliations in a single day. His pride begins to waver, yet Huang Tian's affable demeanor instills in him a considerable admiration. Just as he prepares to heed Huang Tian's words and explore the Phoenix clan, a cold, detached voice resonates from above. "Are you Huang Tian?" Looking up in anger, he is met with the sight of a man exuding an aura of chilling detachment. Gazing down at him as if he were but an insignificant insect, As a true descendant of Pangu, his pride runs deep. Even the Ice Phoenix and Huang Tian, who had previously bested him, treated him with respect. Yet, this man dares to look down upon him, so that it is an affront too great to bear. "Who are you?" Huang Tian demands, his voice laced with fury as he prepares to take flight to meet the cold gaze of the man before him. "I am the elder brother of the Ice Phoenix, the cold Ice Phoenix bird. You have bullied my sister, and I have come to seek justice on her behalf." The cold Ice Phoenix bird speaks in a voice devoid of emotion, raising his hand to strike Huang Tian without further ado. The Ice Phoenix has been punished by Lord Huang Tian and confined to the undying volcano for reflection, inciting envy among the other formidable beings of the Phoenix clan. Thus, upon the appearance of Huang Tian, the cold Ice Phoenix bird sought to deliver a beating, hoping to earn a similar punishment of reflection. Bullying the Ice Phoenix? Huang Tian retorts, his anger boiling. Who is truly bullying whom? He questions whether all the members of the Phoenix clan, save for Huang Tian, are fools. Suddenly, a massive icy hand, radiating an overwhelming chill, descends from above, pressing down upon him. Such insolence! "I am incensed," Huang Tian shouts. Resolved to teach this disrespectful individual a lesson on behalf of his brother Huang Tian. He cannot believe that the Phoenix clan could possibly have so many quasi-saint late-stage experts. After all, it is said that even among the three dominant clans, only 6 rulers have reached the quasi-saint late stage. Boldly, you dare to utter the name of our clan as sovereign. Huang Tian's words, once spoken, incite an immediate reaction from the cold Ice Phoenix bird, who had initially thought Huang Tian's rationale was somewhat flimsy. Angered, he realizes that he is indeed testing the waters, having seen the Ice Phoenix strike at this individual and earn Huang Tian's favor. In an instant, the previously indifferent cold Ice Phoenix bird's eyes blaze with a terrifying chill, and in a heartbeat, the icy mist envelopes the heavens for 30,000 miles, an endless expanse of dark. Frigid fog blankets the world, plunging it into absolute zero at the fearsome pressure of a quasi-saint late-stage expert erupts, bearing down upon Huang Tian. "You too are the quasi-saint late stage." Huang Tian stands dumbfounded, his earlier bravado evaporating. Another quasi-saint late-stage expert. Is the Phoenix clan truly a den of demons? During the fierce battles between the Dragon and Shilin clans, only 4 quasi-saint late-stage beings emerged. How could it be that so soon after? The clan deemed weaker than the Dragon and Shilin clans has produced not just Huang Tian and the Primordial Phoenix, but now 2 more quasi-saint late-stage beings. Before he can contemplate further, a massive icy palm, emanating boundless pressure, descends, sending Huang Tian hurtling backward. The cold Ice Phoenix bird remains utterly indifferent, striking Huang Tian repeatedly, sending him plummeting deep into the mountains, miles below, as he gazes down into the vast chasm, coldly declaring, "You dare to invoke our sovereign's name?" He then casts an expectant glance at the Phoenix heavenly palace, which remains unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to the battle outside, leaving him with no choice but to depart in disappointment. Beneath the chasm, Huang Tian lies despondently, his limbs sprawled out at the bottom, his gaze vacant as he stares up at the sky. Utterly motionless, this moment, he feels an unprecedented exhaustion of spirit. Why? As a being transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu, endowed with exceptional talent and profound fortune, how is it that he cannot even best a subordinate ruler of the Phoenix clan? It would be one thing if Huang Tian and the Primordial Phoenix were renowned conquerors of their era. After all, their gestation period far exceeds his own. The relentless onslaught of humiliation has left Huang Tian hesitant to emerge from the chasm. It is not that the cold Ice Phoenix bird has grievously injured him, but rather an insidious fear of encountering yet another quasi-saint late-stage expert outside, one who might deliver yet another crushing defeat. Although the Ice Phoenix and Ice Phoenix both acknowledge his status as a guest and have refrained from inflicting severe harm, as a proud disciple of Hong Jun, being so thoroughly beaten is a blow to his dignity. Resigned, he decides to wait in the depths of the chasm for his brother Huang Tian to emerge from his retreat. Huang Tian silently contemplated, abandoning his intention to explore the Phoenix clan. Subsequently, he released a wisp of divine consciousness to inform Hong Jun that Huang Tian had acquiesced. while also praising Huang Tian's noble demeanor and amiable attitude. Despite enduring a series of beatings, Huang Tian still harbored a profound fondness for Huang Tian. Deep within his heart point, one cannot deny that Huang Tian's earlier display was remarkably successful, leaving an excellent impression in Huang Tian's mind. Soon after, Huang Tian cast an indignant glance outside the Grand Cave and began secluding himself in meditation, awaiting Huang Tian's emergence. Outside the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, numerous onlookers from the Phoenix clan, witnessing the Ice Phoenix Bird's assault on Huang Tian, soon abandoned their thoughts of further violence when Lord Huang Tian did not impose any punishment of confinement. Unbeknownst to Huang Tian, he had inadvertently evaded a tragedy of repeated beatings. Had he been aware, he might have even contemplated self-harm. Far away, in the Jade Capital Mountain, Hong Jun opened his eyes, filled with bewilderment. He had received Huang Tian's transmission, informing him that Huang Tian had indeed agreed to assist when the demon sect invaded the East, without any additional conditions. Moreover, Huang Tian had lauded Huang Tian profusely, asserting that he was not the cowardly figure portrayed in the legends of the primordial chaos. Instead, his withdrawal from the battle of the three clans stemmed from a desire to prevent the suffering of the beings of the primordial chaos. Furthermore, Huang Tian held great respect for Hong Jun. Could it be that I have truly misjudged Huang Tian? He may simply be favored by the will of heaven, leading the Phoenix clan to rise without possessing great wisdom, being indecisive and fearful of death. Hong Jun muttered to himself. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain why someone as proud as Huang Tian would extol Huang Tian so highly. Nonetheless, this is for the best that a glimmer of coldness appeared in Hong Jun's eyes. If Huang Tian is truly as foolish as Huang Tian suggests, there is no need for me to expend significant effort in scheming against him, as long as the Phoenix clan dares to strike against the demon sect, with whose nature he will undoubtedly annihilate the Phoenix clan without hesitation. At that time, I merely need to feign seclusion and claim I sensed nothing. The diminutive Phoenix clan, in comparison to Liu, is hardly worth my excessive attention. What he does not realize is that at this very moment, within the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, a conversation directed at him is unfolding. That Huang Tian's gaze was cold and indifferent as he stared at the shadow standing before him. Inside the majestic Phoenix Heavenly Palace, a terrifying aura of murderous intent pervaded, reminiscent of a hellish domain. If I am not mistaken, you must be the demon Lord Liu. Am I right? Huang Tian's eyes were filled with gravity. The moment Huang Tian exited the Phoenix Heavenly Palace and closed the palace doors, a terrifying wisp of divine consciousness suddenly infiltrated from outside the palace. It was so potent that even the many late-stage quasi-saints of the Phoenix clan remained utterly oblivious. Merely a projection of divine consciousness brought him an overwhelming sense of dread, laden with murderous intent. Only the legendary demon, Lord Liu, could achieve such a feat. The grand and noble Phoenix Heavenly Palace was now suffused with a chilling aura and demonic essence, almost palpable in its density. Even a mere fragment of Liu's primordial spirit was shrouded in endless demonic fog. This moment, Huang Tian's strength allowed him only to glimpse a pair of faintly red eyes through the murky haze. Liu remained silent, hovering in the air, his faintly red eyes fixed intently on Huang Tian. In that instant, a terrifying, nearly suffocating murderous intent brewed, like a tsunami sweeping through the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Fortunately, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace was a treasured artifact of the Phoenix clan, belonging to the highest tier of innate spiritual treasures. It had been infused with boundless divine techniques and doctrines by Huang Tian, Feng Tian, and generations of powerful beings, its power far exceeding that of an ordinary top-tier innate spiritual treasure, nearly rivaling that of an innate supreme treasure. Had it been an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, it would have been instantly shattered under the weight of such terrifying murderous intent. Neither Liu nor Huang Tian uttered a word. Huang Tian, with his hands clasped behind his back, soared into the air, exuding the majestic aura of a Phoenix clan monarch, fiercely confronting Liu, his eyes ignited with intense Phoenix divine fire, akin to an erupting volcano. Huang Tian could not fathom why Liu had suddenly come seeking him. He held a deep-seated reverence for this legendary figure of slaughter in the primordial chaos. However, Huang Tian did not forget that he was the monarch of the Phoenix clan. Every word and action he took represented the image of the Phoenix clan, and he wanted Lihu to understand that the Phoenix clan was not to be trifled with. They were not mere ants for these chaotic demons to dismiss with a flick of the wrist. A mere shift of their posture or a few careless words determining the fate of an entire clan. Huang Tian and Lu locked eyes on equal terms, the Phoenix divine fire in his gaze meeting the blood-red eyes of Lu. Charged with murderous intent to end that moment. The space between these two legendary figures of the primordial chaos fractured, an endless chaotic current spread throughout the void that I truly wish to kill you. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Perhaps it was an instant, perhaps a year, when Lihu's voice, magnetic yet devoid of gender, resonated from the shadow, infused with a terrifying murderous intent. Within that voice, one could faintly detect the scent of blood. Huang Tian's lips curled into a slight smile as he chuckled lightly. Since you have voiced it, does that not imply you will not kill me? Furthermore, the cost of killing me is a burden you cannot bear at present. In truth, Huang Tian had long contemplated meeting Lu. The pressure exerted by Hong Jun was simply too immense. According to the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, Hong Jun would undoubtedly defeat Lu, becoming the most supreme being. This was an outcome Huang Tian could not accept. For the moment, if Hong Jun were to vanquish Lu, driving the other powerful beings out of the primordial chaos, it would signify that no one could restrain him any longer. At that time, if Hong Jun were willing to pay a certain price, he could easily eradicate the Phoenix clan. Thus, Huang Tian's plan was to assist Lihu in opposing Hong Jun at the very least, before the Phoenix clan rose to a certain level of strength to contend with Hong Jun and the chaotic demons. Lihu must not perish, nor could he afford to lose. However, he had yet to find the opportunity to meet him, especially since he could not conceal his intentions from Hong Jun, the Taoist ancestor endowed with the heavenly Tao's supreme treasure. The creation jade plate, he wished to avoid drawing the attention of the most cunning schemer in the primordial chaos, Hong Jun, towards the Phoenix clan prematurely. How intriguing, how intriguing, Lihu chuckled softly, his faintly red eyes unwavering as they bore into Huang Tian, seemingly attempting to see through him. You do not appear as cowardly and fearful of death as you did during the calamity of the three clans. Truly, you are the monarch of the Phoenix clan. A generation of heroes possessing a greater intellect than both the first dragon and the Tianyang Qilin. You have managed to deceive both me and that old fellow Hong Jun. Lihu was acutely aware of his notorious reputation for slaughter within the primordial chaos. Aside from ancient beings who had survived from the chaos, and some hidden powerful entities, not a single ordinary powerful being could maintain their composure upon encountering him. If Huang Tian were indeed as cowardly as he portrayed, even if he knew Lihu would not kill him at this moment due to his reliance on the Phoenix clan, he would never exhibit such calmness and composure, nor would he gaze into Lihu's eyes without fear. It was as if he could see through Lihu's thoughts entirely. You flatter me, Demon Lord. I have done nothing of note, Huang Tian replied nonchalantly. It was merely your chaotic demons who have survived from the chaos. That acted against my Phoenix clan, which indeed startled me. Under duress, I had no choice but to retreat with the Phoenix clan. This was all thanks to your actions. Hence, where could I be accused of deceiving you? In the depths of Huang Tian's eyes, the ethereal flames of the Phoenix had vanished, replaced by a glimmer of amusement. As if his words concealed hidden daggers, it appeared he was insinuating that while they were the ones targeting and scheming against him, somehow it had twisted into a narrative where he was the deceiver. This perception was solely their own. Confronted with Luo Ho, he resolved to speak candidly, without pretense. For although Luo Ho exhibited an extraordinary intellect, his path was one of slaughter, devoid of fondness for cunning schemes. Otherwise, he would not have single-handedly forged the four swords of extermination to stand against the likes of Hong Jun and other formidable beings of the primordial realm. Thus, his conduct was a bid to cultivate a favorable impression, laying the groundwork for future dialogue and collaboration. Please, Demon Lord, take a seat. Huang Tian gestured towards the mat before him, a smile gracing his lips. Luo Ho, you have truly made a profound impression on me. Luo Ho chuckled, settling onto a nearby mat, not far from Huang Tian. He was an ancient chaos demon, having witnessed countless grand events throughout the ages. Even a mere swine could attain enlightenment, accumulating boundless wisdom over time. How much more so for one of his exalted status as a chaos demon? It was evident to him that Huang Tian had initially been confrontational, only to later reveal a magnanimous demeanor, indicating a desire for camaraderie, a rare gesture of sincerity. For countless years since the dawn of creation, he was the first being from the primordial realm to dare speak to him in such a manner. After a hearty laugh, Luo Ho's tone abruptly shifted to one of cold indifference. "Do you comprehend that? Because of you, my plans have been utterly disrupted. Are you truly unafraid of my wrath?" Huang Tian gently shook his head, raising an eyebrow in amusement. It was clear to him that Luo Ho, the chaos demon of slaughter, was accustomed to reigning supreme, finding it difficult to accept an equal dialogue with a being born of the primordial realm. "If your plans had proceeded smoothly, I would have perished long ago and would not be here conversing with you." The expression on Huang Tian's face grew stern as he pointed toward the expanse beyond the Phoenix heavenly palace. "Not just me, but my kin, the myriad phoenixes of my clan, are likely already extinguished if your intent is merely to engage in these futile pursuits and utter such trivialities. I bid you depart." "I shall not see you off." He understood Luo Ho's intentions, to compel him to adopt a submissive stance, to project a sense of inferiority. Luo Ho, his personal visit was a mark of respect towards Huang Tian. Yet he believed the Phoenix clan lacked the stature to engage him as an equal. It felt as if he were offering charity to in truth, this was not unfounded. The current strength of the Phoenix clan paled in comparison to a chaos demon like Luo Ho. Displaying subservience was not entirely unacceptable, yet it was a notion Huang Tian could never abide. Take a step back would only magnify Luo Ho's contempt. Such a near-begging collaboration was one he would rather forego. The words of a great figure from the annals of Chinese history echoed in Huang Tian's mind. "Seek peace through struggle, and peace shall endure. Seek peace through compromise, and peace shall perish." Therefore, he would not yield an inch. Huang Tian, Luo Ho's crimson gaze sharpened, a murderous intent surging forth once more. He had never anticipated such unyielding pride from Huang Tian, who refused to retreat even a single step. Were his true form present, he might have struck him down with a mere slap. However, at present he was but a fragment of his consciousness, situated within the territory of the Phoenix clan. To slay Huang Tian was impossible, and the repercussions of such an act were beyond his current capacity to bear. Yet he was the chaos demon of slaughter, exalted and revered. The audacity of Huang Tian to issue him an eviction order was akin to a slap in the face. In a sudden movement, Luo Ho rose, casting a frigid glance at Huang Tian before turning to depart. "Should you leave, I shall have no choice but to ally with Hong Jun and eliminate you." At that moment, Huang Tian's tone turned frigid, delivering a statement that was both a subtle and overt affront. What was Luo Ho, the chaos demon of slaughter, born of the great Tao, inherently commanding the laws of murder with unparalleled might? In the current primordial realm, even the chaos demons, Hong Jun and Yang Mei, would not dare to speak of killing him face to face. "Huang Tian, you seek death. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Luo Ho's form momentarily faltered, abruptly turning, his crimson eyes deepening to a blood-red hue, exuding an even more terrifying aura of slaughter. The air thickened with a tangible malevolence, swirling into a horrific blood-red vortex. Moreover, the void trembled ominously, as if on the brink of shattering. A monstrous shadow loomed in the distance, seemingly prepared to breach the fabric of reality and descend upon the Phoenix clan, the chaos demon of slaughter. Having attained enlightenment through bloodshed, would undoubtedly dare to kill me. Huang Tian's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly rose from the last. He grasped the arrogance inherent in chaos demons. Despite sensing the pressure and a desire for assistance, they maintained their lofty demeanor, looking down upon the Phoenix clan. Hong Jun had merely dispatched a nascent disciple, presenting a so-called divine position as a pretense, overtly expressing disdain for the Phoenix clan. Luo Ho was slightly better, sending a fragment of his consciousness, yet still expecting Huang Tian to adopt a posture of inferiority, a blatant expression of superiority. Yet if it meant exchanging Huang Tian's life for that of the chaos demon Luo Ho, it would be worth it. Without fear, Huang Tian fixed his gaze upon the increasingly crimson eyes of Luo Ho. He was wagering that, despite Luo Ho's brutal nature, he would not trade his life for Huang Tian's. Should Luo Ho slay him, he would undoubtedly suffer the backlash of fate and be besieged by the Phoenix clan. While chaos demons like Hong Jun and Yang Mei would seize the opportunity to strike, Huang Tian gambled that despite Luo Ho's straightforward nature and penchant for brute force, he understood the consequences. Even though Huang Tian was acutely aware that a slight concession would enable a dialogue with Luo Ho, he remained unwavering. As a descendant reborn from the ages, he had perused countless records of that era. Fully aware that a race which bows its head once would face dire consequences in the future. Huang Tian, you are exceedingly bold, daring to threaten me repeatedly. Luo Ho's blood-red eyes glinted with lethal intent as he bellowed. The surrounding demonic fog erupting in a thunderous roar, reverberating throughout the Phoenix heavenly palace. For countless years, no being had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Boom! Boom! At that very moment. Across a vast expanse in the western primordial realm, a terrifying malevolence suddenly enveloped the area. The colossal shadow, towering infinitely, slowly rose, as blood thunder crackled and echoed across the boundless firmament. A heavy scent of blood pervaded the primordial realm. Luo Ho. Instantly, the great beings of the primordial realm were stirred from their reverie. Was Luo Ho preparing to strike preemptively? On the summit of Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun abruptly opened his eyes, fixating upon the colossal demonic shadow that loomed before him. An infinite array of calculations swirling within his gaze that in his reckoning. Luo, who had yet to refine a treasure of slaughter that belonged to him. How could he not anticipate that Luo, whose participation in the great conflict among the three tribes was aimed at gathering the boundless malevolent energy and resentment of the fallen, ultimately to forge a weapon of massacre? However, the emergence of such a treasure would undoubtedly incite tremors within the heavenly order, heralding a cataclysm accompanied by entangling karmic repercussions. Furthermore, the formidable beings like Yang Mei would undoubtedly harbor trepidation towards Luo Hu's might. Compelled to ally against him to vanquish Luo Hu. Once Luo Hu was eradicated, the heavenly order would bestow upon them immense fortune, providing an opportunity for them to attain sanctity, possibly even eliminating Yang Mei and the others or driving them from the primordial realm. Yet, the retreat of the Phoenix clan, led by Huang Tian, shattered his calculations, leading to the collapse of his meticulously crafted scheme. He had presumed that Luo Hu would continue to lurk in the shadows, only striking once he had amassed sufficient killing intent and resentment. Alternatively, he might command the demon cult to invade the eastern primordial realm, inciting widespread slaughter to collect malevolent energy. This was indeed a significant possibility. Thus, he dispatched Huang Tian to seek out the three tribes, promising them positions among the deities to resist the demon cult, with the intention of annihilating the three tribes in the process. In doing so, Luo Hu would inevitably attract boundless karmic retribution. When the time came, the calamities unleashed by the heavenly order would be even more formidable. Luo Hu's current actions were far beyond Hong Jun's predictions and calculations. After a lengthy deliberation, Hong Jun found himself unable to glean any further insights due to the obfuscation of celestial secrets within the Phoenix heavenly palace, a cold glimmer passing through his eyes. However, should you choose to take action personally at this moment, though it may not yield the utmost benefit, preemptively eliminating you would still be a commendable choice. Deep within the boundless void, an immense willow tree, towering for millions of miles, extended its branches into the depths of the abyss, continuously absorbing vast amounts of spatial energy. The instant Luo Hu rose, ancient eyes opened upon the willow tree, their voice resonating through the void, reaching the western primordial realm. Yang Mei's eyes flickered with boundless confusion, unable to fathom the reason behind Luo Hu's sudden fury. Such an occurrence had not transpired in millions of years. Yet he did not desire Luo Hu to take action, regardless of the circumstances. Yang Mei understood deeply that among their ancient cohort, Luo Hu was the most powerful. However, the one with the deepest stratagems and hidden agendas was Hong Jun. He still had a grasp of Luo Hu's potential movements, but Hong Jun remained an enigma, akin to confronting a bottomless abyss, nearly suffocating. The only one capable of directly counterbalancing Hong Jun was Luo Hu. Thus, in response to Luo Hu's sudden wrath, Yang Mei coldly spoke, his voice echoing across the western primordial skies. Luo Hu, what are your intentions? Think carefully before you act. Not only he, but the other concealed mighty beings, such as Qinkun Laozu and Yinyang Laozu, also voiced their concerns, dissuading Luo Hu. They did not wish for Luo Hu to disrupt the existing tranquility. The presence of countless hidden, formidable entities unleashed a terrifying aura that reverberated throughout the primordial realm. Many beings of the primordial world, including the Dragon Clan, Qilin Clan, the Three Purities, and various quasi-saint powerhouses, were left dumbfounded. They had believed that with the demise of the Shilong and Tianyang Qilin, the Shilong had become the sole ruler of the primordial world. However, this ruler seemed extraordinarily fearful of death, leading the Phoenix clan to establish a grand oath and retreat from the primordial realm. Numerous tribes, both large and small, along with quasi-saint powerhouses, were secretly accumulating strength. Poised to seize the power vacuum left by the withdrawal of the three tribes, little did they expect that the primordial world concealed such an array of terrifying superpowers. Every utterance resonated as if invoking the very laws, causing tremors in the fabric of reality, terrifying beyond measure. In the eastern primordial realm, within a grand hall shrouded in chaotic mist, 12 colossal giants, each towering millions of feet and exuding malevolent energy, slowly opened their eyes. Beyond the primordial world, on the ancient star of the sun, pairs of eyes akin to blazing suns gradually opened, their imperial aura pervading the cosmos. In the western primordial realm, the enraged demonic shadow was dissuaded by numerous formidable powers, a sense of terrible murderous intent brewing within, yet gradually quieting. The bloodthirsty atmosphere that pervaded the primordial world began to dissipate. Huang Tian, I truly underestimated you, for you have factored in the psychology of those ancient beings. Luo Hu's voice echoed within the Phoenix heavenly palace, imbued with an icy, bloodthirsty intent as his crimson eyes locked on Huang Tian. How could he fail to see that although Yang Mei and the others outwardly advised him, ostensibly for his benefit, they merely sought to avoid disrupting the current equilibrium? Should he choose to take action personally and eliminate Huang Tian, he would find himself ensnared in the Phoenix clan's counterattack, beset by the boundless karma of fortune. These individuals would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to trample him underfoot, sending him to his demise. Even if they refrained from intervening, Hong Jun would certainly devise means to compel them to do so. Conversely, if Hong Jun were to act against Huang Tian, he would similarly have no hesitation in extinguishing Hong Jun. This young individual before him seemed to have anticipated this very scenario, calculating their psyches with great precision. Thus, he dared to threaten him without restraint, as long as he was not deranged enough to exchange his life for Luo Hu's. Luo Hu would indeed find him beyond reach. Yet he overestimated his standing within the Phoenix clan. I, Luo Hu, have never been one to succumb to threats. Luo Hu responded coldly, his voice chilling to the bone. Though I may be unable to act against you now, you, a mere Phoenix clan member, even if you were to align with Hong Jun, would pose no threat to me. However, I shall remember you when I bring down Hong Jun. I will ensure your skin is flayed and your primordial spirit imprisoned upon the solar star. With that, Luo Hu turned to depart. Although Huang Tian's audacity to threaten him incited his fury, he did not genuinely believe that Huang Tian could pose any real threat. Yes, that's so. Huang Tian laughed, his laughter echoing, his black hair dancing wildly. You Luo Hu are so impulsive. It is no wonder the heavenly treasure, the jade dish of creation, chose Hong Jun. It seems you are indeed destined to fall at Hong Jun's hands. I need not hesitate any longer. The moment you step out of the Phoenix heavenly palace shall mark the moment I lead the three tribes to establish a grand oath, elevating Hong Jun to the status of the Tao ancestor of the primordial world. Though my three tribes may retreat, we remain the largest faction in the primordial realm. With the support of the three tribes, we will gather boundless fortune, And with Hong Jun possessing the jade dish of creation, he will undoubtedly attain sanctity through this fortune. Once Hong Jun becomes a saint, he will owe a significant karmic debt to my three tribes. While the Phoenix clan can no longer venture beyond the immortal Fire Mountain range to compete for supremacy in the primordial realm, this significant karmic debt will surely suffice for our preservation for countless eons. I wonder how you, Luo Hu, as Hong Jun's sworn enemy, will fare then. Huang Tian's eyes brimmed with coldness, his words infused with a terrifying sense of resolve and decisiveness. The Phoenix clan was currently far too weak. Although they had withdrawn from the primordial realm, they remained under constant threat from these chaotic, demonic entities. The optimal choice would naturally be to align with Luo Hu against Hong Jun, maintaining the existing balance in the primordial realm. With his understanding of the primordial world, he could swiftly enhance both his own and the Phoenix clan's strength. Yet, if Luo Hu remained so arrogant and impulsive, unwilling to extend even a modicum of respect towards the Phoenix clan, the time for Hong Jun to extinguish him would not be far off. After eliminating Luo Hu, Hong Jun would undoubtedly attain sanctity. The next targets would be the Phoenix clan, alongside the Dragon and Qilin clans, who had preserved a portion of their strength. Since Hong Jun was destined to eliminate Luo Hu and gather fortune to become a saint, he might as well take decisive action, utilizing the status and strength of the three tribes to expedite the course of the primordial realm's trajectory, enabling Hong Jun to attain sanctity and vanquish Luo Hu immediately. Although this would also confine the three tribes, as long as he acted discreetly, Hong Jun, burdened with a tremendous karmic debt to the three tribes, would at the very least refrain from overtly targeting the Phoenix clan. This was merely a last resort choice. Though he had already formulated a plan, Huang Tian would not make a decision until the final moment. Luo Hu, I have spoken my piece. The choice is yours. Please proceed as you wish. In the eyes of Huang Tian, a fierce and intense divine fire of the Phoenix ignited, his gaze profound and enigmatic. With his arms crossed behind him, he turned away. Choosing silence, he intended to convey to Luo Hu that the Phoenix clan was certainly not a mere plaything for these chaotic demonic gods to manipulate at will. They ought not to regard the Phoenix clan as insignificant as ants. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Though he may not possess their strength, once he resolved to act, he could indeed bring about their demise. The phrase "to risk everything for a chance at victory" aptly described Huang Tian at this moment. This was a bold and overt maneuver, as if to declare, should you dare to move, I shall assist Hong Jun in achieving sanctity and annihilate you by dawn. As Huang Tian's words settled, Luo Hu's form stiffened abruptly. His blood-red eyes widened in rage, breathing heavily as he glared at Huang Tian's retreating figure. He had been threatened once more, and this time it was a direct affront, without the slightest hint of subtlety. The gravity of Huang Tian's threat left him utterly devoid of a single shred of rebuttal. For the chaotic demonic gods sought to eliminate the three clans solely because they occupied the primordial realm yet refused to submit to them. Had the three clans been willing to bow to Hong Jun, the catastrophe of the Dragon-Han would have been entirely averted. His astonishment. Huang Tian's audacity was unparalleled. He intended to lead the three clans in reverence of Hong Jun as the Tao ancestor. Madman! Huang Tian, you are nothing but a madman. Luo Hu seethed in fury, not choosing to depart. Instead, he pointed an accusing finger at Huang Tian's back, cursing vehemently. The three clans are of noble lineage, remnants of the chaotic demonic gods. As the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, how could you possess such a lack of spine, bringing shame upon our chaotic demonic lineage? If the old fellow, Chaos's beginning Phoenix, were alive, he would surely cleanse the ranks. Luo Hu was incensed. For eons, no being had dared to threaten him thus. Moreover, this latest threat left him with no opportunity to counter, rendering him utterly helpless. It was akin to modern society, where violence is punishable by law, and one cannot act out of fear of consequences, leaving only the option to hurl insults. Such vitriol was a manifestation of impotence. Observing Luo Hu's furious tirade, Huang Tian chuckled, bursting into hearty laughter as he turned around. The tension that had weighed upon his heart finally dissipated. After having gambled twice, his own emotions were tumultuous. Though he masked them well, he had been wagering on Luo Ho's rationality, believing that his penchant for slaughter was merely an expression of his cultivated path, not the mindless brutality depicted in later legends. Just like the Phoenix clan, where the male is referred to as Huang and the female as Foam, the clan seemed noble, yet the males were often perceived as effeminate while the females were stunning. The entire clan appeared haughty and vacuous, akin to decorative vases, beautiful yet devoid of utility. Not only the Phoenix clan, but also the three clans in myth were portrayed similarly, engaging in endless slaughter. Viewing the primordial realm as nothing more than insects, the tales passed down through mythology were likely altered after Hong Jun was revered as the Tao ancestor, designed to instill a stereotype in all beings, that those who once opposed Hong Jun were foolish, mindless, and deranged. This portrayal served to elevate Hong Jun's image as supreme and grand. Before Luo Ho's arrival, Huang Tian had pondered extensively. Luo Ho had survived the chaotic upheavals, and although his path was one of slaughter, he could not possibly be as mindless as the legend suggested. Thus, to secure equal treatment from Luo Ho, Huang Tian had unhesitatingly threatened him twice with malice, aiming to dispel any condescension towards the Phoenix clan. From Luo Ho's current display of rage, it was evident that he was powerless and ineffectual, with no recourse available. Yet he chose not to leave, indicating a desire for dialogue. Haha, I am merely responding to your provocations. We are all in this together. Huang Tian wore a congenial smile, exuding warmth as he approached and grasped Luo Ho's hand, attempting to draw him back to the mat for further discussion. He presented himself as if the man who had just issued direct threats was an entirely different person, akin to an old friend seeking camaraderie. His audacity was remarkable, and in terms of sheer boldness, Huang Tian felt confident, having absorbed the vast information of the modern internet and workplace rivalries, believing that even the combined forces of Hong Jun and the chaotic demonic gods could not rival him. However, just as Huang Tian believed he had gained the upper hand in their confrontation, a sudden shock overcame him. The hand he grasped was delicate, soft, and slightly cold. What on earth? Is this not the hand of a woman? The legendary Luo Ho was, unexpectedly, a female. Not only was Huang Tian taken aback, but Luo Ho, who had been cursing with a neutral voice, also froze in disbelief. This creature had dared to hold her hand. From the dawn of chaos, for countless eons, no being had ever dared to touch her. Yes, a practitioner of the path of slaughter, renowned for her bloodlust, Luo Ho was destined to be among the most exalted and noble of entities. From that moment onwards, she had become synonymous with mystery and carnage, traversing realms accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood, enveloped in a shroud of demonic mist. Yet, due to Huang Tian's abrupt and relentless threats, her composure shattered, and she found herself momentarily disarmed, allowing him to embrace her hand. Huang Tian was stunned. Luo Ho, after a brief pause, was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming fury, her wrath erupting like a tempest, wreaking havoc upon everything within the Phoenix heavenly palace, akin to a hurricane sweeping through. Huang Tian gazed, dazed, into Luo Ho's faintly crimson eyes, caught in the eye of the storm, momentarily unable to react. An overwhelming sensation of shock swept through him. What schemes of the greatest conspirator in myth, Hong Jun, orchestrated? The genders of the Phoenix clan had been altered, and even Luo Ho's identity had been transformed. In the annals of history, Luo Ho, who could rival Hong Jun and even force him into a corner, was revealed to be a woman. In that instant, Huang Tian's mind erupted like an atomic bomb. His thoughts swirling chaotically, 1,000 wild horses galloped through his heart as he beheld the figure cloaked in demonic mist standing before him, struggling to comprehend the reality. Truth be told, when compared to the cold, indifferent and lofty embodiment of heavens well represented by Hong Jun, he found himself drawn more to the enigmatic figure of Luo Ho. Having grown up listening to tales of her grandeur, he had long admired the lofty and imposing image of the demon lord, Luo Ho. Yet at this moment, Huang Tian felt an overwhelming urge to disperse the mist enveloping Luo Ho, to glimpse her true form. Faced with the hand that grasped hers, Huang Tian stared in a daze. While the murderous intent and fury in Luo Ho's eyes intensified, coalescing into palpable rage that spilled forth from her being, Boom! Huang Tian, you seek death. At last, Luo Ho's fury ignited, with a thunderous roar. She raised her hand to strike Huang Tian. Her palm loomed ominously, the space around them trembling, shadows of magic swirling. Even as but a fragment of Luo Ho's divine consciousness, the power she wielded was sufficient to effortlessly obliterate an ordinary quasi-saint. Yet the outcome was evident. Before Huang Tian, who had attained the 11th level of quasi-saint and undergone the baptism of primordial purple energy, her strength was inadequate. Huang Tian quickly regained his composure. Coughing twice to mask his embarrassment, he raised his hand once more, seizing the hand that aimed to strike his head, effortlessly nullifying Luo Ho's power. Ahem, may I invite you to take a seat? However, the depths of Huang Tian's temperament were ultimately unfathomable, as he swiftly regained his composure and spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet, internally, he could not help but curse under his breath. History, indeed, was a mirror that could be adorned by anyone. The victors reaped all the spoils. Even the renowned demon Lord Luo Ho from the ancient myths turned out to be female. It appears that the veracity of many elements within the ancient myths passed down through the ages is still subject to debate. Henceforth, reliance on them cannot be blind. Fortunately, what he faced now was merely a wisp of Luo Ho's divine consciousness. Had it been her true form, how could he, in such a sudden manner, grasp her hand and stare blankly at her? Would he still possess his life? Have you had your fill of holding my hand? Luo Ho's voice, now devoid of its previous neutrality, resonated with an inexplicable magnetic quality, imbued with a certain eerie allure. Upon hearing this voice, Huang Tian shuddered, promptly releasing Luo Ho's hand and calmly settling onto the futon, extending a hand to invite her to sit as well. Yet he was astonished within upon hearing that voice. He understood why Luo Ho had chosen to conceal her gender behind a veil of demonic mist. The sheer allure and strangeness of that voice alone could drive countless males to madness. Moreover, with Luo Ho's formidable power and her ambitious spirit, she was not inferior to any mythical figure. How could she tolerate being looked down upon due to her gender? The ratio and outcomes of female mythological figures from the primordial era reveal their disadvantaged position. Even Nuwa, who stood at the pinnacle in later generations, remained largely unrecognized after attaining sainthood, aside from her brief appearances during the repairs of the heavens and the sealing of the gods. There was no further news of her, in contrast to the fame and status of the other 5 saints. The disparity is evident. Not to mention others. Even he himself was astonished and momentarily stunned upon realizing that Luo Ho was female. Why such astonishment? It was simply because he had long held the preconceived notion that a figure like the demon lord Luo Ho, a dominant force in the myths of the primordial era capable of contending with Hong Jun, must undoubtedly be male. Luo Ho, the demon lord, I have overstepped. With this thought, Huang Tian smiled wryly, expressing his apology. Luo Ho cast a nonchalant glance at the apologetic Huang Tian, her crimson eyes revealing no trace of emotion. And without uttering a word, she gracefully seated herself on the futon opposite him. She was acutely aware that unless she was willing to exchange her life for his, she truly could do nothing to Huang Tian at this moment. Yet, she had survived from the era of chaos to the present, not foolish enough or impulsive enough to take such a step. The true fools had all perished beneath Panga's axe during the great calamity of creation. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable sense of shock within her. Huang Tian had effortlessly nullified her attack, sending a tremor through her heart. Although she was currently only a wisp of divine consciousness, her strength, even in such a form, contained the laws of slaughter, capable of obliterating a mid-stage quasi-saint with a single strike and severely wounding a late-stage quasi-saint, given Huang Tian's previously demonstrated peak late-stage quasi-saint prowess. It was inconceivable that he could have so casually received her attack and, in an imperceptible manner, dissolved her laws of slaughter. This signified that Huang Tian's strength was deeply concealed, far beyond the mere late-stage quasi-saint he outwardly displayed. Luo Ho's crimson gaze shifted, fixated intently on the young male ancestor of the Phoenix clan, who was less than a meter away. Yet, her focus was not drawn to his handsome visage, but rather her desire to see through him. As she calmly contemplated, she felt an ungraspable sense of shock and an inability to fathom Huang Tian. Though he bore no mist around him, she realized she could not penetrate his essence at all. It was akin to confronting an endless ocean or an unfathomable abyss. Though a faint smile graced his lips, rendering him exceptionally approachable, as if harmless, Luo Ho, having experienced Huang Tian's previous madness, dared not underestimate this lunatic again. A figure capable of understanding and leveraging the chaotic gods and demons, including herself, so profoundly was indeed a formidable character. Upon further reflection, it left her utterly astonished. An unfathomable individual, Luo Ho silently mused. Casting a deep gaze at Huang Tian, her voice cold as she spoke, "You repeatedly threatened me, demanding that I treat you and the Phoenix clan equally. Congratulations, you have succeeded. Not only have you succeeded, but you have also uncovered my gender and dared to touch my body. Since my birth during the chaotic era, you are the only one that you have achieved all your goals. Now, state your intentions. If you cannot sway me, I swear by the name of the chaotic slaughter demon god that I shall make you wish for life and death." Luo Ho's words brimmed with murderous intent and a hint of dissatisfaction. She vaguely sensed that since her entrance into the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, she had been unwittingly led by this lunatic before her. Now, she must sit down and converse with him. This was the first occurrence in billions of years. Even if it were a sage, she would likely have killed them. She found it astonishing that she was maintaining such good temper at this moment. My objectives are rather simple, Huang Tian responded with a faint smile. Unfazed by Luo Ho's displeasure, it is to assist you in countering Hong Jun, to ensure you are not ensnared or slain by him. Your survival is the greatest reward for me, as long as Luo Ho lives. Hong Jun cannot act recklessly in the primordial realm. In Legends, Luo Ho was a formidable being capable of opposing all the great powers of the primordial realm single-handedly. Even though she had yet to forge the four swords to exterminate immortals and her combat power had not reached its peak. With her restraining Hong Jun, Huang Tian could quietly develop himself and the Phoenix clan amidst their conflict. As for Hong Jun, to kill me would be a farce that a glint of murderous intent erupted in Luo Ho's eyes. Imbued with boundless arrogance, were it not for Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and a few other old-timers present, I would have long since eliminated this schemer who merely hides in the shadows. She did not conclude her words, but merely scoffed lightly. Her eyes filled with disdain for Hong Jun. It was evident that, having cultivated the path of slaughter, her straightforward nature found little respect for a petty schemer like Hong Jun, who relied solely on cunning and calculations. Huang Tian observed the changes in Luo Ho's gaze, feeling utterly speechless. And oh wonder, she possessed the most powerful abilities, yet was manipulated by Hong Jun, who utilized her to pave the way for his own ascension to sainthood, while also using her to eliminate or drive out chaotic demon gods like Yang Mei from the primordial realm. Just this disdain for Hong Jun made Huang Tian feel quite vexed, as he wanted to point a finger at her and berate her soundly. That on what grounds do you dismiss a demon god who has survived alongside you since the chaos? On what grounds do you disregard one acknowledged by the heavenly Tao, who obtained the treasures of the heavenly Tao? On what grounds do you overlook Hong Jun, who annihilated the innate gods and fierce beasts that were born during the creation of the world? On what grounds? Yet upon further reflection, he realized that such actions would be tantamount to courting death. Taking a deep breath, Huang Tian pointed towards the great chasm outside the Phoenix Heavenly Palace where Tong Tian was in seclusion, and coldly inquired, "May I ask, Demon Lord Luo Ho, do you know who this individual is?" Luo Ho followed Huang Tian's gesture, casting a fleeting glance at Tong Tian with her crimson eyes, regarding him as one might regard an insignificant insect. She had witnessed the scene where Tong Tian was soundly beaten by the Ice Phoenix and Ice Huang upon arriving at the Phoenix clan, a mere insect of quasi-saint mid-stage, who is yet to grasp his own path and principles. Why should I, Luo Ho, pay him any mind? Luo Ho's voice was dismissive, exuding an air of cold indifference. "It seems I have overestimated you. Very well, considering your status as the Phoenix clan sovereign, I shall refrain from pressing the matter further. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have come to the Phoenix clan this time to offer you a tremendous opportunity. Accompanied by the three clans, join my demonic sect and become the guardian divine beast of my cult. Once I attain sainthood and unify the primordial chaos, you shall exist as my second in command, and I shall bestow upon your clans several sacred positions, which would be no small favor. Luo Ho's voice was cold, imbued with boundless arrogance, as if the entire primordial world lay within her grasp, easily attainable. Granting the three clans the status of guardian divine beasts was an immense grace. Upon witnessing Luo Ho's reaction and words, Huang Tian could only hold his forehead in disbelief, chuckling at the audacity of this arrogant woman. Even having encountered a myriad of women in later generations, he found such unabashed pride and disdain for everything else to be truly remarkable. However, this woman was indulging in fantasies far too grand. Why should he lead the three clans into the demonic sect? Did she consider him a fool? After the calamity of Long Han, the three clans retreated from the primordial chaos. Yet, due to his influence, they did not suffer any fundamental loss of power. If one were to exclude the primordial dragon and the Tianyang Qilin, the overall strength of the three clans had not only been preserved, but had even advanced. With their might and fortune, the three clans could be considered the greatest variable in the current primordial realm, far surpassing the expectations of Hong Jun, Luo Ho, or any other transcendent being, including the chaotic demons. None dared to underestimate them. This was precisely why Hong Jun took the initiative to send the three pure ones to court them, even fabricating a position of divine spirit, immortal and indestructible. With great effort, had Huang Tian not been aware of what this so-called divine spirit entailed, he might have been deceived. If Hong Jun exhibited a modicum of cleverness, then Luo Ho was simply brazen, directly offering several sacred positions. Huang Tian, with a face full of disbelief, looked at this arrogant woman. Were his strength permitted, he would genuinely wish to subdue her and give her a sound thrashing. Her arrogance was beyond reason, utterly rebellious. How dare she, still unascended to sainthood, promise the three clans three sacred positions? What audacity, what courage did Luo Ho possess to utter such words? At this moment, Huang Tian finally understood that during the demonic calamity, the most formidable Luo Ho was armed with the ultimate weapon, the four swords of extermination, and that the power of the demonic sect had reached its zenith, gathering boundless fortune. It could be said that she was already invincible in the primordial realm. If such power were to be bestowed upon Huang Tian, he would have the confidence to sweep through the entire primordial chaos, taking on one after another. Yet, such a tremendous advantage was squandered at the hands of Luo Ho. This was arguably the greatest unsolved mystery in the annals of primordial mythology. Now, Huang Tian comprehended that this woman was doomed by her own arrogance in her excessive pride, encountering Hong Jun, the most profound schemer of all time. Her defeat was indeed a foregone conclusion. Huang Tian found himself a loss for words, pointing weakly at Tong Tian, saying, "This is one of the three pure ones, transformed from the primordial essence of Pangu." At this moment, the three pure ones had all pledged themselves to Hong Jun. Huang Tian, no longer wishing to beat around the bush, looked expectantly at Luo Ho. Having said this much, surely this woman would understand? Yet reality dealt him another harsh blow. The three pure ones? I know them, Luo Ho said with a cold smile. Are they not merely the three worthless beings transformed from Pangu's primordial essence? Possessing a meager fraction of the merit of creation, they have yet to even consolidate their own paths, truly pathetic. Yet, they have unexpectedly pledged themselves to Hong Jun as their master. But what of it? Mere ants in the middle stage of quasi-sainthood, lacking even their own paths. Think the legitimate disciples of Pangu would bow to the likes of Hong Jun is a disgrace to Pangu. Huang Tian listened in stunned silence, his mouth agape in disbelief. What kind of mind did this woman possess to be so insufferably arrogant? The legitimate disciples of Pangu, with a fraction of creation's merit, and under the protection of the primordial essence of the heavens, were all but destined to stand at the pinnacle of the primordial realm. It was merely a matter of time. Huang Tian could not believe that Luo Ho was incapable of seeing this. Yet, she still dared to utter such words, leaving only one explanation. Arrogance, arrogance, She, who fancied herself on par with Pangu, looked down upon using the three pure ones for her own gain, although the three pure ones might not reap immediate benefit from their allegiance. Their protection by the primordial essence of the heavens would inevitably bring boundless fortune. That it seems that your attention towards my Phoenix clan is indeed a privilege. Huang Tian found himself at a loss for words. How could a woman so consumed by her own arrogance ever hope to stand on equal footing with Hong Jun? Originally brimming with confidence, he now found himself engulfed in doubt that in fact. An impulsive thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should lead the three clans to reverently acknowledge Hong Jun as the Tao ancestor, thereby incurring a monumental karmic debt, rather than aid this endlessly arrogant woman. Yet, this was merely a fleeting notion. It seemed that conversing with this endlessly arrogant woman was futile. He would have to take matters into his own hands, with a sigh in his heart. Huang Tian shook his head, retracting all that he had intended to say. Engaging in dialogue with such an unyielding woman could only lead to ridicule. Ultimately, he bore the weight of it all. Huang Tian felt a twinge of frustration, weakly waving his hand and saying helplessly, "You must remember, during this period, regardless of what transpires, do not act rashly. If anything arises, consult me first. Without my consent, do not act. All your other affairs, leave them to me." Upon hearing this, Luo Ho's crimson eyes instantly turned cold, her voice becoming indifferent. "Are you trying to instruct me on how to act?" At this, Huang Tian could no longer contain himself and erupted in anger. He had never encountered a woman so outrageously arrogant in 2 lifetimes. In a flash, he lunged forward, pinning the enveloped Luo Ho on the mat, locking his gaze on her furious eyes, and shouted, "If you dare to let the demonic sect invade the East, I will lead the three clans to acknowledge Hong Jun as the Tao ancestor. Do you not say I did not warn you?" At this moment, Huang Tian found no desire to converse further with this woman. After his outburst, he raised his hand, shattering the space around them, and seized the bewildered Luo Ho, casting her into the boundless void. Speaking further with such an arrogant woman was utterly pointless. After venting his frustrations, Huang Tian took a few heavy breaths, gradually regaining his composure. This proud woman had truly vexed him. He had endeavored to assist her. Yet she dismissed her adversaries with such disdain. Huang Tian understood Luo Ho's intentions. She sought to forge the 4 swords of extermination, but the resentment gathered during the Dragon-Han calamity was far from sufficient. Hence, she aimed to incite the demonic sect to invade the East, igniting a war to gather killing intent and resentment. However, despite the overall strength of the demonic sect, it was still far from capable of overwhelming the East. Thus, out of necessity, she grudgingly lowered her pride, attempting to persuade Huang Tian to lead the 3 clans into the demonic sect, even offering the illusory promise of sacred positions. Yet she remained oblivious that her every reaction had fallen squarely into Hong Jun's schemes. Moreover, relying on the authority she had accrued over the years, she sought to compel Huang Tian to lead the 3 clans against him. The promised position of divine spirit appeared far more credible than the sacred position she offered. It was evident that the 3 clans would heed Hong Jun's call to resist her demonic sect. Should the demonic sect, by some stroke of luck, emerge victorious, the 3 clans, safeguarding the heavens and possessing immense merit, would nonetheless face the wrath of Luo Ho, incurring a karmic debt beyond her capacity to bear. In such a scenario, even if she succeeded in forging the 4 swords of extermination, it would lead her to a dead end. Everything would revert to the original trajectory of the primordial realm. Indeed, should the 3 clans fall at Luo Ho's hands, the karmic entanglement would allow Hong Jun to achieve victory even more effortlessly than in the previous era, gaining far more than before. Hong Jun in the cold embrace of the heavens. Huang Tian uttered a quiet, derisive laugh, slowly closing her eyes. Huang Tian, within the boundless chaos of a void, Luo Ho roared in fury. Having only just realized the gravity of her situation after being cast into the tumultuous abyss, she had never anticipated that Huang Tian would dare to act with such audacity, not only threatening her once more with a ferocity that was almost palpable, but also taking her by surprise, pinning her beneath him, and ultimately discarding her as one would refuse, casting her into the swirling chaos with palpable annoyance. Particularly vivid in her memory was the look in Huang Tian's eyes at that moment. It was akin to gazing upon a fool. Moreover, in the instant she was hurled into the void, he seemed to murmur something about hair, short-sightedness, and women. Though she did not catch every word, she could discern the underlying sentiment. Huang Tian, just you wait. Once I vanquish Hong Jun, you shall pay for this. After venting her frustrations, Luo Ho regained her composure, chuckling softly. It was the first time in countless eons that she encountered such an intriguing being. He was undeniably astute, managing to comprehend the deeply concealed existence of their chaotic demonic nature, which had been hidden for ages, and seemingly unraveling their intentions and schemes with ease. Furthermore, the power he displayed in those final moments left her utterly astounded. In an instant, he had subdued her consciousness, which possessed the strength of a mid-stage quasi-saint and was adept at wielding the laws of slaughter. Such power transcended the realm of a mere quasi-saint. It was at least on the level of a perfected quasi-saint. You have hidden yourself so profoundly, Luo Ho mused, reflecting on the day's events that had completely defied her expectations. The secrets concealed for countless years had, through a series of serendipitous occurrences, come to light for Huang Tian, leading her thoughts about him to become exceedingly intricate. The image of Huang Tian's fierce threat loomed in her mind, though it appeared to be a warning. She was no fool. His message was unmistakable. Her intervention would only hinder matters, for he was fully aware of her intentions. He would handle everything, urging her not to interfere. A primordial deity born from the chaos dares to look down upon me. Luo Ho seethed, her teeth grinding in frustration, her thoughts becoming increasingly convoluted as she turned to soar toward the Western demonic sect. I trust you this time. If you fail me. Soon, Luo Ho returned to the depths of the Shumi mountain within the demonic sect. Master of the demons, your orders regarding the invasion of the East have been set in motion. The countless followers of the demonic sect are poised for action. Outside the Shumi mountain, the demonic intent loomed ominously. As innumerable disciples concealed themselves within the clouds, the terrifying aura of slaughter permeated millions of miles across the western expanse. The four quasi-saint late-stage warriors of the demonic sect knelt before the heavens, their gazes devoid of warmth, brimming with a murderous intent as they fixated on Shumi mountain. Luo Ho, the master of the demons, was regarded as a deity among the sect. This moment, it was not only the hidden adept beings in the west who were observing this scene. In the east, atop Yujing mountain, Hong Jun slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold indifference flashing within as anticipated. After this battle, Luo Ho, your time of reckoning approaches. The three pure ones had already responded. All three factions agreed to their requests and would intervene during the demonic sect's invasion. Other races, both large and small, had been preparing for action under the subtle hints he had dropped over the years. After all, Luo Ho's primary targets in this battle were those very races. Thus, they were ready to fight the demonic sect to the bitter end. Following this confrontation, the ancient races of the East, including the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin, would face extinction. For Hong Jun, this was akin to a gift descending from the heavens. It seemed that Huang Tian, I owe you my gratitude. Hong Jun chuckled coldly, his eyes gleaming with triumph. Without Huang Tian's unexpected intervention, which led to the retreat of the three factions, his plans to deal with Luo Ho would have been far more challenging in the depths of the boundless void. A towering willow tree of unimaginable height slowly opened its eyes, profound depth swirling within. Luo Ho, have you truly reached the point of no return? With a raised brow, he murmured to himself, his gaze filled with complicated calculations. Though the chaotic, demonic beings had managed to survive the great calamity of creation, they were still unrecognized by the primordial realm, repelled by the inherent will of the cosmos and the heavenly order, making it difficult for them to attain enlightenment within the primordial world. Hence, since the onset of the great calamity among the gods and demons, they had been covertly manipulating the primordial realm, avoiding the entanglements of karma and causation while tirelessly seeking a path to enlightenment. Furthermore, they maintained a delicate balance among themselves, never overtly manipulating the primordial realm, preserving an enigmatic equilibrium and tacit understanding. Luo Ho's actions had shattered this fragile understanding. Even he could not predict the chain reactions that would ensue. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. This would provide an opportunity to gauge the strengths of both Yu and Hong Jun. With a cold smirk, he resolved to take a passive stance and observe the unfolding drama. Luo Ho and Hong Jun were the two most inscrutable figures among their chaotic demonic kin. Luo Ho governed the West, while Hong Jun presided over the East. He was certain that Hong Jun would not idly watch as Luo Ho took action. He would inevitably intervene, should the two become mutually destructive. He would not hesitate to lend a hand in their demise. Across the various forbidden realms of the primordial world, the likes of Qinquan, Yin Yang, and other chaotic demonic beings and supreme adepts watched the scene unfold, each harboring their own thoughts. Yet, their core sentiment mirrored that of Yang Mei. They were resolutely committed to observing the conflict unfold, allowing Hong Jun and Luo Ho to clash. The powerful beings of the primordial realm, each with their own agendas, collectively focused their attention on Shumi Mountain. Cease all actions and remain in place. Without my command, none shall act without permission. The voice of Luo Ho, devoid of emotion and chillingly indifferent, resonated from the peaks of Mount in an instant. The four great generals of the demonic sect were rendered bewildered, stationed in place. They had toiled tirelessly for half a day, summoning countless followers scattered throughout the western wilderness, only to be met with an abrupt cessation of activity. Yet Luo Ho was the very essence of the demonic sect. When he spoke, none dared to defy him, although they were perplexed by the sudden shift in the demon lord's intentions. The four generals could do naught but obediently await at the foot of Mount Shumi, their hearts brimming with questions. For Luo Ho had always been resolute, unparalleled in power, and indifferent to the world, rarely deviating from his predetermined course of action, especially regarding such a monumental undertaking. What could possibly have transpired to compel the demon lord to alter his plans? They dared not speculate on the influence of any particular being, for they were acutely aware of Luo Ho's arrogant and untamed nature. In their eyes, no being had yet been born that could sway Luo Ho's convictions. None had existed in the past. None now, and none would in the future to them. Luo Ho was the very symbol of invincibility. Mount Shumi, shrouded in a dense, oppressive demonic aura that obscured the heavens, gradually descended into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, atop Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun was left utterly stunned, staring blankly at Mount Shumi, speechless. What had transpired? He had busied himself, scheming and reveling in his own triumph for half the day, dispatching the three pure ones to contact the three clans and urging the various races of the eastern wilderness to prepare. Yet Luo Ho had suddenly declared that there would be no conflict. This was decidedly amiss, deeply unsettling. Hong Jun, in a state of utter disbelief, muttered to himself, his expression darkening to an extreme. This was certainly not the Luo Ho he had come to know. The most familiar of foes is often the greatest enemy, and this sentiment applied aptly to both Luo Ho and Hong Jun. Although Luo Ho had always dismissed Hong Jun as inconsequential, regarding him as a petty figure. Since the dawn of creation, Hong Jun had regarded Luo Ho as his most formidable adversary. When it came to understanding Luo Ho, Hong Jun believed no one could rival his insight. He was all too aware of Luo Ho's arrogant and lawless disposition. After the calamity of the three clans, when he had failed to amass sufficient malevolent energy to forge a treasure of slaughter, he had accurately predicted Luo Ho's subsequent actions. Moreover, the events that unfolded within the demonic sect had fully corroborated his forecasts. Yet at this crucial juncture, Luo Ho had inexplicably changed his mind, leaving countless demonic followers waiting idly at the base of Mount Shumi, forbidden from taking any action that was undeniably characteristic of Luo Ho. Yet it felt profoundly wrong. What on earth had transpired? In a fit of rage, Hong Jun let out a low growl, fervently attempting to reconstruct the scenario in his mind. However, after much contemplation, he could not arrive at a conclusion. It was all too simple for a being of Luo Ho's caliber to conceal his true intentions from him. He had merely set the stage based on his understanding of Luo Ho's character. Recalling his previous sense of triumph, Hong Jun felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood in his current state of agitation. In the countless years since the dawn of creation, aside from the Phoenix clan, led by Huang Tian, retreating from the wilderness, This was only the second time he had miscalculated. Hong Jun gazed vacantly at the heavens, his previously unshakable confidence in his own strategic prowess now wavering. The repeated failures of his schemes had dealt a blow to his self-assurance that was unprecedented at that moment. He resembled a once invincible general, unable to accept his first defeat, spiraling into a decline. As for Huang Tian, that was one matter. However, the fact that Luo Ho, whom he had meticulously studied for countless years, had also outmaneuvered him was a bitter pill to swallow. Had his machinations surrounding the calamities of gods and demons, the great beast tribulations, merely been the product of his own arrogance? With a dazed look in his eyes, Hong Jun muttered to himself. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes gradually turning blood red, betraying signs of impending madness. That I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept it. Hong Jun roared, his formidable presence reverberating through the firmament. With a single step, he brought down the towering Yujing mountain, shattering it into two. Colossal boulders cascading down, engulfing the surrounding area in a torrent of destruction. Luo Ho, Huang Tian, wait for me. I, Hong Jun, shall emerge as the ultimate victor. You shall not escape death. No one shall impede my path to sanctification and unity. Hong Jun bellowed, as the vast skies above cracked and splintered, his white hair billowing wildly, his blood-red eyes akin to a furious deity. Strike! In the next instant, a blinding purple light erupted from Hong Jun's eyes, severing the feelings of defeat and self-doubt, casting aside a fragment of his primordial spirit into the shattered expanse of the heavens. You shall wait. I shall not falter. Hong Jun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his pallid complexion and grim expression slowly yielding to a semblance of calm. Although this severance had purged his negative emotions, it had nonetheless left him with a minor wound. Hong Jun sat cross-legged upon his mat, exhaling a deep breath, lifting a glimmering, ethereal disk that floated above his head, emanating boundless Taoist essence. That I do not believe you. Luo Ho, how long can you endure? He murmured to himself, then lifted his gaze towards the Eastern Immortal Volcanic Range, a cold smile gracing his lips. The Southern Zhuge clan is not far from emergence. That time, chaos will surely engulf the Phoenix clan. I shall incite a battle among them, and boundless malevolent energy shall arise. Luo Ho, O Luo Ho, when confronted with this insurmountable malevolence, will you not be stirred? With a chilling laugh, Hong Jun gradually closed his eyes, entering a state of seclusion. Despite the consecutive blows he had endured, he remained a primordial demonic deity, having weathered the chaos, his resolve as steadfast as a mountain. Resolute, he severed a part of his primordial spirit to restore his tranquility, swiftly orchestrating his next moves. Was not Luo Ho's ambition to forge his own treasure of slaughter? Although the reasons for his sudden inaction remained a mystery, should he choose to remain passive, Hong Jun had no qualms about lending a hand. Faced with an unrelenting and vengeful Phoenix clan, Luo Ho would undoubtedly find it impossible to resist. Yet at this moment, the circumstances were no longer those of the Dragon-Han calamity. The demonic sex collection of the inexhaustible malevolent energy born from the deaths of countless phoenixes would surely attract the attention of the powerful beings among the Phoenix clan. Such an act would be seen as a desecration of their fallen kin. The previous frenzied reactions of the Dragon and Qilin clans, who besieged the four great generals of the demonic sect, bore testament to this. The Phoenix clan would inevitably clash with the demonic sect. What actions Luo Ho would take in response to this remained to be seen. The sudden halt of Luo Ho's advance into the east brought a collective sigh of relief from the many powerful beings who had been watching from the shadows. While his intentions remained inscrutable, maintaining the existing balance would be the most favorable outcome. In the vast expanse of the wilderness, tranquility had returned after the storm. Yet, unbeknownst to all, this cataclysmic crisis was averted only by Huang Tian's forceful intervention, compelling Luo Ho to relent. Time in the wilderness, unmarked by years, flowed ceaselessly. A decade passed in the blink of an eye dot on the surface. The wilderness appeared calm and untroubled, yet beneath the surface, tumultuous waves churned and dark currents surged. The news of the demonic sect's millions of followers stationed at the intersection of the east and west, remaining idle, had spread throughout the entire wilderness. Under the influence of unseen forces, this information reached even the newly emerged beings. The impending calamity loomed ominously, ready to descend at any moment. In such dire circumstances, those newly formed beings were no more than insignificant ants, devoid of any means of self-preservation. They could only be crushed to oblivion beneath the tide of the demonic army. In an instant, the eastern wilderness was cloaked in a shroud of despair. The heavens dimmed, shrouded in ominous clouds. Meanwhile, a young man clad in white robes, handsome and striking with his sword-like brows and starry eyes, walked alongside a sword-bearing youth through the wilderness. These two were none other than Huang Tian and his companion, who had emerged from seclusion half a year prior, traversing the wilderness together. Huang Tian stood atop a lofty peak, gazing down at the vast expanse of the wilderness with a sigh. In an era where all beings are but ants, the principle of the survival of the fittest fails to encapsulate the suffering of existence. It is akin to a hell on earth that in the past 6 months, he has truly witnessed what an era devoid of order resembles. Newly born beings are likely to be instantly slain by passers-by, their essence ruthlessly consumed. Some beautiful women, having just come into existence, may be swiftly abducted. During the time when the three clans coexisted in the primordial chaos, despite the immense destruction they wrought, the presence of the three clans' might deterred these small beings from such rampant behavior. For him, who exists in a later age governed by laws and moral constraints, the pervasive scenes of arson, murder, and pillaging have utterly transformed his understanding of the world. In this era, the myriad beings of the primordial chaos lack cultivation methods. Aside from instinctively absorbing innate spiritual energy, the only way to swiftly enhance one's strength is by devouring those newly born. The primordial realm is inherently a domain of the survival of the fittest, where the strong thrive. Why, then, does brother Huang Tian lament so? Standing beside him, Huang Tian furrowed his brow in confusion. This is the very rule of this world. The survival of the fittest, is merely the pressure of the demonic sex invasion that has intensified such occurrences. Yet for Huang Tian, who has led the Phoenix clan from a small tribe to the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, such sights should be all too familiar. It is precisely because of the harshness of survival that the three pure ones had to relinquish their pride in the teachings of Pangu and submit themselves to Hong Jun. Seeking to learn the supreme methods and ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial chaos, he truly cannot fathom why Huang Tian would express such sentiments. Huang Tian responded with a hearty laugh. Shaking his head, Huang Tian, being within the fray and having never witnessed the orderly age of a later time, naturally cannot grasp the feelings stirring within him. He has no desire to explain. At this moment, the Phoenix clan stands at the precipice of uncertainty, amidst a storm of powerful adversaries. Why ponder so deeply? Brother Huang Tian, just ahead lies Mount Buzhou, Huang Tian remarked, gesturing forward with a casual tone. Proud as he is, Huang Tian chose not to elaborate, nor would he press for more information. Let us continue our journey. The invasion of the demonic sect is imminent, and time is of the essence. The burden on Elder Hong Jun's shoulders must be substantial, that we must hasten to pass down the teachings and elevate the strength of the beings in the primordial chaos, alleviating his concerns. Huang Tian stated solemnly, leading the way forward, relieve our master's burdens. Huang Tian replied, his expression growing serious as he nodded emphatically. After this encounter, their master would surely regard him with greater esteem. He had already been profoundly struck by the teachings created by Huang Tian, which unveiled a comprehensive understanding of the cultivation system, dissecting the path from the very beginning to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. He was astounded that he, having been born from the essence of Pangu and possessing the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal from birth, had stumbled through to the mid-stage of quasi-saint. Yet Huang Tian's teachings dissected the entire cultivation system, rendering it a masterpiece of unparalleled perfection. Huang Tian pondered. If he were tasked with creating a method, even given 1 billion years, he could never conceive of such a flawless path, one that allows an individual devoid of any cultivation to ascend step by step to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Transcending the river of fate, every being harbors the potential to touch upon the laws, How extraordinary this is, and how profound the comprehension of the Tao. In fact, upon witnessing these teachings, Huang Tian was so astonished that a fleeting thought of renouncing his master and becoming Huang Tian's disciple surfaced in his mind. However, he ultimately dismissed this notion, realizing that no matter how profound Huang Tian's understanding of the Tao might be, he remains merely at the quasi-saint level, compared to Hong Jun at the arch-saint level. The disparity is as vast as heaven and earth. As countless thoughts flitted through his mind, Huang Tian hurriedly caught up with Huang Tian, who maintained a calm demeanor as he flew directly toward Mount Buzhou. Yet, were he to discover that Huang Tian had once contemplated becoming his disciple, he might either be amused or alarmed. The Three Pure Ones are a crucial part of Hong Jun's plan to shape the primordial chaos and gather fortune. Should Huang Tian renounce his master and seek to follow Huang Tian, Hong Jun could very well become enraged and discard all restraint, tearing apart their relationship in a bid to eliminate him. Before long, the two arrived at the foot of Mount Buzhou, where an overwhelming aura of ancient power enveloped them, compelling them to the ground. Mount Buzhou, formed from Pangu's vertebrae, stands tall within the primordial chaos, symbolizing its immortality, imbued with the will of the primordial realm, an O being of great power, unless surpassing Pangu, can fly above it this moment, facing the towering Mount Buzhou, which reaches into the clouds and seems limitless. Huang Tian was filled with an indescribable sense of awe. This sensation was beyond words. Confronted by the ancient, time-worn aura emanating from the mountain, he felt akin to an ant, despite possessing combat prowess exceeding that of a quasi-saint peak. He found himself feeling like a mere speck of dust before Mount Buzhou. What level of existence did the great Pangu achieve? The first time he faced Mount Buzhou, Huang Tian felt as though he might suffocate, as if he had become a grain of soil beneath the mountain. This was an inexplicable sensation. Brother Huang Tian, everyone who visits Mount Buzhou for the first time feels this way. Huang Tian laughed heartily. He, being an incarnation of Pangu's essence, felt a profound affinity for the mountain's might. The realm of our father Pangu is truly beyond our reach, a sight to behold. This was still after numerous calamities had diminished the primordial world's essence, reducing the pressure of Mount Buzhou several-fold. Huang Tian sighed. In epochs past, even quasi-saint level beings arriving at Mount Buzhou would be overwhelmed by the aura left by our father and would kneel, unable to lift their heads, only able to gradually acclimatize over a long period before being able to move about here. Mount Buzhou's might has indeed been diminished by the great calamities. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian raised an eyebrow, sensing something amiss, that he was now at the peak of the quasi-saint level, surpassing in combat prowess. Yet, even so, when faced with Mount Buzhou, he felt nearly suffocated in myths and legends. Gong, a figure who once crashed into Mount Buzhou. What level of existence did he possess? During the final battle of the Wu and Yao, he was merely at the peak of the quasi-saint level, yet managed to engage in a fierce conflict with the Eastern Emperor Tai above Mount Buzhou. Moreover, crashing into the mountain did not lead to his demise, but rather, he caused it to collapse. Now, standing before Mount Buzhou, Huang Tian was engulfed by endless doubts. Gong's furious collision with Mount Buzhou may well be the greatest enigma of primordial mythology. Looking up at Mount Buzhou, he was certain that even with his current abilities, a collision with the mountain would likely yield no effect, perhaps dislodging a few pebbles. However, he would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness, his essence obliterated by the tremendous force emanating from the mountain. Hong Jun, what exactly are you plotting? What have you done? Huang Tian's brow furrowed deeply. The destruction of Mount Buzhou surely implicates Hong Jun as the principal architect behind it. Yet how did he manage to weaken it to the extent described in later tales? Even if he is not at the arch-saint level now, he cannot grasp the intricacies of that realm. Yet he is certain that even if Hong Jun were to arrive at Mount Buzhou now, he would be as insignificant as an ant, incapable of shaking the mountain even slightly, given Mount Buzhou's current might. Even if it were weakened 1,000-fold, it would still not be something a mere quasi-saint peak like Gong could topple. A smile crept on Huang Tian's lips, a hint of amusement. Though he could not yet discern the subtleties within, he sensed a glimmer of insight. One day, he would surely comprehend it. However, the tale of Gong Gong's furious crash into Mount Buzhou would likely remain one of the greatest jokes throughout history. Huang Tian, my junior brother, protect me. Let us begin our discourse, Huang Tian said, smiling as he turned to Huang Tian. Mount Buzhou, being the center of the primordial realm, exerts its pressure across the cosmos. For him, still merely at the peak of the quasi-saint level, he cannot yet spread his Tao's resonance throughout the primordial chaos. Thus, after much contemplation, he resolved to harness the power of Mount Buzhou to achieve this goal. Indeed, with a grave expression, Huang Tian nodded, his terrifying divine consciousness spreading outward, transforming into a divine consciousness golden lotus that lifted Huang Tian into the skies above Buzhou Mountain, in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Although the strength of the three pure ones was not deemed formidable, only they could soar above Buzhou Mountain. Yet, out of respect for Pangu, even the three pure ones had never flown over Buzhou Mountain. After discussions with him, Huang Tian resolved to disseminate the teachings across the entire primordial realm with utmost speed. Assist Hong Jun. Huang Tian acquiesced to Huang Tian's proposal. Suddenly, the majestic skies above Buzhou Mountain trembled violently. Buzhou Mountain, formed from Panga's vertebrae, is sacred and supreme. Since the dawn of creation, it has stood at the heart of the primordial world, spanning the cosmos alongside heaven and earth, a place where no one could dare to fly. Huang Tian, embodying the chaotic demon god Shi Huang, radiated his essence and dared to ascend, provoking an overwhelming backlash from the mountain's immense pressure. A formidable force descended upon Huang Tian, causing the primordial world to undergo dramatic upheaval. Winds howled. Seas surged skyward, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. The vast might of Buzhou Mountain swept across the entire primordial realm. Buzhou Mountain, this mountain, immovable for eons, erupted with terrifying power, shaking the primordial world. Atop Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun, who had just entered seclusion, instantly opened his eyes, casting his gaze forth. Huang Tian, upon seeing Huang Tian enveloped by Huang Tian's divine consciousness, ascending towards the heavens of Buzhou Mountain, Hong Jun's expression darkened, and he rose abruptly. An inexplicable sense of foreboding stirred within him. What scheme are you concocting, young one? I have waited for you for 10 years. In the western region of the primordial world, a figure shrouded in demonic mist slowly opened its faint red eyes. A hint of an unperceived smile lacing its voice. The many great deities of the primordial realm were shaken, casting serious glances in this direction. The matter of Buzhou Mountain was critical to the existence of the primordial realm, warranting their utmost concern. Overwhelmed by this fearsome pressure, Huang Tian's complexion turned ashen in that moment. Even under the protection of Huang Tian's divine consciousness golden lotus, he felt as though he were a small boat tossed amidst a storm. At the mercy of towering waves he felt as if ancient, eternal eyes were fixated upon him, instilling within him a profound sense of pressure. He instinctively felt an urge to retreat. Absolutely not. Huang Tian gritted his teeth and roared. A mist of purple energy enveloping him as he confronted this oppressive force, resolutely pressing onward. Teaching and spreading the Tao in the primordial realm had already seized the merits originally belonging to Hong Jun. Moreover, at this moment, Hong Jun would never permit the beings of the primordial world to swiftly enhance their powers beyond his control. He was acutely aware that this was his only opportunity. If he failed to transmit the teachings throughout the primordial realm this time, even with Huang Tian as a shield, Hong Jun would inevitably intervene to obstruct him. This endeavor to impart the Tao was both the first and the last. Huang Tian, I come to assist you. Beneath the boundless might of Buzhou Mountain, even Huang Tian, embodying Pangu's essence, felt immense pressure, bloodshot eyes betraying his strain. Yet he thought of aiding his master Hong Jun, sharing the burden. Following this, Hong Jun might very well bestow upon him the supreme teachings, accepting him as a personal disciple ahead of time. Huang Tian was determined to give his all. Boom! Boundless sword energy spread in all directions as a radiant light burst forth from Huang Tian's forehead. Manifesting his primordial spirit wielding a colossal sword, he slashed toward the heavens above Buzhou Mountain. The oppressive force was barely cleaved apart by this strike of divine consciousness. allowing Huang Tian to finally break free from the shackles of pressure and ascend into the skies above Buzhou Mountain. Huang Tian, what are you doing? Why did you not inform Master? Hong Jun murmured, his expression darkening to an extreme, the ominous premonition within him intensifying. He directed the 3 pure ones to notify the 3 races. Laozi and Yuanshi would come to report the situation to him in detail. Yet this arrogant Huang Tian merely transmitted his thoughts through divine consciousness, even extolling the virtues of the detestable Huang Tian. I, the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, Huang Tian, sensing the decay of the primordial world's essence and the countless beings seeking the Tao with no path to follow, have established a method and shall impart it to the primordial realm. Standing atop the golden lotus, Huang Tian emanated a grand, his demeanor indifferent, his voice resonating throughout the primordial world. This method can be cultivated by all beings. Utilizing the infinite pressure of Buzhou Mountain, Huang Tian's voice echoed throughout the primordial realm. From eastern and western reaches to the far northwestern corners, across the vast seas, his voice boomed like divine thunder. Heaven and earth reverberated, the ground erupted with golden lotuses, boundless purple energy descended. Auspicious omens spreading forth, enveloping Huang Tian within this moment. Huang Tian's visage bore an imposing demeanor, receiving the recognition of the primordial world's source will, sacred, divine, impervious to calamity, entering a highly unique state. Thereafter, Huang Tian slowly closed his eyes. His lips sealed, yet boundless sounds of the Tao reverberated through the primordial realm, an overwhelming resonance permeating the atmosphere. Tao is divided into the immortal and the mundane. The mundane must endure 3 tribulations and 6 calamities. Refining essence into qi, transforming qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, merging void with the Tao, and ultimately cultivating to become an immortal primordial spirit. The Huang Tian's teachings reverberated throughout the primordial realm. In this moment. Regardless of their location, be it the 4 seas, the eastern or western primordial world, countless beings became entranced by this boundless resonance of the D. And no matter their origins or backgrounds, even the most rudimentary of beings, under the influence of this Tao sound, became captivated, hastening their gestation. Moreover, countless gifted beings, unable to cultivate the Tao, experienced sudden breakthroughs in their realms upon hearing the teachings. For an instant, the primordial realm, previously engulfed in brutal conflict akin to a hellish landscape, fell into an unprecedented tranquility this moment. Even those with power surpassing the great Luo golden immortal, the quasi-saint deities, were enraptured, gaining boundless insights and refining their own teachings and powers within this unparalleled, complete method. Huang Tian, just as the beings of the primordial realm reveled in Huang Tian's discourse, a thunderous roar erupted from Yujing Mountain, resounding like a clap of thunder. Yet, in this moment, the pressure of Buzhou Mountain enveloped the primordial realm, and the will of the primordial world, sensing Huang Tian's benevolent actions, sheltered him within. Even Hong Jun, at this juncture, was but an ant shaking a tree beneath this force already weakened from self-inflicting wounds to his primordial spirit. Hong Jun's eyes nearly burst as he spat out another mouthful of blood. Yet, with no time to wipe the blood from his lips, he gazed skyward and unleashed another furious roar. Chaos. Utter chaos. It has completely unraveled. Huang Tian, I will not rest until one of us is dead. You must pay for this. How dare you disrupt my plans, a heinous act deserving of death 1,000 times over. Hong Jun's wrathful bellow echoed as his white hair whipped about chaotically, resembling a madman. The endless chaotic mist enveloped the already battered Yujing Mountain, rendering it nothingness. Hong Tian's actions had left Hong Jun unable to fathom the consequences for the primordial realm at this critical juncture. In this moment, even with the creation jade disc in his possession, he could not discern the trajectory of the primordial world's evolution. Since the dawn of creation, he had poured his heart and soul into orchestrating a grand scheme spanning millions of years, all of which had been shattered by Huang Tian. Hong Jun emitted a heart-wrenching roar, his white hair dancing wildly, and his eyes filled with crimson veins, his profound understanding of the Tao was unparalleled, allowing him to discern that the method created by Huang Tian was indeed suitable for the cultivation of all beings. Regardless of race or form, all could practice this technique. Moreover, it could serve as a foundation for which countless supreme methods could evolve, rightfully considered the origin and basis of myriad pathways, in the boundless wilderness. Countless beings would emerge as exceptional talents through this method that was unfathomable. For billions of years, even in the absence of such teachings, innumerable mighty beings had arisen. With this method, he had expended endless effort, calculating the demise of the primordial deities and the formidable beasts, driving the latter out of the vast expanse of creation. He neared the final step. With the death of Luo Ho and the destruction of the demonic sect, he would attain enlightenment and become a sage. Huang Tian's maneuver was nothing short of a cunning strike against his years of scheming, akin to pulling the rug out from under him. Sever the great Tao was akin to slaying one's parents. At this moment, Hong Jun's hatred for Huang Tian reached its zenith, even surpassing the for Luo Hou. As he faced Huang Tian's teachings, he could only watch in despair, his eyes threatening to burst, as Huang Tian, with the aid of Buzhou Mountain, disseminated the method throughout the wilderness, leaving him utterly powerless. I refuse to believe it. Huang Tian, I shall kill you. Observing Huang Tian with closed eyes and an aura of immeasurable grandeur, spreading the teachings, Hong Jun let out an anguished roar. Pango banner. Cleave! He transformed into a colossal chaos demon, his eyes like stars, and summoned the Pango banner. With a single strike, he shattered the stars, causing endless rivers of starlight to plummet. Yet at that moment, the space around him began to distort. Buzhou Mountain, sacred and paramount, stood as the pillar of the wilderness that Hong Jun's attempt to shatter its might was instantly engulfed by an overwhelming force. Boom! 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 The boundless space surrounding Yujing Mountain shattered, the heavens twisted, and the towering figure of Hong Jun was swiftly submerged. Faced with the pressure of Buzhou Mountain and the primordial will of the wilderness, Hong Jun, still unascended, felt as insignificant as an ant. When the immense pressure dissipated, Hong Jun reverted to his original form, crashing down from the heavens, landing upon the earth, causing endless fissures to spread. Lying at the center of the shattered ground, his eyes devoid of spirit, he gazed up at the sky. His garments torn and tattered, his body riddled with countless wounds, the blood of the demon gods gushing forth, collapsing mountains and rivers into an expansive crimson lake. His eyes brimmed with boundless reluctance. Fury and profound helplessness, that Huang Tian's resounding teachings still echoed in his ears, that he understood that he could no longer prevent Huang Tian from imparting wisdom to the wilderness, with the protection of Buzhou Mountain and the primordial will of the wilderness. Unless Huang Tian completed his teachings, no one could stop him, not even the heavenly Tao. After Huang Tian finished, he could then seek to kill him. However, aside from the backlash of fate and entanglement of karma, leading to benefits for Luo Ho, it would hold little significance. Could he truly eliminate every being in the wilderness that heard Huang Tian's teachings? At that point, without Luo Ho's intervention, the boundless karma would ensure his immediate demise. All of this stemmed from Hong Jun's frenzied growl, blood continuously spilling from his mouth. Tong Tian, you treacherous disciple, you have thwarted my grand design. He regretted sending Tong Tian to Huang Tian's side. Had it not been for Tong Tian, a being transformed from Pangu's primordial spirit, Huang Tian could never have utilized Buzhou Mountain to impart teachings to the wilderness, as long as he did not disseminate the teachings to the entire wilderness in one fell swoop. He could personally eliminate Huang Tian. To prevent this, he would not hesitate to face the backlash from the Phoenix clan's fortune. With the entire wilderness possessing a foundational cultivation method, coupled with their terrifying innate talents and the abundant primordial spiritual energy, how many mighty beings would arise among them in the near future? Perhaps the wilderness would reach an era comparable to the primordial chaos, where innate deities and demons roamed freely. Furthermore, the greatest gratitude and respect would undoubtedly be directed toward Huang Tian from the newly emerged mighty beings. How then could he align himself with the Tao? Even with the heavenly Tao's supreme treasure, the creation jade plate, in hand, the prerequisite for embodying the heavenly Tao was to possess supreme authority among the countless beings of the wilderness. Equipped with the creation jade plate, Hong Jun could naturally devise a method suitable for the cultivation of all beings in the wilderness. However, his original plan was to eliminate Luo Ho and attain sagehood before teaching the wilderness. At that time, the wilderness would not have such a plethora of potential beings, and the density of primordial spiritual energy would significantly diminish. Hong Jun was utterly stunned, staring blankly at the radiant and majestic form of Huang Tian above. His heart plunged into confusion. Could he still align with the Tao? Could he still attain sagehood and act on behalf of the heavenly Tao? For the first time, the wounded Hong Jun felt a profound sense of helplessness. Huang Tian, your move is truly ruthless. No, I, Hong Jun, who has calculated for billions of years, who has outmaneuvered primordial deities and fierce beasts, cannot be defeated by you, Huang Tian. Hong Jun muttered to himself, his gaze gradually turning cold and venomous. Filled with infinite hatred. From this day forth, you, Huang Tian, must perish, just like Luo Ho, and the Phoenix clan shall be utterly annihilated because of you. With unwavering resolve, Hong Jun gradually stabilized his tumultuous heart. There is still a chance. As long as I act swiftly to entomb you, Huang Tian, in the river of time, I can always start anew. I've already outmaneuvered the innate deities and fierce beasts. How much more so these undeveloped beings? Yet before that, he must eliminate you. Huang Tian, speaking to himself, a cold glimmer flashed in his eyes as he began to deduce fervently once more, then turned his gaze towards an ancient hall of enlightenment in the southern wilderness. It seems I can wait no longer. It is your time to emerge. Only you can swiftly annihilate the Phoenix clan. Subsequently, a wisp of clear aura emerged from his forehead, transforming into a middle-aged man, soaring towards the southern wilderness. You little Phoenix. Truly mad, Luo Ho murmured, shrouded in demonic mist within Shumi Mountain, gazing at Huang Tian beyond the vast expanse of the sky, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Proud by nature, she feared no adversary. She understood that Huang Tian's actions would once again unleash countless mighty beings upon the wilderness. Yet she, Luo Ho, was unafraid of anything. Despite her lack of fear, an abundance of doubt welled within her. Huang Tian was merely at the quasi-saint realm, no matter how deeply concealed. Yet her keen perception assured her that Huang Tian could never reach the sub-saint level. Create such a perfect foundational cultivation method at a level below the sub-saint was nothing short of terrifying. Luo Ho mused, if she truly wished, she could also devise a method suitable for the cultivation of all beings in the wilderness. However, even with 1 billion years at her disposal, she could never achieve such perfection. Flawless and regarded as the foundation of the 3,000 Tao methods, with boundless potential for evolution. Huang Tian, you truly pique my curiosity, Luo Ho mused, her pale red eyes fixed intently upon Huang Tian in the heavens. For billions of years since the dawn of creation, mighty beings had emerged, and innate deities and demons roamed free. Although Huang Tian was the sovereign of the Phoenix clan during the Great Cataclysm, his current realm and strength were still far inferior to those terrifying innate deities and even the frenzied beasts of the primordial age. Yet Huang Tian was the first to see through the schemes of the chaotic demons during the calamity. The first who dared to threaten her after learning of her identity, and the first to pin her down and roar in fury, casting her aside like refuse into the void. This thought. Luo Ho could not help but take a deep breath, suppressing the urge to smite Huang Tian with a single strike. Throughout countless ages, no being had ever dared to show her such disrespect. However, after a long pause, Luo Ho suddenly smiled gently, murmuring to herself, I wonder how Hong Jun is faring. Will he perhaps be driven to madness at this moment? Even if the Phoenix Heaven has created this profound method, without the assistance of his exceptional disciple, it would be impossible to disseminate it throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. This endeavor brings boundless merit to the primordial realm. Truly, it is worthy of the Pangu Orthodox. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Ho could not help but smirk, longing to burst into laughter thrice. That old rascal Hong Jun has always prided himself on his unparalleled schemes, opposing her in his quest to dominate the entire primordial realm. Yet now, with the support of his disciple, the primordial world has completely transcended his control. The grand scheme, meticulously plotted over countless eons, has been irreparably disrupted. However, Phoenix Heaven, you claim to be aware of my intentions. Entrusting everything to you, my vast army of demonic sects has awaited your word at Mount Sumeru for a full decade. Do not let me down. Luo Home murmured, her faint crimson eyes gradually turning cold. She cared not for the multitude of powerful beings that might arise after Phoenix Heaven's teachings spread through the primordial realm. What mattered to her was when she could amass boundless malevolent energy to forge a treasure of slaughter. With such a treasure in hand, who would dare to obstruct her? With a single sword, she could cleave them asunder. Brother, we can wait no longer to that moment. A haughty and defiant voice echoed from a distance. Billions of miles away in the ancient starry sky, in the depths of the cosmos, stood two immense, boundless stars, one representing Yin and the other Yang, entwined in a cosmic dance, emanating an ancient aura. Upon the solar star, two pairs of golden eyes opened, exuding an overwhelming imperial might that permeated the starry expanse, golden crow flames igniting the heavens and earth. Second brother, with the demonic sect poised to invade the Eastern primordial realm. Shall we not gather the myriad demons? Could we be perceived as formidable adversaries by the demonic sect? A voice, dignified and weighty, resonated throughout the cosmos. Elder brother, I am aware of your plan to wait until the demonic sect's invasion of the East is settled before asserting dominance over the primordial realm. The arrogant voice spoke again. Yet now, with Phoenix Heaven imparting teachings to the primordial realm, our demon race is nurturing countless beings, all of whom receive his blessings. It is certain that soon innumerable powerful entities will emerge. We have plotted for eons, clandestinely assembling 365 demon gods, all for the day when we shall reign over the primordial lands and establish our demon race. Shall we merely stand by and watch as this endless demon race submits to Phoenix Heaven? Our demon race must rise. The demon court must emerge. The voice brimmed with ambition and a disdainful aura toward the primordial realm. You speak rightly, second brother. With Phoenix Heaven disseminating teachings, countless powerful entities will undoubtedly arise, that we must secure our share of the benefits that Emperor Jun, shall see whether the Phoenix rulers, who have retreated from the struggle for supremacy in the primordial realm, possess the courage to contest with us that we shall depart. In the next moment, upon the grand solar star, boundless solar flames surged. Two colossal, three-legged golden crows roared defiantly into the starry sky, carrying the infinite flames of the sun towards the primordial realm. Simultaneously, from the 365 primary stars orbiting the sun and moon, terrifying demonic radiance surged forth, following the two demon emperors. The author vows that tonight there will be 6 or 7 more chapters. I shall toil without rest, though the upload may be delayed. Readers may choose to peruse them tomorrow morning. Time flows endlessly, and the primordial realm knows no years in the blink of an eye. A century has passed. In the vast expanse of the sky, the golden lotuses of the earth surged forth, and the sounds of the Tao reverberated. Countless beings in the primordial realm listened, entranced. The primordial realm entered an unprecedented century of tranquility. Beneath Mount Buzhou, Huang Tian gazed fervently at Phoenix Heaven in the sky. Even one as proud as he could not help but feel immense envy. Phoenix Heaven, my senior brother, is truly righteous, imparting such profound teachings without hesitation to aid our master. Soon, countless powerful beings will arise, significantly enhancing our chances against the demonic sect. Our master will undoubtedly be overjoyed and reward Phoenix Heaven with great benefits. Huang Tian sighed, lamenting his own lack of recognition for the main credit. However, he could be considered an indirect aid to Phoenix Heaven. With Hong Jun's divine powers, he would surely recognize the effort Huang Tian had contributed. As he pondered, a smirk crept upon his lips. Primordial, having achieved such a monumental feat. What right do you have to chastise me? Huang Tian had long harbored dissatisfaction with the way Primordial frequently scolded him. Relying on his seniority at last, he had accomplished something significant. He was eager to see what Primordial would have to say then. Meanwhile, as Phoenix Heaven continued to expound the teachings up to the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the beings of the primordial realm, entranced, found themselves momentarily suspended in time. Oh, hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening. Lost in the profound and endless rhythm of the Tao, they were momentarily unable to regain their senses. The impartation of teachings concluded here, with the great Tao as witness, in the next moment. The majestic visage of Phoenix heaven slowly opened its eyes, a rainbow-like gleam flashing within. This transmission of teachings had stirred the primordial world's source will to respond, entwining with boundless essence, deepening his comprehension of the laws manifold. He never anticipated that imparting teachings to the primordial realm would invoke the descent of the primordial world source in later generations. There would be no record of such an event occurring during Hong Jun's teachings. The primordial world source is an entity comparable to the heavenly Tao, perhaps even surpassing it. The heavenly Tao is born from the chaos, governing the primordial realm, while the source is birthed from the primordial world's essence, establishing a closer connection to the realm itself. Having experienced the calamities of gods and demons, the tribulations of ferocious beasts, and the great calamity of the Dragon-Han, countless great powers perished, leading to a significant weakening of the primordial world's essence. Had events followed their original course, the primordial realm would have faced the cataclysm of the demon lord, Luo Ho, in his pursuit of forging the four swords of extermination, would drain the myriad spiritual veins of the western primordial realm, and with the deaths of countless great powers during the calamity, the primordial world's source would have completely vanished, leaving no trace. Thus, this time, Phoenix Heaven's impartation of teachings has conferred immense merit upon the primordial realm, eliciting a tremor from its source will. Phoenix Heaven became the first being since the dawn of the primordial world to closely experience its essence. A century has passed since this impartation of teachings, yet for Phoenix Heaven, immersed in the primordial essence, it felt but a fleeting moment. Hong Jun, it appears your schemes are far more profound than I had imagined. Huang Tian murmured to himself, his eyes flashing with an infinite brilliance of enlightenment. As he grasped the primordial essence of the vast wilderness, he felt an extraordinary closeness to the will of that primordial essence. Observing the evolution of the primordial world, he resembled an outsider, witnessing the gradual transformation of the cosmos to its present state. Gaining the acknowledgement of the primordial essences was merely one of the many benefits bestowed upon him. The greatest advantage, however, was that it allowed him to see through the very core of Hong Jun's boundless schemes. The will of the primordial essence and the heavenly Tao were inherently opposed. The heavenly Tao, exalted yet merciless, governed the operations of the primordial world. In contrast, the primordial essence embodied the vitality of that world. As the primordial realm flourished, its essence grew ever more magnificent. Yet, Hong Jun, possessing the treasured creation jade disk of the heavenly Tao, was constantly swayed by its influence that he realized that the existence of the primordial essence obstructed the flow of the heavenly Tao, further hindering his unity with it to govern the vast wilderness. Thus, he covertly instigated successive calamities, utilizing his understanding of the primordial world's trajectories and operations to concentrate its karmic burdens to the extreme, giving rise to cataclysms. The unfeeling heavenly Tao would inevitably descend calamities. Terrifying battles shattered the primordial realm, and with the demise of formidable beings birthed from the boundless primordial essence, its vigor would continually wane. Yet, the essence's will, representing the vitality of the primordial realm, would naturally give rise to endless life once again. This cyclical process, devoid of the birth of powerful beings to replenish the primordial essence, led to the collapse of the mountain of not going, struck down by the mere force of Gong. Even Gong fell victim to the cataclysmic impact of the mountain of not going. Thus, the greatest jest and enigma of ancient and modern times inadvertently came into being. With the collapse of the mountain of not going, the primordial realm fractured into countless pieces. Even with Nuwa mending the heavens, the essences fell into complete silence. Eventually, the Pangu Trueborn, Huang Tian, set up the four swords of extermination, refining the primordial realm, aiming to return the heavens and earth to chaos, shattering the great world of the primordial realm that his father, the divine being, had painstakingly created. Then, Hong Jun intervened, refining countless stars to condense the earth immortal realm. The primordial world fell entirely under the control of Hong Jun and the heavenly Tao, with all beings within it forever subjugated to his will. Such a meticulous plan could only be described as seamless. Huang Tian sighed, his heart filled with awe. This terror lay hidden beneath the myths of the primordial world, the grandest scheme since the dawn of creation, meticulously laid by Hong Jun. Yet, it was unveiled by him, an unwitting individual who was bestowed with enlightenment from the primordial first phoenix. However, this time, I imparted the teachings of the primordial realm, greatly enhancing the strength of its myriad beings, resulting in a resurgence of the essence's will. Huang Tian chuckled bitterly to himself, his face displaying utmost helplessness. At this moment, Hong Jun must despise me to the core. His original intent was merely to seize Hong Jun's merits of enlightenment, never anticipating confrontation with him. In doing so, he had inadvertently ensnared Huang Tian, Hong Jun's disciple, as a shield. Who would have thought that he would inadvertently disrupt the plans that Hong Jun had buried deep? Since the beginning of creation, these schemes had endured through endless epochs, only to be shattered by his unintentional actions, with the assistance of his own disciple. Hong Jun was likely seething with rage, feeling as if he could devour me alive. Huang Tian rubbed his nose, shaking his head in resignation as he descended to the ground, a smile gracing his face as he faced Hong Tian. Hong Tian, my junior brother, the task is complete. Although he was aware of Hong Jun's schemes and recognized that Hong Jun had come to loathe him deeply, Huang Tian maintained the facade of ignorance. He understood that at this point, the situation was beyond salvage. Were it possible to rectify, Hong Jun would not hesitate to eliminate him. However, taking his life now would be futile, and would invite the backlash of the Phoenix clan's fortune. Furthermore, his leadership of the Phoenix clan in suppressing the primordial realm had garnered him immense merit, coupled with the merits from imparting teachings to the primordial realm. It was not far off from the creation merits possessed by the three pure ones. With such abundant merits, killing him would yield no benefit, only trouble. Given Hong Jun's astute nature, he would undoubtedly refrain from actions devoid of advantage. While subtle machinations were inevitable, he would at least avoid a direct confrontation with Huang Tian. Moreover, with Hong Tian present, Hong Jun would regard him as someone unaware, merely having inadvertently disrupted his plans. Thus, Huang Tian found himself in the shadows, while Hong Jun remained in the light. With his understanding of the primordial realm, Huang Tian could slowly navigate the situation. In an instant, myriad thoughts swirled in Huang Tian's mind, his smile growing wider as he heartily clapped Hong Tian on the shoulder. As if they were brothers bound by life and death. Hong Tian, you have made a significant contribution in resisting the invasion of the demonic sect. Senior Hong Jun will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Truly, I am envious. Huang Tian's skin had been thickened by the endless information of the future, comparable to a city wall. Even though he had ensnared Hong Tian beyond measure, he feigned an air of envy and jealousy. His words seemed to convey to Hong Tian that he truly envied him for having Hong Jun as his master. Although I may be the principal contributor this time, Senior Hong Jun will surely favor you. Hong Tian, you are too modest. This time, you are indeed the main contributor. I shall certainly inform our master, Hong Tian replied, relishing Huang Tian's praise. Though he maintained an air of pride, the joy in his eyes was unmistakable. Hong Tian, you are far too humble. Ha. Huang Tian laughed heartily, showering Hong Tian with praise without a hint of shame, harboring no guilt for ensnaring this future saint who had slaughtered countless human beings in the myths of the primordial realm. Hong Tian was renowned for his unwavering resolve and unyielding spirit. During the grand calamity of the deification, when the disciples of the failed, they were all sent to the deification list. Hong Tian, unwilling to accept defeat, forcibly set up the extermination array, engaged in a fierce battle with the four saints, and refined the primordial realm. Ultimately, he was sealed by Hong Jun in the palace of Zixiao, unable to emerge for innumerable eons. This saga was both heroic and tragic, cherished by countless individuals familiar with the myths of the primordial realm. Yet, in Huang Tian's view, Hong Tian was hardly worthy of respect, let alone admiration, for his seemingly indomitable feats came at the expense of countless lives. Particularly among the human race, which had already become the focal point of the heavenly realm, numbering in the billions. Due to the battle among the five saints, the primordial realm was shattered, resulting in the deaths of countless humans. This revealed Huang Tian's cold-heartedness. Saints treat all beings as mere fodder, manipulating them as mere pawns. To revere and worship a saint who toys with one as if they were mere ants is a tragic folly. Therefore, Huang Tian held no respect for the six saints of the future and showed no mercy in ensnaring Huang Tian at that moment. As Huang Tian and Huang Tian engaged in mutual flattery, a man and a woman approached from a distance. The man bore a grave countenance, striding with the majesty of a dragon and tiger, as if he were imbued with an innate authority. The woman was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in a robe reminiscent of mountains and rivers. Her hair elegantly coiled, her enchanting eyes resembling flowing water, exuding both charm and an air of command. The grace of the Tao imparted by Huang Tian shall forever be remembered by Fuxi and Yuhua. Both the man and the woman bowed deeply to Huang Tian, their words simple yet resonating with a power that shook the heavens, echoing across vast distances, causing the very earth to tremble. In the next moment, countless beings of the primordial realm, roused from their contemplation of the Tao's rhythms, bowed in unison towards the direction of the mountain of not going. The grace of the Tao imparted by Huang Tian shall forever be remembered by the beings of the primordial realm. In the boundless expanse of the primordial realm, all beings now reverently chant the name of the esteemed Phoenix Heaven. The imminent invasion of the demonic sect heralds a great calamity, amidst confusion and dread. The myriad creatures of the primordial world advance, and the actions of the Phoenix Heaven mirror those of their revered master. The heavens rumble as the primordial realm responds to the teachings of the Phoenix Heaven. The grand Tao reverberates, and auspicious clouds descend from above, showering the land with boundless merit and virtue. This time, the magnitude of the merit is unprecedented, seemingly filling the entire sky of the primordial realm. It far surpasses the merits amassed during the retreat of the Phoenix clan under the leadership of the Phoenix Heaven. From this, one can discern the immense virtue conferred upon the primordial world by the Phoenix Heaven's teachings. The infinite merit is divided, with half flowing into the body of the celestial being and the other half directed towards the Phoenix Heaven. As the merit enters, is instantly absorbed by the primordial spirit light. The Phoenix Heaven gathers all the merit into a compact sphere before assimilating it within that moment. Boundless purple chi surged through the celestial firmament, akin to an ocean rushing towards the center of his brow. In the next instant, a tiny purple dot appeared upon his forehead. Behind him, endless purple radiance erupted, subtly coalescing into a cosmic smoke that surged into the heavens, shaking the world. The beings of the primordial realm express their gratitude to the Phoenix Heaven, gathering immense fortune on his behalf. The instant the purple dot materializes on his brow, the Phoenix Heaven perceives a deeper understanding of the primordial world, gaining unprecedented insight, though the mountains and rivers remain unchanged. To his eyes, they are suffused with the essence of the Tao. All things in heaven and earth embody the Tao. The Tao permeates everywhere. Such is the influence of fortune. It is no wonder that even Hong Jun and the later six saints place such importance on it. Willing to engage in grand schemes, treating all beings as mere pawns in their games, the Phoenix Heaven marvels internally. With the support of this boundless fortune, he feels his cultivation speed and comprehension of the laws have at least multiplied several times. Furthermore, with this immense fortune combined with the innate fortune of the Phoenix clan, any attempt by Hong Jun to act against him would require careful consideration. For him now, the more fortune and merit he possesses, the greater the protection the primordial world offers him at this moment. Having merely devised a method to attain the great Luo golden immortal realm, he has already garnered such colossal fortune that if he could create the foundational cultivation method for the quasi-saint realm, or even the sub-saint realm that Hong Jun had not yet conceived, what kind of magnificent fortune would that yield? The Phoenix Heaven muses to himself. After attaining sainthood, Hong Jun taught the myriad beings, causing countless primordial creatures to worship him, including renowned figures such as the Witch Clan, the Monster Clan, the River of Underworld, and Yuhua. His teachings primarily focused on those below the great Luo golden immortal realm, although they offered some insights to those above the great Luo golden immortal realm. They were far from instilling the same reverence. Compared to Hong Jun's time, the disparity in gathered fortune is immense. Hong Jun, leveraging this fortune, merged with the Tao, demonstrating the vastness of the fortune involved in educating the primordial realm. Yet, due to being the possessor of the creation jade dish, the primordial world's fundamental will did not acknowledge him, thus withholding its support. The fleeting beauty of a mirror's reflection. The phoenix heaven shakes his head, dismissing further contemplation. That day is still far off, that he is merely at the quasi-saint realm at present. And the reason he could swiftly develop a method for the great Luo golden immortal realm is due to the complete categorization of realms found in the memories of his past life. In essence, he stands upon the shoulders of Hong Jun to create this. The method for severing the three corpses at the quasi-saint realm belongs to Hong Jun's unique path to enlightenment, which he cannot yet grasp. As for the methods of the sub-saint realm, they remain beyond his reach unless one day he reaches the pinnacle of the sub-saint realm or even attains sainthood, allowing him to infuse his own insights into the methods. Niuhua, Fuxi. The phoenix heaven turns to Fuxi, who first proposed the title of Tao sovereign, and the mother of humanity, Niuhua, a smile gracing his lips as he regards them. Fuxi, the progenitor of the Bagua, and a celestial emperor of the future, has reached the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. Unlike the Three Purities who were ensnared by Hong Jun, he has crafted a method suited to himself, deriving minimal benefit from the paths of others. Yet by proposing the title of Tao sovereign first, he has earned the acknowledgement of the primordial beings, thereby accumulating immense fortune. Unbeknownst to them, this has placed the phoenix heaven in a position of indebtedness to him. In truth, had Fuxi not made his proposal, the primordial beings would have eventually recognized his merits, and respect for him would have formed organically. The later Hong Jun experienced a similar fate. However, Fuxi's preemptive declaration has allowed the phoenix heaven to gather fortune ahead of time. Showcasing Fuxi's wisdom, as the ruler of the Phoenix clan and a former sovereign of the primordial realm, the phoenix heaven's indebtedness to him offers boundless advantages for Fuxi, who has yet to consolidate his own power and has not yet attained the rank of the five emperors. Before the calamities of the Dragon and Han era, a being like Fuxi, at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm and without personal influence, would find it difficult to even meet the phoenix heaven, let alone have him owe a debt of fate. Fuxi has encountered the Tao sovereign of the beginning. He bows respectfully to the phoenix heaven, his demeanor one of utmost reverence. He understands deeply that before the phoenix heaven, he is not but insignificant. This minor debt of fate, should the phoenix heaven feel any dissatisfaction, could easily lead to his demise. The phoenix heaven nods lightly, his gaze fixated on the exquisite figure beside Fuxi. Niuhua, her beauty is beyond compare. Her delicate willow leaf brows arch gracefully, her nose is elegantly defined, and her lips are a vibrant red, with a swan-like neck of alabaster that evokes endless fantasies, exuding an unparalleled allure. Yet within her gaze, allure is merely a facade. Beneath the surface lies an air of indifference, nobility, and superiority. The phoenix heaven's emotions towards Niuhua are exceedingly complex. In the myths of humanity, she is the one being he finds most challenging to confront. For in a sense, humanity itself was birthed from her creation. To refer to her as the mother of humanity would not be an exaggeration. Yet, after humanity emerged, worshipping her and reverently addressing her as the mother of humanity while allowing her to enjoy a significant share of their fortune, she turned her back on them, leaving the nascent and innocent humanity to fend for itself in a perilous world. The phoenix heaven can scarcely fathom how the early ancestors of humanity, devoid of cultivation and worldly experience, managed to survive amidst the myriad dangers of the primordial realm, enduring untold sacrifices to propagate the vast lineage of humanity from the moment humanity was born. They were destined to be the protagonists of heaven, endowed with boundless fortune. Yet, this immediately placed them in the crosshairs of Hong Jun and the other saints, leading to the demise of the first generation of ancestors. Niuhua claimed 2/10 of humanity's fortune, while the three teachings and Western teachings each took their share, resulting in repeated slaughters by the monster clan, reducing the once mighty protagonists to mere playthings in the hands of the saints. What a tragedy! Throughout this process, Niwa remained cold-blooded, as a saint and the mother of humanity. She enjoyed the boundless fortune of her creation. Had she merely spoken a word of support or discreetly intervened on their behalf, humanity would not have fallen to such a pitiable state. The Phoenix Heaven, in his past life, was also of humanity. Each time he witnessed their plight during the calamities of the Witch and Demon War, the conferred God Calamity, and even the journey to the West, the once illustrious protagonists reduced to pawns, he would fall into a deep silence. The protagonists of heaven possess boundless fortune, yet lack a voice of their own. The three sovereigns of heaven, earth, and humanity. Heavenly sovereign Fuxi, one of the 5 emperors who slaughtered humanity. Earthly sovereign Hong Jun, one of the innate deities, and human sovereign, merely a nominal title, yet in truth, a pawn of the Chan sect. Forced to seek assistance from the heavenly court during the calamities. What a lamentable fate. You are Niwa. Huang Tian gazed silently at Niwa for a prolonged period, until her discomfort became palpable, her restlessness evident. At which point he finally spoke, his tone unassuming yet laced with an air of authority, that he was the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, his status far surpassing that of Niwa, a mere mid-stage quasi-saint, who remained largely unrecognized in the vastness of the Honghuang realm. During the calamity of Long Han, even a small cultivator like Niwa would not have been deemed worthy of his attention. Niwa nodded, her expression betraying her unease, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. The figure before her was none other than Shi Huang, the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, one of the 3 great overlords of the Honghuang world. He was a transcendent being, standing at the pinnacle of existence, a figure she could only revere from a distance. Among the 3 overlords, the Phoenix sovereign was the most enigmatic, conducting himself with a low profile, yet holding the highest esteem in the Honghuang realm. The intensity of his gaze upon her was disconcerting. Could he harbor ulterior motives? It was no wonder Niwa entertained such thoughts. The entirety of Honghuang was aware that the Phoenix sovereign remained without a partner. The Shi Feng, born alongside him, was merely treated as a sister, indulged but never regarded as a consort, unlike the lustful Shi Long, whose counterpart, the Tianyang Qilin, had already formed a bond with the Tianyin Qilin. Thus, the prevailing rumor was that Huang Tian sought the Tao single-mindedly, indifferent to worldly affairs. Now, upon their first encounter, his unwavering gaze upon her only fueled Niwa's suspicions. Every change in Niwa's demeanor did not escape Huang Tian's notice. He furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. Her behavior appeared to diverge from the cold, unfeeling, and noble image of the Saint Niwa that was perpetuated in later tales. Could it be that past events had profoundly altered her disposition? If you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out within the Phoenix clan, Huang Tian remarked casually. In his previous life, he belonged to the human race, and an innate connection existed between him and humanity. Even if he no longer identified with his human heritage, he had to pay heed to the human race's fate for the sake of the Phoenix clan's development and survival. Both Niwa and the 3 Pure Ones had attained sainthood through the auspices of humanity, underscoring the latter's significance. Really? I can visit the Phoenix clan anytime to see you. Niwa's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice tinged with an uncontainable thrill. Huang Tian, the Phoenix sovereign, had once been an object of admiration for countless beings in the Honghuang realm, and Niwa was no exception. Setting aside this layer of consideration, he was one of the remaining pinnacle quasi-saints of heaven and earth. The opportunity to seek his guidance was indeed a remarkable chance. Huang Tian smiled gently in response to that moment. Niwa's demeanor seemed far from the loathsome portrayal that later narrative suggested. Meanwhile, Fuxi, standing nearby, began to feel a sense of awkwardness, aside from a brief acknowledgement at the outset. Huang Tian had not cast another glance in his direction. After all, he was Niwa's brother. For reasons unknown, Fuxi sensed a deep-seated animosity and dissatisfaction emanating from Shi Huang towards him. Fuxi had always held his instincts and intellect in high regard. Yet this inexplicable sensation left him bewildered. This was seemingly his first encounter with the legendary overlord, and although there had been a minor element of calculating his actions, he had inadvertently assisted Shi Huang. Given Shi Huang's stature as a former ruler of heaven and earth, it seemed unlikely he would harbor a grudge, a Fuxi's sole desire, was to cultivate a rapport with the great overlord. The furrowed brow of Fuxi naturally caught Huang Tian's attention. As he prepared to speak, his expression shifted, and he abruptly turned his gaze skyward. Huang Tian, what's wrong? Seeing Huang Tian's countenance turn grave, Tong Tian followed his line of sight, and his expression shifted dramatically as he gasped. Two peak late-stage quasi-saint powerhouses, Fuxi and Yuhua, also raised their heads, their faces paling in alarm. Two colossal beams of golden light descended from the heavens, immense and boundless, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility. Within the golden radiance, a searing heat enveloped them, infused with an overwhelming aura of royalty. It felt as though they were the only two entities within the cosmos. Following the two golden rainbows, hundreds of shimmering lights trailed behind, reeking of demonic energy, obscuring the sky and sun. Each radiant stream concealed a formidable presence, ranging from early to mid-stage quasi-saints. The sheer might of two late-stage quasi-saint sovereigns accompanied by hundreds of quasi-saints represented an unfathomable force. It was essential to recognize that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans were known as the rulers of heaven and earth, yet they could muster only two late-stage quasi-saints and slightly over 100 quasi-saint great powers. This emerging force appeared to surpass the former three great overlords in sheer strength. The three-legged golden crow. As he beheld the foremost golden rainbows, Huang Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Dijun. It seems the demon race is set to emerge ahead of schedule. The names of these two demon sovereigns resonated profoundly with him, as they were infamous for their two massacres of the human race. Their blood-soaked swords forged from the cries of countless fallen. Even in the present, the cries of cultivators seeking to vanquish demons were indirectly a response to the atrocities committed by these two sovereigns. The animosity that humanity harbored against the demon race had become ingrained in their very essence. Moreover, in the original trajectory of Hong Huang, the demon race was not expected to emerge until after the calamity of the demon cult. To witness their premature arrival was unexpected, suggesting that his actions had subtly altered the course of fate. Could this be part of Hong Jun's grand design? Huang Tian's narrowed gaze lingered as he muttered to himself. Hong Jun had orchestrated the entirety of Hong Huang, holding sway over its events. Even the progenitors of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans had once been under his influence, having formed connections with him and held him in great esteem. Huang Tian was skeptical that Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Dijun, along with the 12 ancestral witches lurking in the shadows, were not part of Hong Jun's intricate scheme. The golden rainbows emitted two resounding howls, their sonic waves reverberating throughout Hong Huang. I am Dijun, I am Dong Huang Tai. Why? Yes, the golden radiance dissipated. Two figures adorned in crimson royal robes emerged, their noble bearing evident as they stood with arms crossed, gazing down upon the realm as though it were beneath their feet. Behind them stood 365 demon deities, all transformed into human form. Dijun, observe the chaos wrought by the three clans, ravaging Hong Huang, subjecting countless beings to hardship. Restore balance to the heavenly order. I hereby establish a new race, known as the demons. All creatures born from the moist and the egg, all beings that give rise to life, belong to my demon race. The resounding voice of Dijun reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. In the next moment, a colossal azure banner materialized in his hand, its fabric billowing in the wind, soaring to an astonishing height, seemingly obscuring the entire celestial dome of the primordial realm. Upon this banner, dragons, phoenixes, and Shilins roared, while the myriad races of the primordial world surged forth, encompassing all beings, the spirits of heaven and earth, the avian and terrestrial creatures. All were ensconced within its fold. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the primordial realm, as if the very air had thickened, and all living beings held their breath, their hearts reverberating with awe at the colossal ambition of these suddenly appearing deities. According to Dijun, his clan had included all life forms within the primordial realm. It is worth noting that the once mighty three clans of dragons, Phoenixes and Shilins. The Phoenix clan led the birds, the Shilin clan commanded the beasts, and the Dragon clan ruled the seas, were now subsumed by the demon clan he spoke of. He aspired to become the sovereign of the entire primordial realm, a tyrant of unparalleled ambition. Moreover, the presence of this azure banner further attested to the fact that his clan indeed encompassed all the myriad races of the primordial world at this moment. Yet the Dragon and Qilin clans still remained, albeit diminished, and suffering great losses during the calamity of the Dragon-Han era. They still retained their vitality. Additionally, the Phoenix clan had completely retreated to the Immortal Volcano mountain range, accruing boundless merit, their power unknown in its magnitude. Upon hearing Dijuan's proclamation, one could not help but wonder if it was not a slap in the face to the Dragon and Qilin clans, and even to Fuxi and Yuhua, who were simultaneously shaken by the ambition of Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai. They turned their gaze toward Shi Huang, who stood aloof, unable to suppress a gulp. How would this former sovereign react to Dijuan's provocation? The demon clan, Huang Tian's lips curled into a smirk, a glint of cold light flashing in his sword-like gaze. Ever since he resolved to lead the Phoenix clan to the pinnacle of the primordial world, he had anticipated this day, though he did not expect it to arrive so swiftly to end the original trajectory of the primordial realm. Both the Phoenix and Qilin clans had been left in ruin during the Dragon-Han calamity. Hiding in the Immortal Volcano and the extreme north of the primordial realm, struggling to survive, with no hope of competing for supremacy, the Dragon clan, too, had suffered immense losses, even being toyed with by the later. Feeble heavenly court, how could they possibly resist Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai? Thus, they were left to swallow their grievances, daring neither to express anger nor to voice dissent. I could see that moment, Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, accompanied by 365 demon gods, soared into the sky above Huang Tian, looking down upon him. Fuxi and Yuhua felt a shiver run through them, their hearts racing with tension. Would a conflict erupt now? Would Shi Huang, having sworn an oath to establish a great path for the Phoenix clan and retreat from the primordial realm, swallow his pride in the face of Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai's provocation? Or would he choose to lead the Phoenix clan back into the fray, once more contending with the demon clan for supremacy over the primordial realm? Huang Tian, esteemed friend, I have long admired your illustrious name. At this juncture, standing at the forefront, Dijuan let out a hearty laugh, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, addressing Huang Tian. I, the emperor of the demon clan, vow to safeguard the peace of the primordial realm and wish to establish a demon court above the 33 heavens. This demon court shall consist of 5 emperors and 365 demon gods. The 5 supreme emperors will enjoy the boundless fortune of the demon clan, their status second only to myself and Dongwon. I, the demon emperor, extend an invitation to you, esteemed friend Huang Tian, to join the demon court and take your place as one of the 5 emperors, honored as the supreme Shi Huang emperor. What say you? While Dijuan laughed heartily, his eyes flickered with a different kind of light. He desired to establish the demon clan, encompassing all spirits of heaven and earth, and bask in their fortune. Yet the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans were too formidable. They would undoubtedly resist his authority. However, an elder had once advised him that after a great conflict among the 3 clans, he could establish the demon clan once they had fallen. He heeded this advice. Yet, despite the anticipated retreat of the 3 clans, the Phoenix clan had retained its full strength. Huang Tian's recent teachings in the primordial realm, garnering the reverence of all spirits, were a direct challenge to his demon clan, prompting Dijuan to act without restraint. Nevertheless, even though he regarded Huang Tian as the greatest obstacle in his path, he did not hold him in high esteem. Huang Tian's retreat during the struggle between the 3 clans had earned him Dijuan's disdain. He viewed him merely as a cowardly survivor. Should Huang Tian be willing to lead the Phoenix clan in submission, he would not begrudge him a modicum of favor. But should he refuse, a cold glint passed through Dijuan's eyes as he looked down upon Huang Tian. He wished to see what this former sovereign of heaven and earth, this coward, could do against him. Submit, and there shall be a position for the Phoenix clan among the 5 emperors. Refuse and death awaits. Beside him, Dongwon Tai looked down upon Huang Tian with an air of arrogance, seemingly eager for Huang Tian to make a move, to engage in a clash with this once mighty sovereign. He heightened the pressure upon Huang Tian. The 365 demon gods behind them simultaneously knelt on one knee before Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai, shouting in unison. 365 demon gods, pay homage to the demon emperor. Pay homage to Dong Wang. An overwhelming aura of demonic energy engulfed the heavens and earth, asserting their dominance. As the 365 quasi-saint demon gods roared, the winds and clouds churned, and the vast mountains and rivers trembled, collapsing under the weight of their might. That moment, Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai stood as the highest sovereigns of the heavens, looking down upon the world. From this day forth, the Eastern Primordial Realm would acknowledge the demon court as supreme. Dong Huang Tai, hands clasped behind his back, wore an expression of unassailable pride, his eyes burning with divine fire, as he gazed down at Huang Tian. Supreme Shi Huang Emperor, what is your decision? The two quasi-saint late-stage sovereigns spoke simultaneously. Flanked by 365 demon gods, the terrifying pressure bore down upon Huang Tian, enveloping him in an oppressive silence. It felt as if an invisible threat lingered in the air, shattering the very fabric of existence. The ground cracked open with tremendous fissures, as an overwhelming weight rendered the atmosphere suffocating. What audacity! Fushi exclaimed softly. Dijuan and Dong Wang Tai sought to wield their unrivaled might to intimidate Huang Tian, to diminish his prestige. After all, Huang Tian had just imparted teachings, establishing an unparalleled reputation among the myriad spirits of the primordial realm. Yet, the demon court established by Dijuan sought to encompass all spirits. How could they tolerate the existence of a sovereign whose prestige rivaled their own? Thus, even while extending an invitation for Huang Tian to join the ranks of the five emperors, they maintained an air of invincibility, looking down upon him. They intended to demonstrate to the myriad spirits of the primordial realm who truly held the highest authority. Even Huang Tian would be compelled to bow beneath their feet. Supreme Shi Huang Emperor. Huang Tian's expression gradually turned indifferent as he clasped his hands behind his back, stepping forward towards the celestial expanse, ready to confront Dong Wang Tai, Dijuan, and the 365 demon gods with the might of one. While Dijuan openly offered him a position among the five emperors, granting him the fortune of the demon clan, the Phoenix clan had once been one of the sovereigns of the heavens. Coupled with their guardianship of the immortal volcano mountain range, their fortune was already immensely grand. Joining the demon clan would yield him no benefit. Rather, it would dilute their vast fortune. Moreover, as a dignified sovereign of heaven and earth, he would be placed beneath them. This was an undeniable affront to his and the Phoenix clan's dignity. Huang Tian, brother, shall we engage in battle? Tong Tian followed closely behind, stepping before Huang Tian, and spoke in a deep voice. A glint of sword light flashed in his eyes as he locked his gaze onto Dong Huang Tai. Despite his current realm being inferior to Dong Huang Tai's, his overwhelming sword intent soared to the heavens, showing no sign of weakness. With the twofold fortune gained from the teachings of merit, he was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the late quasi-saint stage. The brief retreat into seclusion would suffice for his advancement. Tong Tian, being a proud individual, held a deep disdain for the domineering presence of Dong Wang Tai and Dijuan. Furthermore, he had personally experienced the might of the Phoenix clan, having endured their fierce onslaught, and was acutely aware of their current strength. In his eyes, the provocations from Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai were akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Not to mention Huang Tian and the enigmatic primordial phoenix he had yet to meet. If Huang Tian merely summoned the two late quasi-saints who had previously beaten him, defeating the demon clan would be a trivial matter. Therefore, Tong Tian was more than willing to lend Huang Tian a hand. Moreover, with Huang Tian imparting teachings across the wilderness, Tong Tian believed that he would surely earn the favor of Hong Jun, making his assistance all the more worthwhile. Huang Tian disregarded Tong Tian, his expression indifferent, as he turned his attention to the summoning banner in Dijuan's hand, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. What do you even represent? Boom! In an instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, including the 365 demon gods, their minds collectively blank. Such words were utterly disrespectful to the two late quasi-saints, Dong Wang Tai and Dijuan. What was of utmost importance in the wilderness? Face. History shows that the six saints fought to the death over mere dignity. The calamity of the Fengshan was ignited by Hao Yan's unwillingness to be treated as a puppet by the six saints, leading to a grave loss of his reputation. One could only imagine the significance of face in the wilderness. Although Dijuan's words suggested a lack of regard for Huang Tian, they nonetheless conveyed ample respect. Inviting him to join the demon clan as one of the 5 emperors, a status second only to himself and Huang Tian, that it was, in essence, a gesture of considerable honor in the wilderness. The mighty have always worn smiles on their faces while harboring schemes in their hearts. No one anticipated that Huang Tian would so brazenly insult Dijuan, reprimanding them with such disdain. Primordial Phoenix, you are audacious. Such insubordination and lawlessness are unforgivable. Kneel before the demon emperor and confess your sins at once. The 365 demon gods erupted in fury, their demonic energy surging forth like smoke, darkening the skies. The demon emperor was the paramount existence of the demon clan, and Huang Tian's belittling remarks were a slap in the face to them, an affront to their entire race. Huang Tian, you dare defy the heavens and belittle their might. Kneel before me. At that moment, Huang Tian bellowed, his entire being engulfed in the true fire of the sun, exuding an overwhelming imperial majesty as he brought his palm crashing down towards Huang Tian. The golden radiance was blinding, and the imperial might was boundless, akin to the claw of the divine beast Jinwu, filling the heavens and threatening to shatter the world. His colossal hand pressed down across 1,000,000 miles of sky, vast and terrifying, nearly suffocating in its intensity that a battle has commenced. Fushi felt a chill in his heart and quickly pulled Niwa away from this place. Retreating miles away, the clash between late quasi-saints was not something they could partake in at this moment, but he never expected that this legendary, mysterious primordial phoenix would exhibit such arrogance, surpassing even the seemingly disdainful Huang Tian and Dijuan. Showing not the slightest respect to these 2 sovereigns. Was this truly the legendary primordial phoenix? Niwa's gaze appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought. This moment, Yujing Mountain had become a desolate ruin, with Hong Jun seated at the bottom of the pit, healing his wounds. Sensing the commotion, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a trace of cold amusement. Huang Tian, you have disrupted my plans, causing the demon clan to emerge prematurely. Reap what you sow. Indeed, prior to the Dragon-Han calamity, the so-called elder who advised Dijuan and Huang Tian against emerging was none other than him. His scheme was to wait until after the calamity of the 3 clans to eliminate Luo Ho, then utilize Huang Tian and Dijuan to integrate the myriad beings of the wilderness, leading to a mutually devastating conflict with the Witch Clan. However, due to Huang Tian's teachings, a multitude of powerful beings would inevitably emerge in the wilderness. Thus, he had no choice but to covertly influence Huang Tian and Dijuan, prompting their early emergence. The Demon Clan encompasses all beings, and your Phoenix Clan stands atop the Demon Clan's treasure, the 10,000 Demon Banner. From the day the Demon Clan was established, regardless of your willingness to become one of the 5 emperors, you would be stripped of a significant portion of your fortune. Furthermore, with the Fire Phoenix departing on its own and embroiled in internal strife, the Phoenix Clan would inevitably weaken. Hong Jun's eyes glimmered with boundless coldness. Huang Tian had shattered his plans, and he intended to make Huang Tian pay the price. This time, whether Huang Tian emerged or not, the Phoenix Clan would be deprived of their fortune, gradually diminishing. Becoming one of the 5 emperors would signify the emergence of the Phoenix Clan, losing the protection of the Heavenly Tao, and engaging in a fierce battle with the Demon Clan would surely lead to mutual destruction. When the fortune of the Phoenix Clan wanes to its utmost limit, he would not hesitate to take action and annihilate them, that if they do not emerge. Would Huang Tian and Dijuan tolerate his existence, while watching the Phoenix Clan decline day by day? One could say that Hong Jun had meticulously calculated every possible escape route. For Huang Tian, .1 Demon Clan alone was not enough. The Phoenix Clan must be eradicated. Hong Jun's voice was hoarse as he let out a low growl. His eyes filled with boundless hatred towards Huang Tian as he gazed towards the southern part of the wilderness. At that moment, the heavens roared and the earth trembled. 12 towering figures, each spanning billions of zhang, emerged from the ground, shrouded in chaotic malevolence. Their heads reached into the starry sky, their eyes swirling like constellations, overlooking the wilderness as they strode towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. As long as the Phoenix Clan could be obliterated, Everything would still hold promise. In the western part of the wilderness, Luo frowned, his pale red eyes coldly observing this scene. With his divine abilities, how could he fail to detect the presence of the Wu clan? The descendants of Pangu had chosen this moment to emerge. Both the Demon Clan and the Wu clan were dominant races, blessed by the heavens, with fortunes surpassing even those of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. Coupled with Huang Tian's teachings to the myriad beings of the wilderness, it was certain that the wilderness would soon enter a golden age, even more prosperous than the Dragon-Han period. Hong Jun, what exactly are you scheming? Huang Tian, what are you plotting? Luo Ho's eyes glimmered with malevolence. She understood deeply that once her demonic sect exhibited signs of invading the wilderness, it would become impossible to remain hidden any longer. The Demon Clan and the Wu clan would undoubtedly regard her sect as their greatest foe and confront them. The wilderness would soon enter an era reminiscent of the past, where the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans thrived together. The demonic sect, the Wu clan, and the Demon Clan would establish a tripartite balance. But the situation would be far more complex, for alongside them were countless beings who had received teachings from Huang Tian. The Phoenix clan watching closely, poised and ready. The not entirely fallen Dragon and Qilin clans also retained the strength to battle. With Hong Jun's actions, he was clearly tearing the facade of cooperation apart. If he intervened, it was likely that Hong Jun would become the backing of the Demon Clan and the Wu clan. Moreover, there were also powerful beings like Yang Mei and Qinquan present. The wilderness was heading towards a direction that even Luo Ho could not control. Huang Tian, be wary not to be outmaneuvered and meet your demise. Luo Ho felt a throbbing headache as she gazed at the majestic Huang Tian before Mount Buzhou. She had anticipated that after Huang Tian imparted teachings to the vast wilderness, Hong Jun would be enraged. Yet, she could never have imagined that he would covertly instigate the early emergence of the Demon and Witch clans. Two dominant factions. Point 1. The Demon Clan encompasses myriad spirits and is favored by heaven and earth. The other, the Witch Clan, is born from the essence of the colossal Pangu, inheriting his boundless legacy. Upon their emergence, they would bask in inexhaustible fortune, destined to reign supreme in the wilderness for countless eons. The most distressed by their arrival would undoubtedly be the Phoenix clan, which has preserved its full strength, who could rest easy knowing that beside them stood a faction that, while not vying for supremacy, could nonetheless threaten their very existence. Moreover, this old hegemon possesses profound roots, instilling unease in everyone. Luo Ho harbored her own concerns. The fortune surrounding these two clans was overwhelmingly potent, and their ties with Hong Jun remained elusive even to her. With Hong Jun backing them, should they unite to wage war against the demon cult, it would spell grave peril for it. What stance do those old geezers in Yang Mei take? Luo Ho murmured to herself, her brow furrowed. The upheaval triggered by Huang Tian's teachings in the wilderness had caused her considerable distress. The situation had grown exceedingly chaotic. She could only place her hopes on the Phoenix clan to restrain the Demon and Witch clans for a time, granting her the opportunity to devise her next plans. The pressing task at hand was to swiftly forge a legendary weapon of slaughter. Then, she would seize the moment to meet Huang Tian once more. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ho directed her gaze toward Huang Tian, her teeth clenched in frustration. Alongside her headache, a sense of indignation welled up within her. All of this turmoil was instigated by this individual, who, in a display of feigned benevolence, chose to impart teachings to the wilderness. How could she, the formidable chaos demon god, who acted without restraint, ever need to tread so cautiously? She wished fervently for Dong Huang Tai Yi to eliminate him outright. Yet, at this moment, she found herself relying on him to keep the Demon and Witch clans in check, albeit. Let him learn a lesson for his arrogance, for daring to cast me. Luo Ho into the boundless void. That a multitude of thoughts flashed through Luo Ho's mind in an instant, and she couldn't help but let out a mirthful chuckle. Point 2 late-stage quasi-saints and 360 quasi-saint deities joining forces would certainly obliterate even the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Huang Tian was indeed audacious, and in her eyes he was utterly reckless. Although the powerful deities of the Phoenix clan would hasten to his aid, the time yet would be ample for Huang Tian to face adversity. The emergence of the Demon clan, led by Di Jun wielding the summoning demon banner, encompassed countless tribes of the wilderness, sending shock waves throughout the realm. Almost all the powerful beings in the wilderness were taken aback, their gazes drawn toward Mount Buzhou. The once dominant Shi Huang displayed such blatant disregard for a clan that was virtually born to rule, leaving them both astonished and secretly gleeful. They eagerly anticipated witnessing this erstwhile sovereign, who once roamed the heavens during the Long Han era, being thoroughly trounced by the new hegemon. Imagining that scene was indeed highly amusing. Huang Tian, you are rebellious and audacious. Kneel before me. Dong Huang Tai E. A towering figure with a commanding presence, exuded an aura of regality. His hair billowed wildly, his gaze cold and proud, as he unleashed an immense wave of fire. You, Dong Huang Tai E, dare to prance before me. Huang Tian, haha. In the face of Dong Huang Tai Yi's full-force strike, as well as the overwhelming pressure emitted by Di Jun and the 360 demon gods, Huang Tian erupted into a grand laugh. His hair disheveled as he strode forward. Rather than retreating from the colossal hand, he advanced. Though his physique was not particularly robust, this step sent tremors through the very fabric of the universe. As phoenix flames coursed through him like molten lava, if you can withstand a single finger of mine, I, Huang Tian, shall henceforth avoid you. With brows arched defiantly, Huang Tian laughed heartily, extending a finger to lightly poke at the overwhelming hand pressing down from above. Dong Huang Tai E was furious. However, Huang Tian was even more audacious. A single finger suffices to deal with you. The many powerful beings of the wilderness observing this scene were left in shock. Had Huang Tian gone mad? How could he act with such reckless abandon? This was a ruler at the pinnacle of late-stage quasi-saint, a divine beast birthed from the fusion of the sun and the origins of the wilderness, an unparalleled force. He was a born ruler, his combat prowess terrifyingly boundless. It could be said that Dong Huang Tai Yi's lineage, in comparison, was inferior to Huang Tian's innate divinity, only slightly eclipsed by beings like the Sanqing, who were born with the merits of creation. Pit a single finger against Dong Huang Tai Yi was akin to courting disaster. Moreover, this brazen and unrestrained demeanor was a far cry from the once low-profile, mysterious, and self-preserving Huang Tian. Huang Tian, you are audacious. Dong Huang Tai Yi's hair bristled in rage, his eyes ablaze with ferocious flames. His cultivation was indeed formidable. Yet Huang Tian spoke the truth. Before Huang Tian, he was but a child. Having come into existence long after Huang Tian, that it was not unfounded for Huang Tian to refer to him as a child. However, Dong Huang Tai Yi, as the Eastern Emperor of the Demon Clan, was of the highest nobility. How could he endure such humiliation? Even the chaotic demons would not dare to treat him with such disdain. Rebellious and lawless. Meet your end, Dong Huang Tai Yi, consumed by fury. His garments swirling violently, cried out, unleashing a roar that shook the mountains and rivers. Instantly, waves of sound reverberated, shattering countless landscapes. Within his eyes, a colossal clock of heaven and earth faintly emerged, encapsulating all spirits and the vast wilderness within its form. In that moment, an unparalleled power surged into his palm. Time seemed to freeze as the great clock loomed over the wilderness. His hand swelled to an immense size, pressing down upon the heavens, sending forth ripples of clock waves that shattered boundless space. The treasure of the Father God, the chaos clock. In that instant, Tong Tian felt his blood boil with a near-violent intensity, letting out a hysterical roar. After the Sanqing's emergence, their first task was not cultivation, but the search for the three supreme treasures left by their father: the Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the chaos clock. Yet, after countless eons of searching, they had found no trace. Why? Why was the chaos clock in possession of this so-called demon clan? Chaos clock 8T that moment. Luo Ho, situated billions of miles away on Mount Sumi, gasped in disbelief. Rising to her feet, after the opening of the heavens, not only she, but also Yang Mei, Qian Kuan, and Yin Yang had scoured the wilderness for the three innate treasures forged from Panga's axe. In the eyes of the chaotic demons, the Panga treasures held a status far beyond that of ordinary innate treasures. The Pango axe was a treasure of chaos, possessing the power to create chaos. Though transformed into innate treasures, they concealed terrifying secrets, their might surpassing that of ordinary innate treasures, only slightly inferior to chaotic spiritual treasures. Countless chaotic demons and powerful beings had searched tirelessly for ages, scouring the wilderness and ancient stars, yet they had found nothing. Why had one of the three treasures, the Chaos Clock, fallen into the hands of this minor demon clan ruler? This was dire. Huang Tian was in grave danger. But in the next moment, Luoho suddenly realized, her voice low and urgent. The Chaos Clock possessed the power to subdue the wilderness. In Pangu's hands, the waves of the Chaos Clock could suppress even the newly birthed chaotic universe. Even if Dong Huang Tai could not unleash even a millionth of the clock's power, it would still be sufficient to engage in a fierce battle with a pinnacle quasi-saint, perhaps even to annihilate them. Yet, Huang Tian was so careless as to confront him with a mere finger. This was tantamount to courting death. If the former Huang Tian, in Luoho's eyes, would only suffer a beating and manage to hold out until the Phoenix clan arrived for rescue. Now, in the face of the suddenly manifested Chaos Clock, his very life was at stake that moment. For reasons unknown, the thought of Huang Tian's potential demise ignited an inferno of rage within Luoho. She took a bold step, the mighty Mount Sumi trembling beneath her, and set forth to save Huang Tian. Buzz buzz. At that very instant, the space surrounding her suddenly warped, everything around becoming hazy and shrouded in a veil of white mist. The realm of celestial laws. Hong Jun, do you dare to obstruct me? Ignorant of your own demise, Roho bellowed, his pale red eyes instantly transforming into a vivid crimson, a swirling mist of malevolence enveloping him as he struck out with a palm. This strike condensed the essence of endless slaughter laws, plunging the heavens and the earth into darkness. The realm of celestial laws shattered in an instant, collapsing into oblivion. Yet an even grander realm of law emerged from the exterior. Hong Jun, with the death of Huang Tian, I, Roho, shall ensure your annihilation. Roho, in a frenzy, unleashed an infinite crimson glow from his eyes, akin to a rolling sea of blood. In his hand, a blood sword coalesced instantaneously. With a single swing, endless space was cleaved asunder, obliterated into nothingness. However, the realm of laws seemed to be layered infinitely. Boundless in its expanse, one sword strike shattered billions of spaces. Yet outside, an infinite multitude of realms persisted, endless in their existence. Roho, though my combat prowess may not match yours, confining you for even a moment is more than sufficient. Beneath Yujing Mountain, Hong Jun coughed up a mouthful of blood, murmuring to himself while his gaze remained fixed outside Zhoutian Mountain. His eyes filled with unending hatred. He had already been gravely wounded by the primal origins of the wilderness, and now, forcibly restraining a powerhouse like Roho only exacerbated his injuries. Even he had not anticipated that the Chaos Clock would be in the hands of Dong Huang Tai. These two monarchs of the demon race had concealed themselves so profoundly. Indeed, as rulers and tyrants, they would not easily trust others. But at this moment, he sought not to dwell on such thoughts. He only desired the demise of Huang Tian. The grand scheme he had meticulously woven over countless years had been shattered in a single morning by Huang Tian, driving Hong Jun to the brink of hatred. He was even willing to take matters into his own hands to confine this madman Roho, to AS for Roho's claim that if Huang Tian perished, he would take Hong Jun's life. Hong Jun remained unconvinced, setting aside the reality of their life and death struggle. Was he truly not a match for Roho? If they were to clash without cause at this moment, other chaotic demon gods would inevitably watch from the sidelines, waiting to reap the benefits. Hong Jun did not believe Roho would make such a lowly and foolish mistake for the sake of a mere ant like Huang Tian. It was merely a ploy to have Huang Tian lead the Phoenix clan to restrain the demon and shaman races, buying time for his demonic sect. Dongwang Bell, Huang Tian, you shall not escape death this time. Hong Jun sneered coldly. Once Huang Tian fell, the Phoenix clan would pose no threat. Beneath Zhoutian Mountain, a colossal hand stretched across the sky, obscuring the sun. Endless waves of bell sound swept across the world, shattering mountains and rivers. Under this great hand, Huang Tian appeared like an ant, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree, an utterly laughable endeavor. The bell waves trembled throughout the wilderness. The emergence of the chaos clock left all the mighty beings of the wilderness in shock and confusion. Yet, it was clear that Huang Tian was in peril. The power of the Pangu relics was unimaginable. Sister, I have made my decision. I shall join the demon race. I could see this moment. Fushi, standing nearby, felt an overwhelming surge of fervor in his eyes. Such a powerful race and force was what he had long yearned for, but could never attain. With such a formidable clan backing him, how could Huang Tian have dared to treat him with such disdain? He would no longer need to curry favor with Huang Tian to secure a minor favor. Exhausting his energies in the process, that he was determined to join the demon race. Brother, if you join the demon race, you will be opposing Huang Tian, the Taoist. Niuwa's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Even she, despite her ignorance, had lived for countless years as a quasi-saint of immense power. Now, as Huang Tian engaged in a life-and-death struggle against Dong Tai, they had become sworn enemies. Da Fushi's joining the demon race would mean direct conflict with Huang Tian. Indeed, it is not only my desire to join. You must join as well. Da Fushi's expression was resolute as he cast a cold glance at Huang Tian, sneering. Huang Tian Taoist, from this day forth, will there still be a being known as Huang Tian Taoist? You and I shall merge, becoming one with the serpent's body, naturally belonging to the demon race. From this day forth, I shall carve out a dominion for the demon race. Da Fushi's resolve was unwavering, his voice low but filled with fervor. After countless years of wandering, scorned by the great races, he had had enough. The demon race, as the dominant clan, was precisely what he had tirelessly pursued. He would lend his utmost wisdom to assist the demon race in ascending to the pinnacle of the wilderness. Observing Fushi's determined demeanor and fervent eyes, Niuwa sighed softly, tacitly agreeing. She and Fushi had relied on one another for countless years, their sibling bond deep and profound. She understood Fushi's intentions all too well. Fushi sought her to join the demon race, not merely for companionship, but to strengthen their position. Yet as two quasi-saint peak beings on the verge of advancing to the late quasi-saint stage, they would undoubtedly be valued by the newly formed demon race led by Dijuan and Dong Tai. Niuwa silently gazed at Huang Tian, who was suspended in mid-air, facing immense pressure, and sighed inwardly. It seemed she could no longer step into the Phoenix clan. Divine Phoenix, true fire, I am mid-air. Huang Tian maintained his cold demeanor, his black hair billowing like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, his eyes filled with madness. Others were unaware that the chaos clock was in Dong Tai's possession. But how could he, coming from a later era, be oblivious? He was determined to see what extent the renowned Pangu 3 treasures, the chaos clock, could unleash in the hands of Dong Tai. Buzz, 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 the power within Huang Tian surged wildly. His body, tempered by the primordial purple energy, erupting with terrifying might. With a mere movement, he shattered the firmament, 1,000,000 miles of space fractured, chaos reigning supreme. Boundless divine fire spread forth, coalescing behind Huang Tian into a pair of wings of true phoenix fire. As the wings flapped, the fire phoenix surged forth, and spatial turbulence conjured up a cataclysmic tsunami. Dong Tai, with this finger, I shall make you aware that I, Huang Tian, am the last remaining sovereign of this world. The true overlord. You are still far from it. Huang Tian let out a long howl, the phoenix's cry piercing through the heavens. The boundless bell waves instantly descended into chaos. I could see that moment. He fully unveiled his might. The terrifying aura of the peak of the 11th layer of quasi-saint shattered the heavens and crushed the sky. His finger expanded, growing to 1,000,000 feet in size. With a single finger, he could support the heavens. Liquid-like divine phoenix, true fire flowed from his fingertips, solidifying into a tangible form. It resembled a divine fire waterfall, cascading from the heavens, engulfing all in its path. Both scorching and regal, Huang Tian fervently urged his own power that a faintly visible purple energy gradually emerged from his body, so thin it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, the moment this ethereal purple energy manifested, it enveloped the gigantic finger, causing the world to fall silent. The boundless bell waves were instantaneously consumed. Time, at that moment, came to a standstill. This finger seemed to transcend time and space, rising above the river of fate. Immediately after, the gigantic finger gently collided with Dong Huang Tai's colossal hand that spanned millions of feet. "Huang Tian, you have become a relic of the past," Dong Huang Tai roared, his towering figure exuding an aura of terror that obscured the sun. Hong Jun raised an eyebrow, and all the mighty beings could not help but hold their breath, steadying themselves. This confrontation marked the birth of the demon race. The Pangu Three treasures unveiled their magnificent might for the first time in the wilderness. As the fingers clashed, everything transpired in an instant. Contrary to expectations, Dong Huang Tai's hand, empowered by the chaos clock, did not crush Huang Tian. In the next moment, Dong Huang Tai's descending hand abruptly halted in the firmament, as if firmly anchored by a celestial pillar. How could this be? Dong Huang Tai roared in disbelief, pouring his immense power into his hand like a tidal wave. That moment, he sensed a terrifying force emanating from Huang Tian's finger. One so overwhelming it threatened to suffocate him that it seemed that, at the very core of their essence, he was inferior to Huang Tian. "I refuse to believe this." The Eastern Emperor Tai erupted with fury. He sought to extract the Chaos Bell, but it was already too late. "Tai, with the Chaos Bell in place, you are rendered powerless." That moment, Huang Tian let out a thunderous roar, fiercely pointing upwards. Puff! A colossal finger instantaneously pierced through the hand of Eastern Emperor Tai. The waves of the Eastern Bell were swiftly engulfed by the Divine Phoenix's true fire, leaving nothing in its wake. This true fire, the supreme yang of heaven and earth, possessed boundless might. The liquid flames incinerated Tai's hand into nothingness and began spreading towards his very being. "Huang Tian, how dare you?" The Eastern Emperor Tai roared in disbelief, unable to fathom the extent of Huang Tian's overwhelming strength. "Tai, be cautious." At that moment, the nearby Emperor Jun bellowed, his hand shimmering with golden light as he prepared to strike forward, being closest to Tai. He reacted the fastest, yet it was already too late. One had anticipated that Huang Tian could overpower the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was bolstered by the might of the Chaos Bell, with nothing but a single finger. Buzz, buzz, the fabric of space fragmented in layers as the immense finger seemed to transcend time, focusing its weight upon the Eastern Emperor Tai. Puff! Tai's eyes bulged in fury, filled with bloodshot disbelief, as he was instantly flung billions of miles away. His entire body was engulfed by the infinite Divine Phoenix true fire. A mountain towering 10,000 zhang collapsed under the weight of his form. The earth quaked and dust filled the sky. Countless mountains were melted away by the lava of the Divine Phoenix true fire that enveloped him. That region transformed into a sea of molten rock, with crimson magma flowing, submerging the Eastern Emperor Tai within it. Boom! Hong Jun's little brat, you seek death. At that moment, a million zhang chaos demon body emerged from billions of miles away, wielding a blood-stained sword of slaughter, shattering the heavens above with a single stroke. Stepping out from the chaotic turbulence, in her blood-red eyes burned a frenzied desire for slaughter. Shrouded in demonic mist, she was none other than Luo, who had been trapped by Hong Jun. However, Luo, who had no time to seek trouble with Hong Jun, and dashed towards Buzhou Mountain. Presuming that Huang Tian had been crushed by the Eastern Emperor Tai, she was arrogant and lawless, unwilling to ponder further. At this moment, Luo, who only wished to save Huang Tian. "Whoever stands in my way shall perish." Whether it be Hong Jun or Yang Mei, they are all but a single sword strike. Yet the next moment, upon witnessing the scene at Buzhou Mountain, she was left utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? It was simply too inconceivable. With a mere finger, Huang Tian overpowered the Eastern Emperor Tai, who was bolstered by the might of the Chaos Bell. Surely, only a paragon of the laws could achieve such a feat. Moreover, although Huang Tian's momentum unexpectedly reached the pinnacle of the 11th layer of quasi-saints. How could his combat prowess be so astonishing? The displayed strength even exceeded the limits of the quasi-saint realm. Luo, who was left agape, even she, who had existed since the dawn of chaos, could not comprehend this moment. During the Long Han era, Huang Tian was renowned as one of the three great overlords alongside Shilong and Tianyang Qilin. How could he possess strength of this magnitude? A mere few thousand years was hardly a blink of an eye for these chaos demon gods. Yet, in this brief span, Huang Tian exhibited power far surpassing that of his former peers, an overwhelming superiority that was not even on the same level. No wonder he was able to easily suppress my primordial spirit that day, casting me into the chaotic void with such ease. Luo, who quickly regained her composure and muttered to herself. She had initially thought herself caught off guard by Huang Tian's sudden attack, but now, witnessing Huang Tian's displayed strength, she understood. Her strand of divine consciousness was merely mid-tier quasi-saint strength, and most capable of contending with late-tier quasi-saints. In comparison to Huang Tian's current prowess, she was nothing but an ant. Being subdued in an instant was only to be expected. However, this fellow had hidden his true strength far too deeply, deceiving everyone. Luo, who gradually withdrew her violent aura. Given Huang Tian's demonstration of such strength, there was no need for her to break the rules and intervene. Suddenly, Luo, who furrowed her brows. Why had she been so impulsive? It was merely a trivial phoenix. Its demise was inconsequential to her. Her thoughts whirled, but she could not make sense of it. Subsequently, she coldly gazed towards Yujing Mountain and suddenly slashed out with her sword. It is just a trivial matter. I shan't overthink it, da Hong Jun's little brat. Who do you think you are to dare bind me? A dark red sword light instantaneously traversed billions of miles, slicing downwards. Luo, whose voice, filled with cold indifference and murderous intent, reverberated across the skies above Yujing Mountain. The next moment, as the blood-red sword light descended silently, a gash spanning billions of miles appeared, centered around Yujing Mountain. An unfathomable abyss in the shape of a sword manifested at the sight. With the strike of a sword, seeing that Hong Jun remained silent, Luo, who coldly shouted, her divine consciousness slowly dissipating into the heavens above Yujing Mountain. Originally a sacred place of the primordial chaos, it was once the cultivation site of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun before he attained enlightenment. Under the might of the primordial will and Luo, whose sword strike, it ceased to exist entirely. Not only Luo, who, but also the likes of Yang Mei, Qin Kuan, and Yin Yang, among other great powers, were utterly shocked, unable to regain their composure for a long time. They were not like Luo, who had already been subdued by Huang Tian once before, thus having a psychological preparation. Huang Tian had managed to deceive these chaos demon gods and various quasi-saint powers, silently breaking through to the peak of the 11th layer of quasi-saints. With combat prowess far exceeding the quasi-saint realm, that a profound sense of shock surged through their minds. How could Huang Tian, who had only recently come into existence, reach such a terrifying realm? It was simply unfathomable. The once majestic Yujing Mountain had now transformed into a deep abyss marked by a sword scar, from which a heavy breathing sound emerged from below. Endless whirlwinds were drawn in and expelled, as if a colossal beast from an ancient era resided beneath. Below the abyss, Hong Jun's expression turned sinister, his eyes glowing crimson as boundless energy flowed with his breath. In his rage, he could scarcely control his own power. He had broken the rules, suddenly striking to bind Luo, who, believing that the Eastern Emperor Tai could severely injure or even annihilate Huang Tian. However, unexpectedly, Huang Tian revealed a realm and strength that far surpassed everyone's expectations. Huang Tian, you have hidden yourself so deeply. Hong Jun murmured in disbelief, veins bulging on his face and neck, resembling a feral beast. One could only imagine the fury boiling within him, akin to a volcano on the verge of eruption. This little phoenix, whom he had once dismissed, consistently exceeded his imagination and shattered his plans time and again. This time, it forced him to endure Luo, whose sword strike in silence, losing face. Once more. In an unseen manner, he was humiliated while Huang Tian remained oblivious to his machinations. Huang Tian, you truly deserve death. Like a frenzied beast, Hong Jun cast his gaze towards the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan heading towards Buzhou Mountain. If the demon clan was insufficient, then let the 12 ancestors of the Witch clan join forces. At the very least, they would compel the powerful beings of the Phoenix clan to confront them directly. The alliance of the Witch and Demon clans was enough to instill fear even in these ancient elders. Huang Tian, that moment, beneath the boundless magma, a terrifying bell wave suddenly shattered the heavens above. The Eastern Emperor Tai, with a ferocious expression, emerged from the magma, the chaos bell hovering above his head. "I shall kill you!" Tai's furious roar reverberated across millions of miles, infused with boundless hatred, upon the demon clan's first emergence into the world. The intent was to suppress the might of Huang Tian, to make him aware that the demon race is the true sovereign of the primordial chaos, and that he and Dijuan are the true rulers. They aim to demonstrate to all beings of the primordial world that the so-called Huang Tian Daozuan is nothing in the presence of the demon clan. They wish for all living beings to recognize them as the rightful sovereigns deserving of reverence. Little did they expect that their initial strike would be met with a single finger from Huang Tian, resulting in a grievous blow that sent them flying across millions of miles. This was no mere verbal disdain. It was akin to trampling on his face before the myriad spirits of the primordial world, a resounding slap delivered to the freshly established demon clan, reflecting on their audacity to look down upon Huang Tian and demand that he lead the Phoenix clan into the demon clan. Tai's wrath surged. "Huang Tian, I shall slay you!" In a frenzy, Dongwang Tai's black hair whipped wildly as he slammed his palm heavily upon the chaos bell. Boom! The boundless bell waves instantaneously spread forth, shattering mountains and rivers. The magma, born from the true fire of the divine phoenix across millions of miles, evaporated in an instant. The formidable power of the innate treasure, the Dongwang bell, was unleashed to its utmost potential. The heavens collapsed in an instant, and the sky darkened ominously. The destructive waves of the bell obliterated everything, resonating like the sound of the apocalypse. "Huang Tian, you have sought your own demise. We, with goodwill, invited you to join the demon clan and offered you the exalted position of the supreme Shi Huang Emperor, granting you the boundless fortune of the demon race. Yet you, in your ignorance, took advantage of my moment of unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. At that moment, Dijuan, who had been observing, felt a sense of relief seeing Dongwang Tai unharmed. Yet his fury erupted, standing tall and majestic, radiating the inherent authority of a ruler. He wielded the demon clan's supreme treasure, the summoning banner, sweeping downward as the myriad spirits roared forth, drowning the heavens and the earth. Among them, divine dragons soared through the sky, phoenixes flapped their wings to push against the 9 heavens, and Shilans carried divine fire, advancing through the 3,000 great worlds. The demon clan encompassed all beings of heaven and earth, and the summoning banner naturally exerted an oppressive force over the myriad spirits. The 2 sovereigns of the demon clan struck simultaneously, their terrifying might radiating across millions of miles, shamelessly attacking in concert. Niwa furrowed her brow, muttering softly that it was clear to all that Dijuan and Dongwang Tai sought to reclaim their lost dignity, cloaking their actions in righteousness, as if Huang Tian was the epitome of evil and treachery. Sister Huang Tian, as a member of the demon clan, dares to defy the demon emperor and rise against authority. Fushi coldly interjected, "It is only natural for our sovereigns to take action against him." He had entirely aligned himself with the demon clan standpoint. At this juncture, the newly established demon clan could not afford to have its sovereigns humiliated, especially when they had yet to unify the myriad tribes of the primordial world. Such a display would breed the perception among smaller clans that the demon race was not formidable. He resolved to aid the demon clan in ascending to the pinnacle of the primordial world and would not permit such a scene to unfold. "We are the demon clan. How could we stand on Huang Tian's side? We must consider the future of the demon race," Fushi coldly admonished Niwa. Showing no mercy, Niwa's expression darkened, her teeth clenched. Yet after a time, she chose not to engage in a dispute with her elder brother and lowered her head. A sense of confusion settled within her. Did her brother truly regard this newly emerged demon clan as more significant than her? Was Fushi really scolding her over such a trivial matter? What then did their countless years of sibling affection amount to? Was the carefree life of an immortal not liberating? Why must they strive to join a great power, if it were in the Phoenix clan? Amidst the immortal Fire Mountain range, would they dare act in such a manner? How could the diminutive demon clan presume to bully the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, thinking that they were unchallenged? Just then, a cold yet noble voice resonated through the air, that a mere demon clan, daring to subjugate my Phoenix clan? You think yourselves worthy. The voice was clear and melodious, yet laced with infinite coldness and unmatched nobility. Before the figure even arrived, the voice had already echoed, in the next instant. An overwhelming blaze surged forth. Rumble! A colossal grand hall descended from the heavens, spanning millions of miles, akin to the sun descending from the ancient starry sky into the primordial realm. The entire expanse of the sky seemed to buckle under its weight. The hall was adorned with countless phoenixes, interweaving in a dance that unleashed boundless power. The Phoenix clan's supreme treasure, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, had arrived. The Shi Huang has come so swiftly, Fushi murmured, his brow furrowing as he abruptly gazed towards the vast expanse millions of miles away. That moment, the sky was shrouded in rolling flames. A phoenix silhouette, spanning millions of miles, soared across the heavens, its cry echoing throughout the world. The primordial sky darkened. Beneath Mount Buzhou, all eyes turned toward the spectacle. The Shi Huang of the Phoenix clan, the Shi Huang, roared defiantly, commanding the heavens and the earth. Though the Shi Huang operated discreetly and mysteriously, being the true power behind the Phoenix clan, it was the Shi Huang that had appeared most frequently during the calamities of the Dragon-Han era. Despite being female, the Shi Huang possessed unparalleled beauty and formidable strength. She had once slain a prominent figure from the infamous Tianhun Fierce Wolf clan who had attempted to covet the Phoenix clan's Ice Phoenix, and subsequently led the Ice Phoenix branch to annihilate that clan. The remaining mid-stage quasi-saints and early-stage quasi-saints within the opposing clan were all vanquished in that battle, leaving a river of blood and countless Tianhun Fierce Wolf corpses strewn across millions of miles, their blood staining the primordial sky. That battle solidified the Shi Huang's reputation, and the chilling yet noble beauty earned her the respect of all within the primordial realm. After that battle, no one dared to underestimate this woman. The Phoenix Heavenly Palace descended with a weight that could split the heavens. Even before the Phoenix silhouette arrived, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, with the might to reshape the world, bore down upon Huang Tian. The very fabric of reality seemed to freeze as the terrifying divine Phoenix fire ignited upon the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Huang Tian, beneath the chaos bell, felt as insignificant as an ant. The overwhelming force was unparalleled. This was the sole impression shared by all the mighty beings observing the scene. Upon the arrival of the Shi Huang, the other sovereign of the demon clan, Dijuan, along with the 365 demon gods, were rendered invisible, their existence seemingly disregarded, as the Shi Huang's disdainful presence suppressed everything, uttering not a single word. Huang Tian, the Phoenix clan, you have grown too arrogant. Huang Tian's furious roar shook the heavens, as his palm struck the Dongwang bell with great force. The myriad spirits within the Dongwang bell surged, emitting a thunderous roar, sending waves of sound crashing toward the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Rumble! In the next moment. However, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace descended with a crushing force, overpowering the resounding waves of the Dongwang bell, rendering them as insignificant as ants shaking a tree. Boom! The Phoenix Heavenly Palace pressed down, shattering the heavens and earth, striking heavily upon the Chaos Bell. Puff! The Chaos Bell, being one of the Pangu's 3 treasures, could not be shaken. Yet Huang Tian was merely at the peak of the quasi-saint realm in this realm. Each step was a chasm. Moreover, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace was an innate treasure, bolstered by the powers of countless Phoenix clan elites, making its strength terrifying. The fearsome aftershocks surged toward Huang Tian beneath the Chaos Bell, causing him to spit blood as he was driven deep into the earth. A mere ant dares to claim superiority over the heavens. What do you to lay a hand on my brother? In the next moment, the ethereal silhouette from billions of miles away vanished, and a woman adorned in resplendent crimson imperial robes, exuding an air of unparalleled nobility and beauty, traversed the vast expanse to appear in the skies above Buzhou Mountain. The primordial phoenix gazed down upon Fushi and Huang Tian, her form suspended in the void, radiating an overwhelming aura, her azure eyes shimmering with layers of murderous intent. At this moment, Huang Tian's heart was consumed by an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Having coexisted with Huang Tian for countless years, They were intimately acquainted with each other's depths. She had been in seclusion, recently breaking through to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood with the aid of boundless virtues. Yet she abruptly sensed Huang Tian's explosive surge of power, prompting her to hastily emerge from her retreat. To her astonishment, she discovered these two inept beings conspiring to overwhelm Huang Tian through sheer numbers. Huang Tian's fury reached its zenith. For countless years, the Phoenix clan had ascended to become the dominant race of the universe, and never had they been subjected to such humiliation. Huang Tian, as the sovereign of the Phoenix clan, was being oppressed in such a manner, which was tantamount to slapping the Phoenix clan in the face. Not only she, but all the mighty beings within the Phoenix clan were seething with rage, their wrath palpable as they let out continuous howls. Were it not for Huang Tian's directive forbidding them from stepping out of the immortal Fire Mountain range, out of respect for the grand oath he had sworn, the entirety of the Phoenix clan would have surged forth to annihilate these wretches. The Primordial Phoenix had indeed broken through to the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood and brought with her the Phoenix heavenly palace. Was it possible that in merely a few thousand years, the Phoenix clan was set to emerge, unafraid of the backlash from their grand oath? Fushi, witnessing the Primordial Phoenix's boundless aura and the terrifying murderous intent in her gaze, felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, his power paled in comparison to hers. Moreover, he aspired to lead the demon tribe to the pinnacle of the wilderness. If the Phoenix clan were to engage in battle with the demon tribe while Huang Tian still drew breath, especially at a moment when both Huang Tian and Feng Tian displayed their terrifying combat prowess, the demon tribe would almost certainly face annihilation. Furthermore, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace was a legendary, innate treasure, renowned alongside the Dragon clan's ancestral dragon steel and the Qilin clan's Qilin divine staff, second only to the fabled three treasures of Pangu. Although Dong Huang Tai possessed the Chaos Bell, his cultivation level remained a tier below that of the Primordial Phoenix. This gap represented an insurmountable chasm. The difference between the late quasi-saint and the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood was unfathomable, as evidenced by their earlier clash. Huang Tian was no fool. He understood that until he issued his command, the other mighty beings of the Phoenix clan would not dare to intervene. Fushi silently mused, standing beside him. Nuwa raised her gaze slightly to behold the cold and regal figure of Feng Tian. Despite being of the same gender and quasi-saint caliber, Feng Tian was an entity she could only revere from below. Gazing upon this woman, who had dominated an era in the wilderness, she felt an unexpected yearning for power. When would she reach such heights? When would she possess such strength? If she could attain the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, or even ascend to a higher tier, perhaps the legendary saintly realm, would she still need to endure the indignities imposed by others? Would she still have to follow Fushi and join the demon tribe, subjected to the whims of Dong Huang Tai and Dijuan? Nuwa's eyes lowered slightly, her heart swelling with an insatiable desire for power. Upon witnessing the arrival of the Primordial Phoenix, Dong Huang Tai recognized that a battle was inevitable. Instantly, his gaze was filled with a fierce and palpable killing intent. Primordial Phoenix, since you are so arrogant and intent on battle, then I shall accompany you to the bitter end. Dong Huang's voice resonated throughout the surroundings, echoing across the expanse. He understood that he was at a disadvantage compared to Feng Tian, yet he wielded the Chaos Bell, which granted him a deeper foundation. With the unique physique of the Golden Crow, he believed that in a true life-and-death struggle, he would not necessarily succumb to Feng Tian. Additionally, with 365 demon gods by his side, what could Feng Tian do against him? Both Dong Huang Tai and Fushi shared the belief that Huang Tian would not dare to violate the grand oath at this juncture, allowing the Phoenix clan to unleash their full might. Our Phoenix clan is not to be compared with your demon tribe. You are merely courting death. The voice of the Primordial Phoenix was crisp and melodious, laced with a chilling undertone. Dong Huang's aura surged like a tempest, his demonic energy exploding forth to envelop half of the void that moment. One half of the void was suffused with the golden light emanating from the Primordial Phoenix, while the other half was shrouded in a grayish demonic aura, creating a spectacle. The demon tribe turned their gaze toward the impending confrontation between the Primordial Phoenix and Dong Huang Tai, Sensing the imminent clash, in an instant, boundless ferocity erupted from the Primordial Phoenix. Directed at Dongwang. Boom! With both hands, she summoned a golden feathered arrow that shot forth with incredible speed, slicing through the heavens with a whoosh as it hurtled toward Dongwang Tai. The force tore through the void with alarming rapidity. Observing this, Dongwang Tai swiftly brought his hands together, conjuring a swirling mass of gray demonic energy to intercept the golden arrow. The Primordial Phoenix's eyes darkened as she noted her arrow had been deflected, and she swiftly began to weave her hands once more. Waves of potent Phoenix energy surged forth, distorting the very fabric of the void. This Phoenix energy continuously reinforced the golden arrow, amplifying its might beneath the auspices of the Phoenix Palace. Dongwang Tai transformed his demonic energy into a spear, striking fiercely at the golden arrow. Bang! In an instant, the collision unleashed tremendous power, causing the surrounding hills to crumble. The Primordial Phoenix retracted the golden arrow, transforming it into a golden, feathered longsword, pointing it toward the void. The sword was etched with countless intricate patterns of diverse phoenixes, its brilliance unending as it emitted 3,000 beams of light. Surrounding the Phoenix Palace, the phantoms of phoenixes converged into crimson entities, continually flooding into the Primordial Phoenix's grasp, augmenting the longsword's might manifold. The originally gleaming golden feathered longsword, after absorbing the crimson essence from the Phoenix Palace, transformed its hue into a vibrant gold red. The Primordial Phoenix swung the longsword with great speed, aiming to pierce Dongwang Tai. Die, she bellowed, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as they locked onto Dongwang. This battle was one she had to win, to demonstrate the true strength of the Phoenix clan to the demon tribe. Dongwang Tai, sensing the overwhelming power of the golden feathered longsword, swiftly brandished his spear to counter the incoming assault. Rumble! The very void seemed on the verge of shattering, resonating with tremendous sound. Some weaker members of the demon tribe were directly struck down, spurting blood and perishing under the force of their clash. The intensity of their battle surged, unleashing an extraordinary potency that reverberated throughout the realm. Dongwang Tai was evidently taken aback by the Primordial Phoenix's might, that he had not anticipated that this female phoenix would be so formidable. Gritting his teeth, he focused intently on the Primordial Phoenix, muttering, "Damn!" A faint smile graced the Primordial Phoenix's lips. Did he truly believe he could overcome her? Don't dream. With a cold huff, her figure erupted with an even greater manifestation of Phoenix spirit. The Phoenix Palace behind her shone with a light that pierced the heavens, creating a gaping hole in the void. "Phoenix Feather Slash," she declared icily, slightly lifting her foot before leaping into the air. One sword stroke unleashed, carrying an aura of invincibility, as if it could cleave the very heavens asunder. In an instant, spear and sword clashed in a fierce struggle, shaking the world with their overwhelming might. Roar! Dongwang Tai let out a furious roar, his eyes ablaze with wrath. How could he be defeated by a mere female phoenix? That would be an unimaginable disgrace. Suddenly, a surge of demonic energy erupted from within him, multiplying exponentially as it surged toward the Primordial Phoenix. The surrounding spectators from both the demon and phoenix tribes felt the inexplicable increase in Dongwang Tai's demonic energy, sending waves of tension through Fushi, who felt a colossal pressure that was nearly unshakable. The outcome of this battle would determine whether the demon tribe could assert their might and establish their supremacy in the wilderness. Would Dongwang Tai emerge victorious against the Primordial Phoenix? Ding! Dongwang Tai successfully parried the Primordial Phoenix's golden feathered longsword, and his spear swiftly arced toward her. The malevolent energy emanating from his body surged abruptly, permeating the vast surroundings. Shifeng, like a shadow, deftly evaded the attack of Dongwang Tai's spear, maintaining a vigilant gaze upon him as she stood before the Phoenix Palace. The distance between the two was once again widened. Dongwang Tai regarded Shifeng with a sneer of disdain, tauntingly proclaiming, "Do you truly believe that you can defeat me solely based on your own strength? If you willingly surrender and relinquish the Phoenix clan's position to our demon race, perhaps I might spare your life." Shifeng coldly fixed her eyes on Dongwang Tai and responded with a light laugh. "Oh, In that case, allow me to demonstrate what true power is. With that, she withdrew the golden feathered sword from her grasp. Although her own strength was somewhat inferior to Dong Huang Tai Yi, who wielded the Chaos Bell, she was armed with the Phoenix clan's sacred treasure. As long as the Phoenix Palace remained, coupled with her peak quasi-saint realm, no matter how formidable he might be, she could suppress him entirely. Swiftly forming hand seals, she began chanting the incantation to control the Phoenix Palace. Upon witnessing this, a sense of foreboding crept into Dong Huang Tai Yi's heart. This is bad. Exterminate the immortal and 10,000 demons fire world. The spear, infused with formidable demonic power, charged toward Shifeng, who was in the midst of forming her seals. However, the Phoenix Palace behind Shifeng suddenly levitated in the void, descending upon him with crushing force. You have been defeated. Shifeng uttered these 3 words with an air of indifference. Dong Huang Tai Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he attempted to evade the descending Phoenix Palace. But he was merely a second too late. With a resounding crash, the heavens and earth froze in place. And all motion ceased as the Phoenix Palace bore down upon him. That Shifeng's gaze, laced with murderous intent, turned towards Fushi and the demon soldiers. Should any of you dare to enter this place again, I shall command the entirety of the Phoenix clan to eradicate you without mercy. Her voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder in Fushi's ears. Dong Huang Tai, he found himself trapped beneath the Phoenix Palace, surrounded by the overwhelming power of the Phoenix, and despite his attempts to break free, he realized that his own demonic energy could not be wielded within. Damn it! I, Dong Huang Tai Yi, will never let the Phoenix clan go unpunished. You Phoenix clan shall forever remain subservient to my demon race. Yet, the only response was the echo of his voice within the confines of the Phoenix Palace. Even when he summoned the Chaos Bell, it could not shatter the defenses of the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Shifeng regarded Fushi and the 365 demon gods before her with a frigid stare. Will you leave or not? Fushi, do you truly believe that with your meager cultivation, you can defeat me? Fushi clenched his teeth, fully aware that his cultivation was no match for hers. If a battle were to ensue, it would undoubtedly lead to his demise. With Dong Huang Tai Yi captured, it was prudent for him to lead the demon soldiers away for now, biding his time to seek revenge for today's grievances. Shifeng observed Fushi's gaze, understanding that he would indeed lead the remaining demon soldiers away. As long as Dong Huang Tai Yi remained in their grasp, these lesser demons would not dare to act recklessly. Fushi commanded the remaining demon soldiers, "All of you, leave with me at once." With that, Fushi vanished along with the demon soldiers. After Fushi's departure, a triumphant smile graced Shifeng's face. The Phoenix clan was not a place where mere demons dared to act with impunity. It was tantamount to courting death. Although only the Phoenix clan surrounded her, her words resonated in the heart of Dong Huang Tai Yi, who remained within the Phoenix Palace. With a fierce surge of his demonic energy, Dong Huang Tai Yi struck the surrounding area. Bang, bang, bang! The entire Phoenix Palace reverberated with immense sound that, I tell you, Shifeng, if you do not release me, I shall destroy your sacred Phoenix treasure today. Shifeng chuckled lightly as she approached the Phoenix Palace, transmitting her voice. Then I am most eager to see how you intend to destroy my sacred Phoenix treasure. The audacity of a mere demon to speak so arrogantly was truly a death wish. Dong Huang Tai Yi was utterly infuriated by Shifeng's derision. Powerful waves of demonic energy erupted from within him, striking the Phoenix Palace. Yet there was no avenue for escape. This sacred treasure was designed to withstand such assaults. Moreover, given Dong Huang Tai Yi's current strength, attempting to overturn the entire Phoenix Palace was nothing more than a fantasy. Once the demon race had truly departed, Shifeng, along with the Phoenix treasure, withdrew from that place. At this moment, Huang Tian appeared like a deity in the void, gazing at the imposing Dijuan before her, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Dijuan, filled with rage, bellowed at Huang Tian, "Today, I shall seize your position. If you surrender, I may grant you a small place to reside, but otherwise, I will see you dead here." Huang Tian found Dijuan's words utterly laughable. "You think you can challenge me?" Dijuan despised being regarded with condescension and disdain, and his fury ignited instantly. His eyes glinted with murderous intent, like a sharp sword poised to strike. Huang Tian dismissed Dijuan with indifference, her gaze rife with contempt. In a sudden burst, Dijuan summoned a torrent of demonic energy, akin to a tidal wave, crashing towards Huang Tian. She, undeterred by his approach, lightly touched the ground and soared upward. Her eyes burst open, unleashing a powerful beam of light that cleaved through Dijuan's overwhelming wave of energy, transforming it into countless stars that vanished into the void. That Dijuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The demon soldiers were equally awestruck by Huang Tian's overwhelming presence. How is this possible? What kind of power is this? I refuse to believe it. Dijuan was engulfed by terror. Clearly unable to accept this reality, he had not anticipated that his proud technique would be so swiftly neutralized by Huang Tian, leaving him devoid of any fighting spirit. Suddenly recalling Huang Tian's earlier display of power, he found himself unable to comprehend the source of such strength and why she possessed in that fleeting moment. He felt as though the very heavens and earth were suppressed by her radiance, obliterating even the weaker demon soldiers into ash. This power was utterly terrifying, a complete annihilation of everything in its path. Huang Tian, observing the fear in Dijuan's eyes, chuckled lightly. I expected you to be formidable. Turns out you are merely a pretentious little demon. Dijuan roared in fury. He loathed being mocked above all else. Damn it, Huang Tian, you are courting death? I, Dijuan, am not to be trifled with. Huang Tian smirked, her demeanor shifting entirely, filled with layers of murderous intent that pierced Dijuan's heart. Then I am curious to see what strength you possess. Enough of your prattle. With that, Huang Tian leaped into action, delivering a palm strike imbued with phoenix power. With a resounding crash, her golden hand struck Dijuan. He struggled desperately against the overwhelming force, attempting to resist the crushing blow. Boom! Ultimately, the golden hand descended upon Dijuan, who coughed up blood mid-air. Damn it! His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at Huang Tian, swiftly summoning his demon summoning banner. Huang Tian, sensing the phoenix spirit within the banner, smiled faintly. Dijuan unleashed a strange power from the banner, striking Huang Tian. Ha! Now you understand my might, do you not? Huang Tian gazed at the summoning banner before him and suddenly began to gather an immense force in his hands, reaching out to grasp the banner with great vigor. Dijuan struggled to maintain control over his summoning banner. However, at this moment, the banner was wholly unresponsive to his commands, and he felt its power being forcibly extracted. Huang Tian's lips curled into a smirk as he concentrated, channeling his formidable strength throughout the heavens and earth, forcefully drawing forth the phoenix spirit from within the summoning banner. Thus, Dijuan's fortune would no longer affect the phoenix spirit contained within the banner. At this moment, Hong Jun and numerous other powerful beings seated on their lotus cushions were profoundly shaken by the sudden surge of power. What is this force? Why is it so terrifying? Hong Jun could hardly believe it, immediately seeking the source of this energy, only to discover that it emanated from Phoenix Mountain. His expression darkened as he carefully sensed this power, realizing it was an energy he had never encountered before, merely a tiny fraction of Huang Tian's might. Yet, even this minuscule essence bore a shocking potency that left Hong Jun in awe, noble and unparalleled. However, Hong Jun had no time to ponder the nature of this power. His expression changed dramatically. The summoning banner was a symbol of the demon race, embodying the spirits of myriad beings from the primordial era.it was the foundation upon which the demon race controlled the myriad tribes of the wilderness. The phoenix spirit was one of the most crucial spirits within the summoning banner. Particularly at this stage, the demon race relied on the banner, even if the Phoenix clan did not acknowledge their subjugation to the demon race. The demons could still utilize the banner to strip away a significant portion of the Phoenix clan's fortune. If the Phoenix spirit were truly extracted by Huang Tian, it would signify the demon race's loss of leverage over the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, with Huang Tian wielding this mysterious power, should he assist other tribes in extracting their respective spirits, the demon race would effectively face annihilation. Hong Jun felt a chill run down his spine. Overwhelmed by dread, the demon race was destined by the heavenly Tao to enjoy the fortune of the primordial wilderness in a future era. The summoning banner was a treasure of innate grade. A symbol of the demon race, the fact that Huang Tian could extract the spirit from the banner, subtly influencing the grand design of the heavenly Tao, was utterly terrifying. Huang Tian, cease this at once. Dijun's expression changed drastically as he roared in fury. He quickly realized the catastrophic consequences of allowing Huang Tian to extract the Phoenix spirit from the summoning banner. Not only would the Phoenix clan escape the demon race's control, but other tribes in the wilderness, such as the Dragon clan and the Qilin clan, might also turn their thoughts elsewhere. Would they not seek Huang Tian's aid to extract their own spirits from the summoning banner? As this thought crossed his mind, Dijun, at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint stage, felt a cold shiver run through him. They absolutely will. The demon race was a fusion of many tribes. Lacking the bloodline ties and living habits that bound the Phoenix clan, it was solely the summoning banner that tenuously united the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness into one race. Any supreme being had endured countless tribulations to reach their current state, their minds hardened to the extreme. If not for special reasons or necessity, who would willingly submit to another? Would it not be more delightful to be a sovereign of a small tribe? Living freely, should such a time come, the demon race would genuinely face the risk of extinction, facing total annihilation. How could such a terrifying power arise in the primordial heavens, capable of even slightly influencing an innate treasure? Dijun roared within, his eyes bloodshot. This moment, he truly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, the peril of annihilation. I do not believe it. Huang Tian, I do not believe you can achieve this. Dijun unleashed a thunderous roar, shattering the sky as winds and clouds swirled violently, a terrifying royal aura erupting from him, golden light flooding the heavens. The peak power of a quasi-saint was fully unleashed as he sought to regain control over the Phoenix spirit being drawn from the summoning banner. His body surged to an immense size, his eyes resembling rotating stars, manifesting the legendary treasures of divination, the He Tu and Luo Shu, which together were nearly comparable to innate treasures, with one hand firmly gripping the He Tu and Luo Shu, and the other wielding its might. Dijun struck down towards Huang Tian. Huang Tian, you shall perish, he roared in fury, then bellowed to the 365 demon gods behind him. Act together. Slay Huang Tian and Feng Tian. Some of you assist Dong Huang, while the rest follow me to eliminate that beast Huang Tian. Indeed, at this moment, Huang Tian had become akin to a beast in Dijun's eyes. The extraction of the Phoenix spirit was a direct assault on the very foundation of the demon race. A single misstep could lead to their utter obliteration. Thus, Dijun initially intended only to suppress Huang Tian's momentum and had not planned to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the Phoenix clan just yet. After all, the demon race had only just been established. It was unwise to confront the peak Phoenix clan head-on. Once the summoning banner gradually siphoned the Phoenix clan's fortune, reducing their power to a nadir while elevating the demon race to its zenith. It would merely be a matter of his will to either annihilate the Phoenix clan or incorporate them under his banner. However, as events unfolded to this extent, Dijun could no longer afford to consider such nuances. The fact that Huang Tian could sway and even extract the Phoenix spirit had already impacted the survival of the demon race. Why are you not moving? Dijun struck down towards Huang Tian, shattering the space around him. Yet he suddenly noticed that the 365 demon gods remained standing motionless, seemingly deaf to his commands, igniting his fury. This was the first time they had not obeyed him since he had subdued them. He understood their thoughts all too well. These beings had originally believed their fate was sealed, unable to escape the control of the summoning banner, and had no choice but to submit to him, obeying his orders while enjoying the fortune of being demon gods. Yet, deep down, they clearly resented being relegated to the command of him and Dong Huang Tai. After all, they were all sovereigns of great tribes that roamed the heavens. The sudden shift to being subordinates was an immense disparity. However, he and Dong Huang Tai held absolute confidence in the summoning banner, thus disregarding their minor grievances. Now, the revelation that Huang Tian could shake the summoning banner had unexpectedly rekindled hope in their despair-ridden hearts. Dijun, what are you? At this moment, Huang Tian's cold voice resonated throughout the heavens, standing against the sky, His golden-red radiance surged upwards, subtly intertwined with a hint of purple light, pressing down upon the summoning banner. With a casual wave of his hand, as if swatting a fly, he struck Di Jun's massive hand. Boom! Even with the He Tu and Luo Shu support, it was ultimately not a combat-grade innate treasure like the Dong Huang bell. Di Jun's hand was instantly shattered by Huang Tian's slap, the stench of blood filling the air. The golden blood of the Jinwu spread across the sky in an instant, its brilliance blinding. It was a complete and utter suppression. Di Jun, at the peak of the quasi-saint stage, wielding the He Tu and Luo Shu, was nothing more than an ant before the might of Huang Tian, whose battle prowess had even surpassed the limits of a quasi-saint. I, Huang Tian, was born in the twilight of the age of gods and demons, having endured countless tribulations and untold hardships, leading the Phoenix clan from obscurity to prominence. You and Dong Huang Tai are merely the essence of the sun, formed from the primordial giant Pangu's source, born into nobility. You have smoothly traversed your journey through 2 eras to arrive at this point. Yet, upon fortuitously acquiring the summoning banner, you dare to rely on it and attempt to ride atop me, atop my Phoenix clan. Huang Tian's hair danced wildly, his eyes ablaze with divine fire, their gaze like torches. His voice resounding with tyrannical authority as he fixed his stare upon Di Jun. Are you worthy? Boom! The thunderous voice reverberated in Di Jun's mind, exploding deep within his soul. That moment, he felt as if an infinitely vast giant was gazing down upon him, its eyes radiating dominance. Before it, he felt smaller than an ant. A terrifying will swept through him like a tempest, seizing hold of his very essence. Puff! Puff! The expression on Di Jun's face instantly turned pale, and he spat out 3 mouthfuls of golden blood, his body shrinking back to its original form as he plummeted from midair. Relinquishing the Xiaoyao banner in a swift motion, Huang Tian reached out a massive hand, seizing the Xiaoyao banner into his grasp. That moment, the entirety of the Hong Huang fell into a profound silence. The demon race, newly born and established, wielding the Xiaoyao banner, encompassed myriad spirits and carried the formidable powers of 365 minor clans, their momentum overwhelming and earth-shattering. Under the leadership of Dong Huang, Tai, and Di Jun, they had forcefully subdued the former sovereign of Hong Huang, Huang Tian. Yet, how little time had passed since then. Dong Huang Tai was suppressed within the Phoenix heavenly palace by the Primordial Phoenix. Unable to escape, Di Jun, too, was struck by a casual blow from the Primordial Phoenix, shattering his arm, while his spirit faced an unprecedented blow under Huang Tian's unwavering will. In that moment, countless mighty beings of Hong Huang, representing myriad races, fell silent. Even the 365 demon gods in the firmament remained eerily still. Huang Tian's words echoed in their minds like the resounding toll of a great bell, reverberating with tremendous force. Indeed, their ascent to this day, attaining the status of quasi-saint with immense powers, was fraught with countless hardships. Yet, Dong Huang Tai and Di Jun, relying on their innate nobility and bearing the Xiaoyao banner, sought to subjugate them. On what grounds? Why should they endure being treated as mere beasts? Huang Tian's proclamations had sown the seeds of discontent in their hearts, and at this juncture, all eyes of the great beings across the realms, including Luo Ho, Hong Jun, and Qian Kun, were fixated upon Huang Tian, who had forcefully seized the Xiaoyao banner, his divine might overwhelming. The Xiaoyao banner, a treasure of the demon race, had been birthed after untold eons since the creation of the world, representing the very foundation of the demon race. Could Huang Tian truly extract the Phoenix spirit that belonged to the Phoenix clan from it? The stakes were monumental, influencing the future of an era. The structure of Hong Huang, the future sovereign of Hong Huang, the very foundation of the demon race, was a matter of universal concern. Could Huang Tian truly shake the foundations of a primordial treasure? Join me in reclaiming the Xiaoyao banner. After this, you may present any conditions to me. Any matter can be negotiated. Di Jun let out a thunderous roar, bellowing at the 360 demon gods. His bloodshot eyes and bulging veins painted a picture of a ferocious beast as he charged towards Huang Tian, who was single-handedly suppressing the Xiaoyao banner. Jun dared not gamble. He could not risk whether Huang Tian could indeed extract the Phoenix spirit. Should such an extraction occur, the foundation of the demon race would be shaken. The myriad races of Hong Huang would be filled with endless thoughts. His and Dong Huang Taiyi's prestige would plummet to unprecedented lows. The demon race could even face extinction. Jun roared, and despite sustaining severe injuries, his arm recently reborn from the blood mist Huang Tian had unleashed, he could not afford to hesitate. His entire being ignited with the blazing true fire of the sun, radiating a blinding light, akin to a colossal sun filling the heavens, akin to a massive meteor hurtling towards Huang Tian. Elder brother! At that moment, Dong Huang Tai too broke free from the suppression of the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Bursting forth, upon witnessing this scene, his eyes nearly ruptured with fury. "You all move now. I command you to assist the Demon Emperor in slaying this traitor, Huang Tian." Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes widened in anger. Reaching a boiling point, Jun was burning his own essence in the battle against Huang Tian. He could not fathom what had transpired during this time to force Jun to such extremes. "Are you all deaf? I command you." Seeing the 360 demon gods still standing immobile in the firmament, Dong Huang Tai was driven to the brink of madness. Yet this time, he had no chance to unleash his fury. Boom! A crystalline hand struck him fiercely, sending him and the chaos bell hurtling a million miles away. Tai Yi, do you treat me as non-existent? Do you wish to target the sovereign of my race? Huang Tian's expression was cold and regal as he extended his hand, causing the Phoenix Heavenly Palace to soar into the air, suppressing Dong Huang Tai beneath a million miles of celestial expanse. With the chaos bell in his possession, Dong Huang Tai resembled a turtle retreating into its shell, nearly incapable of striking back. Yet merely suppressing him was far too simple for Huang Tian. Immediately, Huang Tian took a stride across the heavens, positioning himself atop the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, subduing Dong Huang Tai beneath him. "Huang Tian, can you truly accomplish this?" Huang Tian silently mused to herself. Gazing at Huang Tian, she understood deeply that Huang Tian was fiercely unleashing his power for the future of the Phoenix clan. Huang Tian inherently preferred tranquility, typically managing minor matters outside. However, this time, for the sake of the future of the Phoenix clan, he had brazenly revealed his most domineering side before the beings of Hong Huang. The Phoenix clan, having been subsumed under the demon race, could not accept the fate of having their hard-won fortunes stripped away at the whim of the demon race after millions of years of struggle. And no one could reconcile with such an outcome. Whether it was Huang Tian herself or all the phoenixes of the Phoenix clan, none could accept it. When that moment truly arrived, the Phoenix clan would inevitably rise to defend their fundamental interests. Yet, the current circumstances in Hong Huang were exceedingly complex. The Phoenix clan had just escaped from this great vortex and emerged anew, uncertain of what challenges awaited them. "Huang Tian, I believe in you," she thought silently, her gaze fixed on the familiar figure in the heavens. "Get away from me," Huang Tian coldly commanded, facing Jun, who was recklessly burning his essence in a desperate charge. One hand suppressed the Xiaoyao banner, while the other struck out once more. This time, he unleashed all his might. Divine radiance blazed forth, and divine fire flowed like lava. With a single palm strike, the space collapsed, and the firmament trembled. Buzz, Jun, transformed into a blazing sun, was directly shattered by this palm, revealing the ferocious visage of Jun within. Crack! Huang Tian's great hand swiftly followed, landing a heavy slap upon Jun's face. Jun was sent flying, the sound of the resounding slap echoing through the heavens. The entire Hong Huang fell into a hushed silence. The demon race, encompassing myriad beings, a born noble entity birthed from the confluence of the sun and the primordial essence of Pangu, was unexpectedly slapped across the face by Huang Tian. What a bitter irony this was. Elder brother, Dong Huang Tai beneath the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, was nearly driven to madness, releasing a furious roar. The Dong Huang bell vibrated ominously, sending forth a colossal wave of sound, attempting to break free from the suppression. Yet, under the weight of the Phoenix clan's treasured Phoenix heavenly palace and Huang Tian's might, it was akin to an ant shaking a tree. Jun's eyes bulged with rage. Seemingly entrapped in a stupor, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing to the ground and stirring up a tempest of dust, with vast fissures spreading outwards. At this moment, Huang Tian had no time to concern himself with anything else. His gaze was fixated on the Xiaoyao banner held firmly in his grasp. This legendary treasure of the demon race, resembling a grand banner, was adorned with intricate azure patterns, each one densely woven and immensely complex, as if infused with boundless truths of the universe. Yet upon closer inspection, each pattern seemed to embody a manifestation of the myriad beings of the world. Gazing deeply, one might feel as though their very spirit could be absorbed into it. The fabled Xiaoyao banner, the greatest reliance of the demon race. Huang Tian silently conversed with himself, his gaze gradually becoming indifferent. What constitutes the demon race? The term demon encompasses all beings of heaven and earth. From the wet emergence of eggs to the sprouting of flora, all that is nurtured by the cosmos can be deemed as demons. Thus, in the original trajectory of the primordial chaos, even after the calamity of the witches and demons, while the demon race declined, the human race ascended to prominence. The human race, having endured numerous exterminations at the hands of the demon race, transformed their deep-seated hatred into a rallying cry to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. Yet, the demon race can never be completely eradicated. As long as the heavens and earth endure and all things remain, the demon race shall persist, forever a grand lineage within the cosmos, their fortune unending. This reality is all due to the existence of the summoning banner. The summoning banner is the foundation of the demon race. As long as it exists, the demon race will thrive. To possess the summoning banner is to possess the entire demon race, with the Phoenix, Dragon, and Qilin clans among them. Upholding the original will of Huang Tian, he vowed to lead the Phoenix clan to the zenith of the primordial world. However, the demon race stands as one of the greatest obstacles upon this path. As long as the Phoenix clan remains beneath the summoning banner, their fortune will be siphoned by the demon race, distributed across the myriad beings of the heavens and earth. The Phoenix clan shall never attain true greatness. In his past life, after the war between witches and demons, the summoning banner vanished without a trace. Huang Tian harbored deep suspicions that it had likely fallen into the hands of Hong Jun. As long as the summoning banner is in his possession, the demon race will never again rise to produce a lineage rivaling that of the Golden Crow, nor could they generate an imperial clan. Coupled with the fact that the fortune of the human race has been divided among numerous saints, their resurgence is impossible. Hong Jun is free from worry. The entirety of the primordial world is firmly under his control. The innate treasure, the summoning banner. I shall see for myself whether this innate treasure is truly indestructible and imperishable. Huang Tian's gaze turned increasingly cold, and strands of violet luminescence began to cascade from his hair. He fervently urged the primordial essence within his body. Forcing forth all the primordial purple chi contained within, he sought to determine whether this so-called innate treasure, born from a fragment of the indestructible spiritual light of the primordial chaos, could indeed be shattered or destroyed. And no matter the cost, he would extract the spirit of the phoenix. The dense purple aura erupted from his hand, consolidating all the primordial purple chi within him and slowly extending towards the summoning banner. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The summoning banner vibrated violently, seemingly sensing an immense threat. Erupting in a brilliant azure light, a column of azure light connected the primordial heavens and earth. The winds and clouds of the entire primordial realm seemed to come to a standstill. Suddenly, a resounding phoenix cry tore through the celestial dome, shaking the universe and the primordial chaos. An ethereal silhouette of a blue phoenix manifested between heaven and earth, spanning the cosmos, within the phantasmal spirit of the phoenix. There was not a trace of consciousness, only endless indifference. A beam of azure light linked it with the summoning banner. Huang Tian, cease this at once. A furious roar erupted from Dijun, who was thousands of miles away, charging recklessly towards Huang Tian. Huang Tian, if you dare to touch the summoning banner, I will not rest until we are both dead. The Eastern Immortal, suppressed by the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, unleashed a thunderous roar. Neither of them had anticipated that matters would escalate to this extent. They had descended prematurely, intending to suppress the arrogance of Huang Tian, who had just been honored as a Taoist sage, with overwhelming force. Yet now, they found themselves in such a predicament, with the most crucial treasure of the demon race, the summoning banner, under Huang Tian's control. In retrospect, they felt they had truly become what Huang Tian described, a naturally noble, extraordinary being who had experienced nothing. A fanciful fool. An overwhelming sense of regret enveloped Dijuan's mind. He regretted listening to the instigation of that elder and Eastern Immortal, leading him to descend prematurely. If he had waited until he reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, relying on the summoning banner, the river map, the Luo book, and the chaos bell in Eastern Immortal's possession, who could have dared to oppose them? Now he had become a stepping stone for Huang Tian. If the spirit of the Phoenix were truly extracted by Huang Tian, the losses to the demon race would be incalculable. Moreover, a tangible leverage would be firmly grasped in Huang Tian's hands. If he were to promise to extract the spirits of the myriad races that the demon race encompassed, these races might very well defect from the demon race altogether. The demon race would truly face annihilation. Huang Tian, desist. I can grant you the status of a demon race sovereign. The Phoenix clan and my Golden Crow clan are both sovereigns of the demon race, sharing in its boundless fortunes. Dijuan, suppressing the boundless pain within, roared at Huang Tian, offering immense benefits. He could see this moment. He would rather see a new race emerge alongside his Golden Crow clan than witness the summoning banner shattered. For the demon race faced a true existential crisis that he preferred the emergence of a race that could contend with his own, for at least they could gradually deal with it, rather than let the demon race fragment into chaos. As soon as these words were spoken, the primordial realm fell into a profound silence. Instantly, all the great powers of the primordial world, including Hong Jun and Luo Ho, were shaken. Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, Hong Jun let out a furious roar. Disregarding his injuries and shot out from the sword-shaped abyss, at this moment, he could no longer remain seated. If the Phoenix clan truly became the sovereign race of the demon race, with the terrifying foundations and merits of Huang Tian and the Phoenix clan, combined with the formidable fortune of the demon race, Hong Jun could scarcely imagine the terrifying heights Huang Tian would reach, nor the potential he would possess. The demon race encompasses all beings, possessing unimaginable potential and fortune. At this moment, having just emerged and untouched by the threads of causality, even the heavenly Tao could not target him. He could only intervene verbally to disrupt Eastern Immortal and Dijuan, not daring to act directly. Now, the already formidable fortune of the Phoenix clan would further solidify their status as the sovereign race of the demon race. Coupled with Huang Tian's reverence as the Taoist sage among the myriad beings of the primordial world. Possessing overwhelming authority, the combination of these factors posed a threat to him. Hong Jun could no longer remain passive. Even while gravely injured, he felt compelled to intervene personally. Hong Jun, my true self, is itching for a fight. Receive my sword. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed across the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. The voice was frigid and filled with murderous intent, expansive and boundless, causing the heavens to tremble and shatter across billions of miles. In the next moment, a blood-red sword light, spanning the primordial heavens and penetrating millions of miles, cleaved through the chaotic void. The vast earth crumbled, fissures spreading. The heavens and earth were suffused with a murderous aura. The blood-red sword light surged forward, shattering time and space. Everything before its brilliance was rendered into nothingness, descending upon Hong Jun in an instant. Luo Ho, stand aside. Hong Jun's expression changed drastically, and facing the sudden onslaught of the blood-red sword light, he roared, summoning a shattered, crack-riddled azure jade butterfly above his head. It was indeed the heavenly treasure, the creation jade disc. Already severely injured and weak, he found himself unable to resist Luo Ho's sudden, full-force strike. This scene mirrored when he had once trapped Luo Ho, who was enraged and emerging from Mount Shumi to rescue Huang Tian, using the laws of space. However, in the blink of an eye, the roles had reversed, with Luo Ho now seeking to thwart him. Yet, no matter how furious Hong Jun became, it was to no avail. With heavy injuries, he could only summon the Creation Jade Disc to withstand Luo Ho's onslaught. Luo Ho's attack was simply too overwhelming, and given Hong Jun's current state, he could not hope to defend against it with a casual effort. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Creation Jade Disc emitted wisps of clear light, enveloping everything in a serene calm. However, within those strands of clear light lay an infinite abundance of heavenly truths, profound and unfathomable. Yet in the silence, the blood-red sword light descending upon Hong Jun vanished completely in an instant, as if consumed and dissolved by mysterious and eerie force. Luo Ho, do you truly wish to stop me? Do you seek a life-and-death battle without regard for the consequences, neglecting to ponder too deeply? Hong Jun let out a furious roar as he surged into the chaotic void of the sky. The once indifferent and composed demeanor he had exhibited seemed to have vanished after enduring a series of relentless blows. Above, the boundless expanse shattered, and through the dark, turbulent void, a towering shadow wielding a blood-red sword became faintly discernible. This shadow, shrouded in demonic mist and the infinite chaos of the void, revealed only two blood-red eyes. Vast like stars, imbued with a terrifying malevolence, the voice of Luo Ho, cold and devoid of warmth, declared, "I am simply bored and have come to challenge you." Suddenly, he shifted his tone. "Consider the consequences. I defy the heavens and fear no one, but are you threatening me, instructing me on how to act? You, old Hong Jun, are you worthy?" With a thundering sound, Luo Ho raised his blood sword and unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Hong Jun. In an instant, countless blades were drawn. The overwhelming crimson sword aura coalesced into a sea of blood, submerging Hong Jun within, forcing him to continuously employ the Creation Jade Disc to dissolve the onslaught. "Luo Ho, this is not over between us," Hong Jun bellowed, his fury peaking. Luo Ho's words resonated in his mind, reminiscent of Huang Tian's taunt to Dijuan. Are you worthy? Did Luo Ho truly regard him as insignificant as Dijuan? To treat him as a fool, merely seeking a diversion in battle. Luo Ho's remarks dripped with boundless disdain and humiliation. Luo Ho cast a cold glance at him, filled with infinite contempt, ignoring Hong Jun's roar. He turned his attention to Huang Tian outside of Buzhou Mountain, suddenly letting out a low, mocking laugh. This individual concealed his true depths far beyond his expectations, surpassing the predictions of the entire Honghuang. Not only had he repeatedly thwarted Hong Jun's schemes, but he had also conveyed teachings throughout the Honghuang. Now, he exhibited a power that even he and Hong Jun could not comprehend, one that could threaten the innate treasures formed from the shards of the indestructible innate spiritual light. This was a feat that even chaotic demon gods like himself and Hong Jun could not achieve. The indestructible innate spiritual light emerged during the fragmentation of the Hongming at the dawn of chaos, manifesting as 9 strands of eternal light. After countless years of gestation, the mighty Pangu had claimed 3 of these strands, giving birth to the 3 great chaotic treasures, the Pangu Axe, the 36-grade Creation Azure Lotus, and the Creation Jade Disc. The remaining 6 strands have been shattered during Pangu's creation of the world, transforming into various innate spiritual treasures scattered throughout the Honghuang. Among them, the Zhao Yao banner was formed from one of the significant shards of indestructible light. The indestructible innate spiritual light was extraordinarily unique, immortal, and unyielding, possessing self-repairing capabilities. Treasures forged from these shards also bore such traits. Even though they, as quasi-saints, could shatter ordinary innate treasures, they could never harm the essence within, which would automatically repair itself over time. Let alone the innate treasures, even someone as formidable as himself could not inflict even the slightest damage. Yet now, the seemingly insignificant Huang Tian, at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, was capable of wielding a mysterious power that could forcibly influence the Zhao Yao banner. This spectacle astounded the entirety of Honghuang, including Luo Ho himself. What kind of power was this? Can you truly accomplish such a feat? Luo Ho mused, his eyes brimming with profound astonishment. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming curiosity towards Huang Tian, this seemingly weak yet unfathomably mysterious figure. Huang Tian appeared to him like a veil of mist, inscrutable and omniscient. Suddenly, the Zhao Yao banner quivered violently, a surge of power erupting like a torrent, radiating azure light. The ethereal figure of the blue phoenix spirit emitted a terrifying shriek. Huang Tian, I have granted you royal status. Yet you persist in your actions, Dijuan roared, his eyes bulging with fury, as he abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was intertwined with the Zhao Yao banner. In that moment, an overwhelming and exalted energy coursed through the banner into his body, as if the innate treasure was on the verge of having its essence stripped away. Silence engulfed the Honghuang. In that instant, they were witnessing a myth. The indestructibility of the innate treasures was about to be shattered. Come forth, Huang Tian bellowed, pouring the rolling Hongming purple qi into the Zhao Yao banner, causing it to tremble incessantly. The patterns representing the phoenix spirit began to manifest. Huang Tian, cease at once. You shall not harm the foundation of my demon race. At that moment, Fushi suddenly erupted with rage, soaring towards Huang Tian. Fushi's eyes were filled with blood, his entire body enveloped in the radiance of the Bagua, as he struck towards Huang Tian with the palm. He vowed to ally with the demon race, aiding them in achieving the pinnacle of Honghuang. His powers of divination were formidable. He understood the significance of the Zhao Yao banner to the demon race. Witnessing Huang Tian disregard Dijuan's conditions and insist on extracting the phoenix spirit, he could no longer contain his wrath. Huang Tian's gaze turned cold as he abruptly faced him, a boundless killing intent flickering in his eyes. Fushi, do you seek death? The icy malice in Huang Tian's voice resonated through the heavens. He knew of Fushi's blind loyalty to the demon race, yet he could not comprehend the extent of his foolishness. In the original trajectory of Honghuang, Fushi had poured his heart and soul into the demon race, sacrificing everything. With his divination abilities and the fact that the Saint Nuwa was his sister, he must have realized that the decline of the demon race was preordained by the heavens and the wills of the saints and Hong Jun. Yet he obstinately chose to defy fate, aiding the demon race in slaughtering the human race, forging the slaughter which soared, and incurring immense karmic retribution. Ultimately, he met his demise in the final battle between the witches and demons. Ironically, this fool, burdened with countless debts of blood against the human race, ascended to become the foremost sovereign of humanity with Nuwa's assistance. It was the greatest humiliation for the human race, the protagonists of the heavens, to see their enemy become the most revered and powerful figure among them. What a bitter irony! Thus, upon first encountering Fushi, Huang Tian had no fondness for him, yet did not harbor the desire to eliminate him. After all, this Fushi had not yet joined the demon race. However, Huang Tian could never have anticipated that at this moment, with the demon race in its infancy and Fushi not yet one of the 5 emperors of the demons, he would dare to take action against him for the sake of the demon race. Huang Tian released the Zhao Yao banner. Fushi roared, his eyes bloodshot, that a torrent of Bagua power erupted from him, his eyes swirling with the Bagua symbol, a tremendous display of might as he shouted, thrusting his palm towards Huang Tian. The heavens trembled, and the sky began to collapse. This moment, Fushi's power erupted entirely, fueled by his obsession with the demon race, pushing his strength to its limits, and he faintly broke through to the late stage of quasi-saint. With this, Fushi would only need a brief period of seclusion to advance to the late quasi-saint stage, becoming a dominant force in the vast expanse of Honghuang. Many existed at the mid-quasi-saint stage. Yet the number of those at the late quasi-saint stage was exceedingly rare. Fushi's outburst left countless beings in stunned silence, including the 365 demon gods in the sky, who temporarily ignored Dijuan and Dong Huang Taiyi's commands. They were astounded, utterly baffled by the sudden emergence of this fool. Indeed, at that moment, Fushi's image was indistinguishable from that of a fool in their eyes. Moreover, they were certain they did not recognize this individual. As he held no position within the demon race, why would he risk his life for them? Even though Fushi had now unleashed power nearing the late quasi-saint stage, far exceeding their capabilities, they could only shake their heads in disbelief. The might of Huang Tian was evident. Even Dijuan, at the pinnacle of the late quasi-saint stage and wielding the Zhao Yao banner and the He-Tu Luo Shu, had been sent flying with a single strike. Did this mid-quasi-saint dare to approach death, to seek death? How could he presume to obstruct me? Huang Tian let out a thunderous roar, confronting Fu Shi, who was advancing with boundless power of the Bagua. With one hand continuing to draw upon the spirit, his other hand suddenly surged to a staggering height of 1,000 zhong, crashing down with immense force. The spirit of the Phoenix was intrinsically linked to the fate and future of the Phoenix clan. At this moment, no matter who it was, they could not deter his resolve to extract the spirit of his kin. A resounding boom echoed as his colossal hand filled the heavens, flowing with torrents of divine fire and molten lava, pressing down upon the celestial dome with overwhelming might. The terrifying battle prowess that surpassed the quasi-saint realm was now fully unleashed. In the face of the towering flames, the seemingly unstoppable Bagua power was instantly extinguished. Following this, Huang Tian's hand reached down, grasping Fu Shi as if he were a mere insect. The bone-cracking sound echoed as Fu Shi's innate divine demonic body was gripped tightly. Blood, like a surging river, flowed down, staining the earth crimson, the metallic scent assaulting the nostrils of every living being present. All were left dumbfounded by such sheer power. With a single hand, Huang Tian had instantaneously subdued Fu Shi, who was at the mid-stage of the quasi-saint realm. This was no longer merely a being of the quasi-saint level. He had transcended to an entirely different echelon. Yet Huang Tian's revealed realm was still at the 11th level of the quasi-saint stage. Moreover, both Fu Shi and he were innate divine demons, birthed from the amalgamation of the bones of primordial demons and the essence of heaven and earth. How could their combat powers differ so vastly? Fu Shi's eyes were bloodshot, blood seeping from his mouth and nose due to Huang Tian's grip. Yet he roared defiantly, "Huang Tian, the Demon Emperor has already offered you the best conditions, allowing the Phoenix clan to become the royal family of the demon race. Why? Why must you extract the spirit of the Phoenix? You could easily harness the fortune of the demon race and lead the Phoenix clan to greatness. Why persist in such folly, forcing the demon race towards a dead end?" His face was drenched in blood, veins bulging as he looked at Huang Tian with madness and resentment. He was unwilling to accept this fate. After eons of solitary existence, enduring the oppression and disdain of the great clans, the emergence of the demon race had finally offered him a sense of belonging that he longed to assist the demon race in reaching the pinnacle of power. Yet, Huang Tian's actions were akin to undermining the very foundation and essence of the demon race. Fu Shi's hatred for Huang Tian was palpable. He wished he could devour him whole. His current state was akin to a man who had wandered in darkness for countless years, finally catching a glimpse of light, only for that light to be extinguished before him. An overwhelming sense of resentment filled his mind, directed solely at Huang Tian. In that moment, Fu Shi, this sudden manifestation of divine prowess, shook the very essence of countless beings. Di Jun gazed in astonishment at the blood-soaked Fu Shi, unable to comprehend why this unfamiliar figure held such an unwavering obsession and affection for the demon race. He even felt that Fu Shi's attachment to the demon race rivaled his own. However, as the sovereign of the demon race, it was his innate duty to protect it. Fu Shi, with a human head and serpent body, was in name a member of the demon race, yet he had not yet fully integrated into it. Even the 365 demon gods had been coerced into joining the demon race through overwhelming might and threats with the demon summoning flag, leaving them unwilling participants. Such a being was precisely what Di Jun sought. His eyes brightened, only to dim again almost instantly. Any being with a shred of intelligence could see that Fu Shi was finished, utterly defeated. This scattered immortal possessed no strength, no backing, and apart from his quasi-saint level, he had nothing to his name that he was accompanied by the boundless fortune of the demon race. But Huang Tian would still hesitate to strike him down. Yet, to eliminate Fu Shi was as effortless as flipping a hand. With the primordial world barely stirring at his demise, you think you have the right to point fingers at my actions? Huang Tian's voice was devoid of warmth, his hair cascading like the molten lava of a divine phoenix. Flames surging around him. In that moment, His murderous intent was unmistakably ignited. Though he could not comprehend Fu Shi's unwavering devotion to the demon race, it stirred a slight discomfort within him. Fu Shi, a master of the Bagua, possessed astonishing predictive abilities, second only to Hong Jun in the primordial realm. With the current situation swaying under Fu Shi's influence like a butterfly's wings, even Huang Tian found it difficult to predict the outcome. A being so blindly loyal to the demon race, with formidable calculating skills, instilled profound trepidation in Huang Tian, the AS for leading the Phoenix clan into the demon race to become a royal family alongside the Jinwu clan. Huang Tian had never considered it, setting aside whether Dong Huang, Tai, and Jun were worthy of such association with the Phoenix clan. The complex composition of the demon race, with its myriad beings, inevitably invited tremendous karmic repercussions, which he wished to avoid. Moreover, joining the demon race would mean the Phoenix clan was embroiled in the current chaotic turmoil of the primordial realm, exposing them to the world. For this reason alone, Huang Tian could never acquiesce. As he contemplated this, Huang Tian's eyes narrowed, a palpable aura of killing intent suffusing the atmosphere, darkening the heavens above. The strength in his hand intensified, causing Fu Shi's visage to contort further, blood surging as he seemed on the brink of being crushed. Stop! At that moment, a voice, laden with sorrow, reverberated through the heavens and earth. Niwa, with tear-filled eyes, swiftly ascended into the sky. Kneeling before Huang Tian this moment, she appeared to forget that she was a peak quasi-saint. In fact, Niwa had no intention of using her power to rescue Fu Shi. She understood deeply that even Fu Shi, who had 1 foot in the late quasi-saint stage, appeared as insignificant as an ant before Huang Tian. Her intervention would be futile, akin to striking a stone with an egg, and would only serve to further provoke Huang Tian's wrath and murderous intent. However, Fu Shi was her brother, born alongside her and with whom she had shared countless years. She could not bear to watch him perish without attempting to help. Moreover, at present, the cycle of life and death had yet to manifest in the world. With Fu Shi's level, if he died, there would be no chance of resurrection. Huang Tian Daozun, I beseech you, Niwa implored, her eyes glistening with tears. For the sake of our past ties, I ask you to spare my brother this once. Although Huang Tian had treated her well before, even allowing her to visit the Phoenix clan at any time, leading her to entertain unbidden thoughts, Niwa was not foolish enough to believe that such sentiments could sway a sovereign. A tyrant, a figure of immense power like Huang Tian in matters of great consequence. Anyone who reached the pinnacle possessed a mind harder than divine stone. Once they had made up their minds, it was nearly impossible to sway them. Thus, Niwa could only rely on their previous bond, hoping to persuade Huang Tian to spare Fu Shi. Huang Tian's expression remained cold, as if he were entirely unmoved. Seemingly oblivious to Niwa's desperate pleas, the strength in his hand continued to intensify as torrents of molten lava cascaded down, submerging Fu Shi within. An "oh" sound escaped Fu Shi. It was as if he'd been crushed in Huang Tian's grip. The summoning of demons was vital to the Phoenix clan. He could not permit even the slightest mishap to occur. Regarding that minuscule bond of karma, what was the consequence of a mere scattered cultivator worth? The karma of the dead, did it even hold significance? Karma was built upon the foundation of strength. Huang Tian Daozun, I implore you, Niwa pleaded, her voice trembling, that I will pay any price to spare my brother. Tears brimmed in her eyes as a peak quasi-saint now appeared as a frail woman, beseeching Huang Tian. And one would anticipate that this very woman would become the revered mother of humanity in later generations, enjoying boundless fortune for her people, and ultimately one of the 6 saints. Any conditions? Huang Tian's icy voice suddenly resonated. Slowly turning to gaze at Niwa, his eyes blazing like torches, he scrutinized the kneeling figure before him, her eyes reflecting a profound fear of him. Flames flickered within his gaze, the red light blinding, meeting Niwa's beautiful eyes, seemingly capable of piercing through her very soul. If I spare your brother, will you agree to any condition? Do not speak of karma to me. In the presence of the strong, the weak have no karma, and the dead shall have none. Do you understand? The voice of the Phoenix heaven resounded with grandeur. piercing the depths of Nuwa's heart, reverberating through the heavens, directly striking her innermost being. The weak are unworthy to discuss causality with the strong. The strong repay causality only when it is advantageous or when the other holds some value. Fuxi, in his arrogance, intervened in the conflict between the Phoenix clan and the demon tribe as an unanchored cultivator. I could see that moment. He was but a mere shadow, lesser than an ant. Weakling, gazing into the blazing eyes of Phoenix heaven. Nuwa was rendered utterly dazed, staring blankly as the words echoed in her mind. Indeed, she and Fuxi were but weaklings in the face of the mighty Phoenix clan and the hidden powers that lurked within. They were less than ants, mere pawns to be exploited. Without any utilitarian value, they were unworthy to discuss causality, and Fuxi, devoid of any value to Phoenix heaven, naturally had no right to speak of such matters. In that instant, an unprecedented longing surged within Nuwa to become a formidable being, yearning for the day when she could converse with Phoenix heaven on equal terms, rather than kneeling before him. Subjected to his condescending gaze that, "I am willing to pay any price, as long as you, Phoenix heaven, release my brother," she declared, her expression gradually solidifying with determination. Having coexisted with Fuxi for eons, she understood his thoughts and intentions all too well. She realized that even if she sacrificed everything to save him, Fuxi would never oppose the demon tribe for her sake. Yet he was her only kin, and Nuwa could not bear to witness his demise. "Have you comprehended the laws of creation?" Phoenix heaven suddenly shifted his tone, fixing his gaze upon Nuwa. The human race was fashioned by Nuwa utilizing the laws of creation that I in the primordial world. She was the sole entity to grasp these laws. The path of creation was one of the 10 supreme principles amidst chaos. Even Hong Jun, who possessed the jade disk of creation, had not comprehended these laws. However, under his influence, the primordial world had undergone drastic changes. If Nuwa had not yet grasped the laws of creation, she would hold no utilitarian value to him. "Yes," Nuwa replied slowly after a moment of daze. Nodding with caution, the fact that she had grasped the laws of creation was her deepest secret, one she dared not share even with Fuxi. After her accidental comprehension of these laws, she had refrained from engaging in combat. Fearful of exposing her secret, the 10 supreme laws bore an illustrious reputation, and Nuwa feared that revealing this truth could jeopardize the stable lives she and Fuxi led. Thus, she had kept silent. As her words echoed, the entire primordial realm fell into a sudden stillness. The laws of creation, above Mount Yujing. Luo Ho's eyes widened in astonishment, her demonic aura thrumming violently around her. Nuwa had actually comprehended one of the 10 supreme laws of creation. Having witnessed the transformations of the primordial world since its inception, she knew that despite the numerous innate deities and demons of exceptional talent and profound roots, none had managed to comprehend any of the 10 supreme laws. Yet, in an instant, Luo Ho's composure began to stabilize. "It's merely the laws of creation," she mused, "the mere mid-stage quasi-saint, no matter how gifted, is not worth my attention." What piqued her curiosity was how Phoenix heaven had discerned Nuwa's possession of the laws of creation. These 10 supreme laws were shrouded in mystery. Unless the possessor actively manifested them, no great power could perceive them. Even she and the chaos deities possessing the jade disk of creation, who constantly monitored the movements of the primordial realm, had failed to notice. "What a mysterious fellow you are. My curiosity about you grows," Luo Ho murmured, her crimson eyes fixated on Phoenix heaven, a faint smile playing at her lips, based on her understanding of him. He was undoubtedly a ruthless character, one who would not act without gain. Bold and unyielding, he had dared to scheme against both her and Hong Jun. Thus, there was little he would shy away from. If there were not immense benefits at stake, this ambitious sovereign would never relinquish his intent to eliminate Fuxi, a being who dared provoke him and harbored jealousy and resentment. "Very well, you shall serve as my maid." Standing guard at the Phoenix heavenly palace in place of the other branch rulers of the Phoenix clan, Phoenix heaven said with a slight smirk. The comprehension of the laws of creation signified that, even with his single butterfly's wings stirring the winds, the primordial realm's trajectory remained unchanged. Nuwa would still be the holy mother of a human race. First, he would secure her under his control, and then he would strategize for future advantages that in Phoenix Heaven's mind. The significance of the human race in the forthcoming primordial era rivaled that of the jade disk of creation held by Hong Jun. Moreover, he harbored an immense obsession and karmic connection with humanity. Unless he repaid this karmic debt, he could never attain the path to sanctity. Indeed, Nuwa shall henceforth be the gatekeeper made of Phoenix Heaven, she said with a shadowed expression, a bitter smile gracing her lips as she slowly rose. You, Phoenix Heaven, are truly something else, in the distant sky. Huang Tian's breath caught upon hearing this, for she understood that Phoenix Heaven's acceptance of Nuwa as a maid held profound implications, though she could not decipher them. However, she could not fail to notice that Nuwa would be guarding the gates of the Phoenix Heavenly Palace in place of the other branch rulers, whom she had strategically placed there to ensure Phoenix Heaven's legacy through the royal bloodline of the Phoenix clan. Phoenix Heaven, just you wait. I shall subdue you and make you obediently call me elder sister, producing royal offspring with other phoenixes. Huang Tian seethed inwardly, steeling her resolve to continue her cultivation. You may now return to the Phoenix clan. This is not where you belong. Phoenix Heaven's expression turned cold as he gazed at the ailing Fushi. Fushi, you are foolish yet fortunate to have a good sister to aid you. However, while your death penalty may be averted, your living punishment cannot be escaped. With that, purple light erupted from Phoenix Heaven's hand, merging into Fushi's being. In that fleeting moment, the once feeble Fushi suddenly opened his eyes wide in fury, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. Phoenix Heaven, no! My Bagua path! Yet his cries elicited no reaction from Phoenix Heaven, whose hand continued to release threads of primordial purple energy. While drawing forth the spirit of the Phoenix, he simultaneously extracted Fushi's understanding of the Bagua path. Primordial purple energy was of the utmost rarity, transcending the chaos realm. It could even draw the essence from innate treasures formed from indestructible spiritual light. How much more so for the mere mid-stage quasi-Saint Fushi, who was barely on the cusp of advancement. However, the primordial purple energy within him had only transformed once through the primordial spiritual light, rendering it exceedingly thin. Extracting the spirit of the Phoenix alone required considerable effort. Extracting Fushi's Bagua path simultaneously was an arduous task. Nevertheless, Phoenix Heaven could not tolerate the presence of the Bagua path within Fushi. The demon tribe and the Phoenix clan had become irrevocably opposed, and Fushi's blind loyalty to the demon tribe bordered on madness. As he willingly offered his life for them, Fushi's power of divination was already formidable. And with the Bagua path, should he later acquire the river map and the Luo book from Dijun, his divination prowess would likely rival that of Saint. The threat he posed to the Phoenix clan was simply too great. With a determined grit of his teeth, Phoenix Heaven began to channel his magical energy, infusing the condensed strands of his Xianhuang merit energy into the primordial spiritual light to exchange for the flow of primordial purple energy. The pain in his heart was immense. The acquisition of Xianhuang merit energy had come at a tremendous cost, fraught with peril. Yet, to deal with this insignificant Fushi, he was compelled to expend his precious primordial purple energy. The Xianhuang merit energy merged into the primordial spiritual light. His essence entered the light, transforming his primordial purple energy, while simultaneously engendering a fundamental metamorphosis of his being, akin to a rebirth through nirvana. Although this conversion of primordial purple energy was exceedingly valuable, its effect on him was minimal. Phoenix Heaven, I, Fushi, shall not share the heavens with you. As the resplendent purple radiance surged forth from the hand of Huang Tian, it continuously flowed into the body of Fushi, prompting him to emit a spine-chilling howl that reverberated through the heavens. The notion that occupied the mind of the ancient deities observing this scene was that this individual was exceptionally ruthless. To sever the path of another is akin to slaying their parents. Huang Tian, however, mercilessly extracted the laws comprehended by Fushi, demonstrating an unyielding heart and ruthless methods. Splendidly executed. Precisely so. Luo Ho laughed heartily, wielding his blood sword and relentlessly striking down with crimson sword light into the abyss, engulfing Hong Jun within it. The chaotic sword gleams, though disordered, were immensely powerful, unable to slay Hong Jun, yet effectively restraining his movements. Huang Tian's tactics were entirely to her liking. should Fushi provoke her thus. Had it been Luo Ho, he would not have hesitated to deliver a fatal blow. Even with Nu Hua as pleas, if Huang Tian were to simply allow Fushi, who was on the brink of reaching the late quasi-saint realm, to go unscathed, she would regard Huang Tian with disdain. Such a feeble individual was unworthy of collaboration, nor did they deserve to lead the Phoenix clan in this perilous and tumultuous primordial world. They resolved never to provoke this being again. The ancient powers of myriad races in the primordial realm shuddered, muttering to themselves. Huang Tian's actions inadvertently left an indelible mark on the myriad ancient races. The once mysterious ruler of the Phoenix clan, Huang Tian, now instilled a sense of dread akin to that of the demonic sects of the western primordial realm. Fushi's anguished cries echoed across the primordial heavens, instilling a profound sense of horror. Yet he remained merely a mid-quasi-saint, far inferior to the Xiaoyao banner. After a brief moment, a diminutive Bagua diagram emerged from his forehead, soaring into Huang Tian's grasp. In that instant, as Fushi's realm was stripped away from the path of the Bagua, he plummeted from the cusp of the late quasi-saint stage to the 5th level of quasi-saint. Moreover, should he fail to regain comprehension of the Bagua path or other methods, he would remain forever stagnant, unable to advance even a fraction. Devoid of a method, he was akin to the Sanqing, possessing the lowest combat prowess among his peers. This time, you have Nu Hua advocating for you. Next time, you shall not be so fortunate. Huang Tian's voice was frigid, and after extracting the Bagua path, he cast Fushi aside with the indifference of discarding refuse. He then turned to Nu Hua, who stood in a daze, her brow furrowed, her tone icy as she inquired, "Do you have any objections to my actions?" Nu Hua's eyes were red-rimmed, yet she seemed to awaken from a dream. Shaking her head frantically, disregarding Fushi, who had been discarded like refuse, and flew towards the direction of the Phoenix clan. She comprehended Huang Tian's intent as a weakling. She was unworthy of a voice. Her decision to spare Fushi's life stemmed solely from her understanding of the Tao of creation, which rendered her of use to Huang Tian. Yet, the weak must not negotiate terms with Huang Tian. It was permissible to spare Fushi, but the manner of doing so was at Huang Tian's discretion. Huang Tian cast a fleeting glance at Nu Hua as she departed towards the Phoenix clan, shifting his focus back to the Xiaoyao banner. This moment, Nu Hua was not deserving of his attention. This was no longer the primordial realm of old. Hong Jun had not slain Luo Ho, nor had he attained the sanctification to teach the world. It was impossible for Nu Hua, at the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, to manifest the Tao of creation under the auspices of the primordial purple chi and the heavenly path. At his current level, he remained uncertain of the realm Nu Hua would need to cultivate or the opportunities she would require to create humanity. As the azure radiance of the Xiaoyao banner reached its zenith, it began to dim gradually. The ethereal silhouette of the azure phoenix traversing the heavens shrank as well, clearly, without a master to urge it on. The Xiaoyao banner's autonomous resurgence had reached its limit. The azure banner was adorned with a pattern representing the spirit of the phoenix, gradually solidifying into substance, flowing like water towards Huang Tian's outstretched hand. At that moment, the already grievously wounded Dijuan, connected to the Xiaoyao banner, spewed forth another mouthful of golden blood. His visage twisted in agony as he bellowed, "Huang Tian, do you truly intend to pursue an unending vendetta against my demon clan?" Our demon clan encompasses all beings under heaven and earth, being the rightful heirs of the primordial realm. The heavenly path has decreed us as the sovereigns of the primordial, and opposing us will yield dire consequences. Think carefully. Severely injured, Dijuan recognized that with his current strength, he could no longer thwart Huang Tian and resorted to a fierce threat. Opposing my demon clan will yield no favorable outcome. Becoming part of my demon royal lineage is the Phoenix clan's greatest avenue. Dijuan's roar reverberated through the heavens, his eyes bloodshot, akin to a wild beast. "Huang Tian, should you dare to encroach upon the foundation of my demon clan, I, Dong Huang Tai Yi, vow, in the name of the Demon Emperor, as the sovereign of the primordial realm, to pursue a relentless vendetta against you." Dong Huang Tai Yi's roar echoed, yet he was utterly suppressed and unable to move. "Threatening me. You are unworthy." Huang Tian regarded them with a cold glance, a smirk curling upon his lips, filled with disdain. His actions remained unimpeded as he continued to draw forth the spirit of the Phoenix, were it not for the hidden old entities such as Hong Jun and Yang Mei. The depths of the primordial waters were far too profound. With the current strength of the Phoenix clan, annihilating the demon clan would be but a mere gesture. Furthermore, even if the demon clan possessed boundless fortune, encompassing all beings with nearly limitless potential for growth, would he truly ha? Sure, Huang speaks wisely. You demon clan are unworthy of being the destined sovereigns of the primordial realm. At that moment, a thunderous laughter akin to divine thunder reverberated through the heavens, shaking the earth. The next instant, the ground quaked. An overwhelming shadow enveloped the region. 12 terrifying pairs of eyes, brimming with chaotic malevolence, shattered space as they gazed in this direction. In that instant, it felt as if the world were coming to an end. An inexhaustible malevolence submerged the area, as if 12 ancient mythological beasts had awakened, instilling terror throughout the primordial realm. The earth trembled as 12 towering giants, each reaching heights that pierced the heavens, emerged from millions of miles away. Each was reminiscent of legendary demonic peaks, towering billions of zhong. Their bodies, as if forged of steel, bore visible patterns, resembling mountain ranges sprawling across their forms, evoking a profound sense of fear. The 12 ancestors of the Wu clan. Huang Tian furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself. The emergence of the Wu clan further complicated an already chaotic situation. Under his gaze, the 12 ancestors of the Wu were all evident quasi-saints at the peak of their realm. After all, the 12 ancestors of the Wu were born of Pangu's essence, their bodies forged from chaotic malevolence, naturally powerful beyond measure. Moreover, as the Wu clan primarily cultivated the physical form and did not pursue the heavenly path. Unlike the Sanqing, who had long been covertly restricted by Hong Jun, they had yet to comprehend their own Tao. Thus, reaching the peak of the quasi-saint realm was to be expected. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai achieving the quasi-saint peak was likely due to Hong Jun's leniency. In accordance with the original trajectory of the primordial realm, during the great calamity of the demonic sect, just as Hong Jun was about to achieve enlightenment, he would release his constraints on the Sanqing and impart the teachings of Taoism to them, enabling their realms to leap forward dramatically. The Wu clan, friend or foe? Huang Tian pondered silently, feeling perplexed, daring not to delay further. He directly infused the Xian Huang merit energy into the Hongmeng spiritual light, transforming it into an endless stream of Hongmeng purple qi, hastening the extraction of the Phoenix spirit. In an instant, the Xiaoyao banner resonated once more, shaking the heavens and earth, its azure lights surging. Yet this scene resembled the final struggle of the Xiaoyao banner, a momentary flashback. Pooh. Dijun suddenly coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood. His expression twisted in utmost agony. He realized he could no longer impede Huang Tian's actions. This individual was resolute in his intent to escape the Xiaoyao banner's control. 12 ancestors of the Wu. I know it is you. The Hongmeng Taoist has instructed you to ally with my Wu clan to confront Huang Tian. Where have you been? Hurry! Huang Tian is about to extract the spirit of the Phoenix, severing the foundation of our demon tribe. You must join forces with me to thwart him. Dijun's expression was twisted in rage. Yet at that moment, he was filled with an overwhelming excitement. With 12 quasi-saint level beings, along with himself and Dong Huang, as well as the He Tu and Luo Shu and the Chaos Bell, they were more than capable of battling Huang Tian. Hongmeng Dao Run. Upon hearing this, Huang Tian's brow furrowed instantly. Throughout the vast expanse of Hong Huang, there had never existed a figure of such formidable power as Hongmeng Dao Run. To be referred to in such a manner by a sovereign like Dijun, this entity must be at least of the sub-saint caliber. It seemed evident that this Hongmeng Dao Run was closely tied to Hong Jun, and it was highly probable that he was indeed his incarnation, employed to incite conflict between the demon and witch tribes. The premature emergence of these tribes was undoubtedly a result of his machinations. Moreover, from Dijun's words, it was clear that this Hongmeng Dao Run had instigated both tribes to regard the Phoenix clan as their greatest adversary, even uniting them to suppress the Phoenix. Hong Jun, You truly hold me and the Phoenix clan in high regard, to the extent of colluding with the naturally antagonistic Witch tribe against me." Huang Tian murmured to himself, almost immediately concluding that this Hong Meng Dao Ren mentioned by Di Jun must undoubtedly be Hong Jun, or at the very least, closely associated with him. The timing was too uncanny. He had just begun to preach and enlighten Hong Huang, and the demon and Witch tribes simultaneously emerged under the guidance of Hong Meng Dao Run, promptly directing their hostility towards him. The one bearing the brunt of losses in the enlightenment of Hong Huang was none other than Hong Jun, if he had no hand in this. Huang Tian would willingly sever his own head to serve as a ball in the original trajectory of Hong Huang. Upon their emergence, the demon and Witch tribes were inherently at odds, battling for supremacy. Embroiled in endless conflict, the demon tribe encompassed all beings of heaven and earth, basking in boundless fortune, believing themselves to be the true heirs of Hong Huang, the supreme rulers of the cosmos. Conversely, the Witch tribe, being the sole bloodline descendants of Pangu, enjoyed the vast legacy and fortune bestowed by Pangu, claiming to be the rightful heirs of Pangu, asserting that Hong Huang ought to belong to them. Thus, the two tribes were naturally incompatible, locked in perpetual strife, accruing endless karma and consequences, ultimately exhausting their fortunes, leading to the descent of great calamities from the heavenly Tao, coupled with the schemes of the Six Saints and Hong Jun. This culminated in the cataclysmic war between the witches and demons, forcing both tribes out of the central stage of Hong Huang, leading to their decline. Yet in this era, the witch and demon tribes had emerged prematurely. With signs of an alliance against the Phoenix clan, they must not be allowed to unite. Otherwise, the Phoenix clan would truly be caught in a perilous situation, besieged from all sides, that a strategy must be devised to incite conflict between them. At the very least, the Witch tribe must not regard the Phoenix clan as their primary enemy. Huang Tian whispered to himself, diligently contemplating the personalities of the 12 ancestor witches, seeking a method to break the deadlock. Simultaneously, he steeled himself, suppressing the searing pain within, and directly siphoned off a portion of the profound merit energy, infusing it into the Hong Meng spiritual light, transforming it into the Hong Meng purple energy. Boom! In the next moment, dense Hong Meng purple energy surged forth from Huang Tian's hand like a tidal wave, overwhelming the summoning banner. In that instant, the previously roaring Di Jun's face turned as pale as gold leaf, for he had completely lost his connection with the summoning banner. An unprecedented sense of crisis engulfed him. "Huang Tian, stop this at once!" Di Jun bellowed, his black hair swirling wildly, golden light cascading like a torrent. His towering figure exuded an aura of terrifying oppression. Moreover, he began to burn his own essence once more, the blood of the golden crow igniting fiercely, divine radiance blinding, crashing down upon Huang Tian like a blazing sun. The 12 ancestor witches attacked together. Di Jun's roar reverberated through the heavens and earth, a blazing sunlight comet seemingly descending from the outer cosmos, vanishing in an instant. Come forth. At that moment, Huang Tian narrowed his eyes. Exuding a chilling, killing intent, he did not even glance at the incoming Di Jun, nor could he afford to pay attention to the movements of the 12 ancestor witches. Instead, he let out a furious roar, his body flowing with divine phoenix lava, flames raging, as his purple energy hand lunged into the summoning banner, yanking with tremendous force. A resounding phoenix cry echoed, shaking the very heavens that a colossal and boundless spirit of the phoenix, spanning the skies, was directly extracted from the summoning banner by Huang Tian's mighty hand. The pattern representing the spirit of the Phoenix clan upon the summoning banner vanished eternally. A profound silence enveloped all of Hong Huang, as every formidable being stood in stunned disbelief at this spectacle. Huang Tian had truly achieved the impossible. For the first time in ancient history, he had influenced a congenital treasure, forcibly extracting the comprehension of laws from other formidable beings. Above the firmament, the expressions of the 365 demon gods darkened collectively, their thoughts inscrutable. Their greatest trepidation had always been the spirits belonging to their tribes within the summoning banner. Now that Huang Tian could extract the spirit of the phoenix, did this not imply that they too might have a chance? If such an opportunity existed, who would wish to be subservient to another? Ha ha, Hong Jun, I am wearied. I shall return to confront you another day. Luo Ho laughed heartily as he witnessed Huang Tian finally extract the spirit of the phoenix, stepping into the rift of space. The demon tribe was likewise a significant concern for the demonic sect at this juncture. However, the demon tribe had forcibly coalesced through the summoning banner, with the spirits of myriad tribes now at risk of extraction from the summoning banner. It was inevitable that the demon tribe would descend into internal discord, their hearts unsettled, at the very least. Dijun and Dong Huang Taiyi's control over the demon tribe could no longer be as strong as it once was. The reason she intervened to limit Hong Jun was also for her own benefit. That a demon tribe fully integrated under Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, it was something Luo Ho did not wish to see. Yet, as she was unable to impose restrictions, now that Huang Tian had accomplished this, Luo Ho naturally did not mind lending a hand. Hong Jun, I am far from finished with you, Hong Jun roared, dragging his severely injured form as he finally extricated himself. Upon noticing the spirit of the phoenix being held aloft by Huang Tian, he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. His carefully laid plans had crumbled once again. Had Dijun not emerged to establish the demon tribe, he could have secretly siphoned a portion of the Phoenix clan's fortune with the summoning banner, stalling Huang Tian's progress. However, now, under his instigation, the demon tribe had emerged prematurely. Hong Jun had intended for the demon tribe to siphon the majority of the Phoenix clan's fortune, leading to their decline. Yet, who could have anticipated that not only did his plans fail to materialize, but they inadvertently granted Huang Tian the opportunity to break free from this singular constraint? It could be said that this monumental benefit had been forcibly thrust into Huang Tian's hands by Hong Jun. How could Hong Jun not be enraged? How could he not be furious? He felt as though a breath of pent-up frustration was lodged in his chest with no outlet for release, causing his face to flush a deep crimson. Huang Tian. As Hong Jun gasped for breath, he cast a venomous glare towards Huang Tian, his eyes brimming with malice. Yet at this moment, the spirit of the phoenix had already been extracted by Huang Tian. His reappearance would serve no purpose but to expose himself, placing Huang Tian and the phoenix tribe in opposition. Above the ethereal peaks of Buzhou Mountain, the melodious cries of the phoenix echoed, spiraling through the air. The instant the phoenix spirit was drawn forth, it split into two, one representing Feng and the other Huang. They entwined in a graceful dance, their calls resonating through heaven and earth. Subsequently, they surged into the bodies of Feng Tian and Huang Tian. Merging with them in that fleeting moment, Feng Tian closed her eyes tightly. The heavens quaked, flames surged, and boundless auspicious signs manifested. Subtly, a profound sense of nobility and supremacy radiated from her already exquisite visage, as if she had attained a state of absolute perfection. The moment the Huang spirit entered Huang Tian's being, he felt an unmistakable clarity within his spiritual realm, as if the lingering dust that had clouded his essence since birth had been swept away. His control over the power within his body became remarkably precise. Every feather, every inch of skin was mastered to its utmost limit, capable of unleashing formidable lethality in an instant. Huang Tian understood that this was indeed the effect of the phoenix spirit's extraction. The demon race, encompassing myriad spirits, would have a strand of their essence drawn forth at the very moment of their creation, merging into the summoning banner, though it bore little significant impact on the myriad beings. It nonetheless presented a minor obstacle to all tribes that it is known that the higher the realm, the purer and more flawless the body, every ounce of strength maximized to its fullest potential. Often, even the slightest disparity in power could dictate life and death. To possess the phoenix spirit meant that they would be utterly liberated within the realms, no longer shackled by any entity. Most importantly, the demon race would no longer be able to influence the fortunes of the phoenix tribe. That a smirk graced Huang Tian's lips, revealing a glimmer of satisfaction. From this day forth, the phoenix tribe would be utterly dissociated from the term demon, transcending completely. In contrast to the teachings of the primordial chaos, Huang Tian cherished this grand gift bestowed by Hong Jun even more. Were it not for the voluntary offerings of Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, given the immense fortune that the demon race inherently possessed, he would hardly dare to act against these two formidable beings. Moreover, the sun star, being the foremost of all celestial bodies, the progenitor of myriad stars, transformed from Pangu, bore the essence of the primordial world's will. Standing supreme above all as long as Dijuan and Dong Wangtai remained in their birthplace, neither he nor Hong Jun would dare to engage in conflict there. Hong Jun, I truly owe you my gratitude. Just then, the blazing sun, manifested from Dijuan, finally arrived above Huang Tian, a terrifying pressure, accompanied by boundless flames and Dijuan's furious roar, descended with a mighty crash. The entire sky was painted a golden crimson, resembling a sea of fire. Simultaneously, the 12 ancestors of sorcery arrived, their overwhelming malice engulfing the surrounding millions of miles like a tempest. Dong Huang Tai, since Huang Tian merging with the Phoenix spirit, he momentarily escaped the suppression of the Phoenix heavenly palace. Shi Huang, among the 12 ancestors, the foremost figure, the ancestor of space, Dijiang spoke, his gaze fixed intently on Huang Tian. Dijiang ancestor. The flames ignited in Huang Tian's eyes, her gaze blazing like a torch as she met Dijiang's stare. Without glancing at the blazing sun above, she bellowed in fury, her entire being erupting with violet radiance as she unleashed a powerful punch towards the heavens. Boom! In an instant, a colossal golden-red fist, spanning millions of feet, surged forth. The blazing sun was obliterated in an explosive clash. Boundless solar flames spread in all directions, igniting the very fabric of existence. At the center of this inferno, Dijuan emerged. His complexion pale, blood spewing forth as he was forced back hundreds of thousands of miles before barely stabilizing his form. Brother, are you all right? Dong Huang Tai roared, hastening to support Dijuan. I'm fine, Dijuan stammered. Glaring furiously at the 12 ancestors, his voice booming. Why are you not taking action? Just moments ago, the 12 ancestors have been a mere 10 million miles away. With their colossal forms, they could have reached him in an instant, uniting to halt Huang Tian's extraction of the Phoenix spirit. Yet the 12 ancestors appeared to disregard his furious outcry, moving at a languid pace, as if deliberately waiting for Huang Tian to complete her extraction before arriving. Dijuan, are you foolish? At this moment, among the 12 ancestors, the ancestor of fire, known for his fiery temper, spoke up that it was none other than the renowned deity, Zhu Rong. His voice thundered, his starry eyes radiating an aura of dread. As flames billowed from his nostrils, our witch tribe, the true lineage of Pangu, needs a little demon like you to instruct us. What benefit do we gain from saving you? As Zhu Rong finished, the other 10 ancestors erupted into laughter, their voices booming like thunder, shaking the very stars and causing celestial bodies to fall. The overwhelming malice cascaded from their forms like a waterfall, creating a frightful spectacle. Every word and action caused the mountains to crumble and the stars to descend, a sight almost unimaginable, revealing the sheer terror of their physical might. Witch tribe. Mocked in such a manner, Dijuan's fury surged. Yet he found no outlet for his rage, ultimately spitting forth a mouthful of golden blood. Brother, Dong Huang Tai, consumed by rage, supported Dijuan, glaring at the 12 ancestors and Huang Tian, roaring, You shall pay for this? I, Dong Huang Tai, vow to never let you escape unscathed. With that, he aided Dijuan and transformed into a golden rainbow, soaring towards the 33 heavens. The 365 demon gods pondered for a moment, glancing at Huang Tian before following suit to ascend the 33 heavens. After all, the summoning banner had automatically returned to Dijuan the instant Huang Tian extracted the Phoenix spirit. Until their tribal spirit was drawn out, they could not sever ties with the demon race. Yet, it was evident that the 365 demon gods were harboring discontent. The demon race's heart was already unsteady, facing the threat of fragmentation. Shi Huang, when will the Phoenix tribe contend for supremacy in the primordial chaos? Among the 12 ancestors, only Dijiang remained silent, his gaze locked with Huang Tian's for a long while before he finally spoke, his voice reverberating. The Phoenix tribe shall not engage in the struggles of the primordial chaos for 1 billion years. Huang Tian, too, smirked, suppressing her voice with the primordial purple energy, conveying her words into Dijiang's as expected. Dijiang was indeed the sole one among the 12 ancestors with a semblance of intellect. in the legends of the primordial chaos. Each of the 12 ancestors was known for their fiery tempers, possessing brawn but lacking brains. Yet, could those devoid of intellect truly lead the witch tribe to prominence in the primordial chaos? The Phoenix clan emerged during the twilight of the age of gods and demons, a period marked by the rampant presence of innate deities and demons throughout the cosmos that in his recollections. Huang Tian led the Phoenix clan through innumerable tribulations before ascending to the dominant position during the Great Cataclysm of Dragon-Han. Although the witch clan's rise was comparatively gradual, they too flourished during the mid-era of the ferocious beasts. In an epoch where these beasts roared and tread upon the stars, a single misstep could lead to utter annihilation. The ferocious beast lineage was notoriously brutal and merciless, wielding formidable strength. Countless powerful clans fell victim to the terror of these beasts, who devoured them without hesitation as a consequence of their overwhelming might. The ferocious beast clan accumulated boundless karma and enmity. Ultimately, they did not merely provoke the heavenly laws to unleash calamities upon them, but also attracted the primordial will of the wilderness to manifest. With the backing of the heavenly laws and the primordial will, figures such as Hong Jun, Luoho, and various other chaotic demonic entities sealed the ferocious beasts deep within the void of chaos, establishing the primordial will in the process. Thus, the once dominant ferocious beast clan faded into obscurity. Moreover, at that time, the nascent witch clan was remarkably insignificant. Had the witch clan truly been as reckless and tyrannical, they would have faced complete extermination at the hands of the ferocious beasts. The savage, ferocious beasts showed no concern for the fortunes of any clan, nor the karma they would incite. If the witch clan had been foolish, their demise would have been inevitable. Unlike the monster clan, which encompassed myriad tribes, Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, could rely on the formidable power of the Sun Star to stealthily cultivate their strength. The witch clan, however, was rooted within the vast expanse of the wilderness. The very reason they had refrained from intervening on behalf of Dijun was likely due to Dijong's admonition. Otherwise, with the intellect of the 11 ancestral witches, including Zhu Rong, Zhu Jiuyin, and Ho Tu, they would have undoubtedly discerned Hong Jun's schemes. This led to the recent incident where Zhu Rong's voice resonated, causing Dijun to cough up blood and fury. From Dijong's words, he could faintly perceive that Dijong was exceedingly proud, that he believed himself to be of profound lineage, a descendant of Pangu's bloodline. Convinced that the witch clan was destined to govern the wilderness. Meanwhile, he regarded the Phoenix clan as a retreating force. Dijong had not been deceived by Hong Jun, but rather considered the monster clan to be their greatest adversary. The monster clan, encompassing all beings of heaven and earth, could be deemed the sovereign of the wilderness, possessing boundless fortunes. Thus, the moment Dijun spoke, he persuaded the other 11 ancestral witches to remain passive observers. This strategy would not only weaken the monster clan's power, but also incite Dijun and Dong Huang Tai to harbor intense hatred towards Huang Tian. An advantageous scheme indeed. Indeed, Dijong intoned solemnly, his star-like eyes narrowing slightly as chaotic malevolence surged forth, distorting the very fabric of space. His initial intention was to lead the witch clan into prominence following the calamity of the demonic cult. Even though he displayed utmost courtesy towards the enigmatic Hongmeng Taoist, his pride prevented him from genuinely believing in such a figure. He doubted the existence of this so-called recluse who, out of gratitude for Pangu's past kindness, would wholeheartedly devise plans for the witch clan's benefit. Naturally, Dijong would outwardly comply with matters that serve his interests. Yet, as it stood, the monster clan was the Phoenix clan's most formidable foe. Why, then, would he assist the monster clan in their endeavors against the Phoenix clan, thus provoking Huang Tian, the reigning sovereign who had led the Phoenix clan into seclusion? However, when the Phoenix clan retreated, they retained their complete strength. Coupled with the formidable powers exhibited by Huang Tian and Feng Tian, this indeed instilled a sense of trepidation within him, prompting his earlier inquiry regarding the Phoenix clan's ascendance in the wilderness. As for Huang Tian's grandiose proclamations of leading the Phoenix clan into seclusion for the sake of the wilderness, Dijong shared the same skepticism as the incarnations of the primordial dragon and the Tian Yangqilan. Such fabrications were only credible to fools, that the tyrant who had traversed mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, proclaiming to lead the Phoenix clan into seclusion for the greater good of the wilderness, was clearly a tale meant to deceive the gullible. Both Di Jiang and Huang Tian, as the supreme authorities of their respective clans, would not be swayed by such rhetoric. That Di Jiang believed that Huang Tian's withdrawal from the wilderness was undoubtedly motivated by some ulterior motive. Yet, the precise nature of this motive eluded him, which is why he had inquired about the Phoenix clan's dominance in the wilderness. After all, the wilderness was rich in resources and treasures, as long as the Phoenix clan remained inactive. The Witch clan would temporarily have no conflicting interests. The Monster clan remained the Witch clan's greatest enemy. Furthermore, even in the absence of the Phoenix clan, the Monster clan would undoubtedly target them. Provided that the Phoenix and Witch clans did not engage in direct conflict over interests, Di Jiang was willing to eliminate the Monster clan first, allowing the Witch clan to dominate the wilderness. Once the Witch clan amassed the fortunes and resources of the wilderness, it would only be a matter of time before they extinguished the Phoenix clan. Huang Tian smiled faintly, though his eyes narrowed slightly, a myriad of thoughts swirling in his mind. This Di Jiang surpassed the legends in prowess by far. Had it not been for Hong Jun's clandestine machinations, which led to Ho Tu's reincarnation and her eternal entrapment within the Six Realms, and the incompleteness of the 12 heavenly god and demon array, preventing the summoning of Pangu's true form, alongside the scheming of the Six Sages assisting the Monster clan, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, with their obstinate natures, would have long since been vanquished by the Witch clan. The scenario of the Witch and Monster clans both facing decline would have been inconceivable. It was no wonder that he, leading a great multitude of brawny yet dim-witted siblings, ascended to become the sovereign of the wilderness. This level of cunning left him slightly astonished, far exceeding his expectations. Huang Tian was acutely aware of Di Jiang's schemes. In an instant, myriad plots flashed through his mind. Since Di Jiang intended to leverage the Phoenix clan against the Monster clan, why not also exploit the innate enmity between the Witch and Monster clans to restrain both factions? Moreover, figures like Hong Jun, Yang Mei, and even Luo Ho, among the chaotic demonic entities, would undoubtedly oppose the Witch clan's annihilation of the Monster clan and unification of the wilderness, regardless of how much assistance Di Jiang provided. The Monster clan would be forcibly elevated by Hong Jun to a level capable of contending with the Witch clan, maintaining a precarious balance. After all, the Witch clan was a descendant of Pangu, enjoying boundless Pangu's legacy. Should the Witch clan rise to supremacy in the wilderness, gathering immense fortunes and resources, they would likely gain the recognition of the primordial will of the wilderness at that point. It would not be improbable for these chaotic, demonic gods to be expelled from the Witch clan and the wilderness, or even face annihilation. However, as long as the Witch clan refrained from allying with the Monster clan against the Phoenix clan, Huang Tian would not hesitate to lend his support to the Witch clan, allowing Di Jiang to lower his guard and focus entirely on the Monster clan. "Brother, what are you mumbling about alone? Do you intend to strike this fellow? Just say it directly." None of us 12 siblings have ever feared anyone at that moment. Ho Tu, the ancestral Witch of Earth among the 12, spoke up, her voice grand and heroic, exuding a distinct vigor despite being feminine. As the ancestral Witch of Earth and a descendant of Pangu, Ho Tu possessed an inherent pride. Due to Huang Tian's suppression of sound with the chaotic purple energy, she naturally could not hear him, assuming that Di Jiang was merely talking to himself, while Shi Huang regarded Di Jiang with disdain. This scene, of course, incited dissatisfaction among the proud Ho Tu and the other ancestral witches. Regardless of Huang Tian's former status as a sovereign and his noble lineage, Di Jiang had already extended a gesture of goodwill towards him. Thus, Huang Tian's haughty demeanor was a grave insult to the Witch clan. Recalling Huang Tian's previous arrogance towards Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, he only intensified Ho Tu's displeasure, as her immense eyes fixed upon Huang Tian, contemplating whether to deliver a punch. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, an exhilarating surge welled up within her. After all, during the great cataclysm of Long Han, Huang Tian was synonymous with strength and mystery. Back then, even the recently born 12 ancestral witches could only look up in awe. The Witch clan, naturally inclined towards battle, found the opportunity to confront a figure they had previously only imagined as a sovereign to be a regrettable chance to forego. Tuesday, upon encountering Tu, who was eager for action, the other ancestral witches also appeared restless, ready to strike. That Di Jiang felt an immense headache and hastily called out. Now was not the time to engage in war with the Phoenix clan, especially with Shi Feng watching closely, her gaze sharp as a hawk. Although the 12 ancestral witches believed that, united, they would not fear their adversaries, they recognized that the witch clan was not like the demon clan. Their unity was unparalleled, and they would never find themselves in a situation where the demon emperor was brutally beaten while 365 demon gods merely looked on. This was not a moment for battle. Rest assured, elder brother, we shall merely teach him a lesson, and we will not slay him, assured the great deity Zhu Rong, thumping his chest, his eyes brimming with the fervor of combat. The other ancestral witches shared this sentiment. Nearly bursting with the desire to thrash the former ruler, Shi Huang, at that very moment, Di Jiang found himself in a dire predicament. Observing Di Jiang's evident distress as he contemplated how to intervene, Huang Tian silently expressed sympathy for him for 3 seconds. Heaven knew the tremendous effort Di Jiang had exerted to bind the warlike witch clan tightly around the Panga Hall in the southern part of the primordial world, amassing power and secrecy for countless eons. However, Huang Tian, too, harbored no desire for conflict with the witch clan at this moment. If he were to engage in battle with them now, the ones who would be most delighted would undoubtedly be Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun, along with the scheming Hong Jun in the shadows. Indeed, Hong Jun would likely not hesitate to add fuel to the fire, inciting both clans to fight with genuine fervor, leaving no room for retreat. Reminiscent of the calamity faced by the 3 clans during the Dragon-Han Cataclysm, Huang Tian certainly would not partake in actions that would bring joy to his enemies. Soon, the flames in Huang Tian's eyes and the regal aura surrounding him dissipated, as he regarded Tu with a distinctly benevolent smile. Ancestral witch Tu, this sovereign has been watching over you for quite some time. Though his face radiated warmth, a complex emotion lurked within the depths of his gaze. In truth, Huang Tian held no substantial affection for the witch clan as a whole. After all, in the original trajectory of the primordial world, the witch clan had once intermarried with the human clan, giving rise to the so-called human witch lineage. Figures such as the renowned god of war Bai Qi and Qi were all descendants of this union, and the relationship between the 2 clans was once remarkably close. However, when the demon clan chose to massacre the human clan, the witch clan, fearing the rapid growth of the humans' power, opted to stand idly by. As a result, millions of humans were slaughtered, staining the earth with crimson. Following that calamity, the human clan, bereft of its extraordinary talents and heroes, fell into a state of utter decline, losing any opportunity for resurgence that, of course, in the end, the witch clan also paid a price for their short-sightedness. The sword of witch slaughter was inherently aimed at the bodies of the ancestral witches, and the true forms of the ancestral witches, which roamed the heavens and earth, were as fragile as paper before the sword. In the final battle, 11 ancestral witches perished alongside Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, leading to their mutual destruction. Only Tu, who transformed into the 6 paths of reincarnation and took the name of Lady Pingxin, survived. Yet, she too would never return to her former self as a witch. Huang Tian's feelings towards Tu were intricate. This seemingly bold witch concealed an immense compassion within her heart, though influenced by Hong Jun's manipulations. She willingly sacrificed her life to transform into the 6 paths in the face of countless tormented souls wandering the primordial world. Indeed, all beings and countless races in the primordial realm owed a debt of gratitude to Tuesday. In the trajectory of the primordial world, it was foretold that Tu would soon embody the 6 paths of reincarnation, unifying the connections between the primary world of the primordial universe and the surrounding vast and small worlds. She would also wield dominion over the earth, remaining immortal and indestructible, standing on equal footing with Hong Jun, who was one with the heavenly way, and even surpassing the 6 great saints in status. Yet, she was ensnared by Hong Jun's schemes, forever unable to depart from the 6 paths of reincarnation. Despite possessing boundless power, she could only watch helplessly as 11 ancestral witches and Di Jun met their demise. With the witch clan extinguished, if one were to choose the most memorable figure in the primordial world for Huang Tian, it would undoubtedly be the ancestral witch Ho-Tu, who later became known as Lady Pingxin. Ho-Tu, with her deep emotions and kind heart, stood as one of the most tragic mythological figures in the primordial realm. From ancient times to the present, she remained the being Huang Tian revered the most. Yet, with the incompleteness of the primordial world, Ho-Tu, as a descendant of Pangu, with her formidable physique and mastery over the laws of Earth, was indeed the singular choice to embody the 6 paths of reincarnation. The restoration of the primordial world and the emergence of the 6 paths of reincarnation could not occur without her. Huang Tian felt sympathy for Ho-Tu, but was often at a loss regarding how to face her. "I am Ho-Tuesday," her voice was commanding, yet her momentum involuntarily softened, and her fighting spirit gradually dissipated. The overwhelming presence of this former sovereign had left a profound impression on her that moment. In response to her provocation and martial spirit, the sudden display of such a gentle smile was indeed astonishing and somewhat difficult to accept. Who could have imagined that just moments ago, the tyrant who had effortlessly suppressed the demon Emperor Di Jun would reveal such a friendly demeanor? It was akin to a new dawn breaking. Although Ho-Tu's character was bold and combative, her heart was inherently kind. Faced with Huang Tian's warm smile, she felt embarrassed to continue her provocation. Huang Tian actually smiled. Not far away, Huang Tian, standing amidst the heavens, was taken aback, quickly followed by a darkening expression. She had initially assumed that with the overwhelming aura Huang Tian had just displayed, he would likely engage in battle with these towering figures. Yet to her surprise, he not only refrained from fighting, but instead offered a friendly smile to the female ancestral witch. Coupled with the fact that Huang Tian had recently agreed to the enchanting Nuwa's request and made her his personal attendant, Huang Tian couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Huang Tian, you scoundrel, with Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix surrounding you daily, you neglect them and instead fixate on these outsiders. Huang Tian ground her teeth in frustration, muttering to herself, as if that wasn't enough. You seem to like one after another. Are you trying to emulate that old lecher, Shilong, and sow discord throughout the primordial realm? It wasn't solely Huang Tian. Even Di Jiang and Zhurong, along with the other ancestral witches, were equally astonished by Huang Tian's sudden display of kindness. Although they had not been present earlier, the domineering presence of Shi Huang had been deeply etched in their minds. Naturally, they had also witnessed the scene in which Huang Tian accepted Nuwa as his personal attendant. The sudden smile he directed at the younger sister Ho-Tu led them to wonder if he had taken a liking to her. How could this be permissible? This fellow seemed to fall for anyone he encountered. How could he be worthy of the esteemed lineage of Pangu? Immediately, Zhurong, whose temper was the most fiery, could no longer restrain himself. Roaring, "Huang Tian, what are you planning? Keep your distance from my younger sister Ho-Tu, or my fists may become uncontrollable." Gong Gong bellowed angrily, his deep blue hair swirling like a raging tsunami, a terrifying aura enveloping him. "My younger sister Ho-Tu would not look twice at you. You should abandon that thought." Xianming cast a cold glance at Huang Tian, his words terse yet filled with overwhelming menace. The other ancestral witches echoed their outrage, fiercely protective as if they longed to strike Huang Tian down on the spot. Meanwhile, Di Jiang stood to the side, his expression darkened, casting a brooding gaze at Huang Tian. The stark contrast in Huang Tian's demeanor was too pronounced for Di Jiang to ignore. Just moments ago, he had been an astute, ruthless tyrant, and now, facing Ho-Tu, he wore a gentle smile, exuding warmth. As if he were an entirely different person, confronted by this fierce and protective assembly of ancestral witches, Huang Tian could only touch his nose in exasperation. If there were a mirror present, he would genuinely wish to see his reflection. Did he truly appear akin to those peculiar uncles who lured young girls in his previous life? Otherwise, why would these individuals react so vehemently? Moreover, it seemed that Ho-Tu's age could hardly be deemed youthful anymore. Although in terms of cunning, she might be far inferior to the girls of later generations, having experienced the explosive growth of information on the internet was something unimaginable to those who had not lived through it. Furthermore, Huang Tian had no ulterior motives. He merely wished to extend some benefits to Ho-Tuesday, ancestral, which Ho-Tu, Could you perhaps shrink down a little? Huang Tian wore a smile, seemingly indifferent to the furious gazes of Di Jiang and the others. Maintaining an air of composure as he beckoned to Ho Tuesday, one could hardly imagine that he had once deceived the future's Tongtian sage, not even batting an eye. Why would he fear these brutish figures? Of course, he was not oblivious to the ire of the 12 ancestor witches. Their anger was entirely understandable. Had they not seen Huang Tian nearby, with flames igniting in his eyes? Why yes, Ho Tu stammered, glancing at her brother and Xian Ming's reactions, ultimately feeling too bashful to refuse Huang Tian's request. Despite having existed for countless millennia, she had remained in the vicinity of the Pango Hall since her birth, seldom stepping outside. When she did venture forth, it was usually to lead the witch clan in vanquishing any who dared provoke them, often without a word, striking swiftly and decisively. Yet Huang Tian was clearly not an opponent she could treat with such casual aggression. Furthermore, as a sovereign of unparalleled might, Huang Tian's sudden display of goodwill left the kind-hearted Ho Tu at a loss for how to respond. In no time, the towering figure of Ho Tu transformed into a striking woman with flowing black hair. Adorned in a small beast skin dress, her large, lustrous eyes sparkled with an otherworldly vitality, as if imbued with a spirit of their own. Naturally, the ancestor witches were known for their boldness, and Ho Tu was no exception. Yet, confronted with Huang Tian's benevolent smile, she suddenly felt a tinge of shyness. Standing before him, she dared not meet his gaze, constantly glancing about, unsure of where to place her hands. Once Ho Tu had diminished in size. The other ancestor witches, including Di Jiang, returned to their original forms, looming behind her. Their imposing figures, clad in animal hides, exuded an aura of intimidation. With arms crossed, they coldly regarded Huang Tian, silently conveying a message: "Do not be deceived by my sister's innocence. With us, as her siblings, dare you to harm her." Among them was Di Jiang, who had long regarded the demon clan as a formidable foe, yet wished to avoid conflict with the Phoenix clan. The legendary Phoenix clan sovereign, Huang Tian, appeared to be quite the lecherous character. Di Jiang clenched his teeth, his expression darkening further. Though he wished to avoid enmity with the Phoenix clan, the bond among the 12 ancestor witches was profound. If Huang Tian dared harbor inappropriate thoughts toward Ho Tu and acted upon them, it would be intolerable. Moreover, this audacious fellow had yet to respond to him, instead fixing his gaze upon Ho Tu with such brazen urgency. "Ho Tu, do not be alarmed. Am I truly so fearsome?" Just then, Huang Tian chuckled lightly, seemingly oblivious to the ancestor witch's scrutiny. He unexpectedly reached out, his hand approaching Ho Tu's delicate cheek. She had just prepared to meet his gaze when she noticed his hand extending toward her face, her large, dark eyes widening in shock. Was Shi Huang really going to touch her face? What should she do? Had he truly taken a liking to her, despite their mere first encounter? Instinctively, the bold Ho Tu contemplated throwing a punch. With such proximity, and Huang Tian appearing utterly unguarded, she was certain it would connect. However, seeing the calm demeanor and the smile at the corners of Huang Tian's mouth, she hesitated. He seemed to harbor no ill intentions. Was it truly appropriate for her to strike? Moreover, their divine physiques were inherently formidable. What would happen if she inadvertently harmed Huang Tian? In an instant, her thoughts spiraled, and by the time Huang Tian's hand neared her face, her mind went blank. The only thought that lingered was whether Shi Huang genuinely held affection for her. What should she do? In the next moment, she felt a finger gently press against her brow, accompanied by a soothing voice whispering in her ear, "From now on, think of nothing. Simply feel." The tone was calm, yet imbued with a gentle essence, and the pure-hearted Ho Tu sensed a kindness emanating from it. Ho Tu nodded softly, beginning to attune herself to the sensation. In the next heartbeat, she felt a peculiar energy flow from his fingertip into her brow, soon coursing through her limbs and bones. A warm sensation enveloped her entire being, reminiscent of being cradled in the embrace of the Pangu father, filling her with a longing to remain in this state forever, never to awaken again. "Huang Tian, you audacious rogue, you infuriate me." At that moment, the two most hot-tempered ancestor witches, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, erupted into simultaneous roars upon witnessing Huang Tian's hand nearing Ho-Tu's face. "Take my punch." Boom! Boom! The ancestor witches, having honed only their physical forms without the understanding of divine powers or the comprehension of heavenly laws, possessed bodies of terrifying strength. Each movement could shatter mountains, overturn seas, and pluck stars from the sky. Even in their diminished forms, the might of their punches could collapse vast landscapes. As they struck, the laws of water and fire entwined, each claiming half of the sky. The heavens trembled, and the earth quaked, suffused with a malevolent aura. Yet, not far away, Huang Tian appeared undeterred by the assault from Gong Gong and the ancestor witches, his expression remaining placid as he gazed at Ho-Tu, a smile still gracing his lips. "How dare you lay a hand on our sovereign?" Just as Huang Tian prepared to engage with Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, an imposing figure seemingly transcended space, instantaneously placing itself between them. This towering presence exuded an aura akin to a deity or demon, instilling a sense of dread. Di Jiang raised a hand, and the very fabric of space rippled like a tide, erasing the chaotic flames and waters in an instant. Gong Gong and Zhu Rong looked at Di Jiang, perplexed as to why he intervened. Huang Tian's arrogance had reached unprecedented heights, brazenly touching Ho-Tu's face before their very eyes. How could they tolerate such an affront? "Sure, Huang is not simply taking advantage of my sister." Di Jiang spoke gravely, his words deliberate as he fixed his gaze upon Shi Huang, particularly the finger pressing against Ho-Tu's brow. At that moment, Huang Tian's fingertip glimmered with a resplendent yellow hue, heavy and profound. "The energy of merit is something your witch clan cannot comprehend." Huang Tian's expression was regal yet frigid, her eyes fixed unblinkingly upon Huang Tian. At this instant, Huang Tian was indeed channeling a vast reservoir of the energy of merit into Ho-Tu's being. She could not fathom why he would bestow upon her, a mere which he had just met, something more precious and rare than any divine treasure. The energy flowing into Ho-Tu was sufficient to elevate a Phoenix clan sovereign to the late stage of quasi-sainthood, and yet Huang Tian offered it to Ho-Tu, with whom he had only just exchanged glances and whose allegiance remained uncertain. Huang Tian felt a pang of anguish. Was it possible that he had truly taken a liking to this witch? In stark contrast to his demeanor toward Ho-Tu, Huang Tian's treatment of Nuwa was utterly dissimilar. Though perplexed, Huang Tian was wise enough not to question Huang Tian in front of the ancestor witches. Perhaps he had his own plans in mind. Sure, Huang was indeed investing the energy of merit into Ho-Tu in an instant. The remaining ancestral witches were left dumbfounded. The witch clan, which neither cultivated divine powers nor comprehended the celestial principles, could only refine their physical bodies with malevolent energy and thus could never attain merit. The fact that both the ancestral witches and the three pure ones were of Pangu's true lineage. Yet the three pure ones each possessed a portion of the merit for opening the heavens, while none of the 12 ancestral witches had even a trace, was telling. Moreover, merit was exceedingly rare. It could enhance one's cultivation, refine the primordial spirit, and forge invaluable treasures. Even the supreme beings who primarily focused on divine powers found it incredibly difficult to obtain, let alone the witch clan, which did not follow the heavenly path. Therefore, despite being descendants of Pangu, blessed with boundless fortune, the 12 ancestral witches had never received the essence of the profound yellow merit. Thus, their ignorance was understandable. However, the question remained, why would Huang Tian bestow the profound yellow merit, regarded as a priceless treasure by countless supreme beings, upon Ho-Tu? Beneath Mount Buzhou, an eerie silence prevailed. The once grand gathering of the three clans diminished as the demon clan departed, and the ancestral witches shrank in size, fading into the background. Even Fushi, who had been forcefully stripped of the 8 trigrams by Huang Tian and was severely wounded, vanished from sight. Even Tong Tian had quietly disappeared without notice. Huang Tian's expression remained indifferent, his fingers lightly tapping at the center of Ho-Tu's brow, a smile gracing his lips, concealing the thoughts swirling within his mind. The former Jade Capital Mountain was now a desolate ruin, replaced by a sword-shaped abyss. Gazing downward, one could only see an ominous depth, unfathomable and dark, and endless. Almost tangible aura of murderous intent pervaded the abyss, each strand capable of effortlessly slaying a great Luo golden immortal. At this moment, beside the sword-shaped abyss, Hong Jun had reverted to his original form, seated upon a mat, having changed his Taoist robe. If one overlooked his slightly pallid complexion and the somber gleam in his eyes, one might not perceive any abnormalities, as if the recent events, his bloodshed at the hands of Huang Tian and the assault by Luo, had never transpired. Behind him stood an elderly figure, a middle-aged man and a youth, none other than Laozi and Yuanshi, who had returned from the Dragon and Qilin clans, along with Tong Tian, who had been hastily summoned by Hong Jun. Tong Tian, as you mentioned, Huang Tian's purpose in imparting teachings in the wilderness was to serve me. Is this truly the case? Hong Jun's voice was cold and emotionless, his gaze directed away from the three pure ones, filled with a heavy darkness. His urgency in recalling Tong Tian post-battle stemmed from a desire to thoroughly understand the unfolding events. Given that the conversation between Tong Tian and Huang Tian had taken place within the Phoenix Heavenly Palace, the innate treasures, formed from the fragments of the indestructible innate spiritual light, were shrouded in mystery and possessed the ability to sever the calculations of the heavenly path. Thus, even he, who possessed the creation jade disc, found it exceedingly difficult to deduce. Among the three clans, the reactions from the Dragon clans Zhu Long and the Tianyin Qilin, as described by Laozi and Yuanshi, were entirely expected. Although they outwardly showed respect in front of Laozi and Tong Tian, they were notably resistant to the idea of combating the demonic cult, clearly unwilling to re-engage in the central conflicts of the wilderness while their clans were gravely weakened. Yet upon hearing of the position of the celestial deities and the effects of immortality, both Zhu Long and Tianyin Qilin were immediately captivated and agreed to participate. These two were ultimately not as cunning as the likes of Shi Long and Tianyang Qilin. Their reactions were anticipated by Hong Jun. However, what perplexed him was that Huang Tian's behavior throughout the entire process mirrored that of Zhu Long and Tianyin Qilin. His initial reluctance transformed into compliance upon hearing the mention of the celestial deities. And throughout, he addressed Hong Jun as senior, exhibiting a clear respect. This display from such a formidable figure as Huang Tian, akin to that of the second-tier figures within the three clans, instilled a sense of doubt in Hong Jun. Did Huang Tian truly lack great wisdom, exhibiting a fear of death similar to that seen during the Dragon-Han calamity, desperately seeking to cling to his leg? To prevent any oversight, Hong Jun had Tong Tian recreate the scene from that moment. The image depicted Huang Tian with a beaming smile, engaging with Tong Tian as if they were sworn brothers, leaving Hong Jun utterly speechless. Was this truly the same person who disrupted his grand design over countless eons? The sovereign of the Phoenix clan, now referred to as the Taoist lord by the myriad beings of the wilderness, he appeared instead as a shameless entity, desperately attempting to secure his favor through Tong Tian. How could a being of his peak quasi-saint level, and the ruler of the Phoenix clan, so casually associate with Tong Tian, a mere mid-level quasi-saint? One only needed to observe his treatment of Fushi and Yuhua, both mid-level quasi-saints, to discern the disparity. Was it possible that Huang Tian was unwittingly acting to impart teachings in the wilderness? Hong Jun's brow furrowed tightly as he scrutinized Huang Tian's image, his expression darkening. Throughout the entire exchange, Huang Tian appeared to be seeking to firmly grasp his support, proposing strategies for Tong Tian, even devising methods to impart teachings in the wilderness as a means of resisting the demonic cult and assisting him. Hong Jun wished to harbor doubts, yet could find no flaws in Huang Tian's demeanor. Everything seemed too natural, too reasonable. The Phoenix clan's withdrawal from the wilderness, coupled with his apparent cowardice and extreme dominance over the weak, made it unsurprising that such a shameless individual would seek to cling to him, a quasi-saint. The act of imparting teachings in the wilderness was entirely aimed at winning his favor through Tong Tian. Damn it! Hong Jun roared inwardly, feeling an overwhelming surge of rage akin to a volcano poised to erupt. Yet he found no outlet for his fury. He realized that he had inadvertently set the stage for the early emergence of the demon clan. Akin to how Huang Tian had stripped him of the Phoenix spirit, effectively shooting himself in the foot, had he not sought to exploit the demonic cult to weaken the three clans and sent Tong Tian to them. even tempting Huang Tian with the position of deity from the Fengshan list. None of these events would have transpired. His grand design spanning countless eons would not have been shattered, and Huang Tian would not have been hailed as the Taoist lord by the myriad beings of the wilderness. None of it would have happened. The opportunity to impart teachings in the wilderness, along with boundless fortune and merit, should have been his, an avenue for him to attain sainthood and merge with the Tao. Damn it! Hong Jun seethed inwardly, yet found no means to express his frustration. Already gravely wounded, a trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth. However, since he faced away from the three pure ones, they remained oblivious to his current state. Master, this is what your disciple ought to do. Observing Hong Jun's prolonged silence as he gazed at the scene, Tong Tian mistook his demeanor for elation and cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Shi, bowing respectfully. After all, Hong Jun had always been perceived as immensely authoritative, mysterious, cold, and unfeeling in their eyes. That it was the first time he exhibited such a posture, watching the exchange between Tong Tian and Huang Tian repeatedly. Lost in thought, Tong Tian felt an overwhelming sense of pride that it seemed that his assistance to Huang Tian in ascending to the sky above Mount Buzhou and imparting teachings in the wilderness was indeed the right choice. Not only had he gained immense profound yellow merit, but he also seemed to have pleased Hong Jun, an extraordinary gain. Tong Tian gazed at Hong Jun's back with anticipation. Would the master consider accepting him as a personal disciple due to this? Upon hearing this, Hong Jun hurriedly took a deep breath, yet could not suppress the suffocating frustration and anger within him, causing more blood to spill, staining his garments. Yet, as a primordial demon god, even a single drop of his blood contained terrifying power, capable of obliterating vast territories, which would inevitably alert the three pure ones. The three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, enjoyed the boundless blessings of Pangu, and their perception of him was crucial for his unity with the Tao. Otherwise, he would not have discreetly acted billions of years in advance to seal the three pure one's primordial spirits, resulting in their current state of only reaching mid-level quasi-saint status despite their talents and fortunes. If the three pure ones were to discover that the invincible Hong Jun before them had begun to bleed, it would surely diminish his authority. Hong Jun could not allow such a thing to occur. Gritting his teeth, he forcefully drew the spilt blood back into his mouth, his eyes blazing with fury. Huang Tian, if it weren't for you, would I have fallen to this state? This time, you and Huang Tian have truly outdone yourselves. Hong Jun, suppressing the terror that lurked within, allowed his voice to return to its icy indifference. Very well, I shall accept you as my personal disciples in advance and impart the supreme teachings. In an instant, the three pure ones were filled with elation, as what they had longed for through countless ages had finally come to fruition. That moment, a shattered disc, marred by numerous cracks, materialized in Hong Jun's hand. That it was faintly discernible that the fissures on the Tao creation jade disc had multiplied since his battle with Luo Ho. The disc had endured the cataclysm wrought by Pangu, his opening of the heavens. A portion of it shattered and scattered across the primordial wilderness, the remaining fragments barely held together. Yet, each time Hong Jun wielded the Tao creation jade disc in combat, it would fracture further, enduring the pangs of his heart. He waved his hand slightly, and three beams of violet light erupted from the disc, merging with the foreheads of the three pure ones. In secret, he also unshackled the veils shrouding their primordial spirits. This is the supreme method I have devised for my comprehension of the boundless Tao, the method of severing the three corpses. This technique ranks just below the method of demonstrating the Tao through sheer force. As established by Pangu, among the myriad paths and techniques in the world, this one stands supreme. You must not divulge it carelessly. Hong Jun's tone remained cold and authoritative, his back turned to the three pure ones, exuding an aura of grandeur. The method of severing the three corpses he bestowed upon them was imperfect. It could only sever the three corpses and cultivate them to the pinnacle of quasi-saintship, lacking the means to unify the corpses and return to their true essence, achieving self-completion and ascending to the realm of the sub-saint. Ultimately, Hong Jun believed that the power of the sub-saint realm was far too formidable, unsuitable for him to govern the primordial wilderness after acting on behalf of heaven, He did not wish for any sub-saint-level beings to arise again in the wilderness. Although the intervention of the Phoenix clan had disrupted his grand design of imparting the Tao to the primordial realm, he remained confident that after eliminating the Phoenix and Luo Ho, he could still gradually scheme to merge with the Tao. The supreme method of severing the three corpses was now in the hands of the three pure ones, who were overwhelmed with joy. Upon acquiring this technique, they suddenly realized that their primordial spirits had become astonishingly clear and perceptive. The world of the primordial wilderness appeared transformed in their eyes, with the Tao manifesting everywhere. Moreover, they could now sense a profound intent of slaughter emanating from a previously unnoticed sword-shaped abyss, sending chills down their spines. Just a wisp of sword intent instilled within them a profound sense of impending death. How powerful must the true sword light be? The mysterious powerhouse who had clashed with Hong Jun had been repelled, while Hong Jun remained unscathed, his authority intact, with only Yujing Mountain leveled. In that moment, Hong Jun's majesty in the hearts of the three pure ones was significantly magnified. What they did not realize was that this was merely a manifestation of their innate terror. Due to Hong Jun's manipulations of the Tao creation jade disc, their primordial spirits had been obscured, rendering them oblivious to the laws of the universe. Now that Hong Jun had lifted the restrictions, they could naturally perceive the world with clarity. However, Hong Jun would not reveal any of this to them. Sensing the reverent gazes of the three pure ones, he nodded in satisfaction. This was the outcome he desired. Then, in a cold tone, he slowly instructed, "You shall return to Kunlun Mountain to cultivate the method of severing the three corpses. After severing the corpses, proceed directly to the demon court. Laozi, you shall establish the Taishan Palace there. Yuan Shi, you shall establish the Yuan Shi Palace. Tong Tian, you shall establish the Tong Tian Palace. Henceforth, you will assist Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun in combating the demon sect under the name of disciples of Hongmeng Daorun." Hong Jun's eyes were imbued with coldness, once again brimming with boundless schemes. The reason he imparted the method of severing the three corpses to the three pure ones was that the strength of the Phoenix clan had grown excessively formidable, surpassing what the demon race could confront alone. Moreover, after Huang Tian extracted the spirit of the Phoenix from the summoning flag, the demon race faced an impending internal strife. However, from the reactions of the 12 ancestral witches of the Witch clan, he discerned that these descendants of Pangu were far too unruly and would undoubtedly refuse to heed his commands. Thus, to confront the Phoenix clan, he could not allow the demon race to splinter. On the contrary, he needed to aid Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi in swiftly enhancing their strength and influence to consolidate the myriad forces of the primordial wilderness, with the three pure ones possessing the method of severing the three corpses and their primordial spirits now clear. Combined with their innate talents and years of accumulation, they would undoubtedly break through to the late quasi-saint stage with remarkable speed. Furthermore, they would emerge as the most formidable among the late quasi-saints. With the assistance of the three pure ones, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, it would be sufficiently empowered to quell the descent of the 365 demon gods. Assist the demon race? Upon hearing this, the three pure ones' expressions shifted dramatically. They, being the embodiment of Pangu's primordial spirit, viewed themselves as the true inheritors of Pangu, filled with immense pride. Acknowledging Hong Jun as their master was already a reluctant concession. For beings of their stature, to be commanded to assist mere golden crows was an unparalleled humiliation, as proud embodiments of Pangu's spirit. Possessing a fraction of the merits of creation, to aid the demon race would render the three pure ones a laughingstock in the primordial wilderness. Severely tarnishing Pangu's illustrious name, Tong Tian's countenance changed drastically, his eyes ablaze with fury, nearly bursting with discontent. "Master, we three pure ones are the true inheritors of Pangu. How can we lower ourselves to establish palaces in the demon court and assist mere Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi?" Tong Tian was fiercely proud, believing himself unrivaled among all beings. With the merit of teaching he had received and the method of severing the three corpses from Hong Jun, he was convinced that he would soon catch up to Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, if not even reach the prowess of Huang Tian. Time was all that stood in his way. He had no desire to assist Dong Huang Tai Yi and Di Jun. Moreover, There was something Huang Tian had yet to voice, the Pangu heirloom. The Chaos Bell was in the hands of Dong Huang Tai. How could the relic of his father be possessed by another? If not for his current lack of strength, he would have already sought to reclaim it. His restraint stemmed from his insufficient power. Once he attained the necessary strength, he would undoubtedly make a move to retrieve the Chaos Bell. Yet, if he were to assist Dong Huang Tai in Dijun, how could he take action? This sentiment was not his alone, as Laozi and Yuan Shi shared similar thoughts. However, Laozi and Yuan Shi were less forthright than Huang Tian and refrained from voicing their thoughts, though their piercing gazes conveyed their intent. Are you unwilling? At that moment, Hong Jun's cold and authoritative voice suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth. In that instant, a terrifying sense of majesty enveloped the sky. The world seemed to fall into a deep silence. The three pure ones froze, gritting their teeth, their faces pale and voiceless, yet their figures trembled slightly. The weight of Hong Jun's accumulated authority over countless years pressed heavily upon them, akin to the might of the heavens. Under Hong Jun's relentless scheming, his authority in the minds of the three pure ones was nearly equal to that of Pangu. The sudden explosion of Hong Jun's majesty instilled a deep-seated fear within the three pure ones. They quickly forced down their overwhelming aversion, slightly cupping their fists and bowing. Disciples obey. They then swiftly turned to leave, though their bodies could faintly be seen trembling. One could only imagine the depth of humiliation they felt at this moment. Yet they dared not defy Hong Jun. You shall convey this divine ability to the Demon Emperor, stating it is a gift from Master Hongmeng Daoran. They will surely comprehend. Hong Jun coldly watched the retreating figures of the three pure ones. And with a wave of his hand, a beam of violet light fell into Laozi's grasp, a smirk of coldness and mockery playing at his lips. What the Pangu heirs? They were still but pawns within his grasp. Had it not been for Huang Tian's interference in his grand scheme, he would have originally imparted the teachings to the three pure ones only after vanquishing Luo Ho. Pangu, you are powerful. Strong enough that I, Hong Jun, cannot contend. Yet the primordial wilderness you have created is destined to fall into my hands. The three pure ones, manifestations of your primordial spirit, shall remain but my chess pieces, to be manipulated at will. The Witch clan shall also perish alongside the demon race once they cease to hold any value. Now, all that remains is to await the division of the Phoenix fire. It should not be long now. Hong Jun murmured to himself, the demon clan, the shaman clan, and the three pure ones are all not to be feared. Regardless of their might, they are merely pawns in my grand scheme. However, Huang Tian, due to his preaching in the primordial chaos, possesses a terrifying authority within it, bolstered by the essence of the primordial world. He has begun to exhibit signs of transcending my control that I refuse to believe that you can once again inadvertently disrupt my plans. Huang Tian Hong Jun's gaze turned cold as he slowly rose and soared towards the heavens. With the destruction of Yujing Mountain, he prepared to establish a new sanctuary in the chaos. Furthermore, with the demonic sect now emerging into the open and the primordial realm descending into chaos, remaining there would hinder his ability to maintain control over the overall situation and restrain Lu. Boom! Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the cosmos, shaking the very foundations of existence. A terrifying purple lightning bolt streaked across the skies. The heavenly Tao rumbled. What could possibly have happened? Hong Jun's flight came to an abrupt halt as he gazed in disbelief at the purple lightning that spanned the heavens. This purple lightning was unmistakably the heavenly Tao's 9 heavens tribulation lightning. Only those who provoke heavenly retribution or incite the heavenly Tao's trepidation can summon such a fearsome force. Since the dawn of creation, the 9 heavens tribulation lightning had appeared only once before, when the savage and brutal Beast clan committed unspeakable atrocities, drawing down heavenly punishment. That incident even stirred the essence of the primordial realm itself. Following that battle, the Beast clan was sealed deep within the chaotic void. Hong Jun hastily retrieved the creation Jade Disc, fervently calculating the implications that a being capable of invoking the 9 heavens tribulation lightning was either a defiant entity or a harbinger of events that could alter the trajectory of the primordial realm. Such occurrences demanded his attention. Truly, just as one wave subsides, another rises. Hong Jun sighed inwardly. Since the Dragon-Han calamity, when Huang Tian surpassed his calculations, nothing had gone his way. Now, with Huang Tian unresolved, a new defiant being had emerged. He possessed the creation jade disc and enjoyed the recognition of the heavenly Tao. This defiance against the heavenly Tao rendered such beings as necessitating eradication. He could only hope that this being was an ordinary creature, yet to mature. Hong Jun muttered to himself, as long as it is not a sovereign of a grand race like Huang Tian, even if it is a quasi-saint, if it meddles with karma, I shall personally intervene to eliminate it. Before long, Hong Jun, through the creation jade disc, pinpointed the location of this defiant being, Buzhou Mountain. Upon learning this, Hong Jun's heart trembled. Could it be that Huang Tian was responsible once more, after the departure of the demon clan? The shaman clan had not taken action against him. He should not have returned to the immortal fire mountain. As he pondered this, he quickly shifted his gaze towards Buzhou Mountain. Upon witnessing the scene unfold before him, fury surged within him, and he bellowed, "Huang Tian, once again, it is you. What have you done now?" Under his penetrating gaze, Huang Tian stood alongside Hutu, a finger pressed against Hutu's brow, continually channeling vast amounts of mysterious and virtuous energy into her being, spreading throughout her limbs and bones. Seeing this virtuous energy, Hong Jun nearly spat blood in rage. The merits acquired from enlightening the primordial realm rightfully belonged to him. How could this man squander such precious merits, bestowing them upon Hutu? Had he lost his mind? The ancestral shaman, lacking in mystical powers and understanding of the heavenly Tao, what use was this virtuous energy to him? Hong Jun felt an acute pang of anguish. The mysterious virtuous energy was a natural product of the universe, formed from the essence of the primordial realm, awarded to beings for their merits within it. The heavenly Tao solely governs the distribution of such rewards among the myriad beings of the primordial realm, and those possessing the essence of the primordial realm cannot independently accumulate merits. Hence, for Hong Jun, this virtuous energy was exceedingly precious. Despite his confusion, his gaze remained fixated on the unfolding scene. Could it be that the nine heavens tribulation lightning was not summoned by Huang Tian? If not him, then who? Just then, a wave of earthy light radiated from Hutu, an infinite resonance of Tao emanating from her. In that instant, Hong Jun was left astounded. Tao resonance. Hutu, who had not cultivated mystical powers, was exhibiting Tao resonance. Hong Jun felt as though he might lose his sanity. The emergence of Tao resonance signified that Hutu was generating a primordial spirit. Yet how could an ancestral shaman possess a primordial spirit? And why was it Hutu? How could it be Hutu? No wonder the heavenly Tao trembled, sending down the nine heavens' divine lightning as a warning. Throughout the primordial realm, only he, who possessed the creation jade disc and had the heavenly Tao's acknowledgement, was aware Hutu was destined to wield the earthly Tao in the primordial realm. The shaman clan, being the descendants of Pangu's bloodline, enjoyed boundless blessings from Pangu and were sheltered by the essence of the primordial realm. The entire primordial realm was an embodiment of Pangu's creation, and the status of Pangu's descendants within it dictated that they must reside at the pinnacle. The heavenly Tao governs the primordial realm, while the earthly Tao presides over the cycle of reincarnation. However, the cycle of reincarnation was yet to be established, and the earthly Tao had not emerged. The ancestral shamans, born from Panga's essence, possessed terrifying physical prowess. Thus, the cycle of reincarnation was destined to be forged by the ancestral shamans. Hutu, inherently aligned with the laws of earth and kind-hearted, was a manifestation of the heavenly Tao's will, acknowledged by the essence of the primordial realm. Even he, Hong Jun, could not obstruct this truth. Otherwise, merely attempting to prevent Huang Tian from preaching in the primordial realm would result in a devastating blow from the essence of the realm, should he dare to impede Hutu's mastery over the earthly Tao. The essence would surely annihilate him in an instant, rendering the creation jade disc useless. After all, the primordial realm was birthed by Pangu, and he was merely an outsider. Huang Tian, you truly deserve to die. Why would you bestow such virtuous energy upon Hutu? Hong Jun's eyes were bloodshot, filled with jealousy as he roared. The earthly Tao stands alongside the heavenly Tao. after orchestrating a grand design over millions of years. What was his ultimate goal but to embody the Tao and act on behalf of the heavenly Tao? Yet Hutu, from the moment of her inception, was destined to govern the earthly Tao, embodying the essence of the primordial realm. Hong Jun was consumed by jealousy, jealous of Hutu. Thus, within his schemes, he intended to merge with the Tao and, with the heavenly Tao's power, influence Hutu at the moment of her transformation into the cycle of reincarnation, causing her consciousness to momentarily fade and employing the power of the heavenly Tao to bind her irrevocably to the cycle of reincarnation. This plan had even garnered the heavenly Tao's approval. The heavenly Tao governs the realm and does not desire a being capable of standing equally alongside it. However, all of this was predicated on Hutu lacking a primordial spirit. With the emergence of her primordial spirit, the probability of his scheme's success would drastically diminish. Yet the heavenly Tao is impartial, and the existence of the essence of the realm would not permit him to act. Thus, the nine heavens tribulation lightning manifested, not aimed at Hutu, but as a reminder to Hong Jun, Huang Tian, you truly deserve to perish. Hong Jun bellowed, yet he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The shaman clan now had all 12 ancestral shamans present, and at this moment, they had just emerged, their fortunes peaking, protected by the essence of the realm. Would he dare to act against them? Even with his strength, he could obliterate Hutu in moments, but her demise would undoubtedly lead to his own. He did not even dare to act against the Phoenix clan, let alone the shaman clan, whose fortunes were at their zenith. In his heart, he harbored an intense hatred for Huang Tian. Once again, it was this man, this very man. Once again, it is you. With a thunderous roar, Hong Jun disregarded the celestial calamity that sprawled across the heavens, soaring into the depths of chaos. He had no desire to meet his demise. Thus, he chose to ignore the ominous warnings of the heavenly Tao. Now, all he could do was wait for the Three Purities to emerge from their seclusion, to ally with the demon race, and to assist Dijuan and Dongwang Tai in consolidating the myriad tribes of the primordial world. Elevating the power of the demon race to its zenith at that point, the resurgent demon clan would inevitably vie for supremacy against the shaman tribe, and they would certainly not spare the Phoenix clan. How could the diminutive Phoenix clan withstand the might of a demon race that had united the forces of countless tribes? The relentless slaughter between the two factions would ravage the primordial realm, giving rise to an endless cycle of cause and effect. At this juncture, Hong Jun's expression hardened, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Huang Tian was simply too intrusive. Even if Dongwang Tai and Dijuan were not a match for Huang Tian, he resolved to take matters into his own hands and obliterate Huang Tian. Although Huang Tian did not seem to harbor any malice towards him and appeared to respect him, even attempting to curry favor, her repeated provocations had worn down his patience. The earth trembled beneath the weight of impending cataclysms. The majestic Mount Buzhou quaked, and the ground erupted with golden lotuses, a myriad of auspicious signs manifesting. Daijang and the other 11 ancestral shamans were left in awe, their expressions frozen as they beheld this extraordinary spectacle. This was the first time they had witnessed such a phenomenon since their emergence in the era of fierce beasts. To their astonishment, Taoist resonance began to emanate from Hutu. What on earth was Huang Tian doing? Amidst Daijang's shock, he could not help but ponder whether this was Huang Tian's response to his earlier remarks. At that moment, as Huang Tian infused Hutu with the profound merit of the earth, even Daijang, who had never encountered such merit before, was overwhelmed by its potency. Having never experienced it firsthand, he had nonetheless witnessed many great beings fight fiercely for merit throughout the ages. Yet, the merit Huang Tian was channeling into Hutu surpassed anything he had previously seen. To Huang Tian's actions were a clear indication. The current state of affairs suggested that neither he nor the Phoenix clan bore any animosity towards the shaman tribe. Otherwise, she would not be so inclined to enhance Hutu's power. Suddenly, the heavens trembled, and an overwhelming aura of Earth's Tao resonated throughout the cosmos. In that moment, the entire primordial land quaked, as countless laws and chains of the Earth's essence awakened. Filling the expanse, the boundless power of these laws surged into Hutu's being, and alongside her, Huang Tian too was engulfed by this torrent. In an instant, Hutu, who had been with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. Her once pure, dark eyes now radiated a brilliant golden light, two terrifying beams piercing through the heavens and the earth. With a resonating hum, the space around her trembled, and a small, earth-colored manifestation, no larger than a fist, emerged from Hotu's brow. This adorable little entity appeared remarkably charming, its chubby cheeks and tiny hands eliciting an urge in any woman from Huang Tian's past life to squeeze it affectionately. Yet, as a fellow woman, Huang Tian could not muster such tenderness. Instead, she stared in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. This diminutive, earth-colored figure was none other than a primordial spirit. Despite its current frailty, possessing a mere celestial realm strength, in her eyes, it was still a force capable of obliterating thousands with a mere sneeze. However, the fact that Hutu, who had honed her physical prowess without cultivating spiritual powers, had produced a primordial spirit was an unprecedented event since the dawn of creation. Throughout countless eons, although the shaman tribe had remained hidden, sporadic great shamans had occasionally roamed the primordial realm. Therefore, as the ruler of the Phoenix tribe during the Dragon-Han calamity, Huang Tian possessed a degree of understanding of the shaman tribe. The physical might of the shamans was astonishing, capable of overwhelming countless paths with sheer strength that it was almost unfathomable to consider the terrifying combat prowess that would arise if the shaman tribe were to harmonize body and spirit. Such a sight would be nothing short of astonishing. Huang Tian felt a headache coming onto this stage. While the demon race posed the greatest threat, the shaman tribe remained a significant power. What on earth was Huang Tian thinking? Enhancing the strength of a potential adversary. If the shaman tribe were to discover a method to mass-produce primordial spirits, even if they could not do so in bulk, the mere emergence of primordial spirits among the 12 ancestral shamans, coupled with a few great shamans, would be enough to instill terror in their foes. Most alarmingly, Huang Tian sensed an inexplicable threat emanating from Hutu's primordial spirit, as if this seemingly trivial spirit could pose a danger to her. A being at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. This sensation left her dumbfounded, questioning her own sanity. Even a group of ancestral shamans together could not stand against her, let alone this tiny primordial spirit of Hutu. The terrifying chains of law manifested throughout the cosmos, shaking the very foundation of the primordial realm. Countless great beings and chaotic demons turned their gazes towards the spectacle. However, upon noticing Huang Tian's presence, they fell silent, bemused. Here was this individual, who had repeatedly stirred the pot over the course of several millennia, a blink of an eye in their existence. Yet this once mysterious and low-key ruler of the Phoenix clan had consistently orchestrated earth-shattering events. The primordial realm had never witnessed such fervor. What had this individual done now? As the many great beings scrutinized the scene, their eyes widened in shock upon observing the small, adorable primordial spirit floating above Hutu's head. Lawful primordial spirit. The collective gasp from those at the quasi-saint level resonated, whether they were ancient beings from bygone eras or chaotic demons. Huang Tian, have you lost your mind? You have aided the Earth's ancestral shaman in birthing a lawful primordial spirit. Upon returning to Shumi Mountain, Luo Ho gazed upon the scene before her, her eyes reflecting a profound transformation. As the surrounding demonic mist surged violently, one could only imagine the tumult within her heart at that moment. The quasi-saint realm represents the culmination of the laws, a stage where one masters a complete set of principles. Upon reaching this level, a being undergoes a metamorphosis from within as the laws begin to integrate into their primordial spirit. When one achieves the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm, the laws and the primordial spirit become inextricably linked. In the blink of an eye, the heavens tremble and the firmament shatters. This is the formidable power of the law's primordial spirit. Furthermore, the primordial spirit of the laws is connected to the very laws of the universe, rendering it nearly impossible to extinguish, qualifying it as an existence that is immortal and indestructible, unless one possesses tremendous power to forcibly suppress the opponent and sever all connections to the universe and the heavens. It is virtually impossible to bring about their demise, yet a fully realized quasi-saint is but a mere step away from enlightenment, capable of wielding world-destroying power with every thought and gesture, making it exceedingly difficult to subdue even those of a higher realm. At this moment, the primordial spirit of Ho-Tu, despite its apparent frailty, radiated an earthy hue, signifying the integration of a complete law within it, transforming into the law of Earth's primordial spirit at this juncture. Unless one were to forcibly suppress Ho-Tu and strip her of all connections to the primordial universe, her death would be improbable. Moreover, possessing a complete law's primordial spirit implies that as long as Ho-Tu remains alive, reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm is merely a matter of time. While other great beings may lack understanding of the law's primordial spirit, Luo Ho comprehended it all too well. As the chaotic demons, they inherently control the law, manifesting as a primordial spirit upon their emergence. Although the speed of reaching the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm varies due to innate talent, some chaotic deities may perish without achieving it during the cataclysm of the cosmos. However, with the accumulation of time, they can attain the quasi-saint pinnacle, effectively rendering themselves immortal, highlighting the extraordinary nature of the law's primordial spirit. After a moment, Luo Ho stared at Huang Tian in utter disbelief, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Was this fellow mad? How could he oscillate between shrewdness and idiocy, and also be so lecherous? In the primordial world, beautiful beings abound, so why had he fixated on this ancestral witch? Moreover, he had even aided her in nurturing the law's primordial spirit with precious virtues, essentially crafting a rival who could reach the quasi-saint pinnacle in the future. Was this not a case of lust clouding his judgment? Luo Ho felt a headache coming on. The witch clan was already extraordinarily powerful, and with Huang Tian's meddling, things were only bound to become more complicated. If this fellow did not provide a satisfactory explanation, Luo Ho grit her teeth, resolved to confront Huang Tian for clarity. She needed to know his true intentions. They had agreed to collaborate, yet he suddenly chose to assist the witch clan. What was his motive? If he could not clarify his stance, even if she could not kill him, she would seal Huang Tian's powers and cast him into the chaotic void for 100 millennia. For some reason, a strange feeling stirred within her as she watched Ho-Tu and Huang Tian grow so close, filling her with irritation. Not to mention the other chaotic demons who sensed the tremors caused by Ho-Tu's law's primordial spirit. At that moment, just arriving in the ancient starry sky, Hong Jun, who had yet to step into the chaos, felt as though he might go mad upon witnessing the scene. Huang Tian, you madman, I swear I will end your life. Hong Jun roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, he transformed into a colossal chaotic demon, the essence of chaos enveloping him, and with a mighty strike he brought the boundless starry sky crashing down. Countless massive celestial bodies were obliterated into cosmic dust beneath his hand. The entire ancient starry sky trembled under the weight of Hong Jun's rage. If Luo Ho and the other chaotic demons merely regarded Ho-Tu's law's primordial spirit with trepidation, Hong Jun's fury was of an entirely different magnitude. The emergence of Ho-Tu's law's primordial spirit signified that even if he merged with the Tao, it would be exceedingly difficult to scheme against her. The law's primordial spirit, intertwined with the laws of the universe, was nearly impossible to eradicate. When Ho-Tu underwent reincarnation, the connection between her law's primordial spirit and the universal laws became increasingly difficult to sever. Although uncertain, even the slightest unforeseen circumstance was intolerable for Hong Jun. If Ho-Tu had merely produced a common primordial spirit, he would have had an 80% chance of success. However, now that she had manifested a law's primordial spirit, his chances plummeted to 50%. And that was contingent upon him having already attained enlightenment by the time of Ho-Tu's reincarnation. Yet, without eliminating Luo Ho, he could never achieve that enlightenment. The thought that despite his countless efforts and machinations over billions of years, he had finally merged with the Tao and was now being hindered by a woman sent Hong Jun spiraling into madness. All of this was due to Huang Tian. Had Huang Tian followed his plans and led the Phoenix clan to participate in the great calamity of Long Han with due diligence, none of these issues would have arisen. Ho-Tu, Huang Tian, I will certainly kill you both. Hong Jun's hatred boiled over as he unleashed a terrifying roar. Yet in the very instant his subconscious mind screamed out to eliminate Ho-Tu. Two colossal celestial bodies, one yin and one yang, suddenly appear before him. These were the sun and moon stars, transformed from the eyes of the Panga giant, the most mysterious celestial bodies in the ancient starry sky. These two stars were immense and boundless, their edges indistinguishable, resembling a vast world, crashing into Hong Jun's chest with a thunderous impact. Puff! The sun and moon stars, both manifestations of Panga's eyes, contained terrifying power, further enhanced by the primordial will of the universe, making them impervious even to the mightiest of saints, let alone Hong Jun, who was merely at the quasi-saint pinnacle at that time. Puff! The collision nearly forced Hong Jun's star-like eyes from their sockets, and the sound of bones fracturing echoed from his chest as if a towering peak had suddenly shattered. The two colossal stars, one on each side, seemed to be deeply embedded in Hong Jun's chest. The boundless true fire of the sun and the ethereal essence of the moon swirling around him, delivering an unprecedented blow. Above the ancient starry sky, a terrifying will appeared to be slowly awakening. In that moment, Hong Jun felt an overwhelming sense of life and death crisis. He immediately realized that Ho-Tu was of Panga's bloodline and the future master of the earth, under the protection of the primordial will of the universe. Just as the grand design of heaven cannot be altered, so too can the smaller schemes be modified. He could plot against Ho-Tu, but could never harbor thoughts of killing her. To slay Ho-Tu would be to alter the grand design. The cycle of reincarnation might never manifest in the primordial realm. The absence of the cycle of reincarnation would mean the primordial universe could never achieve true completeness, and the countless souls of resentment would eventually bring about its destruction. Thus, the primordial will categorically forbade the killing of Ho-Tu's day. Even the mere thought of such violence was unacceptable for a being of Hong Jun's caliber, who wielded the creation jade disc and could perceive the trajectory of the Tao's evolution. Any sudden attack on Ho-Tu, who was merely in the late quasi-saint stage at that moment, could potentially result in her being suppressed and killed in a single move, with the primordial will unable to intervene. Ignoring the horrific injuries he sustained, Hong Jun hastily severed the murderous intent he harbored against Ho-Tu, along with his animosity towards Huang Tian, casting them both into the boundless void. The murderous intent towards Ho-Tu had emerged as a consequence of his hostility towards Huang Tian, thus necessitating their simultaneous expulsion. Even after transforming into the chaotic demon form, Hong Jun dared not entertain any thoughts of defying the primordial will of the universe. This was a presence on par with the Tao itself. Even the greatly weakened primordial will after the calamity of Long Han was not something he could provoke. Moreover, after Huang Tian imparted the Tao to the primordial realm, the primordial will had grown significantly stronger. The might of the myriad beings in the primordial universe only amplified the strength of the primordial will, creating a harmonious relationship. After Hong Jun expelled his murderous intent, the slowly awakening terrifying will in the starry sky ceased to sense any hostility towards Ho-Tu. Gradually dissipating, the sun and moon stars on his chest also began to merge back into the starry sky. Huang Tian, this is not over. You shall await my reckoning. Hong Jun felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, his face as pale as parchment, his injuries reaching an alarming severity. After emitting a furious roar, he hastily tore through the void to enter the chaos for healing. The wounds inflicted upon the chaos demon god's body, compounded by the true fire of the sun and the chi of the moon, had already endangered his very essence. If he did not tend to his injuries soon, he risked succumbing to an endless slumber. Yet, witnessing such a critical moment, with countless pawns set in motion and the demon clan poised to wage war against the Phoenix clan, how could he allow himself to fall asleep? This terrifying injury could not be healed in less than 1,000,000, or even 10,000,000 years. Upon emerging from seclusion, I shall surely exact my vengeance upon you. With Hong Jun's bellow, the fissures in the void gradually faded from the ancient starry sky. Below Mount Buzhou, Huang Tian remained oblivious to the tremendous upheaval his actions had triggered in the primordial world. At this moment, he was in deep meditation, enveloped in the primordial essence of the Earth's law. The manifestation of the Earth's law as primordial spirit was unprecedented since the dawn of creation, thus stirring the concealed laws of the Earth throughout the vast expanse of the primordial realm. In the instant the Earth's law primordial spirit was born, an endless influx of the Earth's law as essence surged forth. For Huang Tian, this was an unparalleled opportunity to perceive the Earth's laws at such proximity was something even the quasi-saints would envy. As he was on the brink of the quasi-saint realm, he began to comprehend his own laws. Huang Tian, due to his innate attribute, grasped the laws of fire. However, should he master another law, his combat prowess would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced, potentially allowing him to bridge the terrifying chasm and contend with quasi-saint level beings. He must seize this opportunity to swiftly comprehend the Earth's laws. Huang Tian exerted every ounce of his consciousness, immersing himself completely into the essence of the Earth. Yet, due to his innate attribute, his essence was fire, a primal limitation. The very nature of the innate divine demons had shaped him, bestowing him with extraordinary talent, enabling him to reach the pinnacle of the quasi-saint realm in less than 2 eras. Yet, at this moment, that same nature also constrained him. This was the reason why many great powers of the primordial realm, regardless of their immense strength, could only master a single law. They were bound by their innate attributes. For instance, Luo Ho, as the demon god of slaughter, was destined to comprehend the laws of slaughter, and to attempt to grasp other laws, such as the laws of creation or life, would be akin to inviting death. Furthermore, the 5 elemental attributes are interdependent and oppositional. Fire conquers earth at this moment. Huang Tian felt a tumultuous struggle between life and death as he forcibly attempted to grasp the Earth's laws, sensing his very essence threatening to tear apart. Yet, he was unwilling to submit. He had bestowed the Earth with the merit of the Hutu Xianyuan skill, not only out of goodwill towards the tragic Mother Earth of future generations, but also to gain the trust of the Wu clan, harboring no desire to contend against them. Moreover, Hutu was destined to transform into the cycle of reincarnation, mastering the Earth path as a witch that he recalled how, in later generations, Hutu, lacking a primordial spirit, was schemed against by Hong Jun during her reincarnation. Even though the boundless merits of reincarnation granted her rebirth in a saint-level primordial spirit, enabling her to master the Earth path, she could never step out of the cycle, forced to watch her clan face annihilation. The heart-wrenching agony she must have felt was beyond Huang Tian's imagination. Thus, he sought to test whether he could facilitate the early birth of a primordial spirit for Hutu. Moreover, his actions were also aimed at establishing karmic ties with Hutu, hoping to share in the merits of the cycle of reincarnation in later generations. In the future, the cycle of reincarnation had become a battleground for the saints vying for merit. The heaven-human path within the 6 paths was mastered by Laozi of the human sect, and the Ksiddhartha Bodhisattva made great oaths, acquiring boundless merits. Knowing this, he naturally sought to lay the groundwork in advance. Additionally, with Hong Jun possessing the creation jade plate, recognized by the heavenly path, it was only a matter of time before he would merge with the Tao. When that time came, the only force capable of restraining him within the primordial realm would likely be the Earth path. Thus, Hutu must not remain trapped in the cycle of reincarnation for eternity. The birth of the primordial spirit of the laws, attracting the boundless essence of the Earth's laws, completely surpassed Huang Tian's expectations. That it was an unexpected boon, an unprecedented opportunity. Huang Tian realized this might be his only chance to comprehend another law. Should he miss this opportunity, even through countless calamities or even achieving sainthood, he would never again grasp another law. Moreover, the stronger his power, the more robust his essence, making it increasingly impossible to comprehend other laws. I refuse to accept this. I shall not believe I cannot comprehend it. Huang Tian let out a low roar, his eyes bloodshot, channeling all his strength into his essence and primordial spirit to grasp the Earth's laws. A terrifying sensation of tearing pain surged from his essence, nearly overwhelming his consciousness. Yet, Huang Tian remained resolute. At this moment, the Phoenix clan was already facing off against the Demon clan and behind the scenes. There were powerful figures like Hong Jun scheming against him, aiding the demon clan in their efforts. Huang Tian felt an unprecedented pressure. He could not foresee what manner of foes would arise in the future. It was entirely possible for the demon clan to unveil quasi-saint-level terrifying powers. With Hong Jun undoubtedly resolute in his intent to deal with him and the Phoenix clan, he would no longer covertly restrain the demon clan. To what extent the demon clan would develop was beyond his guessing, but he now had to elevate his combat strength and realm at the swiftest pace possible to confront the unseen threats lurking in the shadows. He distinctly sensed he had brushed against the essence of the Earth's laws, yet could not absorb even a fraction of it. I refuse to believe it. Huang Tian's unwavering determination and hidden madness reached their zenith. His eyes filled with a fervent insanity. Suddenly, facing the nearly tangible essence of the Earth's laws surrounding him, Huang Tian bellowed fiercely, opening his mouth wide to swallow a vast quantity of the Earth's essence. If he could not comprehend due to his innate nature, then he would alter that very nature. Crack! Crack! Boom! In that instant, he consumed the essence of the Earth's laws. Cracks erupted across his formidable body. Transformed by the primordial purple energy, the terrifying, fiery red phoenix blood flowed like blazing flames. The phoenix blood contained unimaginable heat and energy, melting the very fabric of the universe, turning the boundless ground into magma. The overwhelming power ravaged the surroundings, shaking the heavens, akin to an ancient volcano erupting suddenly, threatening to annihilate all. Even the other ancestral witches and Huang Tian, faced with this colossal force, were compelled to retreat. Withdrawing thousands of miles away, Huang Tian, do not do this. Witnessing Huang Tian's reckless determination to push himself, Huang Tian felt as if his heart were being sliced, tears blurring his vision. He understood all too well that Huang Tian's relentless drive was for the sake of the Phoenix clan. This was not merely in the present, but had been the case for countless eons to protect the Phoenix clan. He had faced death on numerous occasions. Buzz! I refuse to believe it, Huang Tian roared. And at the moment he ingested the essence of the Earth's laws, he felt his primordial spirit slowly tearing apart. It seemed that if he continued, his primordial spirit would instantly shatter. Yet his bloodshot eyes were unwilling to squander this unprecedented opportunity, and he continued to voraciously consume the essence of the Earth's laws. Huang Tian, I will assist you. Just then, the seemingly adorable Hutu primordial spirit abruptly opened her bright, twinkling eyes, two immense beams of yellow light piercing through the heavens and earth. The boundless essence of the Earth's laws trembled violently. The petite primordial spirit of Hutu suddenly surged into Huang Tian's body. What is Hutu doing? Witnessing the Hutu primordial spirit merging into Huang Tian's mind, the fiery-tempered Zhu Rong was almost beside himself with rage. The surrounding ancestral witches also darkened in countenance. Though they did not cultivate divine powers and lacked a primordial spirit, they had heard of the legendary Golden Crow and had yet to see one in person. Having survived for countless years, they naturally possess a profound understanding of the cultivators. This is the most crucial aspect of a cultivator, embodying their soul and consciousness, rendering it exceedingly sensitive to all things. That it is often said that a cultivator may forfeit their physical form. As long as there persists, they can communicate with the heavens and earth and reconstitute their physical body. A cultivator. The physical body is merely a vessel for the moreover. The is acutely attuned to sensations such as pain and pleasure, even more so than the physical form. Thus, the is a taboo for cultivators. The reason why the demonic disciples of the Western sect are feared and loathed by Eastern beings is due to their sinister arts, which can extract the of their enemies, subjecting them to unspeakable torment, magnifying their suffering to such an extent that life becomes a fate worse than death. Consequently, when Hong Jun disseminated the news of the demonic sect's impending invasion of the eastern wilderness, a myriad of races responded, not solely due to Hong Jun's prestige and arrangements at this juncture. He had yet to merge with the Tao and lacked the ability to coerce the myriad races into servitude. Rather, it was profoundly linked to the methods of the demonic sect that it is no wonder that the Earth Mother allowed the newly born of the laws to enter the body of Huang Tian, inciting Zhurong to erupt in fury and darkening the countenances of the other ancestral witches. Even among the cultivators in the wilderness, such intimacy is a rarity. The Earth Mother likely acted out of gratitude for the assistance Huang Tian provided in the formation of her. Do not overthink it. She is merely repaying a debt of kindness, that Di Jiang reassured his brethren, anxious that this group might rashly confront Huang Tian at such a critical juncture. Given his understanding of the ancestral witches, he knew they were capable of such folly. Just recently, Huang Tian had bestowed upon the Earth Mother unparalleled merit and virtue, aiding her in coalescing her. Not only the ancestral witches, but the entire witch lineage owed an immense debt of gratitude and karmic ties to Huang Tian. After all, Huang Tian's actions could very well illuminate a path for the witch lineage to forge there, allowing for the dual cultivation of their Tao body. Although such grand merits are challenging to attain, it ultimately represents a pathway. Furthermore, Huang Tian remained vigilant, watching closely this moment of life and death for Huang Tian. Should he suffer any ill fate, the Phoenix clan would surely mobilize collectively to contend with the witch lineage. At that point, it would merely be a boon for the other races. After all, what significance does the entry of the into the body hold? To us witches, the physical body is of utmost importance. Di Jiang explained to his siblings, though he was simultaneously trying to comfort himself. Yet as he spoke, his teeth were clenched, his voice thunderous, and the terrifying power of space emanated uncontrollably, causing the heavens to tremble. His gaze fixed intently on Huang Tian, his expression dark as if it might weep. While he managed to placate his brethren, he found no solace within himself. The witch lineage prioritized the corporeal form. But that was before the existed. Once the is present, it becomes the most vital, most sensitive, and most taboo aspect of existence. The Earth Mother is the kindest and most gentle among the ancestral witches, and Di Jiang has always cherished this younger sister. Yet, this beloved little sister, swayed by the mere words of Huang Tian and some arcane merit, has thrust her into Huang Tian's being. Now, as an elder brother, Di Jiang is at a loss for how to articulate his feelings. However, he vowed that had the Phoenix not been in such a perilous state, he would have sought a thorough discourse with Huang Tian. Seeing the ancestral witches being restrained by Di Jiang, Huang Tian slowly withdrew her cold, murderous gaze, and the fiery palace that had manifested in her palm gradually faded away. If these brutish figures dared to lay a hand on Huang Tian, she would not care what lineage of Pangu they hailed from or the magnitude of their fortune. Those who dared to harm Huang Tian would meet their end. Casting her gaze upon Huang Tian, boundless concern and heartache filled her eyes. That moment, Huang Tian seemed to have reached a critical threshold. Though he continued to voraciously absorb the essence of the Earth's laws, his entire form bore grotesque fissures, from which flowed the scalding crimson of the Phoenix, brimming with terrifying energy that melted the very earth around him. For thousands of miles, the land transformed into a sea of magma, thick black smoke billowing, enveloping the skies. Under Huang Tian's watchful gaze, the Phoenix blood coursing from Huang Tian's body contained not only horrific energy, but also threads of the Phoenix's essence. Huang Tian, you must not come to harm. The Phoenix clan cannot exist without you. With her gaze lowered, Huang Tian could bear to look no longer. She could scarcely fathom the unspeakable agony Huang Tian was enduring. Deep down, Huang Tian harbored a thought, yet unvoiced. She too could not exist without Huang Tian. However, she had never articulated this sentiment. This truly madness, a reckless pursuit of death. At that moment, far away in Shumi Mountain, Luo Ho could not restrain her exasperation, her body shrouded in swirling demonic mist. With her knowledge and stature, how could she not discern Huang Tian's actions? To seek comprehension of the Earth's laws, such recklessness is tantamount to courting disaster. A primordial god of slaughter, instinctively mastering the laws of carnage. And having survived through endless epochs, Luo Ho was acutely aware of the insanity of Huang Tian's endeavor to know. It transcended mere insanity. It was an impossibility. Primordial demon gods possess innate laws of their own, and their cultivation is exponentially swifter than that of ordinary beings. making the comprehension of laws exceedingly simple. Yet, this very advantage is the greatest limitation. Since the primordial chaos began, no primordial demon god has ever achieved such a feat. It is not that their talents are lacking. Indeed, their gifts often surpass those of innate gods, that if they wish to pursue other laws, they may do so at a cost, but the essence of their being forbids the entry of other laws. The consequence of such an endeavor is the simultaneous shattering of body and resulting in complete obliteration. Even in the chaotic era, there were primordial demon gods who attempted this, yet all met with the same grim fate. Regardless of their extraordinary talents, cursed be this madman. From whence does he draw such confidence? Does he truly believe that having outmaneuvered Hong Jun twice, he has surpassed the primordial demon gods? Luo Ho cursed vehemently. Yet at this juncture, the terrifying essence of the earth's laws had already penetrated Huang Tian's body, becoming part of his. Even with her catastrophic abilities, there was no turning back. Moreover, this was the first time Luo Ho had encountered such a dense essence of the earth's laws. Now, all she could do was hope for a miracle to arise from the unprecedented emergence of this of Earth's laws and the prior essence of the Earth's laws that moment. As the of the Earth's laws entered Huang Tian's body, the essence of the Earth's laws, originally centered around the Earth Mother, shifted entirely to envelop Huang Tian. The boundless essence of the Earth's laws, rich as molten yellow magma, bore down heavily, collapsing the heavens and the earth. It surged around Huang Tian like a vast ocean, stirring a tsunami that made the heavens tremble. Now, Huang Tian need not actively consume the essence of the earth. At every moment, a torrent of this essence flowed into his body through the fractures adorning his form. Furthermore, the endless chains of the earth's laws that spread throughout the world converged around Huang Tian. Thick chains as robust as divine peaks snaked into Huang Tian's through his forehead. During this process, the fissures on Huang Tian's body widened further. A terrifying crack, as thick as an arm, emerged from his forehead, gradually extending toward his chin and neck. At this moment, Huang Tian resembled a fragile porcelain vessel on the verge of shattering, his entire being marred by cracks of various sizes. The body gradually transformed into a fiery crimson hue. It simultaneously adopted a dusty yellow tone. The two radiating forces, akin to the irreconcilable elements of water and fire, clashed violently. It was as if the being known as Huang Tian had become a battleground, engaged in a frenzied struggle to devour the opponent. With each collision of these radiant laws, the fissures upon Huang Tian's body continued to expand relentlessly. Huang Tian is truly reckless, murmured the tempestuous deity Zhu Rong, who found himself in a state of stupor, and he was not alone. Numerous ancestral witches shared his astonishment. At this moment, Huang Tian's visage was so fearsome that even they, known for their boldness and fiery tempers, felt a shiver run down their spines. Countless cracks of varying sizes spread across his form, a chasm-like fissure seemingly splitting him into two entities, one side ablaze with fire, the other enshrouded in earth. It was unfathomable to contemplate the excruciating torment Huang Tian was enduring. Yet, even at such a critical juncture, there was no hint of surrender in his demeanor. The resoluteness of his will, or perhaps his sheer madness, compelled even the ancestral witches to concede in awe, for they recognized their own limitations in such a circumstance. Huang Tian, Feng Tan murmured to herself, her eyes welling with tears as she beheld the current state of Huang Tian. However, in an instant, the tears were evaporated by her magical prowess. She could not afford to weep, at least not in the presence of outsiders, for she was the supreme and regal monarch of the Phoenix clan, known as Shifeng. Yet, she found herself unable to bear the sight any longer. She abruptly turned her head, inhaling deeply as she gazed skyward. She understood that Huang Tian's madness was driven by a desire to elevate his strength for the sake of the Phoenix clan, and to protect her more effectively. This had been the case since their inception during the age of gods and demons. Without the deep-seated madness within Huang Tian's soul, they would not have survived the era dominated by primordial deities, let alone guided the Phoenix clan to this day. Sure, Huang. No. Huang Tian. I shall assist you at that moment. The primordial spirit of Ho Tu descended into the depths of Huang Tian's consciousness, where she discovered small, Fiery red phoenix, no larger than a fist. This was unmistakably the essence of Huang Tian's primordial spirit. The cacophony of terrifying, piercing soul screams emanated from the diminutive phoenix. Sharp and grating point one could faintly discern from the sound a profound sense of anguish. At this moment, the little phoenix bore a striking resemblance to its corporeal counterpart outside, its form riddled with cracks of all sizes. Due to its diminutive stature, the cracks appeared densely clustered, one side ablaze with red, the other a dull yellow, an unsettling sight indeed. However, the fiery red within the primordial spirit was comprised of chains of fire laws, while the yellow represented chains of earth laws. The external chains of earth laws had already fused with Huang Tian's primordial spirit. At this critical juncture, compared to his external form, Huang Tian's primordial spirit had entered a state of utmost peril. Should his primordial spirit explode, even if his corporeal body managed to merge the two forces, it would result in a lifeless phoenix shell endowed with two terrifying powers but devoid of consciousness. Now, Huang Tian relied solely on his formidable will to forcibly accommodate the two laws within his primordial spirit. If his willpower reached its limit, the primordial spirit would be obliterated instantaneously under the strain of the fire and earth laws. What are you doing here? Leave at once. This is no place for you. Quickly return your primordial spirit to your body upon seeing the small, yellowish, fist-sized primordial spirit slowly approaching him. Huang Tian was struck with alarm, erupting into a furious shout. Within his body, the ocean of consciousness was flooded with turbulent power. His primordial spirit had reached its limit and was utterly incapable of controlling its own strength. Ho-Tu's primordial spirit was merely at the level of a celestial being. If even a trace of his power spilled over to her, it would suffice to annihilate her spirit. Should he fail to contain his earth laws and allow the two forces to merge, the explosive force of the primordial spirit would obliterate Ho-Tu's essence in an instant. Moreover, this was within his own body, deep within the ocean of consciousness, entirely isolated from the outside world. Even if Ho-Tu's essence was a law-based spirit, it would be of no use. Death would be absolute. His provision of Xianhuang merit to Ho-Tu was driven by both calculative intent and a desire to aid this benevolent Earth Mother. Lady Pingxing It was not meant to bring harm. A mere celestial being's primordial spirit, even if it were a law-based essence, was far too trivial for Huang Tian's might. Yet, if Ho-Tu's primordial spirit returned to her body, no one could harm her. Furthermore, should he annihilate Ho-Tu's essence, it would equate to extinguishing the cycle of reincarnation, an unimaginable consequence of karmic retribution. Huang Tian could hardly fathom the implications. Even in death, this karmic burden would lead to the total annihilation of the Phoenix clan, leaving not a single survivor. Not only would the heavenly Down not spare the Phoenix clan, but the very essence of the primordial world would not do so either. Thus, in the absence of any certainty regarding the accommodation of the two laws, Huang Tian was left in a state of sheer panic. What can you offer me? A mere celestial spirit. Leave at once. Huang Tian forcibly suppressed the terrifying sensation of his primordial spirit tearing apart, addressing her in an exceedingly cold and distant tone. Get out now. You are of the Witch clan, while I belong to the Phoenix clan. Even if our clans were to cooperate, my soul would never permit an outsider to intrude. My assistance is merely to convey to Di Jiang that I currently harbor no hostility towards the Witch clan. Oh, not overthink this. Leave my consciousness at once. Time was of the essence, and the situation was dire. Despite feeling immense sympathy for the sorrowful Ho-Tu, Huang Tian was compelled to speak in the most frigid and exalted manner. Just then, Ho-Tu drew closer to his primordial spirit. It appeared she had not heard Huang Tian's words, as she suddenly extended her chubby little hands to embrace the small phoenix, which was distinctly marked by yellow and red, its surface covered in cracks. A mysterious wave flickered in her dark, glistening eyes. In that instant, the earth attribute power within Huang Tian's body fell into a state of tranquility. That moment, the chains of earth law within Huang Tian's primordial spirit also settled into calm. The law-based spirit demonstrated a remarkable control over the earth laws at that moment. Of course, this was contingent upon Huang Tian offering no resistance. Otherwise, with his peak quasi-saint status, Even a slight act of defiance would be sufficient to obliterate Ho Tu, who sought to control the power within his body. You may be overthinking this, Ho Tu declared boldly, clutching the small phoenix tightly, that I have come to assist you solely to repay the favor of allowing me to manifest my primordial spirit. Do you truly believe that I, a descendant of the illustrious Panga bloodline, would take a liking to you, a mere phoenix? Enough with the chatter. The earth laws you are absorbing are far too vast for my primordial spirit to control for long. Focus on mastering the earth power within your body. Within the depths of Ho Tu's heart lies a concealed kindness, yet her temperament is marked by an exuberant boldness and a penchant for conflict. Her voice resonates with unwavering decisiveness, seemingly indifferent to Huang Tian's earlier words. However, upon closer inspection, one can discern a subtle tremor and an unusual undertone lurking beneath the surface. The primordial spirit of a cultivator is infinitely more sensitive to the myriad phenomena of the universe than the physical body. The moment Ho Tu's spirit made contact with Huang Tian's, she was acutely aware of the essence within his being. Moreover, due to the nature of the primordial spirit, this sensation was magnified exponentially in her perception. In that fleeting moment, Huang Tian's visage was indelibly etched into Ho Tu's consciousness. Naturally, in a state of absolute extremity, with her will taut and teetering on the precipice of life and death. Huang Tian was oblivious to the peculiarities in Ho Tu's voice. After a brief moment of silence, he realized that only Ho Tu could aid him now. Furthermore, there was no possibility of allowing her to depart at this juncture. Although she had managed to suppress the Earth's principles within his primordial spirit, it only served to cause those principles to brew continually, much like a volcano on the verge of eruption. The instant Ho Tu relaxed her grip, that repressed force would erupt violently, akin to a tsunami, annihilating his primordial spirit in an instant. With the power of his spirit, there would be no chance for Ho Tu to survive the explosion. It could be said that the moment Ho Tu touched his corporeal form, their fates became irrevocably intertwined, that if he could master the Earth's principles and integrate them, they would thrive together. Otherwise, they would perish as one. Thank you, Huang Tian uttered coldly, swiftly closing his eyes. His reckless ambition to shatter the bounds of antiquity and comprehend two principles stemmed from his possession of the primordial spiritual light. The merit bestowed upon him from the teachings of the Hong Huang amounted to but a fraction for Ho Tu's day, coupled with the previous consumption of the Phoenix spirit that depleted much of his merit. He still retained a significant portion for cultivation. The primordial purple energy represents the very essence of all existence. Thus, he sought to determine whether, after assimilating the Earth's principles, he could merge them with the primordial purple energy. However, the reaction of his body to the source of fire far exceeded his expectations. That it was as if an enormous tsunami had erupted, wreaking havoc, consuming all his focus, leaving him utterly unable to muster the slightest effort to control the merit energy and transform it into primordial purple energy. The brief reprieve granted by Ho Tu's suppression of the Earth's force provided him with a fleeting moment of respite. He silently hoped the primordial purple energy could mend the incompatibility of the two forces. Taking a deep breath, he quickly channeled the merit energy into the primordial spiritual light. At this moment, he stood on the brink of death, with one foot already in the abyss. Huang Tian felt no sorrow. This was not a time for sentiment. Should his primordial spirit explode, it would not only mean his demise, but also that of Ho Tu, leading to the extinction of the Phoenix clan. He resolutely converted a third of the merit energy into primordial spiritual light, generating a vast quantity of primordial purple energy. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The instant primordial purple energy manifested within Huang Tian's being, an overwhelming and regal aura enveloped him entirely. In that moment, the raging forces of fire and earth were subdued. Before the primordial purple energy, all was but insignificant. Even the chaotic world was merely a byproduct of the shattering of primordial purple energy. How much less significant were the forces of the principles that emerged post-chaos? The two forces existed on entirely different planes. Now, it remained to be seen whether he could fully reconcile the two incompatible principles. Huang Tian mused to himself as he inhaled and exhaled, drawing vast amounts of primordial purple mist into his primordial spirit. You may continue your cultivation slowly. I shall take my leave at that moment. Ho-Tu's bold voice resounded, and her small hand gradually released Huang Tian's form. She had realized that upon the emergence of this extraordinary purple energy, the power of the Earth's principles had been entirely pacified, rendering her influence unnecessary. Thus, Ho-Tu intended to depart. Yet, as she loosened her hold on Huang Tian, an inexplicable sense of reluctance stirred within her heart. She could not discern whether it was the enchanting sensation or her attachment to Huang Tian that caused this feeling. However, with her audacious nature, she quickly dismissed any lingering thoughts, resolved to leave without a care. There was no gratitude for the beginning Phoenix. She had entered to assist him, only to be met with cold rebukes urging her to depart, as though she relished her presence here. But the moment she turned away, Huang Tian's eyes snapped open, his gaze frigid as he unfurled his fiery wings, pinning the mere celestial-level primordial spirit of Ho-Tu beneath him. "Sure, Huang, what do you intend to do?" Ho-Tu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. Yet, faced with the overwhelming force of Huang Tian's near-saintly primordial spirit, she found herself utterly powerless to resist, staring blankly into his eyes. From a certain perspective, all she could discern was boundless coldness and dominance, with nothing else to be seen. Did he wish for something in this moment? Ho-Tu could not help but wonder. Though pure and kind-hearted, she was not naive. She possessed some understanding of such matters in her tribe of Earth's ancestral witches. Both male and female witches propagated in this manner. She had witnessed more than her fair share. It was simply that she had not experienced it herself. Yet his primordial spirit was that of a phoenix. How could he even consider such things? In an instant, under Huang Tian's domineering actions, Ho-Tu's thoughts spiraled wildly. "You shall remain until I say otherwise. For now, absorb this purple energy. It will benefit you." Huang Tian's voice was cold and commanding. With that, he disregarded Ho-Tu's reactions or thoughts, keeping her firmly beneath his wings, before promptly closing his eyes. With the emergence of primordial purple energy, he could now exert a modicum of control over his spirit and body's power. Even if the primordial purple energy could not assimilate the two forces, he could swiftly expel Ho-Tu from his sea of consciousness without causing her harm. His insistence on having Ho-Tu absorb the primordial purple energy stemmed from a genuine fondness for her and a desire to repay her kindness. Just like this, Ho-Tu was taken aback, having barely had time to respond before she noticed Huang Tian had already shut his eyes, nearly causing her to erupt in frustration. This was excessively domineering. It was merely some purple energy, who wished to absorb it. Yet, it was evident that with her current primordial spirit's strength, facing Huang Tian's spirit, she could do nothing but comply if Huang Tian were inclined to act against her. She would have no chance to resist. Thus, as long as Huang Tian did not release her, she was left with no choice but to remain submissively. However, in a way, this seemed rather pleasant. His form radiated warmth, providing a sense of comfort. As Ho-Tu pondered, her lofty spirit allowed her to swiftly cast aside previous frustrations. She gently closed her eyes, beginning to absorb the enigmatic purple aura drop by drop. Given her level of cultivation, the primordial purple essence she absorbed was vastly inferior when compared to Huang Tian's. The disparity was akin to that between a trickling brook and a vast ocean. A mere comparison that could hardly encapsulate the difference. In an instant, the depths of Huang Tian's consciousness fell into a profound silence. Only a small phoenix, seemingly in slumber, and the tiny, endearingly adorable Ho-Tu remained. As they continued to absorb the primordial purple essence, an ethereal purple glow began to emanate from their bodies. The once incompatible forces of earth and fire within Huang Tian's being now flowed harmoniously. Appearing utterly devoid of discord, his body, once shattered by the two powers, was gradually undergoing a slow yet steady restoration. Yet, the pace of this healing was excruciatingly slow in the timeless expanse of the primordial world. A millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Beneath Mount Buzhou, Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans stood resolutely in place, anxiously observing the broken forms of Ho-Tu and Huang Tian. Their eyes filled with anticipation, as if they might burst from their sockets. Over the millennia, the violent energy surrounding Huang Tian's body had gradually dissipated. Even the vast expanse of land, once molten by his phoenix blood, had solidified into a sea of crimson rock. This immense terrain, now a brilliant red and exceeding temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees, had transformed into precious phoenix blood-divine stones capable of enabling great Luo golden immortals to forge hundreds of treasures. Yet, these riches mattered little to Di Jiang and the other ancestral shamans. Their sole concern was why, despite Huang Tian's body regaining tranquility, Ho-Tu's primordial spirit remained elusive. What could have occurred that prevented her spirit from emerging from the remnants of Huang Tian? In a fit of rage, Zhu Rong bellowed, shaking his fist violently, fiery serpents erupting from his nostrils, melting the very fabric of space. Was it possible that the primordial phoenix had done something to Ho-Tu? Gong Gong, irritable, tugged at his azure hair and growled. That primordial phoenix has always harbored ill intentions towards Ho-Tuesday. I cannot allow this to continue. I shall investigate, he declared. With that, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong moved towards the place where Huang Tian and Ho-Tu lay. Who dares approach our royal kin shall face death. A chilling and imperious voice reverberated through the heavens. The next moment, a piercing phoenix cry rent the sky as Huang Tian appeared among the clouds. Her resplendent phoenix robes rustling in the wind, her exquisite visage exuding nobility and dominance, with flickers of fiery brilliance dancing between her phoenix eyes and crimson lips. A terrifying aura of malevolence suffused the realm. She spread her palm, and a small, fiery palace materialized within it, radiating an overwhelming power that threatened to subdue the primordial world. It was none other than the Phoenix clan's supreme treasure, the Phoenix Heavenly Palace. Huang Tian coldly gazed down upon Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, her eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as if daring the two ancestral shamans to make even the slightest move, which would invoke her wrath. Having finally witnessed Huang Tian's body return to a state of serenity, she would not permit any being to disturb him at this moment. Regardless of who or what they were, approaching Huang Tian would mean death. Huang Tian was fully prepared to risk the fury of Huang Tian upon awakening. Should the ancestral shamans dare to act, she would immediately unleash the Phoenix clan. She would spare no effort to protect Huang Tian. The Phoenix clan could not exist without Huang Tian, and she herself could not be separated from him. For so long, it had been Huang Tian safeguarding her. Now, it was her turn to defend him. Primordial Phoenix, your repeated attempts to obstruct our visit to the ancestral shaman Ho-Tu show that you underestimate our clan, Zhu Rong thundered, his hair flaring wildly as terrifying flames spread, each strand resembling a writhing serpent. This was not the first time the Primordial Phoenix had thwarted their approach. They merely wished to check on Ho-Tu and had no intentions of causing harm. Yet this woman was relentless. As if driven mad, step aside, Gong Gong growled, clenching his fists tightly. Behind him, an endless ocean began to materialize, conjuring a colossal tsunami. In that moment, he resembled a furious sea god. Move, or face death, Huang Tian replied coldly, her beautiful eyes betraying no emotion as the Phoenix Heavenly Palace in her grasp surged dramatically. A towering, fiery palace loomed over the heavens, adorned with numerous phoenix carvings that seemed to come alive. Emanating a terrifying pressure, she refused to allow any unforeseen circumstances to arise. Even if these beings appeared harmless towards Huang Tian, his entire form teetered on the brink of collapse. Should they harbor any malicious intent at such close proximity, no one would be able to intervene. The world around them dimmed. The colossal Phoenix Heavenly Palace dominated the skies. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong stood opposed, fire and water, each claiming half of the realm. Confronting Huang Tian, behind them, the other ancestral shamans remained, their gazes harboring an ocean of malevolence, an endless stream of sinister energy spilling forth, transforming the atmosphere into a realm steeped in darkness. The scene grew tense, resembling a powder keg poised to explode. How had matters escalated to this point? Di Zhang's expression darkened, his mind reeling in confusion. Even as a core member of the shaman clan, he felt utterly lost. Reason dictated that engaging Huang Tian was an absolute folly. The expression on Huang Tian's face and the glint in her eyes indicated her willingness to go to any lengths to battle them, even if it meant risking the resurgence of the Phoenix clan. Yet the 12 ancestral shamans had existed together, supporting one another for countless eons. their bonds profoundly deep. This moment, with Ho-Tu's fate uncertain and her primordial spirit trapped within the remnants of Huang Tian's body. The urgency weighed heavily on not just Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, but on Di Jiang as well. As events unfolded, he realized he could no longer restrain the other ancestral shamans. However, should they engage in battle, the combined might of 5 ancestral shamans would surely overpower Feng Tian. In such a scenario, the Phoenix clan would inevitably awaken, and their powerful beings would join the fray, witnessing their sovereign, the Primordial Phoenix, under siege would compel them to intervene, leading to a catastrophic conflict between the two clans, forever binding them in a bitter enmity. All his prior efforts, Huang Tian's actions, would be rendered moot. Moreover, a war between the clans would provide the demon race with an opportunity to sit back and watch, capitalizing on the chaos to grow stronger. When both clans reached a state of weakened fortune, entangled in fate, they would surely seize the chance to annihilate them, claiming dominion over the primordial world. This was a scenario he could not bear to witness. After all, the demon race was not the Phoenix clan. They had not retreated, but remained at the center of strife, thriving in prosperity and posing a significant threat to the shaman clan. Primordial Phoenix, do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? How can you still afford to cultivate in seclusion? Di Jiang seethed internally, though he dared not voice his frustrations, especially given the fierce glare and palpable malice emanating from the Primordial Phoenix. Unless he wished to hasten the onset of conflict, he could not afford to voice such anger. Furthermore, to prevent the impending battle between the clans, Di Jiang was compelled to maintain a cordial demeanor towards Feng Tian. Feng Tian, we could discuss matters at our leisure, but he forced a semblance of kindness on his rough, dry visage, addressing Feng Tian, allowed Zhu Rong and Gong Gong to check on Ho Tuesday upon hearing this. The flames in Feng Tian's eyes flared once more, and her murderous aura intensified, prompting Di Jiang to fear she might act against him. He quickly added, "Rest assured, as one of the 12 ancestral shamans, I vow in my name that our clan shall not lay a finger on Huang Tian." Di Jiang, swear an oath to the heavenly Tao. With fervor, Di Jiang hastily raised a hand, solemnly vowing to the heavens. Exuding an air of authenticity, it is a poignant irony that he, a distinguished descendant of Pangu, the ancestral shaman of the Wu clan, renowned for his unparalleled prestige among the shamans, found himself coerced into such a predicament by Feng Tian. At this moment, had Di Jiang been familiar with the famous adage from later generations, he might have exclaimed, "Only women and petty individuals are difficult to nurture." However, he was oblivious to this phrase. Moreover, Feng Tian was not akin to the frail women of later times. She was a sovereign of the Phoenix clan, having endured countless battles and the trials of life and death over billions of years. As she smirked, a glint of disdain flickered in her eyes, surveying the one-handed Di Jiang as though he were a fool. It was only when she observed his discomfort that she coldly remarked, "You a peak quasi-saint and ancestral shaman of the space lineage, possessing mastery over spatial laws and strength that far surpasses that of an ordinary peak quasi-saint, exhibit such naivety. You truly believe that the promise of a clan sovereign holds more weight than the interests of an entire lineage? The most ludicrous part is that you, an ancestral shaman who has not cultivated divine powers nor comprehended the heavenly Tao, dare to swear an oath to it." With that, Feng Tian could not help but smirk, finding the scene rather comical. The Wu clan, renowned for its defiance against the heavens, had their strongest member, Di Jiang, swearing allegiance to the very heavenly Tao they sought to oppose. Whether or not the heavenly Tao would acknowledge such a vow was beside the point. The act itself was utterly ridiculous. Furthermore, a sovereign's word is often the most binding, yet simultaneously the least reliable. Given the right incentives, any sovereign could easily renege on their promises for the greater good of their clan. Thus, the words of a sovereign were often the least trustworthy. Although Di Jiang stood on equal footing with the other ancestral shamans, he was undeniably the one among them whose words carried weight, qualifying him as a sovereign of the lineage. Yet now, he found himself swearing upon his own reputation, a display of sheer childishness. Upon hearing Feng Tian's words, Di Jiang felt as though he were turned to stone. Rigid and unresponsive, his gaze fixed vacantly upon her. As if trapped in a stupor, he had never anticipated that his intention to extend a gracious gesture to Huang Tian would be so ruthlessly dismantled, only to be mocked in return. "Huang Tian, I act for the benefit of both our clans," Di Jiang roared silently within, realizing just how foolish it was to engage in mind games with a woman. It was exhausting beyond measure. Women are not inclined to engage in rational discourse. Not all women are as docile as Ho Tuesday. Let us either await together or stand idly. The choice is yours. Huang Tian declared, her demeanor regal, her eyes ablaze with divine fire, her voice cold and domineering as she wielded the Phoenix heavenly palace. In that moment, her peak quasi-saint aura erupted, enveloping the region. Anyone daring to approach Huang Tian would have to step over her corpse. No, over the corpses of the Phoenix clan. With her resolve firm, Huang Tian was unafraid of conflict. Should war arise, the Phoenix clan would emerge ready. Given their current strength, subduing the newly emerged Wu clan posed little challenge. At that instant, the standoff between the Phoenix and Wu clans, a potential spark for an all-out war, captured the attention of the entire primordial realm. Let the battle commence. Let it unfold within the depths of chaos. Hong Jun, having secluded himself for a millennium, slowly opened his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Fate seemed to conspire in his favor. Time and again he had plotted to suppress the Phoenix clan without success, only to find Huang Tian recklessly seeking enlightenment of a second law. She was either mad or foolish. Now, with Ho Tu's fate uncertain, the impending clash between the Phoenix and Wu clans drew near. Should both Ho Tu and Huang Tian perish, the primal will and the heavenly Tao would not spare the Phoenix clan. Their annihilation would be inevitable. Furthermore, with Ho Tu's demise, his own burdens would vanish in an instant. Hong Jun cared little for the potential upheaval in the primordial realm, nor the wrath of vengeful spirits. He sought only to extract sufficient benefits from this chaotic world. With that thought, he could not help but laugh uproariously, his unrestrained laughter echoing through the chaos. On Mount Sunu, Luo, who furrowed her brow, her pale red eyes deepening with concern. Logically, the battle between the Phoenix and Wu clans would yield an abundance of malevolent energy for her to collect, to forge her treasures of slaughter. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself reluctant to see the Phoenix clan embroiled in conflict, suffering heavy losses, or worse, facing extinction. The image of that day, when Huang Tian had subdued her, flickered in her mind, a disconcerting sensation washing over her. Let them fight. Let them all perish. More malevolent energy will only serve to benefit me, she mused, her resolve hardening. Once she succeeded in forging her treasures of slaughter and attained the status of saint, she would strike them down with a single sword, silencing their influence over her. In a fit of frustration, Luo, who could not comprehend why such perplexing thoughts plagued her mind, nor could she control them. She attributed these strange feelings to Hong Jun and Luo, who, along with some other ancient beings whose identities eluded her. Only such ancient, enigmatic beings possessed the ability to subtly affect her state of mind. Huang Tian, you have become too tyrannical. I can tolerate no more. Beneath Mount Buzhou, the fiery-tempered Zhu Rong could no longer restrain himself, roaring as he unleashed a tremendous punch toward Huang Tian. The physical form of an ancestral shaman was earth-shattering. A mere movement could cause the very heavens to tremble. Zhu Rong, the eldest among the 12 ancestral shamans, had endured the humiliation of being ridiculed for Di Zhang's sake. Yet Huang Tian's arrogance, treating them as inconsequential, was intolerable. Zhu Rong was not alone. Gong Gong and the other ancestral shamans were equally enraged. Trusting in an alien race proved to be a grave error. Huang Tian's voice remained cold as she faced Zhu Rong's approaching fist with disdain. Casually raising the Phoenix heavenly palace to block Zhu Rong's terrifying punch neared the Phoenix heavenly palace. The other ancestral shamans, poised for battle, readied themselves. Di Jiang sighed heavily. Was the war between the Phoenix and Wu clans truly unavoidable? In the midst of chaos, Hong Jun's laughter grew even more unrestrained, his madness escalating. It was as though fortune had simply fallen into his lap, that he needed to do nothing, no scheming or calculations. as events unfolded effortlessly before him. Had he known it would be so easy, he would have come to the chaos long ago to reap the rewards on Mount Sumu. Luo, who struggled to contain herself, yearning to disrupt the intricate agreements among the chaos deities of the quasi-saint level and intervene to prevent this battle. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming desire to prevent the Phoenix clan from joining a conflict they were almost certain to lose. The Wu clan's fortune was too pronounced at this moment, and with Dong Huang Yi and Di Jun harboring deep-seated hatred for Huang Tian, the Phoenix clan's emergence would shatter the vow of the Great Tao. They would not only contend with the Wu clan, but also face the Beast clan. Should that occur, Huang Tian, unaware of her fate, would lead the Phoenix clan into a confrontation against two factions simultaneously. A perilous endeavor indeed. If by chance Huang Tian survived, the Phoenix clan would find themselves ensnared in the conflict. With this thought, Luo, whose resolve to intervene, intensified. "You foolish Phoenix, how could Huang Tian have such a dim-witted sister? Curse be you!" Luo, who cried out in exasperation, half a foot already stepping into the void. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous roar suddenly reverberated through the heavens and the earth, as if the entire primordial realm were quaking. In this instant, whether it was Luo, who in the west, the Chilan tribe in the far north, or the Dragon tribe by the eastern sea, even Hong Jun within the chaos, all distinctly felt the tremor of this vast world. They stood in stunned silence, awestruck by the spectacle before them. The sky unveiled an endless, terrifying display of yin-yang divine thunder, as if enveloping the entire cosmos. This scene resembled the arrival of a cataclysmic divine retribution. As if a being of such overwhelming presence had emerged that it caused the entire realm to tremble. As the primordial realm shook, countless mountains crumbled, and rivers cascaded skyward, creating a grand and magnificent spectacle. Yet at that moment, not a single mighty figure had the heart to pay heed to this scene, for the divine thunder of yin and yang was directed at none other than the nearly shattered body of Huang Tian, lying beneath Mount Buzhou. Logically, a body so fragmented would instantly disintegrate under such immense pressure. However, at that moment, a radiant interplay of yellow and red energies began to swirl around the broken form, rapidly mending his body. Fire and earth, two intrinsically opposing forces, coexisted within Huang Tian as if they were creating the world anew. Moreover, the fusion of these two powers seemed to generate a terrifying vitality. As Huang Tian's formidable body began to recover at an astonishing rate, his once lifeless black hair transformed into a vibrant earth yellow, and as the fiery and earthy energies flowed, his strands became resilient, glossy, and when swaying in the wind, resembled chains forged from divine gold, capable of slicing through space. The strands shimmered with the glow of dual energies. "Sixth brother, what are you doing? Cease at once." The commanding yet slightly irate voice of Ho Tu suddenly echoed through the heavens. In the next moment, a beam of earthy light surged from Huang Tian's forehead, swiftly returning to Ho Tu's form. It was none other than her law avatar. Yet this law avatar, which originally belonged to a mere celestial realm, radiated an aura of terrifying power as it emerged from Huang Tian's body, seemingly inciting a tumult among the laws of earth throughout the realm. In just a millennium, Ho Tu had astonishingly broken through two realms, surpassing the Golden Immortal stage to attain the status of Tai Golden Immortal. This sight left all mighty beings astounded. To break through two realms in a mere 1,000 years, especially for a law avatar, was an unfathomable feat. In that instant, many chaotic demons felt as if their endless years had been squandered. Have you taken cultivation as if piloting a rainbow to soar? No, it's faster than that. Although the law avatar was powerful, inherently close to the laws, its cultivation speed could not reach such an extraordinary level that a millennium, for immortal beings with boundless lifespans, was merely a fleeting moment. However, Ho Tu was blissfully unaware of the thoughts swirling in their minds, for her boisterous nature would dismiss the opinions of strangers. Once the avatar returned to her true form, Ho Tu quickly awakened. The first thing she did upon waking was to angrily point at Zhurong. "Sixth brother, how could you strike at Shi Feng? Stop this instant. Shi Huang is the benefactor of my law avatar. If you act against him, I shall disregard you." Ho-Tu was the most cherished younger sister among the numerous ancestral witches. Moreover, with her inherently bold character, now that Ho-Tu had not perished and had instead gained tremendous benefit from Shi Huang, her siblings felt too ashamed to continue their assault. Only Zhu Rong, who had already launched a punch, found himself in a predicament. Yet, under the fierce threat from Ho-Tu and the scornful gazes of his siblings, he was forced to retract his fist, feeling a wave of discomfort rise in his chest, nearly causing him to spit blood. He had been the first to provoke, the first to strike, and now the first to withdraw. His dignity was in tatters. How could he face Shi Feng again? At this thought, Zhu Rong's face flushed. Yet, being the ancestor of fire, his skin was already slightly reddish, making it difficult to discern any unusualness as he feigned calmness while returning to stand beside Di Jiang. "You!" Di Jiang shot Zhu Rong a glare, this reckless and brutish fellow who nearly ignited a war between the two clans. Yet inwardly he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In his eyes, Ho-Tu's breakthrough to Tai, Golden Immortal, was secondary. The crucial aspect was that Ho-Tu had intervened just in time to avert a conflict between the clans. Even if the Phoenix clan's chances of victory were slim, the Witch clan would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. "Ho-Tu, how is Huang Tian?" At that moment, Huang Tian hastily descended from the sky. Anxiously inquiring of Ho-Tu's day, her usually regal demeanor was cast aside, and she addressed Ho-Tu as sister, perhaps due to the fact that Ho-Tu referred to Huang Tian as her benefactor. Shi Huang, upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Ho-Tu's face, recalling the last scene she witnessed as she emerged from Huang Tian's body. "Sister Huang Tian, rest assured, Shi Huang is doing well." It as just Ho-Tu furrowed her brow and raised her hands, gesturing vaguely. Yet she found herself at a loss for words to describe Huang Tian's current state due to her lack of vocabulary. Ultimately, she had no choice but to abandon the thought. Upon hearing that Huang Tian was unharmed, Huang Tian, who had already breathed a sigh of relief, felt her heart leap once more at the mere mention of its just. The life-and-death crisis Huang Tian faced was something that had seldom occurred since their joint inception, truly causing Huang Tian to experience overwhelming fright. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been rendered incapable of clear thought, forcing Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches to the edge of a precipice. Boom! Just then, the terrifying Yin-Yang divine retribution in the heavens violently descended upon Huang Tian, unleashing a colossal bolt of Yin-Yang divine thunder. As immense as a mountain range, the grandeur of the divine thunder was overwhelming, its terrifying power threatening to crush the endless firmament, casting the entire primordial realm into darkness, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. This was the primordial source calamity thundered at that moment. Hong Jun within the chaos, Luo, who in the west, and numerous chaotic demons simultaneously shouted in shock. Their astonishment was not due to the sheer power of the calamity thunder that instilled fear. For although the thunder was formidable, it was only capable of slaying late-stage quasi-saints and insufficient to shock these sub-saint level chaotic demons. Rather, it was the essence and aura of primordial source power emanating from the calamity thunder that truly astonished them. The primordial realm was birthed by Pangu, and from the moment it came into existence, it had never ceased to